Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 10:13. Mandala Lotus, Sword of Killing. The sword slashed out. The sword light wasn't overflowing or filled with boundless killing intent. It was just that this horizontal slash seemed extremely calm. Luo Yunyang grimaced when he saw that sword strike. At that moment, the only thought he had was that he simply didn't have any leeway to escape or hide. It felt as if the sky and earth were both covered by this sword strike. All other nomological laws in the area had already completely disappeared. Only this sword still existed in this space. Evading was simply impossible, as the surroundings had already become this sword. Escaping was even more impossible. After all, even though this space was huge, it had already become a cage consisting of this sword. Thus, at the moment, the only thing Luo Yunyang could do was hold his ground and withstand the onslaught of this sword. Only other top-notch nomological laws could fight with these top-notch nomological laws. Luo Yunyang didn't seem worried while facing this sort of attack. The Skyfire Divine Spear appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand in an instant. The five-edged spear was brandished in the direction of that overwhelming sword strike. Amidst the surging five-colored blazes, the projection of a celestial emperor appeared at the tip of the spear. The sword light and the blazing spear clashed and clear distortions appeared in the void. As these distortions faded, everything seemed to enter a lull. Both the sword light and the Skyfire Divine Spear, which was like a fiery dragon, appeared to have not suffered any damage whatsoever. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master looked astonished. I have never seen this sword before, but the laws it contains have nearly reached a sacred level. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master stammered. Could this be a hidden treasure of ancient Underworld Hall or? Many other mysterious underworld powerhouses tried to determine the origins of that purple sword. However, ordinary mysterious underworld powerhouses had their eyes on the two combatants. They really wanted to know what exactly was going on with this fight. Kill. Luo Yunyang wasn't too concerned about the origins of that sword for the time being. Right now, his priority wasn't to determine its origins but to defeat Jiuzi Xuanming. The spear was like a flaming dragon. As it snarled, surging blazes shot at Jiuzi Xuanming. Even though Luo Yunyang's spear mastery was great, condensing the second ancient Yuan underworld lord's inheritance into the spear also created a mighty influence. Even the sky and earth seemed to be crumbling in the face of this spear. Although the quality of Luo Yunyang's Skyfire Divine Spear wasn't as good as the quality of Jiuzi Xuanming's sword, the power it contained still wasn't weaker than the sword strike Jiuzi Xuanming had just unleashed. Therefore, everyone thought that Jiuzi Xuanming would easily deal with it. Even if Jiuzi Xuanming didn't block it, he would think of a way to dodge this attack. However, what many people hadn't imagined was that Jiuzi Xuanming would actually not care about this attack. It could even be said that Jiuzi Xuanming had a leisurely stance. He was unmoving as he waited for Luo Yunyang's attack. Luo Yunyang frowned. Naturally, he knew that Jiuzi Xuanming's words meant that he definitely had something to rely on. Luo Yunyang didn't know what made Jiuzi Xuanming so confident, but he couldn't withdraw this attack now. After all, if he didn't attack, he would never know what Jiuzi Xuanming's trump card was. The scarlet spear tip, which seemed to be able to shatter the sky, was thrust at Jiuzi Xuanming. Jiuzi Xuanming, on the other hand, looked like a holy entity silently and wisely overlooking everything. Even though many people knew that Jiuzi Xuanming had a trump card, they still felt apprehensive when the spear tip closed in on Jiuzi Xuanming. Some ancient underworld hall powerhouses even berated him furiously. What the hell is he doing? As these words left their mouths, they saw a purple 9-petal lotus platform rising beneath Jiuzi Xuanming's legs. The lights of this purple 9-petal lotus rose up and finally enveloped Jiuzi Xuanming. Nilanya's attack, which seemed to be shattering the void, was halted when it struck the purple lights. That's right, it was halted. Many disbelieving eyes watched as that overwhelming attack soundlessly came to a halt. A lot of people found this unbelievable, yet it had truly happened before their very eyes. Luo Yunyang felt the most disbelief. That attack, which was capable of splitting the sky and earth, had struck the purple lights heavily. However, he sensed that his attack had flowed into a void of nothingness. All his attack's power vanished cleanly as it flowed into this void of nothingness. Luo Yunyang understood clearly that it was the 9-petal lotus flower beneath Jiuzi Xuanming that was responsible for this. After his attack was stopped, Luo Yunyang quickly backed off. Meanwhile, Jiuzi Xuanming, who wasn't going to let him off, waved his sword once again. Luo Yunyang simply couldn't block every place the sword light reached. He retreated frantically, but the sword light was even quicker than his retreat. Ultimately, when the sword light reached just before him, Luo Yunyang used a palm strike. Although his palm blocked the sword light, a huge tear appeared in Luo Yunyang's mysterious underworld body. Luo Yunyang quickly used his power to mend the wound, but it looked as if he was scared witless. Mandala Lotus, this is the ultimate treasure bestowed on me by the Supreme Underworld Master. What do you think, Nalanye? Jiuzi Xuanming didn't immediately press on after his sword strike was blocked. Instead, he smiled at Luo Yunyang. When the words, Mandala Lotus, were said, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master remembered something. Hadn't a mysterious underworld race member from a certain great era indeed possessed an ultimate treasure called the Mandala Lotus? This sort of ultimate treasure wasn't just invincible. It also had inexhaustible wondrous uses. Any martialist would receive tremendous benefits the moment they acquired this sort of ultimate treasure. Now, this ultimate treasure had actually fallen into the hands of Jiuzi Xuanming. Could the Underworld Master really be helping ancient Underworld Hall? Even though he was completely indignant, he still couldn't help feeling dim as he watched Jiuzi Xuanming. His sadness derived from the knowledge that he had failed this time, even if he didn't want to admit it. It's not a big deal. Luo Yunyang eyed Jiuzi Xuanming and said casually, the Mandala Lotus might be decent, but the person using it can't beat me. Jiuzi Xuanming's smile widened even more when this was said. He then chuckled. In that case, I shall make you understand my true power. When he said that, the purple sword in his hands was brandished and once again slashed at Luo Yunyang. This time, his attack didn't have any defensive capabilities. As the sword light flashed, vast nomological law powers came crashing like a tsunami. Ever since the beginning of the fight, Luo Yunyang had only been using the power of the mysterious underworld clone embodiment. He hadn't even used the attribute regulator at all. However, as Jiuzi Xuanming's reckless attack came at him, Luo Yunyang started to adjust his attributes. Luo Yunyang. Power. 1410 Speed. 1420 Constitution. 1548 Mind. 1752 Bloodline. 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. Power. 841. Speed. 982. Mind. 998. Constitution. 1184. Luo Yunyang first added mind power. He immediately transferred all the mind attributes of his main body into the chaotic 4 origin beast. When the mind attributes reached 2760, Luo Yunyang felt his ability to grasp everything around him double. Thanks to the God Sky conversion technique, his might had also doubled. Even though he didn't attack, Luo Yunyang felt rather relaxed about dealing with Jiuzi Xuanming's attacks now. Although Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword contained an extraordinary power of laws, this power of laws wouldn't be much of a threat to Luo Yunyang. Even if Jiuzi Xuanming attacked mercilessly, all his slashes would still be forcefully met by the spear in Luo Yunyang's hand. Luo Yunyang would be able to deal with all these attacks and not give Jiuzi Xuanming an opportunity to win. When Jiuzi Xuanming had begun his assault, some people in the endless underworld had already started to guess how many blows Nalanye would be able to block. After all, with the Mandala Lotus in his possession, Jiuzi Xuanming wouldn't lose. Besides, the defensive capabilities of the Mandala Lotus wouldn't let Jiuzi Xuanming worry about anything. This was simply an unfair situation that already gave Nalanye no chance of turning the tables. Even the Sky Underworld Hall martialists felt that it was only natural that Luo Yunyang would lose here. However, as everyone decided that Nalanye would be the loser, Nalanye actually gave them all a pleasant surprise. Jiuzi Xuanming's ferocious onslaught was defended by Nalanye each time. Furthermore, his defense was so airtight that everyone present found it unbelievable. Some people even believed that such a strong defense simply couldn't be pierced. Jiuzi Xuanming was also shocked. He was very confident in his own attacks just by using this purple sword of killing and had believed that victory was already in his grasp. But now, this vile Nalanye had actually blocked all his attacks. Nalanye, who was standing a fair distance away, seemed like a holy entity. Not only did he know the direction of Jiuzi Xuanming's attacks, but he even seemed able to discern how much power was in each strike. What made Jiuzi Xuanming even more furious was that Nalanye had affected him. Even though it was a mere thought, Jiuzi Xuanming was still alarmed. Chapter 10:14. Great Stupa Cleaving. great sky-flipping Mark Jiuzi Xuanming was irascible. He had already held the absolute superiority, but this sort of dominance hadn't become the absolute power that would allow him to have the ultimate upper hand. This situation made him burn with impatience. Even though it was difficult for Nilanye to return any attacks each time, Jiuzi Xuanming's attacks were not yielding any returns either. If this were to go on, people might reckon that Jiuzi Xuanming was inferior to Nilanye. It wouldn't be a big deal if people merely reckoned that his cultivation base wasn't comparable to Nilanye's. What Jiuzi Xuanming really cared about was that his almighty and imposing demeanor, which was capable of making the entire mysterious underworld race cower, would be completely wiped out. This demeanor was just too important to Jiuzi Xuanming. Even though he couldn't see the discussions in the endless underworld now, his gut told him that if he couldn't rout Nilanye, his strive to break through would be for naught. Immediately, Jiuzi Xuanming made a decision. The purple sword in his hand was slowly raised in the sky. He simply didn't control this move at all, but he no longer cared that much. Nilanye, today you shall be slain by my great stupa cleaving, which will be an honor for you. As Jiuzi Xuanming steeled his resolve and waved his sword, a seemingly bronze and vaguely distinct supreme stupa appeared in his hand amidst the sword light. Great stupa cleaving. Luo Yunyang had an extremely bad feeling the moment he saw Jiuzi Xuanming gently raise the purple sword. He had a feeling that this strike would be extremely broad, extremely berserk, and also extremely magnificent. Luo Yunyang grimaced, as he knew this strike would be difficult to deal with. He knew that it would be difficult to find any flaws in such an absolute technique the moment it was unleashed. There was only one way to break this move: attack. Immediately, a flickering halo appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. This was the Great Wide World Jade, the ultimate treasure that Luo Yunyang had acquired on Wanyu's sacred mountain. Even though Luo Yunyang had never used this ultimate treasure before, he had already completely understood the cultivation technique within it. However, the Great Wide World Jade could only be a counter-attacking technique. It was still insufficient to ward off Jiuzi Xuanming's attack. Luo Yunyang transferred his body's power attributes into the chaotic four-origin beast's clone embodiment at once. After his power was more than doubled, Luo Yunyang used the divine light of the God Sky conversion technique. In an instant, all the martialists that cultivated the God Sky conversion technique felt their strength sapping away frantically. Practically no mysterious underworld martialist was surprised by this outflow. While watching the battle between Jiuzi Xuanming and Nilanye, they had all more or less guessed that the primary user of the God Sky conversion technique, Nilanye, would definitely draw power. Most of the martialists whose power was being drawn away weren't thinking of resisting. On the contrary, they were eagerly waiting. That's right, they were eagerly waiting and anticipating that Nilanye would draw their power. Some were even hoping that Nilanye would draw their power at an even faster rate. Others also hoped that Nilanye would draw a bit more from them. Based on past experiences, those whose powers were drawn would enjoy great benefits after this incident and would gain massively from Nilanye's victory. At the very least, the God Sky conversion technique could still be utilized. Although this technique seemed to have a massive flaw in many people's opinion, it actually had many wondrous uses. It could be said that the God Sky conversion technique had more positive effects than negative ones. Drawing this power allowed Luo Yunyang's aura to become much more condensed and the projections of the 33 levels of sky became even more real. At the moment, Luo Yunyang stood above the 33 levels of sky like a celestial emperor overlooking everything. Even though he didn't attack, many people felt that the sky would crumble the moment he made a move. Many people from Sky Martial Underworld Hall were watching the battle between the two individuals high above. For many Sky Martial Underworld Hall martialists, this battle was very important. If Nilanye lost, their future prospects would be bleak. However, if Nilanye were to win this battle, then their benefits would be great. At the very least, Sky Martial Underworld Hall wouldn't have to be beneath Ancient Underworld Hall and the statuses of these martialists would be retained. Meanwhile, in Ancient Underworld Hall, all the individuals below the Hall Master level were quietly waiting. Some of them had started to get impatient. Right now, they all knew their Hall's boss definitely wouldn't be in a good mood. If any of them were to talk or make comments recklessly, it would definitely be a disaster. Nilanye, take my great stupa cleaving. Jiuzi Xuanming, who had accumulated power, swung his purple sword. As sword light descended, Jiuzi Xuanming and the whole horizon that he occupied turned a dark purple color. All this purple color gathered by his side into a massive stupa filled with an inexhaustible and ancient intent. Countless divine inscriptions flickered above the stupa. Although nobody was able to clearly see what those inscriptions said, the convergence of these inscriptions on the huge purple stupa was broad, extensive, and frenzied. Luo Yunyang was also preparing. This time, he didn't use the Skyfire Divine Spear. Even though the Skyfire Divine Spear was not bad, he still wasn't very proficient in using it. Furthermore, he was going to use two different cultivation techniques at the moment. A figure of Nalanye appeared in each of the 33 levels of sky projections. The moment these projections appeared, countless tiny silhouettes appeared above the 33 skies. The appearance of these figures created a very strange feeling. As they appeared, the martialists that cultivated the God-Sky conversion technique instinctively felt their hearts shudder. They had already sensed that their spirit consciousness had seemingly appeared within the strange 33 levels of sky projection. They were facing Jiuzi Xuanming's attack. Even though this was merely a feeling, many mysterious underworld martialists felt ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. However, all they could do now was watch quietly. The silhouettes of Nalanye in the 33 skies gathered into one in a split moment. Even though they still looked like Nalanye, it also seemed as though he was a supreme existence, a celestial emperor capable of quelling anything. That godly figure formed seals and a golden mark started to gather in his hand. Vast, mighty, powerful. The moment the massive golden mark formed, practically everyone felt that it was something gigantic, mighty, and unshakable. Many people felt their insides shudder frantically. It seemed as if their hearts wanted to jump out of their bodies. This sacred mark wasn't the inheritance of the second ancient Yuan underworld lord. Instead, it was the ultimate technique utilized by the human race powerhouse called Luo Yunyang, which they had witnessed in the Sky Martial Sacred Bowl. At this crucial moment, Luo Yunyang had relied on the God-Sky conversion technique to unleash this cultivation technique. Even though these were two techniques that didn't seem to have any relation, their might made heaven and earth shake as they were unleashed. It could even be said that when Luo Yunyang unleashed this technique, everything around felt as if it was going topsy-turvy. Great Sky Flipping Mark. As the great stupa cleaving descended, the golden divine mark conjured by Luo Yunyang was released. Its target was Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword light, which was filled with killing intent. While many mysterious underworld powerhouses had believed that Nalanye would lose at the beginning, they now felt that it would be very difficult to discern the victor. Half of the void was purple and filled with faint stupas, while the other half, which was occupied by the 33 levels of sky, was a dazzling golden color. Sacred mark and sword light clashed in the void. Space and time seemed to come to a standstill at the explosive collision. The hall masters of the 6 underworld halls, who couldn't remain in their thrones, all stood up at the same time. Both Jiuzi Xuanming and Nalanye had already reached a point when they would be deciding on the future direction of the mysterious underworld race. Even the hall masters had to pay the utmost attention. Gold and purple lights crashed and collided through the void. The whole void and everything within it was surging turbulently. Many people thought at the moment that they were evenly matched. Luo Yunyang had already relaxed when the two attacks met. Even though Jiuzi Xuanming's great stupa cleaving seemed to be superior in might, Luo Yunyang's 33 sky inheritance and the sky flipping mark were very powerful too. It could even be said that the great sky flipping mark was a notch stronger. If it wasn't for Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword, the upper hand would have belonged to Luo Yunyang. However, right now, Luo Yunyang didn't care about any of these things. He had thrown out the great wide world jade when the two attacks had clashed. Instantly, a streak of radiance shot toward Jiuzi Xuanming. Chapter 10:15. I have jade, and I have a sword evenly matched. These two were still evenly matched. Jiuzi Xuanming felt as if a huge rock was lodged in his throat, making it difficult for him to even breathe. If he could, Jiuzi Xuanming would immediately grind Nalanye to dust. However, the great stupa cleaving he used hadn't been able to take down Nalanye. The many mysterious underworld silhouettes behind Nalanye, as well as the abstruse great sky flipping sky mark, made Jiuzi Xuanming feel unprecedented pressure. Just as he was wondering how exactly he would deal with Nalanye next, a sense of danger suddenly swept over him. Danger? How could that be? The moment Jiuzi Xuanming sensed this, he felt that he was being overly anxious. After all, the mandala lotus was protecting him. Regardless of how extraordinary Nalanye's methods were, Jiuzi Xuanming wouldn't get hurt that easily. Besides, Nalanye was currently warding off his own attacks. How could he have the time to hurt Jiuzi Xuanming? However, This frightening sensation had felt so real that Jiuzi Xuanming couldn't help but fly several hundred meters higher. The moment he shifted position, a streak of dazzling light appeared in front of his eyes. The light was like a streak of lightning that shot toward his shoulder. The mandala lotus that Jiuzi Xuanming had great hopes about was useless at the moment. This situation shocked Jiuzi Xuanming. He shifted his body once again, but it was already too late. The moment his body warped, the dazzling light struck his shoulder. Even though Jiuzi Xuanming's body was powerful, he still felt as though his shoulder had shattered. It seemed as if it was made of porcelain. Besides his shoulder, what was more unbearable for Jiuzi Xuanming was that his body was crashing towards the ground after this attack struck him. He would be utterly humiliated if he were to fall to the ground. Jiuzi Xuanming rapidly urged his power out as this thought went through his mind. Unfortunately, the falling momentum was just too great and his strength was flowing toward his smashed shoulder. It was too late to stop his body's descent. As Jiuzi Xuanming was worried, his body had already gotten close to the ground. Fortunately, the instant he was about to hit the ground, the mandala lotus glowed brightly and enveloped him. Boom! Everything shook violently when he hit the ground. However, in Jiuzi Xuanming's opinion, this wasn't too bad. After all, he had avoided falling flat to the ground. Nalanye, you used a surprise attack. Jiuzi Xuanming glared at the floating Nalay and bellowed. However, he regretted it as soon as he said this. In a fight, all sorts of methods could be used. The mandala lotus he had used had practically put him in an invincible position, as Nalanye would have been helpless. The fact that Jiuzi Xuanming was criticizing Nalanye for launching a surprise attack sounded like a big joke. Luo Yunyang reached out with his hand and recalled the Great Wide World Jade. The attack of the Great Wide World Jade was sufficient to blow up an entire cosmos. However, it had merely caused Jiuzi Xuanming to fall when it had struck him. Jiuzi Xuanming was extraordinarily sturdy. It's a pity this surprise attack didn't kill you, Luo Yunyang told Jiuzi Xuanming calmly. Jiuzi Xuanming felt like he was going to crumble when he heard this reply. At the moment, everyone, regardless of whether they were from Ancient Underworld Hall or Sky Martial Underworld Hall, was flabbergasted. Jiuzi Xuanming actually lost during this exchange. How is that possible? When did Nalanye become this powerful? An Ancient Underworld Hall elder said in a trembling voice, is the God's Sky conversion technique really that miraculous? Nobody answered this question, as many people were also having the same doubts. However, one thing was certain. Nalanye's methods were really powerful. They were not just ordinarily powerful. Sky Martial Underworld Hall was completely stirred up. Many Sky Martial Underworld Hall martialists had thought that they would be suffering a great loss this time. Even if the entire Sky Martial Underworld Hall wasn't dissolved, it would be silent for some time at the very least. However, these martialists had never imagined that the Deputy Hall Master was so great that they would see hope of victory. If Nalanye was victorious, then Sky Martial Underworld Hall would have the strength to fight with Ancient Underworld Hall. Even martialists from Sky Moon Underworld Hall and Sky Gold Underworld Hall were now pondering how to change their attitudes towards Sky Martial Underworld Hall. The most delighted person was naturally the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, who definitely hated Jiuzi Xuanming to the core. Watching Jiuzi Xuanming ruin the majority of his plans and step over his head had been very hard to swallow. Now, Nalanye's sudden surprise attack had made Jiuzi Xuanming fall from the sky. Although one couldn't say that Jiuzi Xuanming had been defeated, this at least showed that Nalanye and Jiuzi Xuanming were nearly equals. As long as they were nearly equals, he could stand a chance against the Ancient Underworld Hall Master and the others and not be deprived of his position. Nalanye, only one of us will survive today. Jiuzi Xuanming roared furiously and soared into the sky once again while conjuring his cultivation techniques. Even though the injury on his shoulder wasn't light, he could get rid of such an injury very quickly as long as he wanted to. Using his purple killing sword, Jiuzi Xuanming once again attacked ferociously. Practically each strike seemed like it would end in mutual destruction. These moves were considered rather rouge-ish but extremely useful. Because the mandala lotus once again enveloped his body and blocked all of Nalanye's attacks, it could be said that as long as he had the mandala lotus, he would be in an invincible position. Under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang's sole option was to parry. The Skyfire Divine Spear in his hands continuously unleashed different variations to block Jiuzi Xuanming's attack. After an hour, the two of them still played out the same scenario. Although Jiuzi Xuanming seemed to have the upper hand, he was still unable to harm Luo Yunyang in the slightest. Jiuzi Xuanming's dejection had already dissipated. He felt that even if he could continue, he would still be helpless against Nalanye. Plus, if he continued to act this way, he would still be disgraced. If he didn't go on, then his face would similarly be dragged through the mud. As these thoughts went through his mind, Jiuzi Xuanming used sound transmission. Nalanye, let's end this here. Let us fight again in the future. How could Luo Yunyang not know Jiuzi Xuanming's intention when he received the sound transmission? The mandala lotus around Jiuzi Xuanming's body was extremely vile. Right now, Luo Yunyang didn't have many ways to deal with the mandala lotus. However, he wasn't willing to agree to such an outcome. Luo Yunyang mulled this over and made a decision. He glared at the lofty Jiuzi Xuanming and said coldly, fight again in the future. Your idea isn't that bad. Unfortunately, I don't agree. I must cut you down today. Jiuzi Xuanming glowered. His suggestion to fight in the future had already shown Nalanye sufficient respect. However, Nalanye had actually given a despicable reply. Instantly, the killing intent in Jiuzi Xuanming's eyes intensified. However, there was a faint smile on his face. Nalanye, it looks like you have a big problem with me. In that case, let's swap. You do the attacking now. I would like to see you break through my defense. When he said that, Jiuzi Xuanming stopped attacking indeed. He just stood quietly in the void with a faint grin on his face. How could Luo Yunyang not know what Jiuzi Xuanming's intention was? He wanted to rely on his mandala lotus to act shamelessly. On the forums of the endless underworld, many martialists that practiced the God's Sky cultivation technique started to mock Jiuzi Xuanming's actions. The cultivators of the God's Sky conversion technique naturally stood on Nalanye's side and hoped Nalanye would attain victory. This is totally shameless, a Universe 9 grade martialist posted. Although Jiuzi Xuanming's actions made many of his supporters feel ashamed, even more of his supporters didn't find his actions wrong. Some of them rebuked Nalanye's supporters. Shameless, he is displaying superiority. Nalanye's surprise attack on Jiuzi Xuanming by using the Great Wide World Jade as the definition of shamelessness. Furthermore, Jiuzi Xuanming had already proposed ending this senseless fight. It was Nalanye who didn't agree. Since he didn't agree, he naturally should be the one attacking. Jiuzi Xuanming was the one who requested the fight. Now he's asking for a ceasefire because he is helpless to deal with Sir Nalanye. Who does Jiuzi Xuanming think he is? The master of the mysterious underworld race? Or all mysterious underworld beings supposed to listen to him? In the endless underworld, Jiuzi Xuanming had occupied the upper hand. However, as Nalanye displayed his power, more and more mysterious underworld martialists began to stand by Nalanye's side. This also caused the two sides of supporters to reach an evenly matched state. As both sides were arguing furiously, someone said, "Quick, look. Nalanye has made his move." While this was said, an astral projection gathered behind Nalanye. However, this time, he didn't use the Great Sky flipping mark. I have a sword. Chapter 10:16. 4 swords shattering the heavens. I have a sword that can destroy the sky and obliterate everything. Luo Yunyang's words were calm, like a divine sound resonating from heaven and earth. Jiuzi Xuanming, who had always viewed Nalanye's attack with indifference, suddenly tensed up. He felt some sort of mysterious and inexorable pressure stifling his mind. At the moment, he had just one thought: Nalanye absolutely couldn't be allowed to complete this attack. "Nalanye, take my sword," Jiuzi Xuanming shouted without any hesitation. The sword in his hand slashed out at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang only grinned when he saw Jiuzi Xuanming's attack. He even had a mocking look on his face. As the sword light was unleashed, the resonating voice rang throughout the void again. "I have a sword and I can extinguish and slaughter anything that breathes. I have a sword and I can sink the earth and vanquish the sky, exterminate the 6 paths and sever the samsara. I have a sword and I can vanquish the earth and erase the sky, terminate the present and the future." 4 swords gathered and took shape in front of Nalanye as this voice rang out. Even though the 4 swords looked the same, the color of the glowing lights on each sword was frightening. Jiuzi Xuanming wasn't the only one who was startled. Some observing powerhouses were shocked, especially the ancient underworld hall master, who questioned those around him. What kind of cultivation technique is that? The people that could be observing the fight alongside the ancient underworld hall master were the most outstanding entities there. At the moment, all of them had solemn looks on their faces. What a powerful killing intent, an aged mysterious underworld powerhouse said. Furthermore, each sword seems to contain a top-notch nomological law. I even sense that each sword contains a few types of laws. It could be said that each sword is a badly damaged eternal channel. Ultimately, these damaged eternal channels will form a complete eternal channel. The 10 battle generals of ancient underworld hall were all Yuan venerate entities. Even though it was already very difficult for their cultivation bases to improve, at the very least, their experience wasn't inferior to anyone else's. However, they felt stupid and ignorant when they heard the words, eternal channel, because they simply didn't know what they meant. Even though interrupting the ancient underworld hall master and the other elders right now was considered impolite, someone still stepped forward. Hall master, your subordinate doesn't understand. What is an eternal channel? The ancient underworld hall master glared maliciously at that battle general. Even though he was a close subordinate of his, the ancient underworld hall master was still displeased at the moment. After all, this subordinate had really chosen the wrong time to butt in, which made the ancient underworld hall master feel extremely displeased. Shut up, the subordinate felt a little indignant but didn't dare say anything else. In the end, it was the ancient underworld elder that spoke. There is a limit to the things you can come into contact with. For you people, this eternal channel is still a little far. Let's put it this way, the various laws you all control are actually derived from the split of an eternal channel. Take this region for example. Do you know who created the laws of this region? The elder said slowly, even though I do not know either, I have a feeling that where we reside, laws are also created by almighties. The ancient underworld hall's 10 great underworld generals were all at a loss for words now. They were also Yuan demons, so they could control laws as well as reverse the laws of space and time. With a mere thought, they could influence the environment around them, turn stone into water, ice into fire. However, saying that the various laws of the environment around them were actually made by someone was beyond their scope of understanding. As they looked at that elder, they discovered that his gaze was already on the battle being displayed. 4 long swords had gathered into a single sword light that cut down at Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword light. Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword of killing had been a cause of envy amongst many underworld generals when it had been drawn out. However, against a killing intent that seemed to have existed since time immemorial, the purple sword of killing seemed to be filled with trepidation. That's right, even though Nilanya's 4 swords were formed via laws and had no physical form, Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword of killing seemed to be trembling in the face of these 4 long swords. It seemed as if a soldier had encountered a king. Hey, Jiuzi Xuanming, it is time to see how impressive the mandala lotus is. The Yuan demon battle general's voice had a hint of lament. The Yuan demon battle general had just finished speaking when the sword light containing boundless killing intent met Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword of killing. During the collision, the purple sword produced a wail and was sent flying away. Mysterious underworld powerhouses that were slightly stronger even noticed that a crack had appeared on the purple sword of killing. This scenario was etched in the minds of any mysterious underworld being. There were even quite a few that kept their attention tightly on Nilanye. They wanted to see how Nilanye had utilized such an insane technique. Unfortunately, Nilanye wouldn't give them any answers. Luo Yunyang wasn't the least bit surprised that Jiuzi Xuanming's purple sword had been sent flying. At the moment, besides the power granted by the God-Sky conversion technique, all the attributes in the chaotic 4-origin beast's body had already been added to the power attribute. Furthermore, the various attributes of his real body had also been added to the chaotic 4-origin beast. Right now, it could be said that Nilanye was displaying Luo Yunyang's strongest state. Furthermore, the profoundness contained in these 4 swords shocked even Luo Yunyang, who was the user. Jiuzi Xuanming was also shocked. There was a sort of instinctive fear in his heart at the moment. Of course, he also understood that he had nowhere to go even if he wanted to retreat now. Therefore, Jiuzi Xuanming could only brace himself. This was the only option he had now. In an instant, Jiuzi Xuanming no longer cared about his sword of killing. Right now, his priority was to ensure that Nilanya's attack didn't break his mandala lotus. His hands moved quickly when he sensed the massive threat. In no time, he had quickly utilized the strongest mandala lotus technique in his memory. As he constantly formed hand seals, the 9-petal mandala lotus started to expand. Then, its petals folded up. In just a split moment, the mandala lotus had turned from a blossoming flower to a closed flower bud. Although Jiuzi Xuanming could see the outside clearly from within the flower bud, he couldn't attack with this stance. After all, The closed mandala lotus was using its strongest defense, the absolute lotus realm. When the mandala lotus closed, he was already situated in a different realm, a realm where he was all by himself. As the absolute lotus realm was unleashed, Jiuzi Xuanming felt his surroundings calm down. The suppressive sword light, which was filled with killing intent, vanished completely. Jiuzi Xuanming felt totally safe and calm inside the absolute lotus realm. Unfortunately, the absolute lotus realm couldn't counterattack. It would be the best choice if this option was possible. While Jiuzi Xuanming was feeling a little disappointed, the four sword lights containing boundless killing intent struck the mandala lotus. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and earth trembled. Jiuzi Xuanming sensed cracks appearing continuously on the 9 petals, but the cracks were quickly mended the moment they appeared. Broken, mended, broken, mended. It was like a huge cycle. However, this process became slower and slower. The best news for Jiuzi Xuanming was that the mending process seemed faster than the breaking rate. This meant that his mandala lotus had already blocked Luo Yunyang's attack. 15 minutes passed and cracks no longer appeared on the mandala lotus. Although the 4 sword lights still remained, they no longer had their former grandeur. Jiuzi Xuanming heaved a sigh of relief as he glanced at the sword lights, which were filled with destruction and obliteration intent. There was also anger in his eyes. He had been put in a very sorry state this time. Jiuzi Xuanming knew that even though Nalanye was helpless to deal with him, in the eyes of many people, Jiuzi Xuanming was the loser. Furthermore, this was a crushing defeat. The blow to his reputation aside, Jiuzi Xuanming had also failed to accomplish the task assigned by the underworld ancestor. This was a tough outcome to swallow. Nalanye, I was wondering how strong you were. Now, it looks like you are helpless against my mandala lotus. You are really wasting your energy. Jiuzi Xuanming had always believed that coming out on top in a war of words was useless. However, he couldn't help it. He did what he had always looked down on. This was because he had really been oppressed too much by Nalanye. Luo Yunyang was also feeling a little down about being unable to break the mandala lotus defense. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, his most powerful attack should have broken Jiuzi Xuanming's defense. However, ultimately, he still wasn't able to accomplish it. Luo Yunyang grinned when he heard Jiuzi Xuanming's bitter words. It is too early to say that it is a waste of energy. After all, it hasn't ended yet. Chapter 1017. Killing intent filling the 9 heavens. Although I have always worshipped Jiuzi Xuanming, I have to admit that Jiuzi Xuanming has really found the wrong opponent this time, a mysterious underworld powerhouse said in the forums of the endless underworld. It wasn't just one mysterious underworld being that said such a thing. Within the virtual world of the endless underworld, countless other mysterious underworld beings expressed their great disappointment. They had worshipped Jiuzi Xuanming, but even though Jiuzi Xuanming wasn't considered defeated, anyone wise enough could see that Jiuzi Xuanming had been oppressed like a stray. Furthermore, there was also his inability to counterattack. He was only able to rely on the mandala lotus to endure the beating he was taking. This made many mysterious underworld martialists that had worshipped Jiuzi Xuanming feel really upset. They felt that Jiuzi Xuanming had simply humiliated them. They were furious and indignant, but they were mostly helpless. They were undeniably pissed yet equally helpless to take action. We still can't determine who has lost. A mysterious underworld powerhouse immediately made his choice known. However, the choices of these mysterious underworld powerhouses could only represent themselves. They could not represent Jiuzi Xuanming. Compared to Jiuzi Xuanming's supporters, the mysterious underworld martialists who practiced the God-Sky conversion technique were stirred up. If they'd still had some qualms regarding the God-Sky conversion technique previously, these qualms were completely gone now. Even though their power would be drawn away when Nalanye fought, it would be returned if it was borrowed. Thus, these people were more than happy to lend Nalanye their power. Furthermore, it wasn't just little bits that were lent but huge amounts. They were lending a huge amount that was the equivalent of their lives. Jiuzi Xuanming really thought that he was unrivaled. Looks like he isn't that big of a deal. A Nalanye supporter immediately threw shade at Jiuzi Xuanming. Most of the time, when it came to situations like this, Jiuzi Xuanming's supporters would start to defend Jiuzi Xuanming. However, the number of these supporters had dwindled now. I think that there is no longer any need for the two of them to go on fighting. Even if Jiuzi Xuanming isn't willing to admit defeat, it is rather clear whose strength is greater. Someone left this message on the Endless Underworld platform and gave a shout-out to Jiuzi Xuanming. This shout-out was just composed of 2 words, admit defeat. Normally, nobody would care about this kind of shout-out. However, this time, many mysterious underworld martialists followed this shout-out. In no time, calls for Jiuzi Xuanming to concede flooded the entire endless underworld platform. Even though this didn't affect Jiuzi Xuanming in any way, it still surprised many people. Although Ling Yunfei didn't post anything, she too could see the situation and now had even more misgivings about Nalanye. The mysterious underworld race was slightly stronger than the human race. Now, Nalanye had been added into the mix, which made Ling Yunfei feel a real threat. If the world-destroying Yuan sonic cannon could be used again, Ling Yunfei would definitely use it on Nalanye. Amongst the human race, the only one who might be capable of going head-to-head against this being was Luo Yunyang. As Ling Yunfei was guessing what the final conclusion would be, she heard someone say the word, explode. Ling Yunfei felt her heart shudder when she heard it. Even though this wasn't targeted at her, she could hear a terrifying power within this word that she couldn't comprehend. Boom, boom, boom. As Ling Yunfei was shocked, she saw the 4 long swords shatter simultaneously and an even more extensive killing intent flowed forth from the 4 swords. This killing intent was as vast as the sky and as boundless as the ocean. This killing intent, despite her cultivation base, Ling Yunfei felt her mind experience an upheaval in the face of this crazed killing intent. As she steeled herself to continue watching, the scene displayed in the endless underworld shattered. The endless underworld is temporarily shut down. The endless underworld is temporarily shut down. The endless underworld is temporarily shut down. An anxious voice rang out in Ling Yunfei's head as the endless underworld, which had existed for so many years, was shut down. Luo Yunyang didn't really care about the flourishing power causing the endless underworld to shut down. In his opinion, the most important thing was to use this turbulent killing intent and blast it at Jiuzi Xuanming inside the mandala lotus. Although these 4 long swords, which were filled with boundless killing intent, had been shattered at Luo Yunyang's command, not only did he feel like he couldn't control the long swords right now, but his entire self seemed to be absorbed by the killing intent. It was difficult to control it. That crazed killing intent had already reached a level that was difficult to control. Jiuzi Xuanming frantically urged on his mandala lotus in the face of this killing intent that surpassed high-level laws. When they came into contact, his defense was shredded like paper. That power, which contained boundless killing intent, enveloped Jiuzi Xuanming, who was shielded by the mandala lotus. Jiuzi Xuanming's eyes were filled with fear. Even though his past self had experienced failure before, he had never encountered such a life-threatening situation. Now, he was truly sensing this threat, which made him feel that he would have trouble being resurrected if he was obliterated. No, Jiuzi Xuanming shouted as he frantically waved his purple sword at the frenzied, devastating killing intent. At the moment, he no longer cared whether this purple sword could break the attack coming at him. He couldn't care about anything else either. Right now, Jiuzi Xuanming's priority was to preserve his own life. Therefore, as he brandished his sword, he transformed into countless projections and scattered in all directions. At Jiuzi Xuanming's level of cultivation, as long as a part of the soul wasn't destroyed, one could create a new body in no time. As Jiuzi Xuanming gave his all, a thunderous shout echoed through the void. Nalanye, show mercy. This voice was like thunder making the sky and earth quake. This shout made many observers of this fight shudder, as the laws contained within this voice were too powerful. Luo Yunyang instantly knew who was shouting, the ancient hall master. At this time, the ancient hall master couldn't help but come forth. But how could Luo Yunyang show mercy when he was presented with such a good opportunity? Being able to kill Jiuzi Xuanming was an opportunity that absolutely couldn't be missed. According to a saying, if one didn't kill the tiger would return to bite back. Luo Yunyang didn't want to regret letting him go in the future. A surging sword light like a torrent of mercury eroded Jiuzi Xuanming wherever it went. The purple sword continued to crumble when it came into contact with the devastating true intent. Out of the many projections, in the blink of an eye, only 9 remained. These 9 figures had already flown many miles away. However, even though it seemed like they had fled, in fact, they were still within the confines of Luo Yunyang's surging sword intent. In an instant, the devastating sword intent shot toward the remaining 9 figures. FCKU, you vile being. A spear ripped through the void toward Luo Yunyang as this furious roar echoed. This turbulent move contained an intent that seemed capable of destroying anything. Luo Yunyang might have been able to deal with this move easily in the past. However, while unleashing these 4 channels of sword intent, he was already extremely weary. It could even be said that the amount of power he could use was no longer what he had used at the beginning. As Luo Yunyang was considering whether to draw back and dodge, a huge black bull had already appeared and shielded him from the top. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master stood atop it like a god. He brandished his fists and countless projections gathered behind the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's back. Meanwhile, all the power in his body gathered in his fist. Sky Martial Divine Fists. The fist and the black spear tip clashed in the void. The spear backed away rapidly and the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's fist light was also shattered. Segu, Jiuzi Xuanming is challenging Nalanye to a fight to the death. Have you forgotten the rules? Why did you make a move like this? The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master didn't press on. Instead, he floated above the Sky Martial Divine Bull and spoke to the Ancient Underworld Hall Master. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master had also appeared in the void. There was a tinge of anxiousness in his voice as he said, Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, Jiuzi Xuanming is a person the Underworld Ancestor views highly. Even you can't be answerable if he dies. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master only chuckled in response to this threat. He didn't reply or give way. How could Luo Yunyang let this opportunity slip by? He once again unleashed his full power into this sword light, which had already reached its extreme limit, and blasted it at the 9 bodies. These 9 bodies were extremely important to Jiuzi Xuanming. However, when he saw the Ancient Underworld Hall Master's rescue attempt stop, Jiuzi Xuanming made a decision. 8 of these bodies gathered. Boom! The 8 bodies shattered simultaneously as surging blood chi formed a huge blood-red realm in the void that rushed at Luo Yunyang's sword intent. Taking this opportunity, Jiuzi Xuanming's last body blended into the void and prepared to use a mystic technique to leave this area. The moment this mystic technique was complete, Jiuzi Xuanming would successfully escape. Chapter 10:18. A roar that exterminates Jiuzi. Luo Yunyang was very unwilling to let Jiuzi Xuanming escape. Jiuzi Xuanming had already reached the Yuan demon realm. While Luo Yunyang didn't fear him, he would still become a very great adversary if he wasn't slain. The sword intent that could shatter anything rapidly smashed the blood-red realm into bits. However, that blood-red realm had bought Jiuzi Xuanming a split second of time. His body was about to be assimilated into the void. Once he was assimilated into the void, he could use the quickest speed possible to vanish without a trace. It would be very difficult for Luo Yunyang to chase and kill him. Jiuzi Xuanming couldn't be allowed to escape. Countless thoughts were whirling in Luo Yunyang's head, and all sorts of cultivation techniques were being considered by Luo Yunyang. In no time, he had an idea. He once again conjured that destructive power as well as the projections behind him and frantically drew the power of the God Sky conversion technique cultivators. Break! A tremendous howl came from the 33 levels of sky behind Luo Yunyang. This roar seemed as though it came from a real person, and the 33 underworld generals in the 33 levels of sky shouted as well. This roar was soul-breaking. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master weren't too far from Jiuzi Xuanming. Their intention was naturally to lend support to Jiuzi Xuanming at this time of crisis. Even though they were severely disappointed with Jiuzi Xuanming over this battle, they still couldn't give up on Jiuzi Xuanming just like that. This was not only because of Jiuzi Xuanming's status but also because of his strength. As long as Jiuzi Xuanming was saved, their power loss wouldn't be too great. Naturally, they would be more at ease to go up against Sky Martial Underworld Hall. The reason the two of them hadn't made any moves immediately wasn't because they wanted to preserve some face but because Jiuzi Xuanming appeared to have a chance of escape when he gave up his other bodies. He would be able to vanish without a trace as long as he could be assimilated into the void. Although Nalanye could reverse time and space, this method would only be useful against heavenly venerates, whereas capturing a fellow Yuan venerate wasn't easy. It was this line of thought that allowed them to feel slightly relieved. They had never imagined that Nalanye would not give chase at such a crucial juncture and would roar out instead. This earth-shattering roar made all the martialists present feel extremely terrified. After this roar, Jiuzi Xuanming, who was about to be assimilated into the void, let out an indignant cry. Unlike Nalanye's roar, which was filled with killing intent, this howl was like an indignant cry just before death. The last blood figure of Jiuzi Xuanming crumbled in the void and vanished into nothingness. The ancient Underworld Hall Master, who was tangled up with the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, had already sensed that something wasn't right when Nalanye had released that earth-shattering roar. However, he was already being obstructed by the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. Although Ancient Underworld Hall was said to be the number one in the mysterious underworld race, the Ancient Underworld Hall Master wasn't the number one in the world. He didn't seem to have much of an advantage against the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, who was using his Sky Martial Divine Bowl, and naturally couldn't proceed to rescue Jiuzi Xuanming. Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. You are going to stand by and watch Jiuzi Xuanming. You are going to stand by and watch the mysterious underworld race lose a genius. You are a traitor of our race. You are a great sinner of our race. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master's voice was filled with resentment and anger. He had a great relationship with Jiuzi Xuanming. Even though his status was now higher than Jiuzi Xuanming's status, as Jiuzi Xuanming developed, he would help raise him to convene the 6 underworld halls. However, he had never imagined that Jiuzi Xuanming would be killed just after entering the realm of the Yuan demon. This was simply something that the Ancient Underworld Hall Master found difficult to accept. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was also a little stunned when he saw the last body of Jiuzi Xuanming vanish. All along, he'd felt an irreconcilable hostility against Jiuzi Xuanming. Even though Jiuzi Xuanming had only reached the peak of the Heavenly Venerate 9 times and never ascended to the Yuan Venerate because of his body's cultivation, he had always held the upper hand in his conflict against the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master due to his status in the support of Ancient Underworld Hall. This situation was unbelievable and made the Sky Martial Underworld feel extremely sullen. However, Jiuzi Xuanming had actually died. He had died at his most glorious time. 9 lives of cultivation, each lifetime reaching the peak. He had merely ascended to the Taishi Yuan Venerate and he already possessed the strength of a Taichu Yuan Venerate. Furthermore, he possessed an ultimate weapon that was rumored to have been bestowed by the underworld ancestor. With his strength alone, he had suppressed the alliance of Sky Martial Underworld Hall and the other 2 halls. It could be said that Jiuzi Xuanming was destined to become an individual that the great underworld halls had to look up to and revere. However, he had actually encountered the current situation just as he had been heading toward his most glorious time. Dead, Jiuzi Xuanming was dead. He had died at the hands of Nalanye, whom he had challenged. This earth-shaking roar had immediately sent this acclaimed mysterious underworld genius of so many years to his death. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master sobered up after being momentarily stunned. What he felt most right now was delight. He chuckled while listening to the Ancient Underworld Hall Master's reproach. Our mysterious underworld race has always valued strength. Jiuzi Xuanming was renowned in the mysterious underworld race for a long time, but he actually didn't bring any benefits to our race. Now, after actively challenging Deputy Hall Master Nalanye, he was slain by him. This can only mean that Ancient Underworld Hall has been grooming a piece of trash all these years. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's eyes gleamed with delight as he said the word, trash. Segu, I know that my words sound harsh, but I still have to say this. He is just a piece of trash. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master's lips started to tremble. How could he admit that Jiuzi Xuanming was a piece of trash? However, Jiuzi Xuanming had really died. While many thoughts were going through the Ancient Hall Master's mind, the other Hall Masters flew over. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master looked at the Sky Martial Hall Master before finally turning to Nalanye. He mulled it over for a moment before asking, Nalanye, can you give us an explanation for this matter? There was anger in his tone. Luo Yunyang ignored the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master and instead waved his hand to draw in the shattered purple sword in the purple lotus platform. As the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master glared furiously in his direction again, Nalanye answered nonchalantly. It was a fight over life and death. How does the Hall Master want me to explain? Unless the Hall Master feels that Jiuzi Xuanming would go easy on me. He then continued speaking snidely. Since Jiuzi Xuanming wouldn't go easy, why shouldn't I kill him? Unless his life is even more valuable than mine. While the Sky Intellect Hall Master felt extremely sullen, he really wasn't able to retort at this time. The Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master didn't say anything. He only stood by the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall. Master sighed and nodded. Luo Yunyang no longer paid any attention to the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master. He inhaled sharply and, after restoring his own cultivation base, stared at the Ancient Underworld Hall Master. Ancient Underworld Hall Master, Jiuzi Xuanming might be dead, but don't think this matter is over. Don't you think you should explain why the Ancient Underworld Hall disciples slaughtered Sky Martial Underworld Hall's messenger? Luo Yunyang said this in an overbearing manner. In the past, if his clone embodiment Nalanye had dared to speak to the ancient underworld hall master in this manner, everyone would definitely have thought that he was ignorant. However, right now, many people felt that the words of Nalanye, who had slain Jiuzi Xuanming, were reasonable. The ancient underworld hall master didn't rebuke Luo Yunyang, but his face was ashen. He didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at the Sky Intellect Hall Master. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master was the ancient Underworld Hall Master's most important supporter. Even though he understood that he would definitely oppose Nalanye if he spoke up at this time, he still decided to speak after a short moment of hesitation. After all, in his heart, he felt that the bigger picture was most important for the mysterious underworld race. Nalanye, Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master, Sky Martial Underworld Hall didn't suffer from the incident on Ancient Underworld Hall Mountain. As soon as he said that, he glanced at the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. Sky Martial, Jiuzi Xuanming might have been your enemy, but you should have known that his death has greatly affected the strength of the mysterious underworld race. For the sake of the entire mysterious underworld race, I suggest that we just let this matter end here. End. How could Luo Yunyang want that to happen? What had he fought against Jiuzi Xuanming for if not to cause internal strife in the mysterious underworld race? He glanced at the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and realized the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was being swayed. Luo Yunyang knew that speaking now would be a little rude, but he still had to do so. Ha ha ha, the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master has spoken well indeed. However, I wonder if the Hall Master knows how you guys would have dealt with Sky Martial Underworld Hall if I had lost. Luo Yunyang's words made the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master stiffen up. Chapter 10:19. Accumulated Grievances. Great Mysterious Underworld War. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's gaze was cold. Even though the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master's words had tempted him slightly, Nalanye's words had thoroughly cleared any warmth he had felt. What Nalanye had said was absolutely right. If Nalanye had fallen, then Ancient Underworld Hall, who lorded over the mysterious underworld race, would definitely have beaten down Sky Martial Underworld Hall. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to keep his position as the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. This was such a predictable outcome. Were they now expecting him to go lenient for the sake of the greater good? Wasn't all this just too silly? The rancor he had in his heart against the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master increased when he recalled the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master's words. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master was also flustered as he pointed at Nalanye. Nalanye, I was advising your Hall Master to take the bigger picture into consideration, yet you are trying to cause trouble. Could you be a human race spy? Luo Yunyang didn't fear this in the slightest, as he knew that these were merely words that the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master had said in anger. At once, he rebutted this. Hall Master, your slandering ability is really impressive. Unfortunately, you should use your brains to think first before trying to slander me. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master was particularly pissed upon seeing Nalanye criticize him in such an impudent manner. However, he too realized that he had gone slightly overboard with his words. He had merely been angry. Nalanye was really something. His existence had caused the present situation of the mysterious underworld race. After taking a deep breath, the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master glanced at the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. Sky Martial, you should properly think through what I just said. As long as you are willing to avoid fighting, we are willing to support you in becoming the deputy head of the 6 underworld halls. What do you say? Deputy head of the 6 underworld halls? This position did not sound decent. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master glanced at the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master and said icily, Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master, do you think I care about being a deputy head? What I want is accountability. Accountability that Ancient Underworld Hall ought to give us. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master glared at the Ancient Underworld Hall Master and said frostily, if Ancient Underworld Hall doesn't give me an explanation, then I will get it myself. After he said that, he looked over at the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master. Although he didn't say anything, his gaze seemed to be soliciting their opinion. Both the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master nodded their heads. Clearly, these two approved of what the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had said. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master was also sullen. In the past, the authority of the entire mysterious underworld race had rested in his hands. However, War and peace were now totally under the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's control. The ancient Underworld Hall Master was merely a signboard. Even though he was thoroughly displeased, he still endured this. However, he couldn't keep listening to the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's overbearing words. Thus, he spoke up icily. If you want to fight, then bring it on. What is the point of being so long-winded? Many people's faces fell when this was said. After all, this meant that there was no more margin for peace. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master looked at the Ancient Underworld Hall Master while the Ancient Underworld Hall Master returned his cold gaze. His intent was clear as day. This decision had been made by the Ancient Underworld Hall Master, who wouldn't sway once he made a decision. Even though the Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master wasn't too pleased with the Ancient Underworld Hall Master's decision, he knew that it was very difficult to redeem the situation when he saw the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master shaking his head. After all, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall's request was something the Ancient Underworld Hall Master couldn't accept. Although the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master held the advantage here, Ancient Underworld Hall was still the strongest of the 6 great underworld halls. Although it was at a disadvantage at the moment, it was still difficult to determine which side would come out on top. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master couldn't lower his head right now. If he did, not only would he be the greatest sinner of Ancient Underworld Hall, but his status would also be shaken. Even within Ancient Underworld Hall, some people wanted to take his place. Ha ha ha, Segu, you have finally become more unyielding. Very good, since you want to fight, Sky Martial Underworld Hall will accompany you to the very end. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master then said, Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master, Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master. Are the two of you going to fight with Sky Martial Underworld Hall? I have always treated you two as friends. The Sky Intellect Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master had made their decision even before the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had spoken. They quickly exchanged a glance upon hearing the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's words. The Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master said, since the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master values our friendship, it would seem a little petty if our 2 halls did not accompany you. What I want to tell the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master is that he should not underestimate Ancient Underworld Hall. After all, it is the #1 Underworld Hall of the mysterious Underworld race. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master flashed him a faint smile. Sky Martial Underworld Hall prides itself in the martial ways. However, we have never looked down on any Underworld Hall ever. Since you have already made your choice regarding this fight, don't blame me for what is about to happen. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master didn't speak again. Instead, he led the Sky Intellect Hall Master and the Sky Sun Underworld Hall Master away with him. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master finally relaxed when only their side was left. He glanced at Luo Yunyang and said, Deputy Hall Master Nalanye, the entire Sky Martial Underworld Hall has to thank you this time. If you hadn't slain Jiuzi Xuanming, Sky Martial Underworld Hall would have fallen to a point we could never have recovered from. Deputy Hall Master Nalanye, accept my kowtow. Luo Yunyang knew that the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was doing this to win his favor, but there was no lack of sincerity in his gesture either. His current status in Sky Martial Underworld might have been stable, but he had still pretended to be coy and rejected the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's suggestion. Don't stand on ceremony, Hall Master. I really can't accept it. I was able to defeat Jiuzi Xuanming this time mainly because of your guidance and grooming. Luo Yunyang went on, if you had not allowed me to obtain the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord's inheritance, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to go head-to-head against Jiuzi Xuanming. If you hadn't let me cultivate the Sky Martial Divine Bull, Nalanye wouldn't have obtained the inherited techniques of the Sky Martial Divine Bull and wouldn't have been able to kill Jiuzi Xuanming. Therefore, I should be thanking you, Hall Master. A bright smile was plastered on the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master's face. He had started to get a little worried ever since Nalanye had killed Jiuzi Xuanming. He had been afraid that Nalanye might no longer listen to his orders given his disgusting and overwhelming power. However, it looked like the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master had been worried for no reason. Nalanye wasn't prideful. He had instantly credited the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master himself for this, which made the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master feel very pleased. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had even taken out the 2 ultimate treasures he had obtained from Jiuzi Xuanming and handed them to the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. Hall Master, please accept these spoils from my fight with Jiuzi Xuanming. The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was tempted when he saw the ultimate treasures glowing with a purple brilliance. He had seen these two ultimate treasures clearly when Jiuzi Xuanming had wielded them, especially the Mandala Lotus, which was an ultimate defensive weapon. It could be said that stepping on the Mandala Lotus was akin to having an extra life. However, even though he really liked them, he also knew that he couldn't accept these two treasures no matter what. Nilanya's decision to give them to the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master was showing him sufficient respect. Even though Nilanya's cultivation base wasn't stronger than his own, he ought to treat him the way he had dealt with the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master and the others. Therefore, while many covetous eyes were watching, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master chuckled. Nilanya, Sky Martial Underworld Hall has always had one rule. Any items seized belong to the person who obtained them. These two ultimate treasures should be yours to begin with. Furthermore, they are suitable for you to use. After he said that, the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master said in an unquestionable tone, "You should never let go of things that belong to you." Luo Yunyang, who had known that the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master would say this, no longer continued his charade. He only replied respectfully, "In that case, thank you, Hall Master." The Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master looked at the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master enviously. They were envious of the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master for having such an impressive subordinate as Nilanya. His cultivation base was not inferior to theirs, yet he was still extremely loyal to the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master. Such a subordinate was hard to find. They exchanged a glance before the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master spoke. "Since we have already fallen out with the ancient Underworld Hall Master, the most important thing to do right now is gain the support of the 9 Underworld armies. The 3 of us together can control 4 armies, while there are also 4 people that are loyal to ancient Underworld Hall. If we gain the support of Commander Golden Mysterious Lord and his army, which is fighting the human race, we will be set. If the Golden Mysterious Lord supports ancient Underworld Hall, then things won't look good for us." The Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and the others all became solemn when the Sky Gold Underworld Hall Master said that. Luo Yunyang also had a grave look on his face. The Golden Mysterious Lord wasn't unfamiliar. Back in the Dual Realm Sky, the Golden Mysterious Lord's move had caused the human race great trouble. After coming to the Mysterious Underworld race, Luo Yunyang had never come into contact with the Golden Mysterious Lord again. Now, the Golden Mysterious Lord had finally appeared in Luo Yunyang's line of sight. Even though he was rather interested in the Golden Mysterious Lord, he also knew that he didn't know much and might slip up if he said too much. Therefore, Luo Yunyang chose to remain silent on this matter. "I have some relation to the Golden Mysterious Lord. How about you let me handle it?" The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master paused momentarily before saying. However, the Golden Mysterious Lord was even closer to Jiuzi Xuanming. Chapter 10:20. Greetings, Golden Mysterious Lord. Given the technological capabilities of the Mysterious Underworld race, they could discuss anything amongst themselves freely and easily via the Endless Underworld. However, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master still insisted on paying a personal visit. The reason he did was mainly because he wanted to show the Golden Mysterious Lord how important he considered him. Not only did the Golden Mysterious Lord helm one of the 9 Underworld armies, but it was also the army with the greatest strength. The Golden Mysterious Lord, who wasn't from any of the 6 Underworld halls, had always held a distant position from the competition between the 6 great Underworld halls. Now, Ancient Underworld Hall and Sky Martial Underworld Hall were rather evenly matched. Therefore, the Golden Mysterious Lord's strength had naturally become extremely important. It could even be said that the 2 sides were going all out to gain his support. To express his sincerity and importance, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master had personally visited the place where the Golden Mysterious Lord's army was camped in order to convince the Golden Mysterious Lord. Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment, Nilanya, had also stealthily followed the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master. Of course, this time, he wasn't the only one following him. There were also 6 Yuan Venerates of Sky Martial Underworld Hall, including 1 Taichu Yuan Venerate. This was merely the strength Nilanya had brought with him. Sky Martial Underworld Hall, Sky Moon Underworld Hall, and Sky Gold Underworld Hall had sent 6 Yuan Venerates as well. This number of Yuan Venerates was a powerful force to be reckoned with. They were together for one purpose. If the Golden Mysterious Lord aligned himself with Ancient Underworld Hall, they would immediately take down this authoritative existence of the Mysterious Underworld race. Luo Yunyang hadn't spoken up about this plan. It had been decided by the heads of the 3 underworld halls. Although the Golden Mysterious Lord had made great contributions and brought merit to the mysterious underworld race, his existence was a little troubling for the Sky Martial Underworld Hall Master and the rest. Now, as the 2 sides were about to go to war, it would be best if the Golden Mysterious Lord aligned to their cause. Otherwise, they were prepared to use the most unyielding might to assassinate him right away. The people that Luo Yunyang had brought along were the ones supposed to execute that plan. An enormous black city spanning hundreds of miles was erected on a massive planet that seemed like a fierce beast with open jaws. At first glance, many people would feel a sense of deep fear. That dense, solemn, desolate aura made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master looked solemn and reluctant but ultimately told Luo Yunyang, "Nalanye, use a transformation technique and follow me in. The other Yuan demons will enter their internal universes." Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Ha ha, although he wasn't very familiar with the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master, he still agreed respectfully. Naturally, he was more than willing to commit these killings during the mysterious underworld race's civil war. Golden Mysterious Lord, an old friend has come to visit and would like to request an audience, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master announced in the sky above the city after Luo Yunyang and the others were done with their preparations. Countless array formations sprang out in the huge city when the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master appeared. The lights of these array formations formed a deep purple light barrier that shrouded the entire city. Many mysterious underworld martialists held weapons as if they were ready to attack the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master. Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master, I already know your intention. You should go. I won't join your side. The Golden Mysterious Lord appeared gradually within the array formations. He glanced at the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master and said icily, "Jiuzi Xuanming was my good friend, and I owed him a favor. By being unable to save him, I already let him down. How can I join you all and go up against Ancient Underworld Hall?" The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master had never expected to encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived. This was really unfavorable for his goal to convince the Golden Mysterious Lord. After mulling it over for a moment, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master said, "Golden Mysterious Lord, even though you already know the motive of my visit, you haven't listened to my reasoning yet. The Great Mysterious Underworld War is already something that no one can stop. Even though you are a commander, you still have to listen to our conditions before making a decision. This would at least allow you to be accountable to yourself and your troops. After all, you shouldn't put your own preferences over the interest of your underworld army." The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master's voice didn't mask anything. His tone was clearly instigating. There were supporters of Sky Moon Underworld Hall in the other 2 halls in the enormous city. Therefore, when the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master spoke, someone told the Golden Mysterious Lord, "My lord, I think that we should listen to the conditions that Sky Moon Underworld Hall proposes." Even though the Golden Mysterious Lord had proclaimed his stance, it wasn't like he didn't have any misgivings. Thus, when he heard some of his subordinates voicing their views, he frowned and said, "Since the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master insists, then you and I should have a talk." He waved a hand while speaking and a path appeared below the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master's feet. The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master walked down the path slowly and appeared before the Golden Mysterious Lord. "Aren't you going to invite me to sit down?" The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master looked at the Golden Mysterious Lord as though he was greeting an old friend. The Golden Mysterious Lord didn't care about the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master. Instead, he turned his gaze to Nalanye. He realized that the attendant of the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master wasn't as simple as he had imagined. "Who is he?" the Golden Mysterious Lord asked. The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master chuckled. "A disciple groomed by Sky Moon Underworld Hall. We are preparing him to succeed me as the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master. What do you think? I can't tell as of yet, but I can see that his potential isn't too bad." The Golden Mysterious Lord and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master had also been good friends for many years. Now, he was evaluating Luo Yunyang as a senior. Luo Yunyang snickered inwardly when he heard the Golden Mysterious Lord's words but bowed respectfully. The Golden Mysterious Lord didn't continue to pay attention to Luo Yunyang. Instead, he said, "Since you want to talk, then tell me your conditions." "All right, as long as you align with our 3-hall alliance, you can become a hall master of either Sky Sun Underworld Hall or Sky Intellect Underworld Hall after this whole matter ends. It will be your choice. As for the subordinates under you, every single one of them can receive 3 times the regular cultivation resources. The most important thing in the mysterious underworld race was cultivation resources. Sky Moon Underworld Hall's conditions were rather generous. Ha ha ha, I would become a hall master. Truth be told, your conditions are rather tempting, but have you thought about it? If I become the hall master of either Sky Intellect Underworld Hall or Sky Sun Underworld Hall, then what about the 2 current hall masters? Even though our conflict with the human race is rather peaceful, if we were to really fight the humans, perhaps they would have an advantage. The golden mysterious lord's voice was laced with a tinge of fury. It isn't like you are all oblivious to the overall situation. Why must a war be started? The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master said gravely, Golden Mysterious Lord, it wasn't us who wanted the war. It was the Ancient Underworld Hall Master that wanted to start this war. The Ancient Underworld Hall Master is incompetent and he caused the mysterious underworld race to suffer huge losses. How could such a person be allowed to control the future of the entire mysterious underworld race? Speaking of that, my relationship with Segu used to be rather good in the past. Now, our 2 sides already have irreconcilable differences. Golden Mysterious Lord, by standing by our side and ending this conflict in the quickest time possible, you will bear the greatest responsibility for our mysterious underworld race. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master had a glib tongue. The moment he said all this, nobody felt indisposed at all. Even though Luo Yunyang was unwilling to admit it, he knew that his ability to convince someone was far inferior in comparison to the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master's ability. The Golden Mysterious Lord paused for a moment before saying, couldn't you all have sat down and talked things over nicely amongst yourselves? If you want to, I can put you all in touch. The Golden Mysterious Lord sounded really sincere but was really unwilling to see the 2 sides start fighting. The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master shook his head. In truth, I am also unwilling to have an internal strife with Ancient Underworld Hall. However, given the present circumstances, even if the 2 sides could negotiate, nobody would trust the other side. At this point, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master said, what you can do now is make a choice between our 2 sides. As a friend, I hope that you will choose us. Only then will we bring hope to the mysterious underworld race. There was a slight look of mockery in the Golden Mysterious Lord's eyes. Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master, I think you don't have to continue. I won't join you. Furthermore, I also believe that my subordinates aren't willing to be sacrificed for your dispute. You better leave. Of all the mysterious underworld race's almighties, the one Luo Yunyang had first encountered was the Golden Mysterious Lord. When he heard the Golden Mysterious Lord speak this way, he felt some heartfelt respect for him. However, he couldn't allow his plan to be foiled by the Golden Mysterious Lord. Therefore, as the Sky Moon Underworld Lord tried to persuade him, Luo Yunyang said, since the Golden Mysterious Lord is so stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. As he said that, Luo Yunyang made his move. The God Sky conversion technique was used and the most ferocious Great Sky flipping mark was unleashed. Some time ago, he had used this move to block Jiuzi Xuanming's attack. Now, he was using this attack against the Golden Mysterious Lord. The Golden Mysterious Lord hadn't really paid much attention to Luo Yunyang. However, he discovered Luo Yunyang's identity when he saw the 33 projections of celestial emperors. Nalanye, I didn't seek you out, yet you have come to me. Today, I can't let you leave. As he said that, a 6-edged spear appeared in his hand and flew forward to meet Luo Yunyang's attack. At the same moment, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master also suddenly made his move. His hands formed seals and countless moon discs surrounded the Golden Mysterious Lord. Chapter 1021. The Sacred Underworld City Lord. The Golden Mysterious Lord had taken precautions against the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master but had never imagined that they would be this vicious when they took action. Nalanya's Great Sky flipping mark had already forced him to use 80% of his strength, and the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master, whom he was friendly with, had shrouded the surrounding void with an austere intent when that move was made. Faint moonlight concealed Sky Moon Underworld Hall's ultimate treasure, the Great Sacred Moon Discs. Even though this attack wouldn't damage the Golden Mysterious Lord much, it was still enough to envelop him. How dare you make a move on the Golden Mysterious Lord? Furious cries rang out. In an instant, the 5 Chi mysterious brothers appeared not too far away from the Golden Mysterious Lord. Although these 5 had Taishi Yuan venerate cultivation bases, when they combined their powers, they could rival a Taichu Yuan Venerate. It could be said that the 5 of them were hard to deal with. The 5 Qi Mysterious Brothers were rather loyal to the Golden Mysterious Lord, so they immediately reacted when they saw the Golden Mysterious Lord in danger. Back when they had besieged Luo Yunyang, the 5 of them had seemed as though they could suppress thousands. However, their attacks condensed the laws within their bodies into 5 dazzling light marks that smashed at Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment now. Luo Yunyang could break the 5 Qi Mysterious Brothers' attacks easily, but he wasn't prepared to utilize his attribute regulator right now. After all, he had left a lasting impression on the 5 Qi Mysterious Brothers the previous time he had used the attribute regulator on them. Naturally, he wasn't willing to make them suspicious at such a time. Therefore, he chose not to react. He believed that the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master wouldn't let him down. Reality proved Luo Yunyang right. The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master really didn't disappoint him. The instant the 5 Qi Mysterious Underworld Brothers made their move, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master chuckled. You dare to compete against the bright moon with the mere light of fireflies? As he said that, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master made a clawing motion towards the void. A cold, desolate nomological law power shrouded the space where the 5 Qi Mysterious Brothers were. Even though the 5 Qi Mysterious Brothers weren't caught, their speed slowed down instantly. It wasn't just them, their attacks were slowed down as well. At that moment, Luo Yunyang's great sky flipping mark clashed with the Golden Mysterious Lord's spear. The instant the spear struck, it was deflected away by the great sky flipping mark. However, Luo Yunyang had lost close to 80% of his initial power. Still, Luo Yunyang wasn't disappointed. The instant this exchange took place, the Yuan Venerates hidden in Luo Yunyang's internal universe made their moves simultaneously. The 2 Taichu Yuan Venerates from Sky Martial Underworld Hall and Sky Moon Underworld Hall in particular used this opportunity to launch new attacks against the Golden Mysterious Lord. Their 2-fist techniques contained nomological laws that only Taichu Yuan Venerates could control. Each of them released a fist light that was like a blazing sun. The other Yuan Venerates also unleashed their most powerful techniques. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have any leeway to make moves in front of the Golden Mysterious Lord, who possessed a Taichu Yuan Venerate cultivation base. However, the Golden Mysterious Lord was now dealing with Luo Yunyang's attack. On top of that, Sky Moon Underworld Hall's ultimate treasure was restricting him, so it could be said that he was in a bad situation. Even though he had taken precautions against the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master, he had never imagined that Sky Moon Underworld Hall would be this vicious when he made his move. This old friend had put him in a situation with no hope of reprieve when he made his move. One could say that the Golden Mysterious Lord had experienced hundreds of battles. This was really the first time he had ever been in such a precarious situation. However, he didn't panic as he brandished the 6-edged spear in his hands. Boundless lights gathered into a black sun within the void. The huge sun, which was filled with a desolate stillness, encircled his body. The black sun of condensed nomological laws instantly made the Taichu Yuan Venerates' attacks useless. However, even though this black sun was extraordinary, he was still a tad late. The attacks of the 2 Taichu Yuan Venerates from Sky Martial Underworld Hall and Sky Moon Underworld Hall were slightly inferior to his power, but not by too much. Therefore, their attacks were extremely incisive. Boom, boom, the 2 fist lights crashed into the black sun and cracks started to appear on its surface. As these cracks appeared, Luo Yunyang used the purple sword filled with killing intent that he had gotten from Jiuzi Xuanming and slashed at the cracks. This time, the sword contained 4 channels of tremendous killing intent. Therefore, it was extremely penetrating and ferocious. The Golden Mysterious Lord definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he was fighting Luo Yunyang alone. He might even have the upper hand. However, he wasn't just facing the attack of a single Taichu Yuan Venerate. Even though he believed that he could ward off these attacks, he was thrown off guard and he lost the opportunity while facing the attacks of 4 Taichu Yuan Venerates. It could be said that his current situation made him seem miserable and very vulnerable. Luo Yunyang's sword light broke the black sun, pushed deep inside, and cut the Golden Mysterious Lord's body. The Golden Mysterious Lord's body had basically become immortal already. However, against Luo Yunyang's sword, this immortality didn't seem to be of much use. At that moment, his arm was sliced off by Luo Yunyang. Besides losing the arm, What terrified him even more was that the sword intent Luo Yunyang wielded made his arm shatter rapidly the moment it pierced it. In an instant, a large part of the Golden Mysterious Lord had shattered. At the Golden Mysterious Lord's level of cultivation, his body could instantly regenerate even if it was completely shattered. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master understood his old friend too well. The silver moon discs quickly surrounded the Golden Mysterious Lord. Although the Golden Mysterious Lord's body was regenerating, the speed at which this was happening was rather slow. Luo Yunyang didn't stop as his sword destroyed half of the Golden Mysterious Lord's body. He formed hand seals again and the Great Sky Flipping Mark technique was once more blasted out. This time, it was still a Great Sky Flipping Mark that was boosted by the God Sky Conversion technique. The continuous Great Sky Flipping Marks overwhelmed the Golden Mysterious Lord. Even though his eyes were burning bright scarlet, his immense rancor only remained in his heart. After all, he simply had no way of dealing with the combined attacks of the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master and the others. Boom! The silver moon disc struck the Golden Mysterious Lord's body as the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master manipulated it. The Golden Mysterious Lord's already scattered and smashed body was instantly shattered to bits. Even though the Golden Mysterious Lord's spiritual consciousness was seemingly corporeal, his power had already been largely nullified. If Luo Yunyang had been in his main body, he could have immediately absorbed the Golden Mysterious Lord's spiritual consciousness into his Great Obliteration Millstone. It also wouldn't have taken too long for it to ground the Golden Mysterious Lord's spiritual consciousness to nothingness. However, as a clone embodiment, and especially a mysterious underworld being's clone embodiment, Luo Yunyang could only use the methods that were available in this body. Purple sword light flashed. As the purple sword was brandished by Luo Yunyang, it immediately became an extremely destructive sword gleam that filled the whole sky and shot at the Golden Mysterious Lord. Nalanye, wait! The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master shouted as moonlight blocked Luo Yunyang's sword light. However, even though the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master obstructed him, Luo Yunyang didn't stop in the slightest. The Golden Mysterious Lord's status within the mysterious underworld race was rather considerable. Killing the Golden Mysterious Lord right here would be a significant result for Luo Yunyang. How could he let go of such a chance? Sword light cut forth and moonlight shattered. As this sword light swept through, the Golden Mysterious Lord's body turned into countless smithereens. Even though he wasn't killed yet, he had already become just a dim silhouette. It was at this moment that the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master appeared ahead and shielded the Golden Mysterious Lord. He had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Nalanye, what are you trying to do? Hall Master, I know you don't wish to let the Golden Mysterious Lord die. I do not hope to eliminate a senior like the Golden Mysterious Lord in this way either. My attack was just meant to leave the Golden Mysterious Lord without any strength to resist as fast as possible. Luo Yunyang spoke righteously and sincerely, as if he was really doing this for the Golden Mysterious Lord's sake. The Golden Mysterious Lord's spiritual consciousness had suffered huge damage, so he was extremely furious. However, he had to admit that this upcoming mysterious underworld genius was really thick-skinned. The Sky Moon Underworld Master scoffed and showed his displeasure. Still, he knew that his current position was on an equal level with Nalanye. He really couldn't order Nalanye around. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he said, "The Golden Mysterious Lord is my good friend, so let me watch over him. As for the others, order them to surrender." "Yes, Hall Master." Luo Yunyang didn't show any dissatisfaction as he replied with a smile. The 5 Qi Mysterious Brothers and a few of the Golden Mysterious Lord's Yuan Venerate subordinates had also stopped. Although they wanted to make a move, the suppression of Luo Yunyang and the others made them feel as if they had no chance of coming out on top. As the Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master utilized his ultimate treasure, the Great Sacred Moon Disc, he trapped the Golden Mysterious Lord's spiritual consciousness. Golden Mysterious Lord, just stay within this Great Sacred Moon Disc for some time. I believe that it won't be too long before I can let you out. The Golden Mysterious Lord had a dim expression. Even though he had already been prepared, he had never imagined that his friend would make such an incisive move. They had used these relentless methods to deal with him just a short while after Jiuzi Xuanming had been defeated. The Golden Mysterious Lord felt that he had been a little too naive. Even though he felt unhappy, he still replied softly, "I have no complaints about being imprisoned, but I hope that you will let someone capable helm the sacred underworld city during this expedition." Otherwise, once this place falls into the hands of the human race, the mysterious underworld race's advantage will be wiped out. The Sky Moon Underworld Hall Master chuckled. You can rest easy regarding this, Golden Mysterious Lord. I will let Deputy Hall Master Nalanye guard this place and there definitely won't be any problems. Chapter 1022, Return. 5 Chi Mysterious Brothers, are you willing to submit and become subordinates of Sky Martial Underworld Hall? Luo Yunyang was sitting upright in the most central seat of Sacred Underworld City like a godly entity overlooking the 5 mysterious underworld beings beneath. Although the 5 Chi Mysterious Brothers didn't seem any different, there was now a huge black clamp on each of their necks. With these clamps in place, even the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld Brothers couldn't exhibit any power. Besides the sturdiness of their bodies, the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld Brothers couldn't display any power at all. Nalanye, detaining the Golden Underworld Lord is akin to committing a sin against the entire mysterious underworld race. Let me tell you this, we will never surrender. The mysterious underworld brother amongst them who used the power of earth shouted furiously. Further back in the hall, many mysterious underworld powerhouses had the same determined look on their faces. Many of them felt nothing but respect and loyalty for the Golden Underworld Lord. Now, they were standing here and not rebelling, which was entirely down to the fact that they weren't strong enough to stand up against these newcomers. However, this didn't mean that they were willing to surrender. The 5 Chi Mysterious Brothers had considerable status in Sacred Underworld City. Even though they didn't really like to deal with matters, their status was second only to the Golden Mysterious Lord's status. Their words immediately resonated with many of their compatriots. As many others hooted their support, Luo Yunyang said calmly, "Very well. Then I can only kill you all." These words were said in an extremely calm fashion, so even the 5 Chi Mysterious Underworld Brothers were stunned. They were all Yuan Venerate entities, and the 5 of them could equal a Taichu Yuan Venerate when they joined hands. Even the various great underworld halls were all extremely polite in hopes that these brothers could be recruited to their side. In their opinion, Sky Martial Underworld Hall wouldn't dare kill them even if they didn't submit. At worst, they would only be imprisoned. However, they had never expected that Nalanye would lack common sense. This fellow was actually completely impudent and unbridled. Luo Yunyang's words shocked them all immensely, especially the Yuan demon who had the power of earth, who stammered, You dare touch us." The moment he said that, a purple gleam of sword light shot out towards his neck. The deep earth mysterious underworld being wasn't able to react or resist before his head rolled. The destructive nomological power turned into purple chi and flowed into the body of the deep earth mysterious underworld being. "Nalanye, you dared to kill our brother." One of the others shouted in disbelief. At the same time, another brother shouted, "Nalanye, stop. You are crazy." Nalanye, I'm not crazy. You all are insane. What I dislike most is dawdling on everything. Since you do not know how to adapt to the circumstances or give and take, then let me enlighten you people. Luo Yunyang didn't show any mercy. As he brandished his arms, the purple sword light exited the deep earth mysterious underworld being's body. The purple sword of killing had been originally given to Jiuzi Xuanming by the supreme entity hidden away in some unknown underworld land. It even had a subduing effect against Yuan demon entities. Even though the 5 Chi Mysterious Brothers could rival a Taichu Yuan Venerate when gathered, they still weren't Taichu Yuan Venerates after all. Therefore, this deep earth mysterious underworld being was slain. The other 4 brothers had never thought that their brother would be killed. When they saw that not a single trace of the deep earth mysterious underworld being remained, their eyes burned with a crazed fury. Arg! The other 4 mysterious underworld brothers struggled frantically. However, they weren't even able to unleash even a bit of their immense power. "Nalanye, I will kill you." The Greenwood mysterious underworld being howled. Meanwhile, a sword light had already slashed across his body. In just moments, only one of the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers remained. The red fire mysterious underworld being had a look of extreme fury and fright on his face. He was terrified of Luo Yunyang. "Sir Nalanye, I am willing to submit. I am willing to pledge allegiance to Sky Martial Underworld Hall. I am willing to become a devoted subordinate of Sir Nalanye." The red fire mysterious underworld being pleaded bitterly as he knelt down. Luo Yunyang glanced at the kneeling red fire mysterious underworld being and shook his head lightly. "Your 4 brothers have already died. What use would I still have for you? Furthermore, the 5 of you are one. I have already killed 4. If I were to leave you behind, wouldn't I just be retaining a threat? Therefore, you should just die. Sword light flashed before the red fire. Mysterious underworld being was cut down. As his body dissipated, he stared at Nalanye with a terrified expression. This gaze was full of bitterness and disbelief. The large hall they were in was suddenly filled with fear. Practically all the sacred underworld city powerhouses that were capable of standing in this hall were trembling uncontrollably. They had never imagined that Nalanye would actually be this tyrannical. One could say that the 5 mysterious underworld brothers possessed an extraordinary status. Everyone present felt that Sky Martial Underworld Hall would act appropriately in order to convince Sacred Underworld City to join their cause. However, they suddenly realized that they had expected too much. The 5 mysterious underworld brothers have returned to the underworld ancestor. However, I believe that they will definitely be very lonely on their journey, so I think that I should send some of you people to accompany those brothers. Luo Yunyang spoke indifferently as he eyed those shaking powerhouses. Everyone present looked really terrible when Luo Yunyang said all this. It could even be said that they were all extremely terrified. Terrified of Nalanye. This fear came from the depths of their hearts. Sir Nalanye, this subordinate is willing to surrender. A Yuan venerate entity knelt down immediately. When this person took the lead, all the other mysterious underworld powerhouses threw themselves to the ground simultaneously. Even though many of them weren't happy with Nalanya's tyrannical methods, their lives were far more important than any dissatisfaction they felt. Alright, since you are willing to align yourselves with Sky Martial Underworld Hall, then I definitely won't make things difficult for you all. Naturally, I will put some restraints on you people, but at the same time, there will also be some considerable benefits. Luo Yunyang said in an enticing voice, the God Sky conversion technique is wondrous. It can bring about massive benefits. Ha ha, now, I shall impart this technique to each of you. Sacred Underworld City is an important region of the mysterious underworld race. I believe that cultivating my God Sky conversion technique would help you all become even more adept at defending Sacred Underworld City. The Yuan demons that had just expressed their loyalty to Nalanye stiffened. Even though they had never cultivated the God Sky conversion technique before, they all had some understanding of the God Sky conversion technique. They knew that the God Sky conversion technique was a rare cultivation technique, but cultivating it meant that Nalanye could draw on their power at will. Nalanya's displays were decent and he had never caused any harm to the cultivators of the God Sky conversion technique, but the hidden risks of being forcefully bestowed such a cultivation technique were clear. All the mysterious underworld powerhouses present thought about how the 5 Chi mysterious brothers had been dealt with and said respectfully, "Thank you, Deputy Hall Master. Spread the God Sky conversion technique that I granted you all as fast as possible. 3 days. I shall give you all 3 days. If I discover any warrior that doesn't cultivate the God Sky conversion technique, I will trace it up to you people and you will all go accompany the 5 Chi mysterious underworld brothers." After he said that, Luo Yunyang tapped his finger forward and the God Sky conversion cultivation technique quickly flowed toward all the powerhouses in the hall. In just a day, Luo Yunyang had already sensed that the over 100 million mysterious underworld martialists in the entire sacred underworld city were cultivating his God Sky conversion technique. Through the God Sky conversion technique, Luo Yunyang was able to control the entire sacred underworld city in no time. While standing on the highest platform in sacred underworld city, he stared in the direction of the human race subconsciously. At the moment, he had already become a big shot of the mysterious underworld race and the authoritative figure of the entire sacred underworld city. If he wanted to, he could visit the human race. Luo Yunyang knew the various channels that led from sacred underworld city to the human race very well. Besides, the golden mysterious lord was a prisoner, so Luo Yunyang was able to learn and understand the situation of the mysterious underworld spies in the human race through the golden mysterious lord. This war wasn't something that could be settled in the short term. Leaving a clone embodiment in the mysterious underworld race was already good enough. Furthermore, even though his real body wasn't there, he could still rely on the attribute regulator. After pondering for a bit, Luo Yunyang's mysterious underworld clone embodiment took flight. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the most secure channel. "What's happening?" Luo Yunyang gestured with his arm toward the spatial channel. "Sir, the human race still hasn't discovered this channel," a 5th-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate said with a bow. "You have guarded this spot very well." Luo Yunyang glanced at that mysterious underworld powerhouse and said nonchalantly, "Continue to persevere for some time. In 10 years, I will have you promoted to a vice commander. Thank you, my lord. The mysterious underworld heavenly venerate guarding this area thanked Nalanye respectfully. However, while he was expressing his gratitude, he didn't realize that a silhouette had already entered that channel and vanished without a trace. Nalanye was still standing at the entrance of the passage with the bearing of a big shot of the mysterious underworld race. Chapter 1023. Starlight Cuffs. Luo Yunyang felt a lot more at ease when he stepped into human race territory once again. He even seemed a little happy. Even though he had very quickly obtained a high position within the mysterious underworld race and was amongst those that could decide the fate of the mysterious underworld race, he really wasn't that interested in all these things. Now, re-entering the human race's territory made Luo Yunyang feel carefree. Even though he hadn't been gone for too long, he felt very excited about his return this time. He wondered if his child had already been born. It probably shouldn't have. Even though his movements in the mysterious underworld race had been quick, it hadn't even been a year yet. Given his and Yunshi's cultivation base, bringing a child into this world would definitely take a longer time. While these thoughts were going through his mind, Luo Yunyang started to contact the Middle Hall Master. Even though his cultivation base had progressed significantly while he had been in the mysterious underworld race, he still had to report to the Middle Hall Master upon his return to the human race. In the past, Luo Yunyang had not had any method of contacting the Middle Hall Master. However, upon entering the mysterious underworld race, he had obtained the right to contact the Middle Hall Master directly. No reply from the Middle Hall Master. This made Luo Yunyang frown. According to his understanding of the Middle Hall Master, such a thing was unlikely to happen. After all, according to what the Middle Hall Master had said, he would surely have a clone reply even if he was in seclusion. Luo Yunyang kept contacting him. He continued using the communication device to contact the Middle Hall Master. However, after 3 tries, there was still no response from the Middle Hall Master. The Middle Hall Master wasn't at Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Or rather, he wasn't in the domain of the human race. As Luo Yunyang was full of doubt, he thought about Yuan Venerate White Crane. In Hongmeng Sacred Hall, Luo Yunyang's relationship with Yuan Venerate White Crane was the best. If the Middle Hall Master couldn't be contacted, then Yuan Venerate White Crane would be next. Yuan Venerate White Crane's communication device connected straight away. The Yuan Venerate sounded very surprised. Luo Yunyang, you have really returned. Luo Yunyang chuckled. Yes, I have. Why, it seems as if I'm not very welcome. Yuan Venerate White Crane immediately replied, I naturally welcome your return. Luo Yunyang could sense a hint of difference in Yuan Venerate White Crane's voice. Even though this difference wasn't big, Luo Yunyang could still perceive that things definitely weren't as simple as he thought. However, he had obtained great advantages in the mysterious underworld race and his cultivation base had experienced a massive improvement. He was currently flushed with success, so he didn't really pay much attention to Yuan Venerate White Crane's tone. Why am I unable to contact the Middle Hall Master? Luo Yunyang asked. Yuan Venerate White Crane pondered this for a moment before continuing to speak. The Middle Hall Master has gone to investigate the primal chaotic region fabled to have been left behind by a supreme existence. He has been gone for half a year and hasn't returned yet. He was investigating a primal chaotic region. This was the first time Luo Yunyang had heard of such a thing. The 3-era supreme technique he cultivated actually made him feel a little uneasy. The Middle Hall Master's cultivation was already at the peak of the Taichu Yuan Venerate, and he had always been searching for a way to break through. However, this sort of breakthrough wasn't easy. Even an entity like the Middle Hall Master had to search for many opportunities while trying to break through these restraints. In that case, let me know when the Middle Hall Master returns. I will contact him again then. Luo Yunyang knew that seeking out opportunities wasn't something easy. It certainly required quite some time. Plus, entities like the Middle Hall Master didn't really care about the flow of time and naturally wouldn't notice how long they had been away. Alright. Yuan Venerate White Crane paused for a moment and then said, Yunyang, can you tell me exactly what sort of mission you went to carry out? Luo Yunyang chuckled. Since this mission was already complete, there was no need to keep it that confidential. Furthermore, Yuan Venerate White Crane was someone he could trust. The Middle Hall Master sent me on a trip to the mysterious underworld race to aid the hidden almighties that have infiltrated the mysterious underworld race and disrupt the inheritance of the second ancient Yuan underworld lord. However, the location where I was supposed to be received was discovered after I entered. I didn't contact those people. Instead, I hid away in the mysterious underworld race for some time and found a way to incite internal strife. Afterward, I found a wormhole and escaped back. Even though Luo Yunyang felt that Yuan Venerate White Crane wouldn't betray the human race, the clone embodiment of Nalanye was too important. As a deputy hall master of Sky Martial Underworld Hall and an entity not inferior to any Underworld Hall master, one could say that Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment of Nalanye was already an important figure in the mysterious underworld race. It would be a great pity if this sort of existence was exposed. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang had a vague idea. Nalanye and the subordinates cultivating the God-Sky conversion technique would all add to his personal combat strength. Are you saying that your trip was wasted? Yuan Venerate paused for a moment. Yunyang, there is no rush for you to return to Hongmeng's sacred hall. How about you find a place to rest and cultivate for some time and wait for the middle hall master's return? If Luo Yunyang hadn't been bothered by Yuan Venerate White Crane's words at the beginning, he certainly sensed that something was wrong now. Could something he didn't know have happened in his absence? With that thought in mind, Luo Yunyang immediately flew in the direction of the Longland Great Cosmos. At the same time, he started to contact Yunshi and the others. They were uncontactable. This made Luo Yunyang have a really bad feeling. He used the spatial nodes within his internal universe to immediately arrive at the heart of the Longland Great Cosmos. When Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire Longland Great Cosmos, some familiar auras were detected. Luo Yunyang heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed these auras. No matter what had happened, his family was still fine. He immediately rushed toward his home. However, as he was shooting over, a voice rang out in the void. Luo Yunyang, we have something to ask you. Then, a group appeared. Even though there weren't that many people in this group, the stern intent coming from them was actually terrifying. Luo Yunyang frowned when he saw them. His gaze was fixed on the Yuan Venerate in the light blue robes. This Yuan Venerate's cultivation base was at the mid-stage Taishi Yuan Venerate. He had the appearance of a man in his 30s and looked like some sort of deity. Even though this was the first time he was seeing this person, Luo Yunyang knew that this was Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, who presided over the Law and Punishment Bureau of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although he knew that Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and his party didn't seem kind, Luo Yunyang still clasped his fist and greeted him. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, may I know what you are seeking me out for? This isn't the place to talk. Luo Yunyang, come with me. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow glanced at Luo Yunyang with a stern look as he spoke. While Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow said this, two peak universe grade subordinates stepped forward. They held cuffs that radiated with boundless starlight. It was obvious that these were cuffs used to suppress the users of mystic abilities. Luo Yunyang watched those two coldly. It could be said that he had earned great merit upon his return from the mysterious underworld race. Even though he wasn't ready to reveal his contributions, he was extremely unhappy to be greeted with handcuffs upon his return. Luo Yunyang, give yourself up. One of the universe-grade powerhouses shouted. Luo Yunyang didn't recognize this person. However, based on his expression, he could tell that this fellow was enjoying himself. A person who lost power and influence would be subjected to a lot of indignity. This saying applied to Luo Yunyang in this situation. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang gave a resounding slap to the man who had spoken and said haughtily, "Scram." Even though a slap wouldn't shatter that man's cultivation base, he was momentarily stunned by Luo Yunyang's actions. He was a deacon of the Law and Punishment Bureau and he had accompanied Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow to detain many powerhouses. He was accustomed to being lofty when detaining people. Unfortunately, he had just received a resounding slap. A slap that had nearly made all his teeth fall out. Such a slap was so humiliating that he felt that he would have no face to stay in the Law and Punishment Bureau. You actually dare hit me? You, impudent man. That man was livid. Suddenly, yet any slap landed on his face. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't move, his methods were extensive so he had slapped that man's face really easily. Even Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow couldn't react in time. Breathe another word of B*LL shit and I will obliterate your spiritual consciousness. Luo Yunyang said in disdain. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow glared at Luo Yunyang. Even though he wasn't the one being hit, seeing someone slapping his subordinate in front of him had pissed him off greatly. Luo Yunyang, the nerve of you. Luo Yunyang glared coldly at the livid Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow. He had been really displeased from the moment he had seen Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow. Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow, I'm not overstepping my boundaries. You overestimated yourself by trying to detain me. Luo Yunyang said icily. Chapter 1024. Won't retaliate. Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow was in charge of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's internal law. He had always wielded great authority and he never thought much about others. This time, he had come to capture Luo Yunyang with the same haughty attitude. He believed that Luo Yunyang simply wouldn't dare resist. Regardless of whether their suspicions were true, one thing was undeniable: Luo Yunyang would treat Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow with respect. Clearly, Luo Yunyang hadn't reacted reasonably. This fellow had acted without even a word of warning. Furthermore, he had spoken rudely, which was akin to a slap in his face. Who does he think he is? He actually dared chide me. Luo Yunyang's attitude caused Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow to truly feel contempt. He was incensed right away. Luo Yunyang, you are undisciplined and out of control. Do you really think that we have no way of capturing you? Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow shouted furiously. He brandished his hands and a boundless silver light that looked like a huge net that covered the sky appeared all around Luo Yunyang. This huge net seemed to have overwhelming might. As it was falling, Luo Yunyang felt as though he was being enveloped by an omnipresent net. The silver light covered everything, and there were no nomological laws that could escape it. However, Luo Yunyang didn't feel threatened by this technique, which had to be a peak Taishi Yuan venerate technique. In an instant, dozens of destructive techniques were considered by Luo Yunyang. Ultimately, Luo Yunyang chose the traceless bell wave. The sky-shaking wave was one of the many supreme techniques of the world-shaking sky bell. In terms of might, the traceless bell wave was a level higher than Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow's Tianluo net. The traceless bell wave was formless as he blasted it over at the Tianluo net, which was headed Luo Yunyang's way. In an instant, the silver light barrier was quickly shattered by Luo Yunyang's traceless bell wave. Luo Yunyang used this opportunity to take flight and sent a punch in Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow's direction. This wasn't a simple punch. It was Luo Yunyang's tyrannical fist. In terms of quality, the tyrannical fist wasn't better than the world-skying sky bell or the great obliteration millstone. However, the tyrannical fist was a technique Luo Yunyang had created on his own. It consisted of everything Luo Yunyang had learned throughout his life and was blended into unique nomological laws that only he could control. Therefore, the fist unleashed by Luo Yunyang was top-notch. Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow's face fell. He sensed an unbounded scope when Luo Yunyang's fist was blasted out and felt threatened as a result. The nomological laws Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow controlled seemed incapable of matching this might. He actually felt that he was extremely insignificant against Luo Yunyang's attack. Dodge. He could no longer dodge it. It could even be said that trying to evade this power was simply suicide. What Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow could do now was forcefully take on this fist. Release. Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow shouted as his hands quickly formed seals. A blue shield filled with nomological laws appeared before him. This shield was extremely beautiful and various sacred inscriptions were on it. There was even the insignia of a proud sparrow overlooking the high heavens. Luo Yunyang's fist crashed into Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow's shield in the void and the shield crumbled instantly. Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow was sent flying by that overwhelming power. Even though the shield had already blocked off a large portion of its power, Luo Yunyang's fist still sent him flying thousands of miles away before he came crashing down. Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow spat out a mouthful of blood, his face thoroughly ashen. He was Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's head of law and punishment. Thus, besides the three hall masters' words, Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow's words could also be considered the law. Unfortunately, he had been verbally abused so badly when he had come to capture Luo Yunyang and been sent flying away with one hit. This fist infuriated him, however, it also made him feel afraid. How great was the gulf between him and Luo Yunyang? Would he be able to live if Luo Yunyang were to go all out against him? Yuan venerate Blue Sparrow was filled with these fearful, furious thoughts. He glared at Luo Yunyang and said vehemently, "Luo Yunyang, you are obstructing our hall's justice. You are an enemy of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, so the Sacred Hall absolutely cannot pardon you." "Cannot pardon me? Ha ha ha, I shall see to it that you do." Luo Yunyang was pissed. He had earned great merit during his time in the mysterious underworld race. Yet his family was uncontactable upon his return, and Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had tried to seize him the moment he had entered Longland Great Cosmos. He stared at Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and scoffed. Are your subordinates holding my family and subordinates under house arrest? Very well, all of you can die. Even though Luo Yunyang had yet to become a Yuan Venerate, he had experienced the inheritance of Yuan Emperor Shaking Sky and the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord. Thus, it could be said that he had sufficient experience. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow subconsciously trembled when he heard Luo Yunyang say this. He had sensed a majestic murderous aura enveloping the entire Longland Great Cosmos when Luo Yunyang had spoken. Then, he sensed that the subordinates he had dispatched to restrain Luo Yunyang's family and friends had all suddenly died. Luo Yunyang hadn't attacked. Instead, he had used his intent to replace the nomological laws in the entire Longland Great Cosmos. Those subordinates, who were all peak universe-grade entities, were instantly obliterated in the void. In the words of the subordinates of Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, this was simply a calamity. They had been talking with Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow about how best to deal with Luo Yunyang some time ago, but they had now all ceased to exist. This extermination was extremely frightening. The Hongmeng Sacred Hall martialists that had come along with Yuan Venerate and had been acting superior to Luo Yunyang now felt their limbs freeze up. These fellows really didn't dare do anything. Luo Yunyang hadn't only injured Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow. He had even wiped out all those subordinates without any mercy. This was a little too absurd. Well, Luo Yunyang, I can't deal with you, but the laws of the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall won't let a traitor like you go free. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow turned to leave. He knew that staying here would make him further disgrace himself. Thus, he intended to leave temporarily and ask the Left Hall Master to capture Luo Yunyang. That would meet his standards. Unfortunately, just as he was about to leave, Luo Yunyang appeared in front of him and blocked off Yuan Venerate Blue Crane's path. Do you think that Longland Great Cosmos can be touched at will, or that you can leave whenever you want to? This doesn't just apply to you. Even the Middle Hall Master will have to give me an explanation this time. As he said that, a huge bell appeared above Luo Yunyang's head. This humongous bell had been glued together by 9 skies divine clay, but the might it contained didn't pale in comparison to other ultimate treasures. In an instant, the huge bell fell toward Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow. This huge bell seemed to contain an overwhelming might capable of squashing anything. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow tried to block it frantically, but he felt that the power of laws was difficult to withstand. If he had known earlier, would he still have tangled with Luo Yunyang? If he was suppressed, then wouldn't he be totally disgraced? Would overseeing the laws and discipline of Hongmeng Sacred Hall become just a joke? Release. Using all his power, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow threw a heavy strike while warding off the suppressing power of Luo Yunyang and requesting aid from the Left Hall Master at Hongmeng Sacred Hall. As he was asking for help, he suddenly sensed a golden axe light coming at him from the void. No, it was headed for the massive bell above him. This giant axe seemed capable of cleaving the skies. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow immediately relaxed when he saw that massive axe. The golden axe was the ultimate weapon that the Left Hall Master wielded, the Sacred Annihilation Axe. In terms of might, the Sacred Annihilation Axe wasn't very inferior to the 6-edged blade the Middle Hall Master wielded. The Left Hall Master, who wielded the Sacred Annihilation Axe, had a mid-stage Taichu Yuan Venerate Cultivation base. Luo Yunyang glared coldly at the Sacred Annihilation Axe headed his way. Even though he hadn't been in Hongmeng Sacred Hall for a long time, he still recognized this axe. It looked like the mastermind behind the scenes had already come forward. Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell exceeded this massive axe by far in terms of grade. However, the Left Hall Master's sacred axe was complete, whereas Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell was held together by the 9 skies divine clay. It could be said that Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell wasn't a match for the Annihilation Sacred Axe in terms of sturdiness. Therefore, Luo Yunyang soared upwards when the axe light appeared and blasted a punch towards it. When this punch was thrown, Luo Yunyang utilized his attribute regulator to channel all the power from his body and the chaotic 4-origin beast into this punch. Thanks to the inheritance of the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord and his experiences with the mysterious underworld race, even though it was the same punch, its might was totally different now. One punch, 1000-era imperial purposes. As the golden axe light met the fist light that was filled with tyrannical power, countless cracks appeared in the void in an instant. Suddenly, A furious gale brewed. Chapter 1025. The left hall master's scheme. Everything was shaking, and heaven and earth were splitting. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had already been reduced to a spectator. Right now, he felt himself going numb. He didn't know whether to rejoice or not. The consequences would have been obvious if Luo Yunyang had used this astonishing fist on him. Even though Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow never liked giving others recognition, he couldn't help but feel a little reverence for Luo Yunyang's ferocious attack. After the furious winds of energy dissipated, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow managed to clearly see the results of the clash. Even though he hoped the left hall master would capture Luo Yunyang in one fell swoop, he knew that it wasn't possible upon taking one look at the battle scenario. Things were as he had expected. The golden axe had been sent flying out instantly. While Luo Yunyang's fist still seemed to be glowing with radiance, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow could sense that a huge crack had appeared in it. Equally matched, Luo Yunyang was really scary. How could he be on par with the left hall master? As all sorts of crazy thoughts went through Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's mind, he heard the left hall master's voice. Yunyang, it has just been a year. I never imagined that your cultivation would improve this much. Looks like the middle hall master was right. You are the most talented genius the human race has produced in years. The left hall master had a radiant smile on his face, as if he hadn't tried to cleave Luo Yunyang in half with that massive axe. Luo Yunyang gave him a faint smile. The left hall master's might also seems to have gotten even greater. In Hongmeng's sacred hall, even though the middle hall master was the leader, the three hall masters existed side by side. The left hall master was also an entity that no one would dare overlook. In the past, Luo Yunyang would have received a reprimand if he were to speak to the left hall master in this manner. However, even though the two of them were now on par, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow felt that Luo Yunyang was in the wrong for speaking in this way. After all, in this world, strength spoke for itself. The left hall master chuckled. I was rather thrilled while watching Yunyang's attack, and I wanted to test out Yunyang's cultivation base. You wouldn't take offense, would you, Yunyang? Of course not. Luo Yunyang then pointed at Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow. May I know how the left hall master wishes to enlighten me? I heard that you returned and I wanted to invite you to visit Hongmeng's sacred hall with me. After all, you didn't contact any of the human race comrades hidden within the mysterious underworld race during your time there. Furthermore, you didn't appear at all when the second ancient Yuan underworld lord's inheritance succession was underway. You need to give an explanation for that. The left hall master's voice was calm yet unquestionable. Luo Yunyang felt some hostility as he glanced at the left hall master, who seemed to have everything under control. The middle hall master was uncontactable, and the left hall master had come at this opportune time. Luo Yunyang definitely didn't believe that nothing fishy was going on here. He eyed the left hall master and proclaimed calmly, I was wondering how Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had the gall to do this. Turns out that he was carrying out the left hall master's orders. The left hall master had a dark expression on his face. After all, Luo Yunyang's attitude contained no hint of politeness. The left hall master glared at Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, clearly displeased with how his subordinate had handled this matter. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had always been the left hall master's subordinate and obediently followed whatever orders the left hall master gave him. Right now, as the left hall master glared at him fiercely, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow felt a little uncomfortable. As he hesitated to speak up, he heard Luo Yunyang say, if you want an explanation, then I will need Hongmeng's sacred hall to give me an explanation for this. I originally wasn't willing to enter the mysterious underworld race's territory to help. I only accepted this mission because the middle hall master told me to take into account the bigger picture. Someone was supposed to receive me when I arrived. In the end, the underlings of ancient underworld hall were there to receive me. Fortunately, I had enough skill and deftness to turn the situation around, or the left hall master would have needed to go to ancient underworld hall to pick me up. Luo Yunyang then added, this year, I have scrambled and hid all over the mysterious underworld race's territories. I have suffered tremendously. Is the left hall master going to account for this? Humph. The left hall master glared furiously at Luo Yunyang. Even though he wasn't the middle hall master, he was still the second in rank entity in Hongmeng's sacred hall and he possessed great authority. In many situations, the words of the left hall master were the law. His previous words had already been rather tactful, but he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually strike back this way. He wanted an account. An account from the left hall master himself. If Luo Yunyang's attack had not demonstrated a power that the left hall master found hard to deal with, he would have immediately killed Luo Yunyang because of what he had said. However, during this exchange, the left hall master came to the realization that he might not be able to beat Luo Yunyang. If he couldn't capture him, then this was a challenge to his position as the left hall master. Even his sacred domain would be affected considerably. He pondered this silently before laughing out heartily. Yunyang, I just knew that you wouldn't have done anything that would harm Hongmeng's sacred hall. Ha ha ha, this matter must probably be a misunderstanding. I will contact our spies in the mysterious underworld race when I return and check the problems that caused you to suffer for nothing. Luo Yunyang glanced at the smiling left hall master and said indifferently, it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. However, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's actions were really unsatisfactory. If you believe that you aren't suited to discipline him, then let me bring him back and show him the rules. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's face was extremely dark and his eyes burned with killing intent when Luo Yunyang said that. However, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had already discovered with sorrow that he no longer had any deciding rights in this situation. If he was brought back by Luo Yunyang, then his reputation as the head of internal law and order would be totally destroyed. It could even be said that he wouldn't be able to stay in Hongmeng's sacred hall. Apprehensively, he glanced over at the left hall master with a pleading look on his face. Naturally, the left hall master couldn't let Luo Yunyang bring Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow away. Thus, he chuckled. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow has always been unable to discern the crux of any matter. He has committed an error. This time, and I will punish him when we return. Yunyang, you have been away for a long time, so return home and rest first. Luo Yunyang had never had any intention of bringing Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow away with him anyway. Upon hearing what the left hall master said, he chuckled. Since you have put it this way, I shall show you some respect. As soon as he said that, Luo Yunyang turned to Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and said nonchalantly, Blue Sparrow, this is not over yet. With that, Luo Yunyang vanished without a trace. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was fuming at Luo Yunyang's unadorned threat as he looked at the left hall master. My lord, Luo Yunyang has really gone overboard. He disrespected you. The left hall master glared icily at Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and said calmly, your cultivation can't match his, so what more is there to say? Go on, you no longer need to care about this matter. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow still wanted to speak, but the left hall master had already waved his sleeve and disappeared. After the left hall master left, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow also left quickly. He didn't dare stay for too long at this kind of place. In a secret pocket of space, the left hall master appeared again. He was now in purple robes. There wasn't anyone in this space, so it was extremely quiet. However, the left hall master wasn't the least bit impatient as he stood inside. Clearly, he was waiting for someone who was very important to him. Someone so important that the left hall master didn't dare show any displeasure on his face. After half an hour, a handsome figure strangely appeared within this pocket of void. He glanced at the left hall master in front of him and asked, you didn't complete your task. Apologies, my lord, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base is too strong. The left hall master spoke respectfully. Your subordinate wasn't confident about coming out victorious against him. No wonder our 6 patriarchs discovered that he is the biggest obstacle to our ancient 6 families controlling the entire human race when they used the recently obtained ultimate treasure to forecast. He is an even bigger hindrance than the middle hall master. When that figure mentioned the middle hall master, the left hall master had an unsightly look on his face. My lord, has the middle hall master really? Ha ha ha, even though the middle hall master's cultivation base is not too bad, how can he return alive from the place our 6 patriarchs have prepared? Left hall master, please don't worry. Once you have succeeded the middle hall master's position and you control the whole Hongmeng sacred hall, you will be a real big shot. The handsome man then threw his head back and roared with laughter. When that time comes, don't blame me if you are still unable to deal with Luo Yunyang. Rest assured, my lord, as long as I become the true master of Hongmeng sacred hall, Luo Yunyang won't be a problem, the left master said with a look of anticipation. The figure laughed heartily. You will become the new middle hall master. You will also really exist for eternity. Even if great realms get destroyed one after another, you will follow our ancient 6 families and remain everlasting. You have to remember that you are actually doing all this for the human race. The human race can only truly become powerful as long as our ancient 6 families are in command. Chapter 10:26. The middle hall master falls. Even though he had some idea of what the left hall master might be up to, Luo Yunyang didn't care. Right now, his priority was to return home. Because he was the master of Longland Great Cosmos, Luo Yunyang's family naturally occupied the most central position in the entire Longland Great Cosmos. Upon Luo Yunyang's return, all the prominent figures of Longland Great Cosmos, especially those who had followed Luo Yunyang since the time of the Da Alliance, came to pay a visit. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang already had some clone techniques and used the clone embodiment of Blue Lotus Daozi to handle these ordinary matters. He personally went to see his mother and Yunxi. Even though the entire Longland Great Cosmos had been under the control of Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's subordinates upon Luo Yunyang's return, anyone with Shen Yunyang's level of cultivation base or lower wasn't very clear about it. She didn't even know that her own life hung by a thread at certain times. While Luo Donger and Yunxi knew, they didn't speak too much about this situation. They finally discovered what had happened after those people had suddenly disappeared and Luo Yunyang returned shortly afterward. Naturally, they were thrilled. Luo Donger's cultivation base had improved even more. Thanks to the vast resources at her disposal in Longland Great Cosmos, her current cultivation base had already reached the first-level Heavenly Venerate. Even though she was only a first-level Heavenly Venerate, Luo Donger's combat prowess wouldn't pale in comparison to a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate powerhouse given the cultivation techniques that Luo Yunyang had imparted to her. Although Yunxi's cultivation base hadn't made much progress, her protruding belly clearly showed that there was a small life inside. Luo Yunyang felt a strange sense of intimacy in his heart when he sensed this small life. Even though his cultivation base was immense and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the big players, he still felt a deep affection for this small life and was thrilled to be playing the role of a father. Alright, have a good chat with Yunxi first. Donger and I will go for a walk. Even though Shen Yunyang's cultivation base wasn't that great, her experience with human relations told her that Luo Yunyang had a lot to talk to Yunxi about. Therefore, she led Luo Donger away after some casual chatter. Luo Donger was a witty lady. Although she very much wanted to find out what had happened from her brother, she still played along with Shen Yunyang and didn't say anything for the time being. After Long Donger and Shen Yunyang left, Yunxi finally asked with a hint of worry, "Will those people return again?" Luo Yunyang glanced at the worried Yunxi and replied tenderly, "They won't be coming back. I was really worried about you all this time. I don't have much, but our child hasn't come into the world yet and if..." Yunxi didn't have her past decisiveness anymore. She was now like a young lady expressing all her worries to her husband. Luo Yunyang gently embraced Yunxi. "It's all right, now that I have returned, it won't be a problem." While the two of them were locked in an embrace, a call request from Yuan Venerate White Crane came via Luo Yunyang's virtual realm. Even though he needed to discuss with Yuan Venerate White Crane what had happened, Luo Yunyang was still pissed at Yuan Venerate White Crane for not reacting when his family had been put in check. Therefore, he ignored Yuan Venerate White Crane's call. When 3 successive call requests didn't go through, Yuan Venerate White Crane finally sent a message. Paying a visit in person later. Luo Yunyang ignored this message and listened to Yunxi recounting recent matters, especially her feelings for the small life in her belly. He felt the pride of a father while imagining what his child would be like. As the two of them were engrossed in their chat, an attendant came in and announced, "My lord, Yuan Venerate White Crane seeks an audience." The words, "seeks an audience," were rarely ever said when one spoke about Yuan Venerate White Crane. The fact that this attendant was announcing his arrival this way naturally meant that Yuan Venerate White Crane was humbling himself. No, Luo Yunyang was really displeased with Yuan Venerate White Crane. Therefore, he wasn't willing to see him. Upon hearing this, Yunxi stopped him. "Yunyang, Yuan Venerate White Crane has always been close to you. If you don't see him now, you will be creating one more enemy. I think you should meet him and see what he has to say." Luo Yunyang chuckled. "I will definitely see Yuan Venerate White Crane. However, sometimes, one has to show one's emotions. Otherwise, people won't know their own worth. If I don't put on some air, they will think I am a pushover." After he said that, Luo Yunyang changed the topic and continued to pander about the small life in Yunxi's belly. 4 hours later, someone reported, "My lord, Yuan Venerate White Crane is still waiting." Luo Yunyang knew that Yuan Venerate White Crane was still waiting and waved the attendant away. Got it, let Yuan Venerate White Crane do whatever he pleases here. Do whatever he pleases. That subordinate knew Luo Yunyang's temperament, so he immediately left. Yuan Venerate White Crane waited for a total of 3 days before he got to see Luo Yunyang. He knew that Luo Yunyang was no longer a xianxia of Hongmeng's sacred hall like before when he saw the cold look on his face. He was someone who could fight with the left hall master. Even though he had been given the cold shoulder for 3 days straight, Yuan Venerate White Crane didn't feel any dissatisfaction. He really hadn't done enough about this matter. After all, he could have increased the protection of Luo Yunyang's family by at least 10 times. However, the right hall master hadn't been willing to butt heads with the left hall master and had tacitly agreed to let Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow put the entire Longland Great Cosmos in lockdown. Yunyang, I have come to give you an apology. Yuan Venerate White Crane said remorsefully when he saw Luo Yunyang. I haven't conducted myself well and I've caused quite a lot of trouble to your family. I hope you are able to forgive me. Luo Yunyang had a good relationship with Yuan Venerate White Crane. Even though he still had a cold look on his face, his heart softened upon seeing Yuan Venerate White Crane's sincere expression. This can't be blamed on you, Yuan Venerate White Crane. I think that it was probably the person behind you that wasn't willing to help. Yuan Venerate White Crane smiled. In Hongmeng's sacred hall, the person he was the most loyal to was naturally the middle hall master. When the middle hall master wasn't present, he would mainly listen to the instructions of the right hall master. The right hall master didn't wish to butt heads with the left hall master. Even though he thought that this was a little unfair for Luo Yunyang, he still didn't have many qualms about it. After all, the right hall master had already said that Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was only having a lockdown and wouldn't do anything to Luo Yunyang's family and subordinates. Yuan Venerate White Crane had thought that, given his current strength and despite Luo Yunyang's return, he would still be powerless unless the middle hall master did something. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually make such significant progress upon his return from the mysterious underworld race. He had been evenly matched with the left hall master in one exchange. It could even be said that his one move had made the left hall master back off. This sort of situation was something he and the right hall master had never thought about. This was also why the right hall master had asked Yuan Venerate White Crane to visit Luo Yunyang personally. Yunyang, the right hall master has been thinking about this general situation. I do hope you can understand where the right hall master is coming from, Yuan Venerate White Crane said after pondering for a moment. Luo Yunyang scoffed but didn't say anything. This made Yuan Venerate White Crane sense that it wouldn't be easy for the misunderstanding between him and the right hall master to be resolved. However, Yuan Venerate White Crane had no say in this matter and could only smile grudgingly. Yunyang, for the time being, don't worry too much about this. I believe everything will pass once Sir Middle Hall Master returns. Worry. Luo Yunyang smirked and sat down on the seat behind him before he said lazily, if Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow continues to tangle with me, I won't care if his soul is exterminated. Even though Luo Yunyang had seemingly played down these words, Yuan Venerate White Crane sensed that this was an undisguised demonstration of his stance. If Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow didn't give way, then Luo Yunyang would definitely be unrestrained and let Hongmeng's sacred hall's Yuan Venerate fall. Why did the middle hall master leave and become uncontactable? Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before asking Yuan Venerate White Crane this question. Yuan Venerate White Crane frowned. I am not sure about the reasoning behind this, but according to my deductions, Sir Middle Hall Master should return soon. Therefore, it would be best if you didn't butt heads with the left Hall Master during this period, Yunyang. After all, even if you were able to beat the left Hall Master, you would ultimately suffer a greater loss. Luo Yunyang talked with Yuan Venerate White Crane for quite a bit before sending him out. Even though Yuan Venerate White Crane didn't reveal too much, Luo Yunyang could still sense that a storm was currently brewing in Hongmeng's sacred hall. A storm caused by the Middle Hall Master, who had not returned after so long and was still uncontactable. After sending Yuan Venerate White Crane out, Luo Yunyang once again entered seclusion. It could be said that he had reaped massive gains during his time in the mysterious underworld race. From the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord's inheritance, Luo Yunyang had obtained the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord's cultivation memories as well as some remnants of his power. Even though they were just remnants, this power was a big deal. The power in the inheritance left behind by the second ancient Yuan underworld lord had even forcefully tried to wrest control of his body. While this intention was not bad, the blast from the world-destroying sonic cannon had ultimately helped Luo Yunyang gain the upper hand. Because all this power had flowed into the clone embodiment of Nalanye, Luo Yunyang utilized the God-Sky conversion technique to store it within his body. Luo Yunyang didn't find it appropriate to enter seclusion while he was in the mysterious underworld race's territory. However, he had no such misgivings after returning to the human race. Furthermore, Yuan Venerate White Crane's arrival and his clash against the Left Hall Master made Luo Yunyang sense that the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall, or perhaps even the entire human race, would be experiencing some major changes. He wouldn't be able to control such changes right away, but he needed to rely on his own power to rise up when these changes came. While Luo Yunyang was in seclusion, within the treasured hall at the center of Hongmeng Sacred Hall, a jade tablet that represented the Middle Hall Master shattered soundlessly. Chapter 1027. Break the present, shatter the past, rip the future. The Middle Hall Master's body was destroyed. This news was a bolt out of the blue for the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall and made many people dizzy. How could that be? Most people were in disbelief. How could the Middle Hall Master actually have lost his body? The Middle Hall Master was like the pillar that held up the sky for Hongmeng Sacred Hall. It was because of the existence of the Middle Hall Master that the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall was like an unmoving mountain. Even if people had other ideas, it wouldn't be an issue as long as the Middle Hall Master was at the helm. The Middle Hall Master was really important to the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Yuan Venerate White Crane and other close aides of the Middle Hall Master all stood outside Hongmeng Sacred Hall. From time to time, they would glance in the direction of the inside of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Within the inner hall, the Left Hall Master, the Right Hall Master, and the Divine Elder were currently discussing Hongmeng Sacred Hall's future. The Middle Hall Master has always been at the helm of the Sacred Hall. Now that the Middle Hall Master isn't here, the Left and Right Hall Master will control everything. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow stood near Yuan Venerate White Crane and said excitedly, "Now that the Middle Hall Master is no longer here, the Left Hall Master will succeed the Middle Hall Master's position. This has always been the rule of Hongmeng Sacred Hall." Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and the Left Hall Master had a good relationship, so he naturally hoped that the Left Hall Master would succeed the top spot. This way, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's status within Hongmeng Sacred Hall would also rise. Yuan Venerate White Crane was very displeased when he heard Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's words. Besides the fact that Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was pushing for the Left Hall Master to succeed the Middle Hall Master, Yuan Venerate White Crane was also displeased because Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow couldn't wait for the power struggle, even though the Middle Hall Master had just fallen. This really infuriated Yuan Venerate White Crane. Rules. Hee hee. A black-robed Yuan Venerate standing near Yuan Venerate White Crane chuckled. Someone was away on a mission, so you sent people to place his family under house arrest. Look at how things turned out. That person came back and not only wiped out those men, but he even gave a tight slap to the person who issued the order. This is really the first time I am hearing of these rules. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's face immediately darkened. This person was clearly rubbing his sore spot. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had lost a lot of face because of Luo Yunyang. It could even be said that this was the greatest humiliation he had suffered in his entire lifetime. He was still licking his wounds, yet this person had humiliated him in front of so many people. Thus, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow instantly roared furiously. You, Yuan Venerate Black Dove, you are asking for it." Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow prepared to attack and moved into a fighting stance. Yuan Venerate White Crane was the head of Hongmeng Sacred Hall's envoys, so he couldn't permit these two to start fighting. It would be a great joke if they were to really fight. Stop trying to come to blows at a time like this. All of you stop. Yuan Venerate White Crane angrily berated Yuan Venerates Blue Sparrow and Black Dove. These are troubled times for Hongmeng Sacred Hall, and the two of you are still causing trouble for everyone. Both Yuan Venerates Black Dove and Blue Sparrow, who had been about to come to blows, took a step back. They didn't do that because they respected Yuan Venerate White Crane, but because what Yuan Venerate White Crane had said was a fact. After all, the news about the Middle Hall Master's body getting destroyed had just been received in the leadership. Vacuum at Hongmeng Sacred Hall had yet to be decided. If they were to fight at such a time, then both the Left Hall Master and the Right Hall Master would punish them. Furthermore, besides the two remaining Hall Masters, there was still the Divine Elder. The moment the Divine Elder got pissed, even the left and the right Hall Master wouldn't be able to save them. Therefore, after careful consideration, these two, who had been about to make a mistake, exchanged a glance and separated. Then, the sealed inner hall doors opened. The left Hall Master, the right Hall Master, and the Divine Elder walked out with grave looks on their faces. The Divine Elder shot a stern gaze at Yuan Venerate's Blue Sparrow and Black Dove before saying icily, "You two get out." These words offended both of them greatly. However, in the face of the mighty Divine Elder, Yuan Venerate's Black Dove and Blue Sparrow obediently backed off, even though they weren't happy. They still couldn't afford to offend the Divine Elder. The left and right Hall Master exchanged a glance and sensed hostility between them. A hostility born from the current power struggle. "I am saddened by the Middle Hall Master's loss. I believe that everyone's thoughts are in line with mine," the left Hall Master said softly. "However, even though the Middle Hall Master has left us, we still have to carry on his work and make Hong Meng's sacred hall even greater. The Divine Elder has told us that the Middle Hall Master has left behind a succession decree before leaving. However, this decree has been sealed by powerful means and we will only be able to view its contents after 10 years. Now, the three of us have discussed and decided that any future important matters of Hong Meng's sacred hall will be dealt with jointly by the right Hall Master and I while we wait for the Middle Hall Master's decree to be revealed." At this point, the left Hall Master looked at Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others before waving them off. "All right, you are all dismissed." Yuan Venerate White Crane was surprised. He had never thought that the Middle Hall Master would actually leave behind a decree regarding this matter. Even though he didn't know exactly who the Middle Hall Master had designated as his successor, he didn't have much of a choice given how things were currently. He would support the person the Middle Hall Master had selected. However, as he was leaving, Yuan Venerate White Crane had a thought. The left and right Master couldn't have been selected by the Middle Hall Master. If the Middle Hall Master hadn't selected the left or right Hall Master, then who could it be? Yuan Venerate White Crane pondered this. While Yuan Venerate White Crane was wondering who the Middle Hall Master had selected to be his successor, Luo Yunyang was in a lotus position, continuously transferring the accumulated power from the chaotic four-origin beast into his own body. The power and comprehension of the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord's inheritance, as well as the inheritance gained from the Sky Martial Divine Bowl, had allowed Luo Yunyang's accumulated experience to develop considerably. His body was only at the 7th level Heavenly Venerate, but for most Heavenly Venerates, the jump from the 7th level to the 8th level was a critical juncture. This predicament practically didn't exist for Luo Yunyang. As the power within his body revolved, an 8th level universe took form in Luo Yunyang's body. Compared to the sacred image condensed at the 7th level Heavenly Venerate, the 8th level allowed the sacred image to have thousands of personifications. Every sacred image embodied Luo Yunyang's will, and each sacred image could enter a void and absorb the power of the void within the main body of the user. It could be said that once the cultivation base rose to the 8th level Heavenly Venerate, the nomological power or raw essence would experience a massive improvement. However, Luo Yunyang didn't let his body form thousands of personifications. After breaking through to the 8th level Heavenly Venerate, he continued to absorb the power of the second ancient Yuan Underworld Lord and kept advancing towards the 9th level Heavenly Venerate. The 9th level Heavenly Venerate was also the last level. If the first level came after initially attaining the realm of the Heavenly Venerate, then the 9th level Heavenly Venerate was the foundation of breaking through to the Yuan Venerate. If the foundation was unstable or insufficient, then it was basically impossible to break through to the Yuan Venerate. Many martialists couldn't even break through to the 9th level Heavenly Venerate because they lacked the aptitude and thus had no possibility of becoming Yuan Venerate entities. It only took Luo Yunyang half a day to progress from the 7th level Heavenly Venerate to the 9th level Heavenly Venerate. This was a speed that was basically impossible for most cultivators to achieve. As he was reaching the 9th level, Luo Yunyang started to encounter a problem that would delight most people. Because the 9th level of the Heavenly Venerate was a preparation for breaking through to the Yuan Venerate, Luo Yunyang had to make a choice when his cultivation base reached the 9th level Heavenly Venerate. A choice about what sort of laws he would control in the future. A Heavenly Venerate could utilize universal laws from his internal universe, whereas a Yuan Venerate could surpass the great cosmos, reverse laws, as well as create laws that solely belong to them. Reversing laws wasn't a difficult task for Yuan Venerates. As long as they had some cultivation methods, they would basically be able to achieve this. What was most important for Yuan venerates was creating laws that were special and only belonged to them. These sorts of laws were extremely important to a Yuan venerate. Most ordinary Yuan venerates wouldn't have any trouble with this aspect. Advancing from the heavenly venerate level to the Yuan venerate level was already arduous, so most Yuan venerates would choose to create laws they were most adept in. Might, on the other hand, wasn't really viewed with that much importance by the majority of Yuan venerates. After all, the step up from the 9th level heavenly venerate was already extremely difficult. Out of 1,000 9th level heavenly venerates, at most 1 or 2 would become Yuan venerates. Becoming a Yuan venerate was already a great victory for many heavenly venerates, so they wouldn't really nitpick. However, in Luo Yunyang's case, a number of the cultivation techniques he had could allow him to reach the peak of the Taichu Yuan venerate straightaway. The Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes and 4 devastating sword techniques, in particular, both contained a hint of exceeding Taichu Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang believed that as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he definitely could rely on these 2 methods to break through the Tai Yuan venerate. However, deep down, Luo Yunyang still wanted to forge his own path. This wasn't because he didn't want to cultivate the techniques left behind by his predecessors, but because he hoped to be able to take a path that was the strongest for him. After 100 days of comprehension, countless laws in essence were assimilated by Luo Yunyang. As he stood up from his lotus position, Luo Yunyang had already decided on the laws he was going to create. Break the present, shatter the past, rip the future. Chapter 1028. This child's fate is with the Sea Clan martialists from the Divine Union Void and the Rising Sky Feather sect were cultivating hard in the domain of Longland Great Cosmos, which was filled with opportunities. It could be said that the entire Longland Great Cosmos was full of unbounded vitality. In Longland Great Cosmos, Longtian Sacred Lane, Luo Donger accompanied Yunxi as they strolled carefully. Yunxi's face was glowing with delighted radiance. Big bro is really loathsome. He has been back for close to 10 years, yet he has only seen us once before heading straight into seclusion. When he comes out, I will definitely get mother to give him a good scolding, Luo Donger, who was close to reaching the 3rd level heavenly venerate, said coquettishly. Yunxi smiled and hugged Luo Donger's arm. Donger, you can't blame your brother. Right now, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall has no leader and your brother has to raise his cultivation base in order to ensure everyone's safety. Luo Donger furrowed her brows. The Middle Hall Master is missing too. Why did he go investigate some unknown place for nothing? No, look, he didn't even get an opportunity. He actually fell there. Yunxi said solemnly, the Middle Hall Master is wise and he knew what was at stake, or he wouldn't have taken the risk to check out such a place. Speaking of which, your brother was someone the Middle Hall Master trusted deeply. Without the Middle Hall Master, our family wouldn't have had it easy either. Luo Donger nodded. She also understood some things. How could she not know why the Middle Hall Master would risk everything to investigate this? This would definitely be very important for the human race. However, the loss of the Middle Hall Master had caused great unrest for the entire human race as well as the domain Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was in charge of. Sis Yunxi, who do you think the Middle Hall Master elected as his successor in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? The left or the right Hall Master? Luo Donger asked. Yunxi frowned. She didn't hazard any guesses. Instead, she replied uncertainly, I can't say for certain who it is. However, I think that the possibility of it being the left or the right Hall Master isn't too high. Yunxi mulled this over before saying, regardless of who it is, I fear that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall is going to experience a period of upheaval. Even if, as she was about to say something, her expression changed. Then, she told Luo Donger, Donger, the little one is about to arrive. Take me to the delivery room. Aiya, this mischievous fellow is finally coming out. I am prepared to spank his butt if he still doesn't come out. Luo Donger was surprised. She formed a hand seal to rip a portal in the void and the two of them arrived in a large hall immediately. There were thousands of people on standby at any time in this huge hall. They had only one task and that was to prepare for the arrival of the future heir of Longland Great Cosmos. Because they had already gone through many practice runs, they weren't the least bit panicky when Yunxi arrived suddenly. The calm and peaceful land experienced strange changes 10 minutes after Yunxi entered the prepared delivery room. Purple mist rose for thousands of miles. Magnificent and extensive, it covered half the horizon as countless sacred creatures appeared within it. Opposite this purple mist rose an expanse of green mist. Even though the green mist didn't appear flashy, As it surged, it created a chiming sound throughout the area. Moments after the purple and green mist appeared, a black and white aura flushed out from the ground. This black and white aura ultimately formed two black and white fish that revolved in the Longtian sacred land as if they had been formed naturally. As countless martialists in Longland Great Cosmos watched the strange happenings, in surprise, a black and yellow mist descended from the sky. This black and yellow mist was extensive and magnificent and enveloped the whole land. In Longland Great Cosmos, the person with the most experience and wisdom was Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. As the sect master of the Rising Sky Feather sect, he had seen quite a bit of these various happenings. When he saw this, he couldn't help but feel surprised and mumbled to himself. Such an aura, could the son of an epic have arrived? Even the son of an epic shouldn't have such magnificent intent. As he was trying to figure it out, the Flame Emperor was escorting Shen Yunyang while they watched this boundless sight. Even though Shen Yunyang knew that nothing wrong could happen right now, she was still worried. Yunyang still hasn't come out of seclusion. What is he up to? The Flame Emperor, Luo Yunyang, and the others stood by Shen Yunyang's side. Their cultivation bases were all at the peak universe grade. By relying on the great amount of resources provided by Luo Yunyang as well as unlocking the gene seal of the Long family, their cultivation bases had all reached the peak universe grade. Even though breaking through to the Heavenly Venerate required opportunities, they all had the air of big shots. Furthermore, they represented Luo Yunyang and handled matters in Longland Great Cosmos, so even a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate would have to show them due respect. Upon hearing Shen Yunyang grumbling, the Flame Emperor chuckled. "Old madam, this is not a big deal. You don't have to worry. We have the most outstanding doctors in the entire Longland Great Cosmos here, so everything will be absolutely fine. Besides, I think that Luo Yunyang is more or less done with his seclusion." As they were talking, a lady in purple flew over. "Old ma'am, sirs, the lady has given birth. The young master has been born." As she said that, the vast purple and green mist surged even stronger. In an instant, beams of divine light shot toward the large hall Yunshi was in. Shen Yunyang's cultivation base was ordinary, so she simply couldn't see clearly what shot over. However, she could sense that whatever it was frightening. "Don't let those things near my grandson." Even though Shen Yunyang rarely got involved in the matters of Longland Great Cosmos, her words were worth gold in the entire Longland Great Cosmos. Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, people would carry out her orders 100%. Furthermore, even if Shen Yunyang hadn't said so, the Flame Emperor and the others definitely wouldn't have allowed this unknown substance to hurtle toward the newborn young master. Even though Luo Yunyang was already nearly immortal, the young master had just come into this world and made everyone really happy. After all, for humans, having future generations was a sort of legacy and foundation for the future. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble took to the sky and rushed to meet the divine light. Even though he sensed that the lights rushing out of the purple and green mist would definitely be a protective ultimate treasure that wouldn't pose any threat to the newborn young master, he still rushed to stop it. After all, Shen Yunyang had spoken and there was no harm in doing so. However, Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble still engaged these mighty ultimate treasures very carefully. He didn't want to become a laughing stock if he wasn't careful and was knocked down by these treasures. Just as Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble carefully went to meet the lights that converged from the purple mist, those lights seemed to sense Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's intent and gently floated down when he made his move. There seemed to be a small cauldron with purple clouds inscribed on it that contained a terrifying power. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble felt a little bedazzled when he saw the small cauldron, as he sensed that the grade of this small cauldron actually wasn't inferior to his sect's Sky Feather sword. As he felt much more curious about this young master, the various other lights that were like items fell into the hands of the Flame Emperor and the others. This situation amazed Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. A black and yellow pagoda landed in Luo Yunyang's hands. Even though this pagoda was small, the 33-story pagoda was also extraordinary. The black and white treasured map and green treasured flag weren't ordinary. Even though they fell into people's hands, the powerhouses holding on to these treasures all felt that these items had nothing to do with them. Luo Donger looked astonished as she saw these 4 treasures. "That little fella is really impressive." "This is just..." A huge silhouette that blocked out the sun suddenly appeared as she was midway through her sentence. When this figure sat in the void, for a moment, the sun couldn't be seen in the entire Longland Great Cosmos. It seemed as if the whole world was turning dark. "This child's fate is with the Sea Clan." Amidst this loud dull voice, a palm stretched out and made a grabbing motion toward the large hall Yunshi was in. The being that appeared was immensely powerful, but great heavenly venerate Rubble and the others couldn't let the newborn young master be taken away. If they let Luo Yunyang's newborn son be taken away, then they would no longer have to follow Luo Yunyang in the future. Amongst them, great heavenly venerate Rubble's cultivation base could be considered the best. As that huge hand came grabbing over, great heavenly venerate Rubble prepared his sword. Out of the sky feather 13 swords, he could utilize even the 12th sword now. Even though this 12th sword wasn't comparable to Luo Yunyang's 12th sword, it was still the 12th sword after all. Even a Yuan Venerate Almighty could block the 12th sword. Sword light filled the sky and cut forward. However, as this sword light approached the huge grabbing hand, it shattered as though a hammer had struck it. Great heavenly venerate Rubble spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference was just too big. Even though great heavenly venerate Rubble had a bad feeling, he still prepared to strike again with his sword. At that moment, the purple cauldron in his hand suddenly rose into the air. Chapter 1029. Four-season pyramid in a huge palace hall. The left hall master was seated as he watched the scene projected in front of him. A huge treasured cauldron was expelling boundless purple chi. Even though the purple chi looked really frail, when all of it was gathered, it seemed as if it was omnipresent. A boundless purple mist. As the large hand came down, the purple mist rose. Just as it was about to be shattered, the green light and purple mist gathered and gently blocked the large hand that was pressing down. While the green light rushed over, the black and white treasured map opened and formed a realm. Black and yellow mist surged and formed a pagoda that stood tall. The left hall master had a grave look on his face. There was even a hint of heartfelt envy in his voice. Seizing the essence of the world around indeed. These words seemed to be said without any context, but a man in red robes at his side understood what he meant. With such a father, the son's ability to seize the essence of the world around isn't too bad. This man had a mellow voice, but anyone listening would find it strange. The left hall master glanced at this person. Great diviner, do you mean to say that this young child will have limitless future prospects? The red-robed great diviner nodded. Yes, this child's prospects are unbounded. The red-robed great diviner spoke with some melancholy. In this world, there are only a few people whose fates I can't see. I can't see through him and his father. As the two of them were conversing, the surging purple mist and green light had already split in the void. As they split apart, a large hand pressed down heavily on the 33-story, black and yellow pagoda. The black and yellow pagoda shook and countless black and yellow sword lights slashed at that huge hand. However, even though these sword lights appeared very strong, they didn't amount to much against that huge black hand and weren't able to break through it. Great diviner, are you certain Luo Yunyang will definitely be my greatest obstacle this time? The left hall master said as he watched the scene of the clash. The red-robed great diviner nodded. Indeed, my intuition tells me that Luo Yunyang will become your greatest hindrance. If you don't believe it, we can wait and see. The left hall master was amused as he saw the slightly irritated great diviner. He wasn't willing to offend the great diviner, so he smiled and said, I wouldn't have asked the patriarch of the Sea family to personally act if I didn't believe you, great diviner. The red-robed great diviner looked a little pleased and proud as he replied. Didn't I already give you a prediction regarding that mysterious place? Hasn't it already come true? The left hall master froze when he heard the words, mysterious place. He really didn't wish to hear anyone bring this matter up again. However, the great diviner was actually bringing this up again to take credit. He really did give off a sense of propriety. Alright, it's almost time. We should head over. I hope that the middle hall master doesn't disappoint me this time. The left hall master stood up and spoke indifferently as he glanced at the scene displayed in the huge hall once again. The great diviner smiled but didn't say anything and followed the left hall master out of the great hall. Meanwhile, in Hongmeng's sacred hall, the large hall where Yuan Venerate White Crane and the right hall master were at, the right hall master had similarly received news of the Sea family patriarch's appearance in Longland Great Cosmos. The ancient six families are really going more and more overboard, a middle-aged man said angrily. This man had a Taishi Yuan Venerate cultivation and wasn't inferior to Yuan Venerate White Crane. However, his aura seemed even more penetrative than Yuan Venerate White Crane's. Yuan Venerate White Crane sighed upon seeing the man's expression. This man was considered a good friend of his. The reason he was so worked up was because he had suffered at the hands of the ancient six families before. This man had never had an opportunity to pay the ancient six families back, so he naturally only felt hatred and resentment for them. The Right Hall Master didn't say anything. Even though he too was discomfited by the ancient six families, he wasn't willing to waste any time on this matter. It looks like Luo Yunyang won't be able to make it this time. The Right Hall Master said sadly, "What a pity." Yuan Venerate White Crane nodded. Even though Luo Yunyang's cultivation base is very extraordinary, breaking the Sea family patriarch's seal will be very difficult. A collusion with the ancient six families will occur. If such a person were to become the master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, it would simply be humiliating for Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. That same middle-aged man growled as he slammed his palm against a pillar. Even though the pillars of the hall were made from the most top-notch diamonds and had lots of arrays that increased their sturdiness, cracks still appeared as this man slammed his palm. Yuan Venerate White Crane frowned. He was of a similar age as him, yet he was somewhat immature when it came to many matters. Even though the Right Hall Master didn't say anything to this man, he glanced at the man with an understanding expression. The person in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall who least hoped for the Left Hall Master to become the head was naturally the Right Hall Master. The Right Hall Master didn't have many ambitions most of the time, but he definitely wasn't going to give way this time. "Sir Right Hall Master, it's about time. We should go over." Yuan Venerate White Crane gazed toward the horizon. The Right Hall Master nodded. "Very well, let's go then." As they were leaving the large hall, the screen that was displaying the battle scenes in Longland Great Cosmos showed that the two black and white revolving fish that were full of black and white light had already been shattered. The huge hand had grabbed the 33-story, black and yellow pagoda that was beneath them. "This isn't all that bad," an unsympathetic voice said. The black and yellow pagoda shuddered violently and vast black and yellow mist formed a sword light spanning 10,000 miles. Even so, this sword light was still easily shattered. The disparity was just too big. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble and the others were already preparing to make their move. Even though this great enemy was someone they couldn't deal with, they still couldn't let Luo Yunyang's son be taken away no matter the cost. As the Great Heavenly Venerate prepared to unleash the 12th sword again, a sword light suddenly came slashing through. This sword light was really ordinary from the moment it appeared. However, as it cut through the air, it seemed to have a might capable of destroying everything and turning the world into ashes. The great heart of the sword rebel felt his heart trembling when he saw this slash. He could clearly sense the essentials of the Sky Feather 13 swords inside this strike, but on a whole, this strike was much more powerful than the Sky Feather 13 swords. It could even be said that this sword far surpassed the Sky Feather 13 swords. The hand that was grabbing at the 33-story, black and yellow pagoda had to change direction the instant the sword came slashing through. The hand formed a fist and pummeled towards that astonishing sword light. Boom, 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 sword light and fist collided. Cracks rapidly appeared on that mysterious fist projection, and when the sword light dissipated, the fist that seemingly contained boundless might shattered. In just an instant, the 33-story pagoda had quickly fallen back and once again retreated to Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's side in an instant. Luo Yunyang, the huge silhouette covering the sky, quickly drew back and transformed into the face of a pale man in his 30s. His voice had an air of superiority. "It is the Luo family's honor that I am interested in taking your son into my care. How could you still dare stop me?" Luo Yunyang didn't appear, but his voice echoed throughout the void. "How can a tiger learn how to bark like a dog?" Scram! Every member of the Luo family felt pleased when they heard this. After all, this being of unknown origin had come to try and snatch their young master after he had just been born. He was still trying to snatch away the baby after their master had appeared. This was simply beyond despicable. What an arrogant brat! Not only will I take your son away today, but I will also suppress you for 300 years and show you that no one can profane the 6 ancient families. The man sneered as his hands moved once again. While he moved his hands this time, countless golden lines rapidly converged. In just an instant, these golden lines gathered to form an overwhelming, massive pyramid that hurtled in Luo Yunyang's direction. Even though a gleaming golden glow emanated from the pyramid, the 4 corners of this pyramid contained the power of the 4 seasons. The moment this pyramid appeared, Great Heavenly Venerate already had an idea about the name of this move. The foundations of the 4 seasonal laws that were condensing into the state of a pyramid not only allowed the strength of these laws to intensify, but they also made it even more convenient. Even though Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble hadn't had too many interactions with Yuan Venerate, he was still the sect master after all. Thus, He understood the classifications of Yuan venerates. The move used by this man was clearly a Taichu Yuan venerate method. Ancient 6 families, Taichu Yuan venerate. The person who had attacked really viewed their master highly. As great heavenly venerate Rubble had these thoughts, the falling pagoda had already shot towards where Luo Yunyang was staying in seclusion. If the pagoda descended, it would be able to suppress Luo Yunyang underneath it. Once Luo Yunyang was suppressed, the entire Longland Great Cosmos would have no one capable of warding off the godly Sea family patriarch. Chapter 1030. The Middle Hall Master's struggle. The Sea family patriarch overlooked everything below him with cold intent. His original intent had been to squash Luo Yunyang, but this recent display had threatened him. This sort of person had to die. As the number 1 person of the Sea family patriarch knew what needed to be done in order to gain more. It was because of this reason that the Sea family couldn't allow anyone that threatened them to exist. The 4-season pyramid came crashing down. This pyramid had the nomological power of a Taichu Yuan venerate. Such laws had been termed Great Tao laws during ancient eras and were much stronger than the ordinary laws that the average Yuan venerates could control. The Sea family patriarch's smile deepened when he thought about the classification of laws. However, his mocking smile wasn't meant for Luo Yunyang, but rather for the 5 great halls of the human race. Even though the 5 great halls were considered to be in control of the human race, they paled in comparison to the ancient 6 families. All cultivation realms beyond the Yuan venerate knew this was the simplest Taishi, Taichu, and Tai Yuan venerate classification. They simply didn't know that the classification regarding the control of the laws should be based on ordinary laws, Great Tao laws, and time immemorial laws. The difference between the ancient 6 families and these people was too big. Just as the Sea family patriarch was feeling pleased with himself, he sensed a fist intent rising from below. This fist intent was composed of 3 different types of nomological laws the moment it was blasted out. As this fist mark shot upward, the Sea family patriarch felt fear. Would he fear 3 types of nomological laws? However, the Sea family patriarch didn't sense that these laws were very powerful when he first noticed them. Thus, when the 3 types of nomological laws gathered, the Sea family patriarch stiffened. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand toward the 4-season pyramid. As power flowed in, the 4-season pyramid instantly doubled in size. The power it possessed doubled as well. As the 4-season pyramid's might intensified, the fist that contained 3 types of laws smashed into the 4-season pyramid. Boom, boom, boom. Fractures appeared on the massive pyramid following the collision. These cracks instantly made the glorious pyramid look ruined and decrepit in an instant. The Sea family patriarch's face darkened, as this fist strike hadn't just damaged the 4-season pyramid. It had also caused harm to his body. The instant this fist was unleashed, Luo Yunyang rose into the air. As he flew upward, he once again threw a forceful punch. Even though the previous punch had already been extremely ferocious, it had ultimately still contained ordinary nomological laws. However, the punch unleashed by Luo Yunyang now contained a vast, boundless might. This punch was magnificent and overwhelming. The Sea family patriarch saw limitless golden silhouettes when this punch was unleashed. He had only heard of these golden silhouettes in legends before. Now, the golden silhouettes brandished their fists alongside Luo Yunyang. These fists had the power to break the land and rip the sky. Curse you, you vile being! The Sea family patriarch howled as his hands moved quickly, forming seals as a treasured mirror gleaming with a golden glow congealed in front of his body. Even though the Sea family patriarch seemed hasty while making this move, the golden mirror still appeared to possess a terrifying might. If an entity like Yuan venerate White Crane was facing this mirror, it would absolutely have no way of breaking it. However, Luo Yunyang's fist had already utilized the 1000-era imperial purposes and blasted out. The fist advanced and the treasured mirror shattered. Even though the Sea family patriarch dodged rather quickly, a huge fissure appeared on his body. This meant that Luo Yunyang's attack would also cause considerable damage to an entity like the Sea family patriarch. Luo Yunyang thought this was a pity. Even though he wanted to smelt and create the first nomological law that belonged to him and had absorbed the essence of the 1000-era imperial purposes and the 4 devastating swords, a disparity in grade was still inevitable. Therefore, although his punch could break the 4-season pyramid, it was still slightly insufficient to defeat the Sea family patriarch. However, the 1000-era imperial purposes technique was different. It had been created thanks to its creator's many years of tempering. In terms of cultivation base, it was still a far cry from what Luo Yunyang's initially created nomological laws could hope to achieve. If he took this path, Luo Yunyang believed that his cultivation base would improve rapidly and the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes technique could allow him to rush to the apex. However, he would forever be unable to surpass the supreme entity that had created the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes. Even the entity that had created the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes had fallen, as a great era had been destroyed. Luo Yunyang didn't think that he could be stronger than this supreme entity just by inheriting his legacy. This was also why he wanted to give up on a top-notch technique like the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes and walk his own path. The Xi family patriarch retreated rapidly. However, even though he retreated really quickly, that fist still struck his body. Instantly, the Xi family patriarch coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although this mouthful of blood wasn't life-threatening, it still made the Xi family patriarch consider retreating. The fact that he had come at the behest of someone didn't mean that he would risk his life for this request. The Xi family patriarch's own life was extremely important to him, so he couldn't just put his life at stake for others. Luo Yunyang, I will definitely pay you back tenfold for what happened today. As he said this, the Xi family patriarch took to the sky and waved his arms, immediately creating a spatial tear and disappearing through it. Luo Yunyang didn't stop him, not because he lacked the methods to do so, but because he knew that something important was currently going on in Hongmeng's sacred hall. If he got involved with the Xi family patriarch, he would definitely miss this important matter. I should be the one saying that I will pay you back tenfold, Luo Yunyang muttered as he descended. Meanwhile, the disciples of Hongmeng's sacred hall had already started to gather outside the sacred hall. Everyone was quietly waiting. Profound calm Zongzi and the others were at the back. Even though they didn't say anything, they too had nervous looks on their faces despite the fact that the successor of the middle hall master didn't really concern them much. If one's close superior became the head of Hongmeng's sacred hall, they would gain great benefits in the future. If the successor of the middle hall master didn't have much of a relationship with their superiors, then even the lowliest of disciples like them would have to pay a considerable price. Therefore, all of them hoped that the elected successor would benefit them. Unlike them, the individuals that had a great influence on the fate of Hongmeng's sacred hall weren't saying anything. However, many people looked at the left and right hall master impatiently when they arrived. The two big shots of Hongmeng's sacred hall, the left and right hall master, were still chatting amicably as if no hint of competition existed between them. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that their smiles and words lacked any sincerity. The Da Qian master has arrived. As the appointed time drew closer, a resounding noise was heard around Hongmeng's sacred hall. The left hall master frowned when he heard it. Evidently, he hadn't really hoped that the Da Qian master would come. However, now that he was here, he couldn't object to it. Following that, another announcement was made. The battle hall master has arrived. The dark hall master has arrived. The Zanpin sacred hall master has arrived. Following these announcements, the masters of the other four halls walked over practically at the same time. The left and right hall master had pleasant looks on their faces, but both of them also seemed slightly apprehensive. The Da Qian master was at the head. After greeting the left hall master and the others, he chuckled. Hongmeng's sacred hall is of great importance to the entire human race. Thus, the fall of the middle hall master is a massive disaster for our race. During this troubled period, when the leadership of Hongmeng's sacred hall changes hands, the few of us have to come and view the departed middle hall master's wishes and see whether our 5 great sacred halls can work with a common purpose to deal with our enemies. When he said that, his gaze lingered on the left hall master. The left hall master wouldn't object to our intrusion, right? How could I? You are all esteemed guests, so Hongmeng's sacred hall cannot treat you insincerely. The left hall master laughed heartily. At that moment, someone announced loudly, 3 family heads of the ancient families have arrived. Even though it wasn't reported which family heads had come, the arrival of these 3 family heads more or less indicated the 6 ancient families' stance on this matter. The right hall master's gaze turned cold when he heard this, but he ultimately didn't say anything. After all, if the hall masters of the 5 great sacred halls could come, then so could the family heads of the ancient 6 families. The left hall master said in a pleased tone, "Welcome." Chapter 1031. Space-time converges. The middle hall masters edict the hall masters of Zanpin Sacred Hall, Battle Hall, Dark Hall, and Da Qian Sacred Hall, as well as the representatives of the ancient six families, made many people feel hazy. After all, deep down, many people knew that this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. Some disciples who were conspiracy theorists could vaguely guess what would happen there. However, even though these disciples had tons of thoughts, nobody said anything. The inner hall doors of Hongmeng's sacred hall slowly opened and the divine elder strolled out without any expression on his face. He cast a glance at everyone present before saying to the left and right hall master, "It's about time. The middle hall master's decree will be revealed shortly. Have all Hongmeng's sacred hall disciples arrived?" Even though the divine elder spoke calmly, every single one of these powerhouses viewed the divine elder with reverence. They didn't know the divine elder's origins, but they knew the divine elder wasn't someone they should offend. Despite their current status, they still couldn't afford to offend the divine elder. In front of the divine elder, all of them made the same choice, to avoid any conflict with the divine elder by trying as hard as possible. Reporting to the divine elder, 3 disciples of Hongmeng's sacred hall haven't arrived yet. They are Heavenly Venerate Daoyi, Heavenly Venerate Yuncheng, and Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, who was in charge of internal affairs in Hongmeng's sacred hall, reported. He was a Yuan Venerate entity, so nobody could detect any error in Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's report. The divine elder didn't say anything, but the left hall master had already stood up. Disgraceful. These 3 aren't here yet at such an important time. They are really undisciplined. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, you are in charge of Hongmeng's sacred hall's internal laws. Tell me, how do we deal with this sort of situation? Expulsion, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow replied without batting an eyelid. Expelling the other 2 heavenly venerates wouldn't be too much of a problem for the entire Hongmeng's sacred hall. However, Luo Yunyang's expulsion would be a big deal. The right hall master said icily, "Left hall master, Luo Yunyang hasn't made it because he was delayed by other issues. I suggest that we investigate before discussing this any further. No rules, no standards." The left hall master said sternly, "At a tumultuous time for Hongmeng's sacred hall, some people are actually conceited and arrogant. Even though I do not know exactly what he thinks he can rely on to be so arrogant, I firmly believe in one thing when dealing with this sort of people: we don't need them in Hongmeng's sacred hall. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Right hall master, you must have heard of this before, right?" Someone chuckled softly. Dark hall completely agrees with what the left hall master is saying. We mustn't put up with conceited fellows, even if they possess some ability. Once these people get used to tolerance, the atmosphere of the entire sect will change, a man from the ancient 6 families chimed in. Although he didn't look old, there seemed to be an air of elegance about him. The left hall master smiled after hearing these words of agreement. Meanwhile, Yuan Venerate White Crane smirked. "I think that the ancient 6 families should explain to us why Luo Yunyang isn't here." He then eyed the ancient 6 families powerhouse that had spoken. Why has the C family patriarch gone to Longland Great Cosmos at such a time? Furthermore, he also went before Luo Yunyang's family gates to make a move. Should we let you give us an explanation, kind sir? Ha ha ha, how could we dare interfere with the C family patriarch's matters? That man chuckled. Furthermore, I heard that the C family patriarch has taken a fancy to a genius and went to recruit a disciple. Could Hongmeng's sacred hall already be so unreasonable that you have to interfere with the ancient 6 families' disciple recruitment? The surrounding atmosphere became tense once this was said. The relationship between the ancient 6 families and the 5 great sacred halls had never been great. Even though the 5 great sacred halls could repress the ancient 6 families for the time being, this wasn't definite. Hongmeng's sacred hall had lost the middle hall master, which could be considered a big blow to the 5 great sacred halls. Keeping the ancient 6 families in check had become even more difficult. The Daqian hall master spoke up then. "Now isn't the time for us to bicker. We are all here to see the middle hall master's posthumous edict. Whatever problems you all have can wait for another time," the Daqian master said firmly in an unquestionable tone. As an entity second only to the middle hall master in the 5 great sacred halls, the Daqian master already possessed a great amount of prestige. Few people would talk back the moment he spoke. "All right, let's all keep our mouths shut," one of the family heads of the ancient 6 families said indifferently. The left hall master cupped a fist toward everyone else. "All right, since the Daqian master said so, let us prepare to request the middle hall master's posthumous edict. Let the 3 disciples who haven't yet arrived explain themselves in the future." The left hall master had basically seized the initiative by saying all this. Even though the right hall master was a little reluctant, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with what the left hall master did. The divine elder didn't reveal his thoughts on the struggle between the left and right hall masters. He just slowly walked to the inner hall of Hongmeng's sacred hall after the left hall master said this. However, the divine elder didn't do anything. Just as looks of impatience started appearing on the faces of the members of the ancient 6 families, the divine elder suddenly moved. His palms instantly formed hand seals. 6 seals were quickly formed by the divine elder. As these seals were released into the void, a small portal appeared in the calm void. This portal was really tiny. A small golden box appeared in the void the moment this portal opened. The Da Qian Hall master sighed softly when he saw the small box. He was lamenting the middle hall master's fall, but his sigh also contained a hint of heartfelt respect and admiration for the middle hall master. Most people wouldn't be able to see anything based on the divine elder's simple actions. However, as a top entity, the Da Qian master could see the marvels within. By perfectly combining top space and time nomological laws, most other people wouldn't be able to retrieve the small box hidden within the void. It could be said that the location of this box was continuously shifting. Only by using a specific method at a specific time and spot could one retrieve this little box. If these 3 criteria were missing, the small box would continue to flow through time until someone was able to retrieve it as it revolved around time and space in Hongmeng's sacred hall's void once again. As he held the small box, the hands of the usually expressionless divine elder were shaking. Clearly, the divine elder, who seemed like he never had any emotions, wasn't actually all that unperturbed. Receive the middle hall master's decree. The divine hall master announced respectfully. All Hongmeng's sacred hall disciples bowed deferentially the moment they heard the divine elder's words. At that moment, the small box was slowly opened by the divine elder and a trace of intent surged out. In an instant, this trace of intent congealed into a silhouette of the middle hall master. Even though the news of the middle hall master's fall had already spread throughout Hongmeng's sacred hall, many people still couldn't help showing respect when this silhouette appeared. Even the representatives of the ancient 6 families didn't dare make a ruckus. I believe I will be gone when everyone sees this bit of my spiritual consciousness. The middle hall master's voice came from this projection. However, no one needs to grieve. I died when my time was up, so there is nothing to regret. The middle hall master's voice contained a hint of self-mockery. Even though there are many things I am unable to let go of, I can only let you help me accomplish them. Da Qian master, I know that you will probably be in this hall. How could you not be here for such a big matter? Since you have come, I hope that you can provide additional guarantees for my future arrangements. The Da Qian master had never imagined that the trace of consciousness left behind by the middle hall master would mention him. He cupped his fists toward the projection of consciousness and said, "Since you have entrusted me, I will definitely do my best to help you accomplish what you want." Very good. After I fall, the most important issue of Hongmeng's sacred hall will be filling the position of the middle hall master. I hesitated for a long time, but I finally made a decision. The word, decision, made everyone present tense up, especially the left and right hall master. This would decide which one of them would officially become the master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. The position of the middle hall master is to be succeeded by Luo Yunyang. The left and right hall master will remain in their own positions and assist Luo Yunyang in getting through the crisis of my demise. The left hall master's body swayed involuntarily. Doubt crept into his heart when the great diviner said that Luo Yunyang would become his greatest obstacle. However, he very quickly tossed this doubt aside. After all, Luo Yunyang's time in Hongmeng's sacred hall was really short. Even though his cultivation was pretty decent, he was still a shengji within Hongmeng's sacred hall. There wasn't much hope of passing on his position. However, according to the middle hall master's posthumous edict, he had actually selected Luo Yunyang to succeed him. This greatly astonished the left hall master, who was livid. If Luo Yunyang were to become the middle hall master, then what would the left hall master do? That was also why he wanted to expel Luo Yunyang from Hongmeng's sacred hall in the first place. I object, someone cried out while the left hall master was still dealing with a rush of thoughts. Chapter 1032, Forceful Arrival, Not Yielding an Inch Impossible. When Yuan Venerate White Crane heard that the middle hall master, whom he respected so much, had selected Luo Yunyang to succeed the position, his immediate thought was that this definitely wasn't real. Even though Yuan Venerate White Crane believed that Luo Yunyang had boundless potential and an extraordinary cultivation, he had never assumed that Luo Yunyang would be a candidate for becoming Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Middle Hall Master. After all, Luo Yunyang had entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall too recently. When the Yuan Venerate heard the Middle Hall Master announce his successor, his first reaction was that this person lacked the experience and qualifications for the job. Experience and qualifications. At a time when strength was valued and martialists only considered cultivation bases, in a sect, experience and qualifications were equally important. After all, if the Middle Hall Master had selected the Left or Right Hall Master as his successor, Yuan Venerate White Crane wouldn't have questioned it even if he was uncomfortable with the decision. After all, he had no right to call things into question. This wasn't solely because of the Left and Right Hall Master's cultivation base, but also because their experience and qualifications were far higher than his and everyone else's. Even if Yuan Venerate White Crane had some doubts, he definitely wouldn't raise any objections. However, others didn't seem to have such qualms. As the Yuan Venerate was mulling this over in silence, someone had already voiced out their thoughts. Yuan Venerate White Crane wasn't surprised that the person who had spoken out was Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had suffered at Luo Yunyang's hands. Everyone present knew this. Thus, no one was really surprised to see Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow speak up. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, why are you calling this into question? The Left Hall Master asked as he glanced at the Yuan Venerate. While this question sounded like a rebuke, it actually contained a hint of inciting support. The Right Hall Master didn't object when the Left Hall Master spoke either. Even though the Right Hall Master had always been a supporter of the Middle Hall Master, this didn't mean that he would willingly continue being a subordinate of his. Various Hall Masters, I am not doubting the Middle Hall Master's decision, but I am objecting to Luo Yunyang becoming a Hall Master. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow added, Luo Yunyang didn't contribute while he was in the mysterious underworld race's domain. Furthermore, in 1 year, he didn't have any contact with our forces in the mysterious underworld race. According to the information given by our spies in the mysterious underworld race, there is a very large possibility that Luo Yunyang is already relying on the mysterious underworld race. When he came back, I requested his return to the hall in order to verify whether he had any dealings with the mysterious underworld race. He objected rudely and even attacked my punishment bureau disciples. These sorts of actions are a very big problem. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow then said solemnly, when the Middle Hall Master left his edict, he didn't know about any of these matters and therefore elected Luo Yunyang to succeed his position. Even though we have to comply with the Middle Hall Master's decision, this doesn't mean that we can allow someone who is suspected of conniving with the mysterious underworld race to become our Hall Master. If that were to happen, the damage to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall might be impossible to estimate. The words of Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow immediately made the people all around start discussing. It could be said that his words possessed great destructive power. After all, the position of the Middle Hall Master was very important. If a mysterious underworld race spy became the Middle Hall Master, he would simply be leading Hongmeng's Sacred Hall to destruction. Therefore, when Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow finished speaking, many people seemed to ponder this. Right Hall Master, how do you think we should handle the matter Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow has brought up? The Left Hall Master gave a faint nod to Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow before turning to the Right Hall Master. The Right Hall Master was silent for an instant before he continued speaking. If what Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow says is true, then until Luo Yunyang is cleared of these suspicions, he isn't suitable to assume the role of the Middle Hall Master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. He then glanced at the Left Hall Master. However, I also have no idea how to deal with this matter right now. The Daqian Hall Master and the others were also frowning. They had come this time because they already had a target they supported. However, the Middle Hall Master's posthumous edict had surprised them. Letting Luo Yunyang, who was a newbie, assume the role of the Middle Hall Master was something they couldn't have foreseen. Furthermore, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's words weren't unreasonable. Even though they knew the possibility wasn't huge, this definitely required their attention. After all, the Hall Master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall wasn't an ordinary person. It would be an unimaginable problem if there were any issues. The Left Hall Master was somewhat displeased with the Right Hall Master's reply. If the Right Hall Master could recommend him to become the Middle Hall Master, then the Left Hall Master would take advantage of the situation. However, Since the right hall master had said such a thing, he couldn't just say that this position belonged to him in front of so many people. He hesitated for a moment before he made a decision. Since the right hall master can't make a decision, then I think we shouldn't fill the middle hall master's position for the time being. We should allow Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow to launch an investigation on whether Luo Yunyang is a mysterious underworld race spy. If the investigation proves that Luo Yunyang doesn't have any dealings with the mysterious underworld race, then we will let him assume the position of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Hall Master. The left Hall Master's decision seemed sound, but the powerhouses present were all wily old foxes with great experience. How could they not know the hazards of the left Hall Master's decision? There was no need to mention the investigation. As long as there was a hint of suspicion regarding Luo Yunyang, he wouldn't become Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Middle Hall Master. Perhaps it could even be said that he would forever be unable to become Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Middle Hall Master. How could the right Hall Master not see through the left Hall Master's intent? Instead, he nodded and said, "In that case, we shall go along with what the left Hall Master says." As the two of them discussed briefly and prepared to decide on the outcome, a sarcastic laugh rang out around the Great Hall. "Shouldn't the two of you listen to the implicated party before making a decision?" Luo Yunyang strode in with an icy look on his face. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's face darkened when he saw Luo Yunyang entering. After all, he had been humiliated by Luo Yunyang not too long ago. Even though he had just gotten back at Luo Yunyang, this still couldn't compare to the humiliation he had suffered at his hands. The left hall master chuckled when he saw Luo Yunyang. "Yunyang, we just tasked Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow to look for you. The middle hall master wants you to succeed him as Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's master, but Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow voiced out some suspicions about your experiences in the mysterious underworld race. You should comply with Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's investigation. As long as there are no problems, you will become Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Hall Master." The left hall master sounded warm, but Luo Yunyang could see the mockery in his eyes. He was no fool. He could easily see the intent behind this. After glancing at the left hall master, Luo Yunyang ignored him. He didn't look at the right hall master either. He just turned toward the divine elder and the middle hall master's intent, which no longer possessed any consciousness. "Divine elder, am I the middle hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall?" Luo Yunyang asked. The divine elder regained his expressionless bearing and replied, "Yes, from this day on, you are Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's middle hall master." "Greetings, middle hall master." The divine elder's status within Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was considerable. Even though many Yuan venerates knew that the divine elder was basically an advisor, he had been around for as long as Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had existed. Because of this fact alone, the divine elder's status in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall couldn't be shaken. By greeting Luo Yunyang, he caused everyone around them to react. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow exclaimed furiously, "Luo Yunyang, you are a maverick. Despite what the left and right hall master decided, you would actually dare succeed the middle hall master's position. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, who gave you the gall to speak to me in this way? Get out," Luo Yunyang said without any restraint. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's face was completely dark when he heard this. He had always believed that he was a person of status, yet he had been asked to get lost by Luo Yunyang twice. Furthermore, this time, there were many people around. If he accepted this without any objection, then he would never lift his head in front of these people again. Just as he was about to unleash his rage, the left hall master spoke. "Luo Yunyang, who allowed you to be this impertinent?" Luo Yunyang stared at the left hall master and replied just as calmly, "Left hall master, who gave you the authority to void the middle hall master's decree?" The left hall master's face darkened. He indeed didn't have the authority to void the middle hall master's decree. However, he had simply avoided any possibility of Luo Yunyang becoming the middle hall master through this investigation to clear his name. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had actually ruined his ploy and put him in a tough spot. The right hall master didn't speak. He just gazed at Luo Yunyang with a strange expression. "Divine elder, since I am the middle hall master, I have authority over Hongmeng's Sacred Hall." Luo Yunyang eyed the divine elder and said unquestionably, "I would like you to hand me Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's authority." The divine elder didn't say anything, but a member of the ancient six families spoke up. "How dare a spy dream of becoming Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Hall Master? This is simply a farce." Chapter 1033. Incompetent comrades. The person speaking had a lofty look on his face. Luo Yunyang didn't just recognize him. It could be said that he was somewhat familiar with this person. Yun Tiansheng, a leader amongst the ancient six families' young generation, an entity that had reached the initial stage of the Yuan Venerate. He gave Luo Yunyang a provocative stare as he said that. Luo Yunyang had not had a favorable opinion about Yun Tiansheng right from the beginning. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint now that this person had actually dared provoke him. Luo Yunyang replied calmly, I was still wondering who would dare to speak this way. Turns out it is the ancient six families who are allied with the mysterious underworld race. Who let this bunch of dogs bark in Hongmeng's sacred hall? The ancient six families had always felt a sense of superiority over the human race. Even though their appearance was the same as the human race, they felt that they were far superior gods that controlled everything. It was basically this way of thinking that made the ancient six families as a whole feel that they were superior to the human race. They felt that the entire human race should listen to them and that the humans were slaves that the ancient six families could control. They had already made their own decision about the Hall Master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. Thus, Luo Yunyang's unexpected appearance didn't please them. As a top character of the Yun family of the ancient six families, Yun Tiansheng naturally had great authority. In the eyes of some elders, Yun Tiansheng could make decisions on behalf of the family. How could such a being allow himself to be taken lightly? And how could he be willing to stay silent when such a big matter didn't go their way? Therefore, Yun Tiansheng had shouted at Luo Yunyang. His idea was to use this sort of method to make sure people knew he was there. However, while he imagined that Luo Yunyang would accept a compromise, Luo Yunyang had unexpectedly berated him in a righteous manner. He had immediately verbally attacked the ancient six families. However, Luo Yunyang's words caused Yun Tiansheng to have some suspicions. The ancient six families' relationship with the mysterious underworld race had always been kept from the human race. After all, the human race and the mysterious underworld race were mortal enemies. Vile being, you must have some nerve to slander our ancient six families. Die. Yun Tiansheng was a little inexperienced, but a middle-aged man standing behind Yun Tiansheng stepped forward. He was as imposing as a mountain and gave off a terrifying aura. He glared at Luo Yunyang furiously and said, Luo Yunyang, if you don't give our ancient six families a proper explanation for what you have said, we will never let you off. The combined power of the ancient six families wasn't inferior to the 5 great sacred halls. Before the middle hall master had fallen, the ancient six families had frequently used some methods to test the limits of the human race. What would the ancient six families do now that Luo Yunyang had insulted them before all the heads of the 5 great sacred halls? It could even be said that this was a rare opportunity for the ancient six families. The left hall master had a clear mocking look on his face. Even though Luo Yunyang had a great aptitude, the left hall master believed that he was just bold but not very astute. He was causing a conflict with the ancient six families. Did he think he was really the middle hall master? Meanwhile, the right hall master still didn't show any hint of emotion. However, he was quietly watching Luo Yunyang. The Daqian master and the Zanpin sacred hall master exchanged a glance. The two of them looked slightly dissatisfied. Naturally, this dissatisfaction was directed at Luo Yunyang. Even though they had a favorable opinion of Luo Yunyang, his outburst against the ancient six families was very pleasing. However, they still felt that Luo Yunyang was really impetuous. The ancient six families had considerable power. If an acrimonious fallout with the ancient six families were to occur, then it would be a serious blow to the human race. How could they not be aware of the dirty tricks of the ancient six families? However, the 5 great sacred halls had always tolerated these tricks. This tolerance was naturally all for the sake of the bigger picture. The middle hall master had elected Luo Yunyang to be his successor, but Luo Yunyang didn't make the bigger picture his priority. This made the Daqian master and the others feel disappointed. However, they didn't speak right away either. They just continued watching. They wanted to see how Luo Yunyang would resolve this situation. I will give you all an explanation since you desire one. Luo Yunyang, who didn't seem afraid of the Yun family's big shot, actually grinned. Yun Tiansheng, I was in the mysterious underworld race's domain for some time prior to this. Even though we didn't stop the second ancient Yuan underworld lord's inheritance succession, I still found out about an interesting incident. I heard that on the divine incarcerate race's Wanyu sacred mountain, you joined forces with Jiuzi Xuanming yet weren't able to stop Nalanye. That's complete trash. Luo Yunyang used the word, trash, without any restraint, but this word caused Yun Tiansheng's face to darken. He was a high and lofty being who had always believed that he was supposed to be a ruler in this world. However, Luo Yunyang's words almost left a scar on him. Thus, he huffed. It was Jiuzi Xuanming's inability that caused. Yun Tiansheng stopped midway. He had already fully understood what was going on at this moment and wished he could chop up the smiling Luo Yunyang into a million pieces right now. The Yun family's patriarch didn't look too pleased either. Yun Tiansheng was an important disciple groomed by the Yun family. With just a few words, he had caused a problem. A rather thorny problem at that. The left hall master appeared to be slightly pissed. Yun Tiansheng's performance was utterly disappointing. He simply had incompetent allies. Allies could render help, whereas an ally like Yun Tiansheng had harmed more than he had helped. The right hall master felt a lot more carefree watching Yun Tiansheng screw up. The arrival of the ancient six families had put him under some pressure. Now, just one sentence from Yun Tiansheng had completely made the ancient six families lose whatever speaking rights they'd had to decide Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's hall master. Luo Yunyang, I heard that you are the top expert of the human race's young generation. Now, the middle hall master has left behind a decree for you to succeed him, which means that you should have some ability. Yun Tiansheng inhaled deeply and calmed down. He smirked while staring at Luo Yunyang and said nonchalantly, I, Yun Tiansheng, am the best member of the ancient six families. I wonder if you would dare have a match with me. Let me see for myself whether you are worthy of being called a top powerhouse of the human race's young generation. When the other youths of the ancient six families heard this, they immediately realized that Yun Tiansheng's counterattack had arrived. His recent error had caused the ancient six families to have no speaking rights here. At such a time, the five great sacred halls wouldn't allow this representative of the ancient six families to get his way. After all, they definitely couldn't allow someone who was rumored to have ties to the mysterious underworld race to be involved. However, Yun Tiansheng's challenging method wasn't bad either. As a person recognized by the middle hall master, it would be difficult for Luo Yunyang to avoid such a challenge. Even if he avoided the challenge, Yun Tiansheng's objective would basically be accomplished. After all, a powerhouse who was afraid of a challenge simply didn't have any right to become Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's hall master. If Luo Yunyang accepted the challenge, they believed Yun Tiansheng would probably defeat him without too much difficulty given his combat prowess. As long as Luo Yunyang was defeated, the possibility of him becoming Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's hall master would be minute. At the very least, his prestige would fall to its lowest point. Luo Yunyang, back in my clan, I heard that some people said you were the most powerful entity to emerge in this epoch. What will it be? Do you dare to have a bout with brother Yun Tiansheng and show us that the human race is already talking big? A beautiful lady said frivolously. Someone else continued after the lady had spoken. He doesn't dare. Hee. Doesn't everyone feel that he is unrivaled at only shooting his mouth off? I heard that he didn't dare do anything when he went into the mysterious underworld race's domain. Hee. I heard that it was because of him that a C family disciple was the next to jest. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yun Tiansheng with a strange look for a few moments before finally saying, You want to challenge me? Even though Yun Tiansheng found Luo Yunyang's gaze strange, he didn't think much of it. Right now, what he wanted to do was regain his honor in the most incisive manner. Therefore, when Luo Yunyang spoke, he replied icily, Indeed, I am challenging you. How about it? Do you dare? Or could my fellow comrades be right? All your deeds are merely exaggerations made by the human race. All right, let's have a proper fight so I can see exactly what sort of ability the number one person of the ancient six families' young generation has. Luo Yunyang scoffed with sarcasm. Yun Tiansheng didn't know why Luo Yunyang was speaking to him in such a mocking manner, but he felt that it was enough as long as Luo Yunyang accepted his challenge. Let's not set a date. How about we have the bout right now? Yun Tiansheng walked towards the outside of the hall as he said that. I can see that Hong Meng's Sacred Hall has a decent arena. Let's decide who is superior there. The Da Qian master and the others exchanged a quick glance and went out too. Right now, they felt that they needed time to discuss the follow-up actions of the various halls. Luo Yunyang's bout with Yun Tiansheng would just give them the time to do so. Chapter 1034. Spirited Bell. Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's arena had countless array formations in place. Basically nothing unexpected would happen during the fights that took place in the arena. In the past, many fights in this arena had attracted many viewers. After all, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall disciples, regardless of whether they were new recruits or veterans, were more than happy to put their primary focus on cultivation. However, it was different this time. Even though this concerned the position of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, it was also a fight between Luo Yunyang and Yun Tiansheng. Thus, it stirred up the young generation of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall powerhouses. Even though Luo Yunyang wasn't publicly recognized, after the battle at Dual Realm Sky, he was already considered to have the most powerful cultivation base among the people that had joined Hongmeng's Sacred Hall in this epoch. Yun Tiansheng was also the strongest member of the ancient six families in this epoch. The fight between these two strong individuals basically attracted the attention of countless people. Xuantian Zhaoshen, Profound Calm Zongzi, and other Hongmeng's Sacred Hall disciples stood quietly in the distance, watching the beginning of this battle. Even though they were all geniuses, they couldn't compare to Luo Yunyang or Yun Tiansheng. Xuantian Zhaoshen was currently at the 8th level Heavenly Venerate. He wasn't considered to be too far away from the Yuan Venerate, but he could sense that there was a massive gulf between him and Luo Yunyang. This gulf wasn't just in terms of cultivation level, but also in terms of power. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang has already reached a level we cannot catch up with. Profound Calm Zongzi lamented to Xuantian Zhaoshen, who was by his side. He had never had any conflicting views about Xuantian Zhaoshen. As their interaction while they were cultivating in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall over time increased, the two of them got much closer. At the very least, they could be considered friends who got along. Even though Xuantian Zhaoshen had already acknowledged this, he still said, "Although we are slower, I don't see us losing the path to being a Yuan Venerate. I think that we shouldn't use the future Middle Hall Master as a benchmark to compare ourselves to." Li Juyu, who was standing beside Xuantian Zhaoshen, said dully. Xuantian Zhaoshen shook his head but didn't say anything. He was a person that didn't like disputes and preferred letting his fists do the talking. While Li Juyu's cultivation base was a little weaker, she still wasn't someone Xuantian Zhaoshen could immediately strike down. Therefore, Xuantian Zhaoshen chose to shut his mouth. Li Juyu didn't stop talking. Instead, she glanced at Xuantian Zhaoshen. "Who do you think will win this time?" "I definitely hope that Luo Yunyang will win," Xuantian Zhaoshen said faintly. "However, I think that it will be very difficult. Lately, I have studied the ancient six families quite a bit. Their passed-on traditions are something that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall can't really compare with." Xuantian Zhaoshen possessed a significant status in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, especially amongst the young generation of disciples. After all, in terms of cultivation, he was just slightly inferior to Luo Yunyang. Thus, quite a few people believed what he was saying. As Li Juyu watched Luo Yunyang step into the arena leisurely, she found herself having a strange sense of confidence. She flashed everyone a gentle smile. "How about a wager? I bet that Luo Yunyang will definitely win." Profound Calm Zongzi chuckled. "I don't dare wager on that. What would I do if Luo Yunyang found out I wagered against him?" Hee hee. As the few of them were chuckling, Yun Tiansheng radiated with a dazzling glow and floated high up in the void like a godly entity. He glanced at Luo Yunyang and said calmly, "Luo Yunyang, you will soon discover that having a fight with me was your greatest mistake. I shall make you suffer a very miserable defeat this time." Luo Yunyang, who had already defeated Yun Tiansheng once in the Divine Incarcerate Race's domain, really wasn't in the mood to waste too much time with him. He immediately pulled up the attribute regulator in his mind. Luo Yunyang. Power, 2120, Speed, 2253, Constitution, 2145, Mind, 2814, Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, Power, 1021, Speed, 1243, Mind, 1312, Constitution, 1624. Luo Yunyang immediately converted all his body's attributes into power. The remaining three attributes were supplemented by the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast clone. Luo Yunyang wouldn't have wasted so much effort only on Yun Tiansheng. However, this concerned the ancient six families. Thus, what Luo Yunyang wanted to do now was use his strongest methods to give the ancient six families a great shock. "Are you ready then?" Luo Yunyang asked Yun Tiansheng nonchalantly while looking at his power attribute, which was nearing 10,000. "Any time you are ready," Yun Tiansheng answered with impudence even though he was clearly being cautious. Luo Yunyang didn't really care. He had already made his decision and naturally didn't care what Yun Tiansheng thought. The instant Yun Tiansheng said that, Luo Yunyang's hand rapidly formed seals and the chaotic Yuan sky bell was condensed within the void. As that bronze huge void condensed, a majestic aura came pressing down on Yun Tiansheng. Yun Tiansheng's expression changed as he experienced this aura. Even though he had yet to sense the might of that giant bell, Luo Yunyang's powerful attack had sent chills down his spine. What was even more unbearable was that as he'd prepared his special defensive techniques, Luo Yunyang had already sent that giant bell crushing down. In an instant, the giant bell condensed by Luo Yunyang had already become a weapon. Berserk, it was pressing forward. The instant Luo Yunyang made his attack, several of the ancient six families' leaders froze. Even though they had quite a bit of confidence in Yun Tiansheng, they were still shocked by Luo Yunyang's attack. Overwhelming. It was incomparably overwhelming. The instant Luo Yunyang attacked, he displayed an overwhelming might. Those that sensed the power in Luo Yunyang's attack felt worried for Yun Tiansheng. Yun Tiansheng cultivated considerable mystic techniques but was unable to even utilize any of them at the moment. The bell descended and seemed to sweep everything before it. He quickly formed a purple shield in the void against this bell. As this shield took shape, it seemed to form the four divinities. Each of these four divinities contained the power of nomological laws. If anyone else attacked, this defense would simply be an iron bastion. However, right now, Luo Yunyang converged practically all his power into the chaotic Yuan sky bell. This power was difficult to block oneself against. In an instant, the projections of the four divinities shattered in the void. Meanwhile, that purple shield was split in two when it came into contact with the massive bell created by Luo Yunyang. Yun Tiansheng's face fell. His lofty, proud attitude was no longer the same and he sensed that his life was in danger. One could even say that he was on the brink of a crisis. Release. Yun Tiansheng was still Yun Tiansheng. When he became aware that his defense wasn't of any use, he made a counterattack. As he formed hand seals, a divine axe formed completely of nomological laws was condensed and a massive bronze bell came crashing down. Yun Tiansheng paled completely as the divine axe condensed. After all, he simply didn't have complete control over this technique that was used for condensing this divine axe and he was under considerable pressure when he utilized this technique. Sky-splitting divine axe. This was a technique left behind by the ancient six families' Yun family patriarch. According to the records, it was an ultimate treasure the patriarch had come across. This was a cultivation technique he had created after comprehending this ultimate treasure. Even though the sky-splitting divine axe was lacking compared to the original, it was still unleashed with boundless might. It could even be said that this had already become a technique the ancient six families used to imitate anything. If Yun Tiansheng hadn't been that extraordinary, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to cultivate this technique. The giant axe that cleaved out was filled with immense might. Yun Tiansheng's worries were eased when this giant axe was sent out. However, he had just started to feel at ease when the giant bell and the divine axe clashed. The divine axe started to crumble and Yun Tiansheng's body was struck by the massive bell. The entire arena also started to fall apart. Martialists like Yun Tiansheng had reached a level where the destruction of their bodies didn't mean death. However, it was at this point that they were the weakest. Luo Yunyang watched as Yun Tiansheng fell and prepared to close in and kill him. However, as he was about to make his move, the ancient six families expert rushed into the arena. He seemed to have sensed how terrifying Luo Yunyang was. Thus, he didn't dare launch any attack. Instead, he quickly arrived by Yun Tiansheng's side and protected him. Tiansheng, are you alright? Yun Tiansheng, who had once again formed a body, stared at the godly Luo Yunyang while he was wielding the giant bell and was left speechless. He actually no longer had any confidence in winning. Luo Yunyang didn't care about Yun Tiansheng, who was slowly recovering his body. Thus, he said rather nonchalantly, if any member of the young generation isn't convinced that I should assume the role of the Hall Master, feel free to try me. Chapter 1035. Divine Creation Disc Owner. 3 chances. While Luo Yunyang saw the young generation very clearly, his gaze landed on Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others. Yuan Venerate White Crane was actually a little uncomfortable with the idea of Luo Yunyang becoming Hall Master. After all, Hongmeng Sacred Hall's middle Hall Master was his superior. Even though they had no grievances and had quite a good relationship, Yuan Venerate White Crane had always been the dominant one. Now, Luo Yunyang was to become the middle Hall Master, which meant that Yuan Venerate White Crane would become his subordinate. However, he definitely wouldn't do anything. Firstly, he wanted to ensure that the relationship between him and Luo Yunyang wouldn't sour, and secondly, he was no match for Luo Yunyang. After seeing the bronze bell swung by Luo Yunyang, he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with it even though his cultivation was extraordinary. However, even if he accepted this, the left and right hall master wouldn't. While Yuan Venerate White Crane was thinking about all this, Luo Yunyang told Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, "Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, didn't you object to me becoming the new middle hall master? Come on, let's not waste any time talking. Let's just have a bout." Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's face turned ashen. It wasn't as if he had never fought with Luo Yunyang before. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had wanted to seize Luo Yunyang after his return to the human race domain but had been given a resounding slap instead. If the left hall master hadn't made a move, he would have been even more disgraced. Making a move on Luo Yunyang now was simply suicide. However, he was a Yuan Venerate and he controlled Hongmeng Sacred Hall's Internal Law and Punishment Bureau, so backing out would greatly affect his influence. Just as Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow found himself in a dilemma, the left hall master said, "Luo Yunyang, you just resolved Yun Tiansheng's challenge. The person who will decide whether you can be Hongmeng Sacred Hall's middle hall master isn't Yun Tiansheng or Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow. We will decide. What are you casually challenging Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow for?" Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow heaved a huge sigh of relief when the left hall master spoke. Even though he knew this matter wasn't over yet, he felt relieved about being spared this embarrassment. Luo Yunyang glanced at the left hall master and said softly, "Left hall master, I may not have been in Hongmeng Sacred Hall for a long time, but I know that the middle hall master's succession isn't something you can decide. Sir Middle Hall Master selected me to succeed him, and you have no right to stop this." Luo Yunyang had said the words, "no right," forcefully. He wouldn't have cared about Hongmeng Sacred Hall's succession issue if the position of the middle hall master hadn't been passed on to him. However, since he had been selected to succeed this position, Luo Yunyang had no choice but to get involved and fall out with the left hall master. The left hall master's face was a sheet of red. He eyed the surroundings before he said, "I wouldn't have cared if the middle hall master had selected anyone else to be his successor. However, I have to investigate the suspicions that you might have dealings with the mysterious underworld race in order to prevent future harm from befalling the human race." At this point, he looked at the right hall master and said, "Do you agree with me, right hall master?" The right hall master shot a glance at Luo Yunyang and said, "I fully agree with the left hall master's view." The left and right hall master represented 80% of Hongmeng Sacred Hall's power. Their objection held great weight regarding the succession of the middle hall master. Countless thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind. Even though his current strength wasn't inferior to a hall master's strength, restraining everyone here would be very difficult. Just as Luo Yunyang looked at the Divine Elder and got ready to force the succession through, the expressionless Divine Elder suddenly spoke. "All of you shut your mouths." The Divine Elder's berating didn't just include Luo Yunyang. It also included the left and right hall master. Even though the left and right hall master were being chided, they didn't seem angry at all. They actually had reverent looks on their faces. "Luo Yunyang, since the middle hall master chose you to succeed him, it means that the middle hall master trusts you a lot. However, it is a fact that a large portion of Hongmeng Sacred Hall does not approve of you assuming the role of the middle hall master. Even if you forcibly took the title of the middle hall master, it wouldn't do you much good." The Divine Elder's tone was calm and completely unbiased. He then added, "Most of the time, the hall master of Hongmeng Sacred Hall is the wielder of the divine creation disc. According to Hongmeng Sacred Hall's rules, the person who acquires the divine creation disc will automatically be Hongmeng Sacred Hall's master. Now, given the special circumstances, I will give you 3 chances to interact with the divine creation disc and become its owner. You will become Hongmeng Sacred Hall's master if you gain ownership of the divine creation disc. If you aren't able to do so, then the middle hall master's posthumous edict will be voided." The left hall master appeared delighted when he heard the Divine Elder's words. He looked at the Divine Elder respectfully and said, "I agree with what the Divine Elder has said." The right hall master also replied solemnly, "Divine Elder, if Luo Yunyang is a mysterious underworld race spy, letting him come in contact with the divine creation disc would be. He can't destroy the divine creation disc, and if he was able to become the owner of the divine creation disc, it would mean that he isn't a mysterious underworld race spy, the Divine Elder answered the Right Hall Master without much emotion. Become the owner of the Divine Creation Disc. Luo Yunyang had once cultivated within the Divine Creation Disc when he had entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Even though he had gained considerable benefits from the Divine Creation Disc, he had never once thought of becoming its owner. Once, Luo Yunyang had even thought that the Divine Elder was the soul of the Divine Creation Disc. However, the Divine Elder's words made Luo Yunyang believe that his previous guess had probably been wrong. Letting a divine weapon recognize a person as an owner wasn't an easy task. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't know what sort of grade the Divine Creation Disc was at, he believed that it wouldn't be inferior to his Great Obliteration Millstone. The might of the Great Obliteration Millstone was gradually showing that it possessed boundless potential. If Luo Yunyang had obtained the Great Obliteration Millstone right now, he might not even have been able to gain ownership of it. However, Luo Yunyang knew he had no other choice now. He could leave right away and lose this great opportunity, but he was definitely unwilling to do so. After all, even the title of the leader of one of the 5 great sacred halls was extremely important. Furthermore, people would follow him if he became Hongmeng Sacred Hall's middle hall master. His prestige and reputation in the human race wouldn't be underestimated either. As long as his cultivation base continued to improve until he could suppress both the left and right hall master, he would become the true master of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yunyang quickly made a decision and replied, "I agree with the Divine Elder's suggestion." Good. The Divine Elder glanced around before saying, "Hongmeng Sacred Hall's issues have already been resolved. No one needs to stay here anymore. Go ahead and deal with whatever matters you are busy with. Forgive us for the lack of send-off." Even though the Divine Elder spoke politely, he seemed to intend to get rid of the guests. The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master and the other masters exchanged a glance before cupping their hands and answering, "We shall take our leave." Even the ancient 6 families, which had been utterly disgraced thanks to Luo Yunyang, knew that they wouldn't accomplish much by staying here. Even if they wanted to use power to crush Luo Yunyang, the leaders of the other 4 great sacred halls would be a problem. Therefore, they could only prepare to take their leave. Luo Yunyang, this isn't over. Yun Tiansheng, who had already condensed a new body, growled at Luo Yunyang. How much had he suffered as the number 1 person of the ancient 6 family's young generation? Luo Yunyang's bell had sent him flying and thoroughly humiliated him. Of course, even though he was gritting his teeth, he didn't dare try anything against Luo Yunyang. After all, the disparity between them was too huge. Luo Yunyang no longer cared what Yun Tiansheng thought. After all, the only ones that could go up against him now were the ancient 6 families' patriarchs and other Taichu Yuan venerate beings. After the 4 hall masters and representatives of the ancient 6 families left, only Hongmeng Sacred Hall was left. However, this didn't cause the atmosphere outside Hongmeng Sacred Hall to lighten. The atmosphere currently seemed a little awkward. Divine Elder, when will Luo Yunyang's 3 chances start and when will this completely come to an end? We can't keep waiting without a limit, right? The left hall master asked the Divine Elder. The Divine Elder looked at Luo Yunyang. Gaining the recognition of the Divine Creation Disc naturally requires as high a cultivation base as possible. However, what the left hall master is saying makes sense. We can't just keep waiting without a deadline. 100 years. How about that? 100 years might be an entire lifetime for ordinary people. However, it was merely a short moment for beings like Luo Yunyang. After a slight hesitation, Luo Yunyang told the Divine Elder, "I will naturally comply with the Divine Elder's arrangements. I wonder if I can enter Hongmeng Sacred Hall and try to gain ownership of the Divine Creation Disc now." The Divine Elder nodded. "You can enter the Divine Creation Disc freely in these 100 years. For now on, the Divine Creation Disc has no owner and the various prohibitions within are 10 times more powerful than in the past. Be careful." Luo Yunyang thanked Divine Sacred Hall before walking into the central hall of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. He had cultivated within the Divine Creation Disc before and thus knew his way in. The left and right hall masters' eyes met as they watched Luo Yunyang enter the Divine Creation Disc. They had looks of mutual hostility when they gazed at the other party. Irreconcilable hostility. Chapter 1036. A mysterious and wonderful channel. The same 36 prayer mats were there. It seemed as if the mats hadn't changed since Luo Yunyang had stepped into this place many years ago. They were still in their original position, and even their degree of aging didn't seem to have changed. When he had first entered Hongmeng's sacred hall, Luo Yunyang had been in the 5th position. However, this time, he entered alone and could freely choose whichever spot he wanted to sit in. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang immediately sat in the position he had sat in all those years ago, which was the 5th of the 36 prayer mats. Back then, when Luo Yunyang had sat on the prayer mat, he had felt many things continuously appear in his mind. Occasionally, there were roaring dragons, engulfing azure oceans, and what seemed like illuminated skies. Luo Yunyang clearly remembered that even though he had tried his hardest to endure, his mental state ultimately hadn't been able to endure this further, as the great sun he had envisaged had crumbled. Now, his cultivation base was perhaps stronger by 100-fold. However, what he wanted to do was definitely 100 times more difficult. He had to become the owner of the divine creation disc and gain control of the entire Hongmeng sacred hall. This was what Luo Yunyang was prepared to do. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yunyang slowly utilized his cultivation base. Since the divine elder hadn't said anything about how he was supposed to gain control of the divine creation disc, Luo Yunyang would cultivate just like he had in the past. While Luo Yunyang's mental state went blank, he felt himself entering the realm of the divine creation disc once again. When his consciousness had arrived in this realm the last time, Luo Yunyang hadn't even cared about how big this realm was. Firstly, he hadn't had the time to care, and secondly, he hadn't had that ability. However, Luo Yunyang possessed both the time and ability now. Therefore, his mental state impatiently probed at this realm. In just an instant, Luo Yunyang's consciousness had probed at a 1,000,000-mile radius. However, he still wasn't even close to the end of this realm. He actually felt that there wasn't any difference between any part of this realm. It could be said that every part of this realm was exactly the same: 10 million miles, 100 million miles. Right from the beginning, Luo Yunyang was confident about his resolve. However, towards the end, he had to give up trying to find out exactly how huge this realm was. It was boundless and limitless. He had to admit that this realm was boundless and limitless, and his own spirit consciousness simply couldn't probe out exactly how far its ends were. Luo Yunyang couldn't determine the size or the inner workings of this realm, so he naturally had no idea how to find the soul of the divine creation disc and make it subservient. As his spiritual consciousness floated within the void, Luo Yunyang sensed an amount of power being assimilated into his spiritual consciousness. He had experienced this sort of sensation before. Thus, he didn't stop the arrival of this power. Instead, he allowed his spiritual consciousness to slowly assimilate this incoming power. In an instant, he once again felt as if he had become a breeze that was gently floating in the void. However, the light breeze became a sharp blade that cut through the 9 skies and instantly split the starry heavens into half. Wind raged, ripping up everything it met. As the wind churned, everything turned to dust. The wind howled and made the void shudder. The wind. In the end, Luo Yunyang felt that he had already become a sacred wind that could kill a heavenly venerate. It could be said that Luo Yunyang had gained quite a lot from this sensation. If he were to use any wind-based techniques in the future, they would become even more fluent and powerful. However, Luo Yunyang felt that continuing to be a raging gale was of no help in gaining the recognition of the divine creation disc. He was merely a small portion of this creation realm. A really small portion. As Luo Yunyang prepared to separate himself from the gale, he suddenly sensed that there was still a path in front of him. This was a path he had just recently sensed. If turning himself into the gale was akin to a small struggle, then the path ahead was like a huge river. If the wind was merely a stream, then what would a river be? These thoughts made Luo Yunyang halt his intention to leave. Meanwhile, his consciousness continued to connect with the gale that danced wildly in the void. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang sensed that the extremely incisive wind had become really cold and gloomy. This cold wind could not only turn everything to dust but also freeze souls and cause them to crack. The wind became cold, the wind became hot, the wind became sharper, the wind even seemed to boil. It also seemed as though flames were born in this wind. Change, change, change. As this raging gale blew, Luo Yunyang slowly sensed that he was no longer a pure and simple wind. He had already become a green clean mist. However, when he sensed this, his consciousness was already restricted. Compared to the carefree and unhindered feeling he'd had before, Luo Yunyang found the restraining feeling on his body really intense and strong. Endure. Luo Yunyang, who felt that he had already found the way to become the divine creation disk's master, steeled his mental state and continued to sense the drifting motion within this endless realm. The green mist also started to change slowly. As it changed, Luo Yunyang sensed that the things absorbed into his mind had started to change even more. Finally, as that green aura became somewhat turbid, Luo Yunyang discovered that yet another aura had appeared in front of his spiritual consciousness. It was a similarly green mist. However, this green mist was 10 or even 100 times stronger than the previous green aura that Luo Yunyang had sensed. When Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness assimilated this green mist, he felt as if his consciousness was being ripped apart. While this green mist was incorporated, Luo Yunyang sensed a type of supreme power. A power that could smash and shatter anything. Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness crumbled at an even faster rate in the face of this battering power. Luo Yunyang knew that he would be defeated by this green mist if he didn't increase his mind power. Thus, he quickly opened the attribute regulator. He wanted to properly comprehend the changes of the green mist, so he didn't raise his mind attribute by large amounts at first. The green mist rose high into the sky. As it rose, Luo Yunyang could clearly see everything below it. Beneath this green mist, Luo Yunyang saw hundreds of different colored auras. These auras were like individual tributaries that were ultimately absorbed into the green mist. This was a sort of immaculate absorption. It was at this moment that Luo Yunyang completely understood that those tributaries should probably each be a nomological law. Or perhaps, they were individual small laws. In the end, these small laws would flow into the sea and combine with the current bigger laws. It was even more difficult and arduous for one's mind power to comprehend these big laws. However, there were many more benefits comprehension-wise. Luo Yunyang wondered whether there were even higher laws above these big laws. As he harbored these thoughts, his consciousness continuously followed the flow system reflected in his mind and kept rising. During this process, Luo Yunyang's comprehension of the green mist became even more distinct. Through this, Luo Yunyang was able to derive multiple ways he could make use of this green mist. While Luo Yunyang still didn't know how to target the divine creation disk, he was able to determine that the divine creation disk had an unrivaled position in Hongmeng's sacred hall based on his cultivation experience. Luo Yunyang's mind attribute was increasing continuously on the attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang had only mechanically increased his mind attribute at the beginning. However, after it was raised to a certain point, he suddenly realized that he had already converted a large portion of his attributes into mind power. This meant that more than half of the attributes in his body had already been added to his mind attribute. He didn't know how much further this path would stretch. If his mind attribute wasn't enough before the path was complete, this would spell trouble. Even though he was worried, Luo Yunyang continued to rise along with this green mist. By relying on the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang finally reached the extremes of the green mist after a very long time. As he reached these extremes, he didn't just sense the magnificent chaotic energy all around him. He also sensed 4 long rivers of mist in his surroundings. These mists were different. One was dark purple and seemingly vast and majestic, one was yellowish-black and seemed extremely terrifying, one was pure white and contained unceasing intent, and the last one was black and white and seemed to grow and multiply as the colors interwove. What linked these rivers of mist with the green mist he was on was a black region. Even though he hadn't yet entered this black region, Luo Yunyang had already sensed that once he flowed into this region, the pressure he would experience would be 10 times stronger than what he was currently experiencing. Would his mind power be able to withstand such pressure? As these thoughts went through his mind, Luo Yunyang felt that he had no other way out. If he retreated, this opportunity would be wasted. While charging into this sea of chaos didn't mean that he would be able to control the divine creation disk, it would probably be much better than giving up without a fight. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yunyang transferred all the attributes of his clone embodiment into his main body. Then, he urged his consciousness forward into the expanse of primal chaos. Chapter 1037, The Sixth Saint Banner. See Family Patriarch, you were actually defeated by Luo Yunyang, so why didn't you pass on this information? In an unnamed large hall, the Yun family patriarch looked furious. He was literally snarling as if he wanted to devour the C family patriarch right this instant. The C family patriarch didn't seem too well either. Even though the Yun family was the leader of the ancient 6 families, there actually wasn't much difference in power between the 6 families. The positions of the C family patriarch and the Yun family patriarch were basically the same. Being forced to back off by Luo Yunyang was simply a major humiliation for him. How could he go around announcing this? In the Xi family patriarch's eyes, his own reputation was much more important than other matters. Now, the Yun family patriarch's indignant manner made the Xi family patriarch feel as though his face was being slapped. Why didn't you tell us that you were defeated by Luo Yunyang? The Yun family patriarch seemed to not care about the Xi family patriarch's embarrassment as he chided him. The Xi family patriarch, who had been silently enduring this so far, couldn't tolerate it any longer. He was the Xi family patriarch. His reputation was also the Xi family's reputation. If he continued to suffer all these grievances, then no one would respect him as a patriarch. Therefore, he couldn't back off or display weakness at this moment. Luo Yunyang has already entered Hongmeng's sacred hall. Was what happened not clear enough? Are your brains damaged? The Xi family patriarch felt a lot more carefree after he said this. Indeed, he felt carefree. He even had a smile on his face. He felt way more relaxed now. He wasn't a puppet of the Yun family. What right did the Yun family patriarch have to shout at him? As for the issue with Yun Tiansheng, it had totally been caused because Yun Tiansheng's cultivation was lacking. This was the #1 person amongst the ancient six families' young generation. What a disgrace. The Yun family patriarch's face was also flushed as he glared at the Xi family patriarch. What did you just say? I said that you guys don't have brains. Hee. I went to stop Luo Yunyang, but he still turned up. Wasn't that enough to guess what happened? What are brains for if I have to tell you all that? Said the Xi family patriarch without any restraint. Even though the Yun family patriarch's hands were shaking, he understood that he had said the wrong thing. Although the Xi family patriarch had always listened to his instructions, the Xi family patriarch wasn't his servant. On the contrary, he was an entity that could stand head to head with him. It was reasonable for the Xi family patriarch to reply in this manner given what he had said. However, if the Yun family patriarch were to change his tune now, the Yun family's prestige would be ruined. As these thoughts went through his mind, the Yun family patriarch looked at a man standing not too far away from him. This man, who was tall and slender, had a sage-like poise and was watching the Xi and Yun family patriarch bicker without saying a word. When he saw the Yun family patriarch looking over, he chuckled and said, "Brother Yun, cool down first. We can't blame Brother Yun for being mad over this matter. You didn't see how arrogant Tiansheng was during his fight with Luo Yunyang. He basically ruined the prestige of our ancient six families completely." The Xi family patriarch didn't wish to fall out with the Yun family patriarch either. Thus, upon seeing that someone was mediating, he immediately said, "Brother Fei, you should know that I don't have a good temper." The Yun family patriarch scoffed. Even though he had actively started this mediation, this didn't mean that he had to give way when it came to words. Brother Fei, who was the Fei family patriarch, spoke calmly. "We have indeed underestimated Luo Yunyang this time. That is the reason that caused us to suffer a considerable setback." As soon as he said that, the Fei family patriarch added, "The most deep-rooted reason behind this isn't Luo Yunyang, but the fact that the human race is already lacking the respect they ought to show our ancient six families. That is why they've ignored the ancient six families' views, attacked our young, and made our reputation reach an all-time low." The Fei family patriarch's words made the other patriarchs fall silent. Then, someone said, "Brother Fei is right. We have really been too indulgent with the human race recently." Anyone that could speak in this large hall was basically an authoritative figure of the ancient six families. What this person had said caused quite a few passionate responses. The Xi family patriarch had suffered at the hands of Luo Yunyang and wanted to regain his lost face. How could he hesitate when he heard this? That's right, we should teach the human race a proper lesson and show them that our ancient six families aren't someone the ordinary human race can afford to offend. The Xi family patriarch's palm slammed on an exquisitely carved jade table as he said, "A vicious lesson." The Yun family patriarch frowned. Even though he too was pissed with the human race, starting a war with the human race still required proper preparation. Everyone says it should be a vicious lesson, but to what degree? Send out the six saint banner and obliterate a human race great cosmos. The Fei family patriarch said after a slight pause. There was an unprecedented resolve in his tone. Even the Xi family patriarch, who was extremely furious with the human race, frowned when he heard what the Fei family patriarch said. Although he was not unwilling to do so, destroying a great cosmos of the human race was no different from openly declaring war against the human race. According to the ancient six families' traditions, they preferred hiding instead of fighting and obtaining the greatest benefits. If a war with the human race started, the ancient six families wouldn't gain many benefits either. I agree, someone immediately concurred. The human tribe has already gradually forgotten that the prestige of our ancient six families isn't something they can profane. A dignified man with a slightly maniacal glint in his eyes said, "This time, we have to show the human race its place. Perhaps they won't dare challenge us ever again in the future. Bring out the six saint banner and teach the human race a huge lesson." As cries of approval rang out, the C family patriarch had already tossed his temporary hesitation aside. "I approve the mobilization of the six saint banner to teach the human race a lesson." This decision was made in a few moments. As one of the authoritative figures of the six ancient families, the Yun family patriarch asked after this decision was made, "Since we are using the six saint banner, which place does everyone think we should attack?" "Attack, naturally, Longlan Great Cosmos." The C family patriarch said icily, "Longlan Great Cosmos is under Luo Yunyang's rule and has a great location." "Alright, then Longlan Great Cosmos it is. It will be best if Luo Yunyang can be killed when the sixth saint banner is mobilized." The Yun family patriarch spoke up as he glanced at the devious C family patriarch. "Since no one has any objections, let us bring out the sixth saint banner now." Does anyone object to letting the C family patriarch handle the sixth saint banner? Utilizing the sixth saint banner wasn't a bad thing, as anyone who utilized it would gain considerable cultivation comprehension. Even though everyone present wanted to use the sixth saint banner themselves, most people still expressed their approval of the Yun family patriarch's suggestion. After all, they weren't willing to offend both the C and Yun family patriarchs over a small matter. The divine elder and the others were waiting outside Hongmeng's sacred hall. Ever since Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness had entered the divine creation disk, everyone present had already known what he was up to. Even though the left and right hall masters didn't get along, they were both rather pleased that Luo Yunyang had so easily used up one of his chances. "Divine Elder, what is Luo Yunyang's current situation?" The left hall master asked the divine elder while making a quick mental calculation of the elapsed time. The divine elder replied insipidly, "I don't know." The left hall master was very dissatisfied with this answer, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the left hall master couldn't order the divine elder around. The right hall master was taking guesses on the level of mastery Luo Yunyang would be able to attain over the divine creation disk when a beam of light landed in his hand. The right hall master didn't pay much attention to this light at first. However, when he saw its contents, his face fell. "Divine Elder, left hall master, take a look at this." Fortunately, the right hall master was an experienced being, so he maintained his composure. The left hall master wasn't very concerned at first. However, when he clearly saw the contents of the right hall master's hand, he stiffened up. Even the divine elder was frowning. Is this information true? Even though the left hall master knew that this news must have already been verified, he still couldn't help but ask. After all, this problem was so huge that the left hall master really hoped that it wasn't true. The right hall master answered solemnly, "The person who passed on this news is the most important person we have left in the ancient six families. Most of the time, he doesn't act no matter how great the ancient six families' actions are. However, he has urgently used this method to send this information. It seems like this is an emergency. Right now, we have to come up with a solution to stop this." The left hall master rubbed his head and looked at the divine elder. "Divine Elder, do you have any suggestions? I can't intercept the sixth saint banner." The divine elder had regained his composure, but there was a hint of clear helplessness in his tone. Chapter 1038. The Sixth Sky Ceiling Sun Great Array. The middle hall master has really left Hongmeng's sacred hall with a tough problem. The Da Qian master seemed entertained as he sat in a huge hall within the stars. Standing beneath the Da Qian master was Yuan Venerate Tianshu, who was currently feeling a tad melancholic and envious. To him, Luo Yunyang had always been a junior. However, such a person was now going to become the hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. Even though it wasn't definite that Luo Yunyang was going to become hall master, being recognized by the middle hall master and recommended to succeed his position was an immense achievement. "Yeah, I really never imagined that Luo Yunyang could develop this quickly." Yunyang Tianshu lamented. The Da Qian master nodded. The middle hall master left really hurriedly. If he could have gone through a period of assistance with the middle hall master, Luo Yunyang would definitely have been able to become Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's hall master without many problems. What he lacks now is experience and achievements. He is, after all, too young. He would have to face other people who would be unwilling to accept it if he were to become Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's master. Yuan Venerate Tianshu nodded his head. This was a matter that neither Yuan Venerate Tianshu nor anyone else could change. At first, Luo Yunyang had been given a very good opportunity. However, after entering the mysterious underworld race, he actually hadn't made contact with the fellow human race spies in the mysterious underworld race's domain and hadn't been able to get the opportunity to stop the inheritance of the second ancient Yuan underworld lord. Even though the second ancient Yuan underworld lord's inheritance wasn't stopped in the end, Luo Yunyang's lack of accomplishments in the mysterious underworld race was a great fault. Daqian Master, you are actually saying that Luo Yunyang is lacking some luck. The Daqian Master chuckled. Tianshu, if Luo Yunyang continues to tangle with the left and right hall master, do you think he can still remain in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? I'm afraid he will have to form his own faction. Yuan Venerate Tianshu didn't understand what the Daqian Master's intent was. Thus, he gave an honest answer. Indeed, he will have to form his own faction. Furthermore, he might have to stand alone. This would be unbearable. At this point, the Daqian Master's tone became lighter. What do you think of bringing him into Daqian's Sacred Hall? Bringing Luo Yunyang into Daqian's Sacred Hall. This stunned Yuan Venerate Tianshu momentarily, as he had never thought about it before. Now that the Daqian Hall Master had mentioned it, he felt that it was not a bad idea after thinking about it carefully. Everything else aside, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had really reached a level where he could be considered a big shot. If Luo Yunyang continued to improve, his future prospects could really be considered limitless. Daqian's Sacred Hall would soar to greater heights with someone like Luo Yunyang. The Daqian Master is wise. I think that if Luo Yunyang joined Daqian's Sacred Hall, that could definitely allow Daqian's Sacred Hall's influence to rise tremendously. Yuan Venerate Tianshu cupped his hands. As long as Luo Yunyang isn't able to become Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's master, he will definitely want to leave Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. This would be an opportunity for Daqian's Sacred Hall. Even though I don't have many friendly relations with Luo Yunyang, at least I have met him in person before. Daqian Master, please allow me to handle this task. I will definitely convince Luo Yunyang to join Daqian's Sacred Hall. The Daqian Master nodded. He wanted to say more, but a beam of light rushed to his side. The Daqian Master stiffened when he peered within this light. As the authoritative figure of Daqian's Sacred Hall, he normally wouldn't blink even if something huge was happening. His expression had merely changed slightly when he'd heard that the middle hall master had fallen. However, now, he had reacted greatly. Yuan Venerate Tianshu knew that something massive had definitely happened. But what exactly could cause his hall master to react like that? Yuan Venerate Tianshu wondered to himself. Could the allied armies of the mysterious underworld race have already started to invade the human race's territories, thus causing the two sides to declare war? No, that shouldn't be the case. The 6 great underworld halls of the mysterious underworld race were locked in bitter conflict, so how would they have the time to invade the human race? Daqian Master, what happened? Yuan Venerate Tianshu hesitated for a moment before finally asking. The Daqian Master took a deep breath and said, "This really is quite something. I just received news that the ancient 6 families are prepared to use the 6th Saint Banner to teach the human race a lesson." The 6th Saint Banner. Yuan Venerate Tianshu, who had never heard of this, looked at the Daqian Master in bafflement. In the past, our race didn't include 5 great sacred halls but 6 great halls similar to the 6 great underworld halls. The Daqian Master sounded clearly weary. Back then, one sacred hall had a conflict with the ancient 6 families. A top powerhouse of the ancient 6 families utilized the 6th Saint Banner and utterly destroyed that entire sacred hall. 6 great sacred halls. Yuan Venerate Tianshu had vaguely sensed that there had been another sacred hall besides the 5 great sacred halls when looking through ancient records of his sect. However, although he'd had some doubts, no one had enlightened him. Now, upon hearing the Daqian Master say as such, he finally understood that his suspicion had been right. Daqian Master, what do the ancient 6 families want to do? Could they want to destroy Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? No, they still can't destroy Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. After all, the 6 patriarchs of the ancient 6 families weren't able to unleash the full might of the 6 Saint Banner. Furthermore, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall itself possesses an impressive ultimate treasure, the Divine Creation Disc. Their intention is to wipe out a great cosmos. Yuan Venerate Tianshu's expression darkened. Even though planets were being destroyed during fights between martialists, as long as the 5 great sacred halls made a decision, practically no one would dare engage in any mindless slaughter. However, the ancient 6 families were actually about to do something really crazy. Daqian Master, we must stop this. Otherwise, our 5 great sacred halls will. Yuan Venerate Tianshu didn't finish saying what would happen, but he believed the Daqian Master would understand what he had been about to say. The Daqian Master patted Yuan Venerate Tianshu's shoulder and said, "How could I not understand the dangers? However, the question is, what do we use to stop this from happening?" The Daqian Master shrugged. "I have to go discuss this matter with the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master and the others. Anything else will have to wait until I return." "Right, inform all the Yuan Venerates. If they have any family in a great cosmos, bring them into Daqian's Sacred Hall as soon as possible." Understood. Even though Yuan Venerate Tianshu was very reluctant, he understood that this was the only way. As Yuan Venerate Tianshu quickly passed on the Daqian Master's order, the Daqian Master, the Left Hall Master, the Right Hall Master, and the Hall Masters of the other sacred halls all gathered in a virtual hall. The ancient 6 families have crossed the line. The Battle Hall Master sounded exasperated and furious. "They want to use the 6 Saint Banner. We have to retaliate in kind." The Dark Hall Master didn't wait for the Battle Hall Master to finish. "We don't have any good ideas. Even if we were to declare war against the ancient 6 families, our current strength wouldn't even be enough to break the ancient 6 families' 6 sky-sealing sun great array. We are just helpless against the ancient 6 families if we can't break their 6 sky-sealing sun great array formation. As long as they hide within the sealed array, our 5 sacred halls will only be able to watch on." The Daqian Master put up his hand and stopped the Battle Hall Master, who was about to speak. "Now isn't the time to bicker amongst ourselves. What is more important is how we'll stop the ancient 6 families. A great cosmos. It's a whole great cosmos." The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master nodded. "It is really difficult to defend all 36 of our great cosmoses. Furthermore, even if we use all the ultimate treasures of our sacred halls, it will still be difficult to withstand the might of the 6 Saint Banner. Therefore, I think that we ought to have a talk with the ancient 6 families." The Left and Right Hall Master didn't say anything. Even though they were currently representing Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, their power had already determined that they didn't have many speaking rights during this discussion. The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master's words made them all quieten down. It was the Daqian Master who finally spoke. "Talk. This sounds easy, but we would have to pay a considerable price if we were to do so. If the price is too hefty, we'll still have to fight with the ancient 6 families. After all, even though the 6 Saint Banner is powerful, if we stake everything we have, we might still be able to destroy a large portion of their territories even if we are unable to strike at their foundations." There was a rabid desire in the Battle Hall Master's tone. However, while he said all this firmly, the reality was that the human race would still suffer in the aftermath of this fight. After all, even though the ancient 6 families had considerable territories, this was still a far cry compared to the 36 great cosmoses of the human race. It could even be said that these two weren't comparable. After another period of silence, the Daqian Master said, "Then let us discuss that. It won't be too late to go to war if that fails." Even though they were both supreme entities separated by a great distance, it was still easy for the Daqian Master to contact the Yun family patriarch. After 10 minutes, the Daqian Master returned with a pained look. "The Yun family patriarch says that they won't use the 6 Saint Banner against our race. However, we have to accede to 2 of their conditions. First, Luo Yunyang cannot be allowed to become the Hongmeng Sacred Hall Master, and second, they want to destroy the Longland Great Cosmos." Chapter 1039. Too much. The 2 conditions put ugly looks on the faces of the 4 Sacred Hall Masters. If there had only been the first condition, it could still have been further discussed. However, destroying the Longland Great Cosmos was something they were unwilling to accept. War. The Battle Hall Master was incensed. "Let's go to war with the ancient 6 families. Tell them that if they destroy the Longland Great Cosmos, we will destroy the power of their subordinates and the 5 great sacred halls will seal the ancestral land of their ancient 6 families." After the Battle Hall Master was done speaking, the Dark Hall Master said with icy sarcasm, "You say things too lightly. If we dare destroy their subordinates' power, I fear that a great cosmos of ours wouldn't be the only thing that is destroyed. In that case, they might even destroy a dozen great cosmoses, which would cause the human race to suffer even greater losses. Although our 5 great sacred halls can seal up the ancient 6 families' ancestral land, if the 5 great sacred halls forget about our line of thinking, loopholes will inevitably appear in our defenses. While the mysterious underworld race is in no state to go to war with us, other races might launch surprise attacks on us. Based on what I know, the divine incarcerate race has always been restless." The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master pondered this for a moment before he spoke. "Can we agree to their first condition and ask them not to implement the second one?" The Daqian Master shook his head. "The ancient 6 families are extremely determined this time around. They are doing this to prove a point." Both the left and right hall masters hadn't said anything all this while. They knew very well that they didn't have much leeway to speak here. After all, as long as these two never rose to the position of the middle hall master, they would have no place to speak. "What is the opinion of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall?" The Daqian Master looked at the left and right hall master after seeing them remain silent all this time. The left and right hall master exchanged a glance before the left hall master ultimately spoke. "For now, we await the orders of the 4 hall masters." "You too." The Daqian Master hesitated for a moment before his gaze fell on the left hall master. "Left hall master, you contact the ancient 6 families and see whether they are able to not implement the destruction of Longland Great Cosmos." The relationship between the left hall master and the ancient 6 families had already been exposed when the middle hall master's posthumous edict had been revealed. If the other hall masters of the 4 halls weren't pleased with the left hall master, then they now needed to be polite to him. After all, the current situation was no small matter. The left hall master hesitated slightly before he said, "My relationship with the ancient 6 families is rather ordinary, but I will try my best." The left hall master contacted the ancient 6 families in front of the hall masters of the other halls. After 15 minutes, the left hall master shook his head. "Hall masters, the ancient 6 families do not accept. They say that we lack respect for the ancient 6 families and they want to re-instill this respect in us. That's absolutely disgraceful," the Battle Hall Master bellowed. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Everyone, Battle Hall's opinion is that we should fight. The human race has never been a slave of the ancient 6 families. We absolutely cannot permit them to rampage a cosmos in front of our faces. Therefore, even if we must incur great losses, we still have to bring this fight to them." The Dark Hall Master, who usually didn't get along with the Battle Hall Master, was currently silent. However, this was a silence that terrified others. During this stifling silence, a streak of electric light shot toward the left hall master's hand. When the left hall master saw this, his gaze turned even colder. The C family patriarch has already drawn the 6th Saint banner and is now heading to the Longland Great Cosmos. If we aren't able to stop him, then the Longland Great Cosmos will be turned into ruins. The left hall master turned the contents of the streak of light into a projection for everyone to see. The hall masters of the other 4 sacred halls all had solemn looks on their faces as they exchanged a glance. "Quick, we have to go look for the C family patriarch and stop him." As the Battle Hall Master said that, he was the first to disappear from this secret void. After him, the Zonpin Sacred Hall Mazer and the others also vanished one after the other. The last to leave were the left and right hall master. Although the 2 of them were opponents, both of them had dim looks on their faces. "Left hall master, are you satisfied now?" The right hall master scoffed. The left hall master looked somewhat sad. Even though he had already gained the support of the ancient 6 families, the fact that they wanted to destroy a great cosmos still made him get worked up. After all, the great cosmos that would die was one that contained countless lives. As he watched the silhouette of the right hall master leave, the left hall master had a slightly evil glint in his eyes and he muttered to himself. "This is all Luo Yunyang's fault. If it had not been for Luo Yunyang, the ancient 6 families wouldn't have been this crazy. Luo Yunyang's recklessness and audacity offended the ancient 6 families and caused this whole disaster. This whole thing was brought about by Luo Yunyang." The left hall master continued muttering to himself. "Since this definitely has to happen, then more people should know whose fault it is." Away from the Longland Great Cosmos, the Sea family patriarch was wielding a light green banner that looked like a streak of lightning as he hurtled towards the Longland Great Cosmos. His speed was countless times faster than the speed of light. Nothing seemed capable of stopping him. In just a moment, the Sea family patriarch had already arrived on a planet. He stared icily at the Longland Great Cosmos that was no longer that far away. Sea family patriarch, don't make a move for the time being. A beam of light shot over from the void. The Sea family patriarch had a look of clear mockery on his face when he saw the Daqian master arrive before him. Daqian master, you really came quickly. Unfortunately, you can't stop me. After he said that, the Sea family patriarch waved the banner in his hands. 6 pure lights like 6 different colored dragons started to coil up around the Daqian master. As a top entity of the human race, the Daqian master had a cultivation base that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Furthermore, he controlled the Daqian sacred mirror. While these lights enveloped him, the Daqian master utilized the Daqian sacred mirror. A beam of light shot out from the sacred mirror and barreled towards the 6 dragons. However, as the Daqian master prepared to counterattack, the 6 dragons actually avoided the mirror light and fused into the void. The void all around started to get distorted. By the time the Daqian master broke through the distorted void, the 100 miles of void all around had been completely disintegrated. Even though the Daqian sacred mirror was extraordinary, it still wasn't capable of warding off the 6 saint banner that possessed 6 different supreme laws. Ha ha ha, Daqian master, if you dare take another step, I will destroy 3 more great cosmoses after I am done with Longland Great Cosmos. The Sea family patriarch laughed heartily. At this moment, he had already stepped foot in the Longland Great Cosmos. The Daqian master watched in anger and unwillingness as the Sea family patriarch entered the Longland Great Cosmos. Although he was the great Daqian hall master and he had already rushed to Longland Great Cosmos beforehand, he was unable to stop the Sea family patriarch's destruction. This was simply a great humiliation for him. An unbearable humiliation. However, he didn't dare move. If he stopped the Sea family patriarch, who was wielding the 6 saint banner, would be incensed and he would destroy 3 more great cosmoses. If that happened, the human race's losses would be even more severe. Ha ha ha, Luo Yunyang, you probably never imagined that such a day would come. This is the consequence of offending our ancient 6 families. The Sea family patriarch stood in the void, roaring with laughter. The long banner in his hand floated while he stood above everything like a supreme godly entity. At the moment, the fate of all the humans in the Longland Great Cosmos was in his hands. As long as he waved the 6 saint banner in his hands, he could instantly cause disorder to all the nomological laws in the Great Cosmos and make the sky and earth collapse. The Daqian master found the Sea family patriarch's laughter extremely piercing, but he could only listen to it. He didn't make any movements, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop it no matter what he did. Sea family patriarch, the Longland Great Cosmos is a great cosmos. It is one of the core bases of the human race. If you destroy it, our race will definitely not take things lying down. There are some things that we can still discuss. The Daqian master proclaimed loudly, do not do something that there is no turning back from. Ha ha ha, why should there be any turning back? Daqian master, your race has already started to lack reverence for our ancient 6 families. It is about time we showed you all what reverence is. The Sea family patriarch snickered. If it were up to me, just the Longland Great Cosmos wouldn't be enough to douse the anger of the Sea family. What can quell the anger of my family is Luo Yunyang's head. If you offer up Luo Yunyang's head, perhaps I might still change my mind. Offer Luo Yunyang's head. The Daqian master simply didn't believe the Sea family patriarch's words. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang's status was by no means ordinary. If he dared talk about receiving Luo Yunyang's head, perhaps Luo Yunyang would make things escalate. Don't be so hasty, Sea family patriarch. How about we sit down and slowly discuss some things? Ha ha ha, do you want to buy time? Unfortunately, I don't have any time to play games. Let me first complete my task before we talk about Luo Yunyang. After he said all this, the Sea family patriarch became serious. Now, let all this be destroyed first. Suddenly, the Sea family patriarch's arms moved. The 6 saint banner swayed and 6 projections appeared. 6 extremely dazzling projections that struck fear in people's hearts. Chapter 1040. Life-preserving treasure. Longland Great Cosmos is about to be destroyed. How can that be? Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble looked frightened. He felt his hand trembling when he saw the information in the virtual realms. Even though he was a top-notch heavenly venerate, he didn't have any way of dealing with a power capable of destroying an entire great cosmos. It could be said that even great heavenly venerate Rubble could only await death in the face of these terrifying destructive nomological law powers. Flee. Great heavenly venerate Rubble had that thought the moment he saw this news. However, at that moment, great heavenly venerate Rubble's thoughts were with the Rising Sky Feather sect. If even he couldn't escape, the Rising Sky Feather sect certainly wouldn't be able to. Would the Rising Sky Feather sect left behind by his master, Yuan Venerate Wanliu, be finished under his leadership? Even though Great Heavenly Venerate was indignant, he understood that he simply didn't have any way to go against this. Luo Yunyang had defeated the strongest member of the ancient Six Family's young generation, Yun Tiansheng. Furthermore, this had been a really crushing defeat that had thoroughly infuriated the ancient Six Families and resulted in them mobilizing the Sixth Saint Banner. According to the legends, the Sixth Saint Banner had been created by 6 Tai Yuan venerates of the ancient Six Families who had incorporated their lives and cultivation into a banner. Its might was immense, and just waving it would cause even the nomological laws of a great cosmos to crumble. Once the various origin source laws of a great cosmos started to collapse, even if the great cosmos could still exist, all the life within it would be thoroughly turned into ashes. The post in the virtual realm also mentioned that the probability of the great cosmos collapsing and turning into primal chaos via the Sixth Saint Banner was at least 90%. This huge percentage made Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's heart fall even more. Right now, he felt like he was really an ant. He was incapable of doing anything about the fights between these supreme Yuan venerates. The moment he finished viewing the post on the virtual realms, Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble rushed to Luo Yunyang's residence. Right now, he needed to see whether Luo Yunyang had any ideas left. He wanted to leave some hope for the Rising Sky Feather sect even if he were to die. The Flame Emperor, Lu Qubing, and the others had all gathered in the huge palace where Luo Yunyang resided. They too had seen the post in the virtual realms and were all awaiting news anxiously. They were awaiting news about Luo Yunyang. Right now, their only hope was that Luo Yunyang could come up with a response, as the rest of them simply had no ideas. Leaving the great cosmos wasn't an easy task for them either. Furthermore, the situation described in the post meant that it was basically too late for that. Brother Qubing, do we have any way to send people out of Longland Great Cosmos? Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble, who was on very good terms with Lu Qubing, asked the moment he came. Lu Qubing had a look of grave helplessness on his face. We have no means either. Now, we can only wait. Yunyang definitely won't let this sort of thing befall us. Lu Qubing's words didn't calm Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble down, as the contents of the post in the virtual realm had already given rise to a sense of crisis that couldn't be gotten rid of. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble was a heavenly venerate, so his spiritual consciousness was already linked with the boundless void of the Longland Great Cosmos. He could use this link to foresee some dangers. There was already a feeling of calamity in his heart at the moment. It was a sense that life would cease to exist. Is it really going to end like this? Even though Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble had experienced lots of life and death situations, this was a situation that made him unable to stay calm. The faces of Lu Qubing and the others, who hadn't been fully convinced of everything being said in the virtual realm at first, now fell. After all, they also sensed this extremely terrifying feeling. This feeling was like a mystery within a mystery. However, they all knew it was real. What can we do? My little nephew has just been born. He absolutely mustn't be put in any danger. Luo Donger had also rushed over. Her cultivation base wasn't low, so she had sensed this feeling of impending doom. Even though she was very afraid of death, as a top powerhouse, she was even more worried about her young nephew. What to do? What to do? At the moment, the people present didn't have any ideas. Just as everyone seemed helpless, someone said with a trembling voice, "I have a preserving treasure here. Why don't we try it?" These words caught the attention of everyone present. However, they were all shocked when they saw who had spoken. The person that had spoken was really familiar and highly respected, but it was Shen Yunyang. The one that had spoken was Shen Yunyang. Luo Donger thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. When she saw Shen Yunyang walk over while carrying a child, she even sounded exasperated as she said impatiently, "Mother, it's already confusing enough as it is. Don't add to the chaos." On the contrary, Lu Qubing put up his hand. "Old madam, Has Lord Yunyang left behind some life-preserving treasure? Shen Yunyang shook her head. This wasn't given to me by Yunyang. It was given to me by Donger's father. He told me to use this object if our children's lives were in danger. Donger's father said that regardless of the danger, this item could save their lives. As Shen Yunyang said that, a black object seemingly made out of pig iron appeared in her hands. Lu Qubing was stunned. The Flame Emperor was stunned. Even Luo Donger was stunned. Luo Donger didn't have any impression of her own father. In her opinion, her father must have perished during the desperate times of the apocalypse. However, during this time of crisis, her mother had actually brought forward a preserving treasure her father had left behind. This was, even though it seemed somewhat funny, Luo Donger couldn't bring herself to laugh. After all, she knew this wasn't the time to do so. As Luo Donger wanted to ask her mother to head back and rest, Shen Yunyang proclaimed loudly, I have so far hidden this item and never encountered a time when I needed to take it out. Now that the sky seems like it is going to fall, there is no harm in us trying it. Mother, you should head back to rest. We really have no use for that thing. Luo Donger recalled the highest capabilities the Da Alliance had possessed during the apocalyptic times. The most powerful martial god had only been at that level in the entire Da Alliance. How could her own father have created something capable of preserving lives against what they were facing? Even if her father had been very extraordinary, this life-preserving object wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger strike of hers. Meanwhile, Yunxi walked in. She glanced at all the anxious people and said, Yunyang left behind a clone embodiment before he entered Hongmeng's sacred hall. That clone embodiment went to stop this danger from happening as soon as it sensed it. I believe that Yunyang will definitely be able to stop this. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble and the others relaxed a little after hearing Yunxi say this. Even though ordinary people could already sense this impending danger, the fact that Luo Yunyang was heading to stop this was great news for everyone. After all, this was much better than having no hope whatsoever. At that moment, the void started to shudder and the earth and sky quacked. Fractures started to appear in the sky above them. Array formations were collapsing as everything was crumbling. A massive fear immediately enveloped all life in the Longland Great Cosmos. Shen Yunyang's heart shuddered. She had never sensed danger close to her before. Even though her experience had increased tremendously, her subconscious still had great confidence in her own husband. Furthermore, she was now like a drowning person clutching at a straw. Therefore, she instinctively pressed the metallic object in her hands. In an instant, that black mass broke open. Luo Donger didn't stop Shen Yunyang even though she noticed her mother's actions. This wasn't considered much by Luo Donger. After all, she had never seen anything her father had made before and had no expectations regarding it. In terms of cultivation, she was currently already at the Heavenly Venerate level. Thus, the difference between her and her father was considerable. Even if this object had some uses, it would be really limited or perhaps even completely useless. However, as these thoughts went through Luo Donger's mind, a scarlet wave flowed out of that iron-like object. This wave was light and difficult to perceive. However, as it was created, it quickly enveloped Shen Yunyang, Luo Donger, and the child in Shen Yunyang's arms. This wave had shrouded them in an instant. Without any hesitation, Luo Donger struck out with a palm at this wave. Luo Donger thought that as long as she hit it, this small wave would shatter. She had never imagined that even a quick palm strike wouldn't have any effect. A power capable of shattering a galaxy was completely useless against this light red glow. As Luo Donger prepared to strike again, the red light that shrouded the three of them tore a fissure in the void and vanished along with them. The array formations in this large hall and the experts, including Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble, were all unable to stop them. Even the people standing beside Shen Yunyang and Yunxi were unable to react. In the blink of an eye, those three had vanished completely. Yunxi was dazed at first as she looked at the empty space beside her with great shock. Quick, seal an area of 100,000 light-years in the void and find them. Chapter 1041. Graceful lightning. The sky was splitting, and the earth was rupturing. Even nomological laws were being ripped apart. As long as this continued, everything would turn into endless ruins. All life in the entire Longland Great Cosmos already felt fear. A fear that they had no way of resisting. In the face of this fear, they were just like insignificant ants. They could only quietly wait, quietly endure, and quietly pray. Above Longland Great Cosmos, the godlike figure of the Xi family patriarch had a maniacal glint in his eyes. The feeling of personally destroying a great cosmos excited him. It could even be said that personally destroying a great cosmos delighted him greatly. So what if it was a great cosmos? He just wanted to completely destroy the Longland great cosmos this time. He wanted to rely on his own strength to instill fear for the ancient six families back into the human race. The six saint banner in his hand made him feel as if everything was under his control. As he was destroying this expansive void, the Xi family patriarch felt as though the six saint banner had become even more intimate with him through this destruction. He knew very well that it would be difficult for him to control the six saint banner, not only because of his cultivation but also because of the origins of the six saint banner. If he could fully control the six saint banner, the other clans still definitely wouldn't agree. However, if he relied on the six saint banner and gained some comprehension, the other clans wouldn't be able to say anything. He would be manifesting the power of this supreme ultimate treasure to destroy a great cosmos. The greater the power of the six saint banner, the stronger the power he displayed. Naturally, as he gained more comprehension, he would wield it easier. Daqian Master, being able to witness the destruction of a great cosmos is also a great opportunity for you. I treat you rather well, don't you think so? The Xi family patriarch roared with laughter as he glanced at the Daqian Master in the distance. As he laughed, he waved the sacred banner in his hand. Dazzling radiance flashed once again. The six saint banner appeared extremely powerful. However, the Xi family patriarch felt feeble at this moment. After all, whatever power he had poured into the six saint banner had left him this instant. However, this feebleness only lasted for a fraction of a second. This really wasn't considered anything by the Xi family patriarch. Unfortunately, just as the Xi family patriarch was about to enjoy this destructive strike, he suddenly saw a beam of light. A dazzling, extremely quick beam of light. Even though his power had already flown into the six saint banner, the Xi family patriarch's cultivation still existed. His heart shuddered the instant he saw the beam of light hurtling over. He couldn't achieve this sort of speed. Taichu Yuan venerates of a similar level might be adept at different things. Their methods wouldn't be the same either. For example, what the Xi family patriarch considered most important was his own power. His techniques could cause great changes and massive destruction when unleashed. However, that didn't mean that he was stronger than Taichu Yuan venerates adept at speed. Each had their own specialties. Now, this streak-like figure was too fast. So fast that the Xi family patriarch simply couldn't react in time. The Xi family patriarch actually felt an extremely terrifying sensation grip his heart. His hands wanted to brandish the six saint banner. However, it was already too late. The first person to see this was the Daqian Master, who had been thoroughly incensed when the Xi family patriarch had roared with laughter. However, no matter how furious he was, he couldn't stop the Xi family patriarch. He could only watch as the Xi family patriarch made his move. His sullenness was imaginable. If the Daqian Master had not been worried that the Xi family patriarch would get too engrossed in the killing, the Daqian Master would have already left. The ancient six families were really despicable. The Daqian Master was gripping his fists tightly. Deep down, he was even forming thoughts about swearing to wipe out the ancient six families. Unfortunately, at the same time, he knew that wanting to turn these thoughts into reality would be extremely hard. The reason was that the ancient six families weren't just very powerful. They also possessed a sacred land situated within the sixth sky-sealing sun great array. As long as the human race had no way of entering this sacred land, they would forever only be on the receiving end of beatings. Anger, indignation, all that could arise from this was just a bigger calamity for the human race. From the Daqian Master's point of view, even though he resented the ancient six families greatly, he had no choice but to feign civility. He even had to take the Xi family's mockery in his stride in order to not provoke the ancient six families. This made the Daqian Master extremely sullen, extremely displeased, extremely. As he was watching helplessly while a great cosmos was about to be turned into ruins, the situation happening in the void suddenly made the Daqian Master look on in disbelief. He had actually seen a streak of light shooting towards the Xi family patriarch. No, a person was rushing towards the Xi family patriarch. However, the silhouette of this person was just too fast. So fast that the Daqian Master couldn't see clearly who it was. Even though he couldn't see that person's face, based on this person's speed and strength, the Daqian Master could tell that this person wasn't inferior to him. Since when was there a person with a cultivation comparable to his own? Unless it was Luo Yunyang. No, when the Daqian Hall master had arrived, Luo Yunyang had been inside Hongmeng's sacred hall. How could he arrive here now? If this person succeeded, Longlan Great Cosmos would be saved. However, should this person fail, given the cruelty of the ancient six families, they definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. The Daqian master wondered what he should do. Many thoughts went through his head, but what he paid most attention to was whether this person could succeed. As the Daqian master paid close attention, the various patriarchs of the ancient six families were watching as well. Even though they weren't in the Longlan Great Cosmos, they were still observing the Sea family patriarch, who was wrecking the Longlan Great Cosmos, from afar. They could see every single action of the Sea family patriarch by relying on secret arts passed down within the ancient six families. Many of them felt delighted when they saw the Sea family patriarch chastising the Daqian master. When the Sea family patriarch waved the sixth saint banner, many of them got excited. They were excited indeed. Being able to wipe out a core base of the human race and once again instill the reverence they deserved in the human race was something the ancient six families patriarch eagerly looked forward to, so it was certainly pleasing. Even though this matter hadn't been handled personally by the rest of them, this was still good enough. However, just as this was about to succeed, they saw Luo Yunyang make his move. His attack was like a hurtling comet. Some of the patriarchs had looks of disdain on their faces the moment they saw Luo Yunyang making a move. They felt that Luo Yunyang was simply like a snail trying to stop a horse cart. However, as the head of the ancient six families, the Yun family patriarch seemed to suddenly think of something. Not good, he exclaimed. The Yun family patriarch knew that even though the sixth saint banner was powerful, there would be a moment of weakness when it was brandished. At the moment, because the sixth saint banner was shaking and accumulating power, it was unable to provide protection for the wielder. Plus, the wielder of the sixth saint banner couldn't make a move, as all his power had flown into the sixth saint banner. However, because this duration was too short, even Taichu Yuan venerates would generally not be able to see any changes. Therefore, the Yun family patriarch hadn't thought too much about it. Still, this sudden attack made the Yun family patriarch feel deeply threatened. As the one presiding over this whole affair, the Yun family patriarch was aware of the importance of the sixth saint banner. The moment the sixth saint banner fell into the hands of other people, the consequences would really be unimaginable. At once, the Yun family patriarch frantically gestured. Go to the Longlan Great Cosmos. Quick! The hall masters of Zanpin Sacred Hall, Battle Hall, and Dark Hall were watching the dazzling light that had appeared in shock. This streak of light was really fast. It was so fast that they simply couldn't react before that figure had rushed in front of the Sea family patriarch. Even though the Sea family patriarch wanted to react, all his power was within the sixth saint banner and he simply couldn't muster up any other power. As he wanted to shout, that streak of light released a sword of light that glittered like a galaxy. This light sword contained boundless power and cut down viciously at the Sea family patriarch's arm. This sword had the might of a Taichu Yuan venerate. As the sword light descended, the Sea family patriarch's arm was severed. The sixth saint banner fell along with the arm that was holding it. The entity that severed the Sea family patriarch's arm quickly caught the fallen arm and disappeared into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already ripped through the void, gotten out of the Longlan Great Cosmos, and entered the endless primal chaos. It was only at this moment that the Sea family patriarch came to his senses. He watched as the figure that looked like a streak of light shot off and howled furiously. Damn you, I will definitely get revenge. Even though he had already lost an arm, he still frantically moved his arm in an effort to recall the arm that had been taken. Unfortunately, this wasn't easy. Chapter 1042, I shall have my revenge. The Sea family had gone from being high-spirited to howling maniacally in just the blink of an eye. Luo Yunyang, who had made his move to avert this huge crisis and vanished in a jiffy, knew exactly how difficult it had been even though the whole thing looked extremely simple. Being able to seize this split second of opportunity required extraordinary judgment. Luo Yunyang wasn't able to see through this flaw, not because of his cultivation base but because he'd used the divine creation disc to analyze the outcome of the Sea family patriarch. Even though he had managed to analyze the Sea family patriarch's state at the time, seizing that opportunity in less than 1/100th of a second was still extremely difficult. The reason Luo Yunyang had been able to do so wasn't because he was stronger than the Daqian master, but because he had used the attribute regulator to achieve a speed 5 times quicker than the Daqian master. It was easy to achieve a 5-fold speed increase for an ordinary person, but at the level of cultivation of a Taichu Yuan Venerate, wanting to achieve this was no easy task. Perhaps it could even be considered impossible unless one broke through the Taichu Yuan Venerate level. This was also why the Daqian master simply had no solution for the C family patriarch. However, Luo Yunyang had achieved a 5-fold speed increase. In an instant, he had already rushed out of the Longlan Great Cosmos' scope. As the sixth saint banner in his hand was waved, boundless primal chaos started to vibrate. Instantly, primal chaos spread for hundreds and thousands of miles. The nomological laws that were like 6 massive dragons extended within the void. The void was still opening and chaotic chi was still splitting up. An ordinary cosmos seemed as if it was on the verge of breaking up. Luo Yunyang was pissed. If he hasn't used his attribute regulator for this clone embodiment of his, or if his main body hadn't been able to control a portion of the divine creation disk's might, this power would have blasted the Longlan Great Cosmos. If these 6 supreme nomological laws had been assimilated within the nomological laws of the Longlan Great Cosmos, the consequences would have been dire. The Longlan Great Cosmos would have crumbled. The sky and earth would have collapsed. Anything and everything would have been destroyed. While Luo Yunyang was incensed, a crazed howl was heard. This howl originated from the C family patriarch. The crazed C family patriarch was rapidly chasing a new arm that was regrowing over his severed stump. That arm was completely formed in an instant. Although it looked slightly paler than the original, there didn't seem to be any difference compared to the arm Luo Yunyang had sliced off. The arm that had been sliced off was actually starting to vibrate, as if it was going to fly into the C family patriarch's hands at any moment. Luo Yunyang watched the vibrating arm. Without any hesitation, he immediately utilized the power of the primeval underworld monarch clone and cut the C family patriarch to shreds. The C family patriarch calmed down. Not only was he not pissed about seeing the shattered hand, but he actually seemed slightly frozen. You are Luo Yunyang, the C family patriarch asked when he saw the clone of the primeval underworld monarch. Congratulations, you got that right. Unfortunately, you don't get a prize. The clone embodiment of the primeval underworld monarch rose into the air. Using the attribute regulator that contained all of Luo Yunyang's power, he blasted out a punch. A blood-colored thousand-era imperial purposes technique was used. Countless blood shadows gathered within this punch. The strange and vast sea of blood combined perfectly with the shadows. It was magnificent, it was terrifying, and it was all contained in Luo Yunyang's fist. This fist shattered the entire void. The C family patriarch howled in anguish as this fist came crashing towards him. His hands frantically formed seals and 2 black and white lights formed a sacred steel that shot towards Luo Yunyang. When this shield was formed, it seemed as if it would only get stronger. If this had happened before Luo Yunyang had attempted to take control of the divine creation disk, his best option would have been to clash with it forcefully. However, as soon as the steel formed, Luo Yunyang sensed a constraint within the sacred steel. It could even be said that there was a huge flaw in the C family patriarch when he used this move. This flaw was that the 2 powers weren't completely equal when he used them. While the difference in strength between these 2 powers wasn't big, it was still a flaw in Luo Yunyang's eyes. Even though Luo Yunyang had already blasted out the thousand-era imperial purposes, his fist could still change direction to a small extent in a similar scope. The direction change wasn't very fast. However, when it changed, Luo Yunyang's strike had already shot heavily towards the flaw he had discovered. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white sacred steel shattered and the blood-red fist passed through the heavy defense and struck the C family patriarch's body. The C family patriarch couldn't believe it when he saw the black and white sacred steel crumble, even though this sacred steel was already inferior to Luo Yunyang's thousand-era imperial purposes. However, such a slight inferiority wouldn't bring about such a huge outcome. This outcome was hard to doubt. This outcome actually made him feel extremely terrified of Luo Yunyang. He backed off quickly. Unfortunately, even though his retreat was fast, it was still slower than Luo Yunyang's thousand-era imperial purposes, fist power. As he was backing off, the C family patriarch's body started to fall apart. Where are you going, C family patriarch? The Daqian master's resentment had already reached the extreme. He couldn't hide his delight when he saw the C family patriarch's body being shattered by Luo Yunyang's fist. Therefore, By the time the Sea family patriarch's spiritual consciousness flew out of his shattered body, the Daqian master had already flown over to stop the Sea family patriarch. He quickly formed hand seals and boundless starlight surged forth from everything around. All this starlight formed a huge barrier that suppressed the Sea family patriarch's primordial spirit within. Daqian master, do you really want to fight me to the end? You do know that if you kill me, our ancient 6 families will start an all-out war with the human race. That will be a bitter fight to the end. The Sea family patriarch's primordial spirit, which was floating in the void, displayed a hint of fear. However, his tone was somewhat crazed as he berated the Daqian master. The Daqian master hesitated slightly before forming another hand seal. The barrier of condensed starlight started to shrink inwards as it suppressed the Sea family patriarch's primordial spirit. The primeval underworld monarch clone that was within the barrier once again flew up upon seeing the situation. This time, however, he didn't use the Thousand-Era imperial purposes. Instead, he utilized the chaotic Yuan sky bell technique. A blood-colored giant bell condensed in Luo Yunyang's hand. This bell contained 9 layers of blood light and seemed to contain boundless might the instant it was formed. Go! With this shout, the huge blood bell barreled towards the Sea family patriarch's primordial spirit. This time, the Sea family patriarch's primordial spirit no longer had any strength to retaliate. After all, he no longer had a body. However, as the huge blood-colored bell closed in on the Sea family primordial spirit, a black light flashed from the Sea family patriarch's Yuan spirit. This black light formed a jet-black jade talisman. In an instant, the Sea family primordial spirit was wrapped up within. Luo Yunyang, Daqian master, I will get my revenge. The Sea family patriarch's howl reverberated in the void. In an instant, the figure of the Sea family patriarch had strangely vanished from this void. The boundless starlight still remained. The Daqian hall master had a grave look on his face as he glanced at the position where the Sea family patriarch had vanished. This is all thanks to you, Yunyang. Otherwise, we would have lost one of the 36 great cosmoses of the human race, the Daqian master said solemnly. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Daqian master and was about to give him a casual reply or two when he suddenly had a thought. Luo Yunyang's eyes sparkled at this thought. He didn't even say anything to the Daqian master. He just gestured with his hand before rushing towards the Longlan Great Cosmos. The Daqian master was puzzled upon seeing Luo Yunyang's hurried display. However, he didn't really blame Luo Yunyang for being impolite this time. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang could already be considered to be on par with him. Traversing through space wasn't too difficult for Yuan venerates. This clone embodiment had acquired the attributes of Luo Yunyang's main body and thus arrived at the Luo family's Great Hall in no time. Many cracks and fissures had already appeared in the Great Hall, but it hadn't yet collapsed. Everyone, from Yunshi to the Flame Emperor, was dumbfounded as they stared at him. Even though they believed that everything before their eyes couldn't be real, reality told them that what they had never imagined had happened. What happened? Where are Donger and the others? Luo Yunyang's clone asked Yunshi. Yunshi finally regained her composure when she heard Luo Yunyang's question. She had always put on a strong front, but she felt as if she was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. Yunyang, where has our child gone? What do we do? Quick, tell me, what do we do? Chapter 1043. So what about the 6 sky-sealing sun great array his own father had actually left behind this sort of ultimate treasure? Many thoughts raced through Luo Yunyang's mind. If even Luo Donger couldn't break through the barrier of this treasure, it was evident that what his mother had brought was something extraordinary. Luo Yunyang quickly spread his spiritual consciousness out to envelop the surrounding void. He wanted to find even the slightest hint in the void. Unfortunately, when Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness spread into the surrounding void, he discovered that he wasn't able to find anything. Given Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness, even a Taichu Yuan venerate entity trying to pull off some petty tricks would also be easily detected by him. However, he had actually gained nothing and was unable to discover a single thing. After mulling this over for a moment, Luo Yunyang was no longer willing to continue waiting. He immediately started to reverse space and time. The method used for reversing space and time wasn't too difficult for a Yuan venerate almighty. As Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness did this, the space and time within 1,000,000 miles of the Great Hall started to reverse. In the blink of an eye, time reversed and Shen Yunying and the other two were enveloped by that mystical light. Luo Yunyang watched the mystical light and felt that this light was actually coming towards him as if it wanted to wrap him and bring him along. This sensation was rather strange for Luo Yunyang. Just as he was prepared to reverse space and time once more, he suddenly discovered that he could no longer do so. How could that be? Reversing space and time should be really easy for an entity like Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, this time and place seemed to have frozen to the moment when his family had been carried away by this strange power. What was actually going on? What exactly was this life-preserving item his mother had used? While using the power to reverse space and time, Luo Yunyang saw those shattered black pieces. His mind quickly went to work. Luo Yunyang felt as if he had seen the original form of these shattered pieces. It seemed as if he had even played with it when he had been very young and hadn't seen any difference. However, this item had actually brought away his loved ones and made it impossible to reverse time and space. At that thought, Luo Yunyang charged into the space where time was reversed. He was prepared to forcefully bring his mom, sister, and beloved son out of that space. A hefty price had to be paid when reversing space and time and bringing people and things to a time they didn't belong to. It might even result in an extremely powerful backlash. Even Yuan venerates didn't dare extract things that were too powerful while reversing time and space. After all, it would very possibly cause space and time to collapse. Luo Yunyang no longer cared that much anymore. He rushed over and stretched out his hand, wanting to bring his mother out. However, he suddenly discovered that his palms could break through this barrier of light. Even though Luo Yunyang's power would fall when he reversed space and time, the situation he was currently facing rarely occurred. After trying for more than 10 times, Luo Yunyang had no choice but to give up on this method. However, when he came into contact with this strange power, Luo Yunyang actually felt a sense of familiarity. Even though he didn't know where this sense of familiarity came from, he could sense that this power definitely wouldn't harm him. His spiritual consciousness rapidly expanded and shrouded the whole Longland Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang felt uneasy deep down, as he couldn't find his mother, sister, and newborn son. As a result, his spiritual consciousness seemed to become ice-cold and gloomy. Immediately, the entire Longland Great Cosmos was filled with fear. In the newly constructed Rising Sky Feather sect, many disciples were currently tidying up the aftermath. Even though this devastating scenario hadn't resulted in any major losses, the Rising Sky Feather sect still suffered a lot of damage. These disciples were delighted about surviving the calamity and getting a new lease of life while repairing the damages. However, as they were rejoicing about being able to live on, Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness, which was filled with boundless fury, rendered them all unable to stand properly. Some disciples with lower levels of cultivation even went numb and fell to the ground. Even some Rising Sky Feather sect elders felt extremely terrified. Although they didn't talk about it, everyone was wondering who exactly could have provoked their master. As the benefactor of the Rising Sky Feather sect, Luo Yunyang possessed supreme authority and prestige in the Rising Sky Feather sect. His current fury made the entire Rising Sky Feather sect shudder. The Rising Sky Feather sect was fearful, which meant that others were even more terrified. In a bug race spiritual nest, Bubbles, who had just been roused from her seclusion, suddenly rose into the air. She could sense this massive, furious spiritual consciousness and had only one thought in her mind. Who exactly could offend her beloved big bro and cause such fury? Ever since Luo Yunyang had destroyed the Long family, this beloved big brother had held an unrivaled place in Bubbles' heart. Although nobody could sway this sentiment, Bubbles also felt terrified now. Other sects beneath the Rising Sky Feather sect were all shaking in fear and trepidation. The destruction of the previous calamity had already made them extremely fearful, and Luo Yunyang's enraged spiritual consciousness had left them shaking. Many thoughts and opinions currently appeared in the Longland Great Cosmos, but these opinions and thoughts contained mainly fear. Half an hour later, Luo Yunyang retracted his spiritual consciousness. He glanced at Yunxi, who had a hopeful look on her face. They are not in the Longland Great Cosmos. However, they should be fine thanks to the protection of the object left behind by my father. Yunxi wasn't an ordinary person either. She also calmed down at once. Even though she was reluctant, there was nothing she could do. I think that our child should be fine. After all, the treasure was left behind by his grandfather. He definitely wouldn't harm your mother and Donger. She continued speaking hopefully. Perhaps we might be able to contact Donger shortly. They can still contact us through the virtual realm even if they end up in another great cosmos. Yunxi's words enlightened Luo Yunyang. Even though he was in the primeval underworld monarch clone, he could still use his communication device. Luo Yunyang contacted Luo Donger's communication device. No answer. He tried Shen Yunyang's communication device, but there was no answer either. How could it be? Where exactly had his mother and sister been taken by that mystical power? Why was it that whatever methods he tried yielded no trace of them? As he pondered over what had just happened, Luo Yunyang sensed that power. Not only did it not have any intention of harming him, but it was actually really familiar and intimate. This familiarity allowed Luo Yunyang to relax considerably. Regardless of what it was, as long as this power was familiar, it wouldn't have any intention of harming his own family. However, Luo Yunyang couldn't help feeling more worried when he thought about his newborn son and the unknown whereabouts of his family. Ancient Six Families. In Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, Luo Yunyang's main body walked out of the Great Hall. The Divine Elder and the others watched Luo Yunyang in astonishment. Even though they had already ascertained that a clone of Luo Yunyang had stolen the Sixth Saint banner from the Si family patriarch, the thought of how powerful Luo Yunyang was made them shudder. Yunyang, how? The first to speak was Yuan Venerate White Crane. After experiencing this, he felt that the idea of Luo Yunyang assuming the role of the Middle Hall Master wasn't too bad. It's not successful yet, Luo Yunyang replied. Yuan Venerate White Crane wanted to console Luo Yunyang but didn't say anything in the end. After all, he believed that he really didn't have the qualifications to do so. At that moment, the left hall master came in with a frown on his face. Yunyang, the ancient Six Families just sent word asking us to immediately return the Sixth Saint banner to them. Otherwise, they will declare war against the human race. Return. Ha ha ha, what an overbearing tone. Doesn't that mean all-out war? Let them do as they please. After all, I wish to settle things with them once and for all after what they did today. Luo Yunyang then turned to Yuan Venerate White Crane. Do you know where the ancient Six Families reside? I do, but their ancestral land is sealed by the Sixth Sky Sealing Sun Great Array and we simply can't break it, Yuan Venerate said, sounding resigned. Just because it couldn't be broken in the past, it doesn't mean it can't be broken now. Come with me, let us take a look at the region where the ancient Six Families reside. After he said that, Luo Yunyang grabbed hold of Yuan Venerate White Crane and took to the sky. The right hall master seemed to hesitate. Given what he knew about Luo Yunyang's character, he knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't just going to take a simple look. Even though deep down the right hall master wanted to teach the ancient Six Halls a lesson, the Sixth Sky Sealing Sun Great Array was no plaything. The almighties of the human race had never been able to find any flaws in the array in all these years. Could Luo Yunyang do it? The left hall master, on the other hand, had an unperturbed expression on his face. It seemed as if nothing concerned him at all. In just 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang had arrived at a void where 6 immense suns shone brightly. This void seemed hazy, so despite his level of cultivation, Luo Yunyang wasn't able to see what was inside. This is where the base of the ancient Six Families is. Those extremely ardent suns are the foundations of the Sixth Sky Sealing Sun Great Array. Back then, Sir Middle Hall Master also tried studying this great array to no avail. Yuan Venerate White Crane lamented regretfully. Chapter 1044. Outside the ancestral land, Luo Yunyang wants to attack the ancient Six Families. Has he gone crazy? The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master exclaimed in astonishment when she saw the report of his subordinate. Females had always reigned supreme in the Zonpin Sacred Hall. The subordinate that had reported to the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master was also a lady. She didn't seem fazed by the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master's astonishment. After all, she'd had the exact same reaction when she had first gotten hold of the news. Everyone believed that the core area of the ancient Six Families' bases was simply impenetrable. The Sixth Sky Sealing Sun Great Array protected the ancient Six Families like an iron fortress. In the conflicts between the ancient Six Families, the human race had gotten the upper hand several times. However, each time the human race suppressed the ancient Six Families, they would retreat back into their ancestral land. Ultimately, the helpless ancient Six Families had no choice but to negotiate for peace with the human race. Even though this course of events made the human race sour, they had no way of doing anything about it. The Sixth Sky Sealing Sun Great Array was like a wondrous barrier that prevented the ancient Six Families inside from being threatened. The floating butterfly goddess stood by her master's side, but her mind was already wondering. Right now, the floating butterfly goddess's thoughts were on her time back in the dual realm sky. When she had completely given herself up to despair, she had encountered this young man, who had brought her out of the dual realm sky. Even though romantic feelings were rather dulled at this level of cultivation, the silhouette of Luo Yunyang would forever be like a fire burning in the most important part of the floating butterfly goddess's heart. Master, perhaps he could teach the ancient six families a lesson. Even though the floating butterfly goddess felt that this was a little far-fetched, she couldn't help speaking up on behalf of Luo Yunyang. The Zanpin Sacred Hall master glanced at her disciple with slight worry. However, she also knew that this wasn't something that could be settled with just her advance. In the end, how far things progressed would depend on the floating butterfly goddess' decision. You think that Luo Yunyang can succeed? The Zanpin Sacred Hall master placed her worries aside and chastised her disciple. Based on what? He is Luo Yunyang. The floating butterfly goddess seemed calm, but she spoke resolutely. The Zanpin master frowned even more. This reason sounded rather absurd. She glanced at the floating butterfly goddess and said, "Enough. Come with me on a trip to the ancient six families' ancestral ground. They have really gone overboard this time. Even if we can't break their six sky-sealing sun great array, they still have to be taught a proper lesson. At the very least, we must make them reconsider coming out to stir trouble for an extended period of time." The floating butterfly goddess looked delighted. Yes, the Daqian master, the Sacred Hall master, and the Dark Hall master had already gathered by the time the Zanpin Sacred Hall master arrived. All of them had brought along their strongest subordinates, and they didn't seem to restrain their auras at all. Each of them seemed as if they were able to compete against the brilliance of the six massive suns. Even though they might not necessarily be able to break the six sky-sealing sun great aura, all of them had gathered here to send a massive message to the ancient six families and let them know the human race was furious. Luo Yunyang paid no attention to these few hall masters. There was a strong look in his eyes. Even though he hadn't completely gained ownership of the divine creation disc, he still enjoyed considerable benefits because of it. It could be said that he had the capability to see through the strengths and weaknesses of anything. It was because he had this means that Luo Yunyang had come to destroy the six sky-sealing sun great array that the ancient six families relied on so much. The floating butterfly goddess felt her heart shudder as she watched Luo Yunyang with a godly glow. Right now, she was thinking about Luo Yunyang's mood. In her heart, Luo Yunyang had always been an extremely calm person. Something extraordinary must have happened for him to be unable to stay calm. Even though the floating butterfly goddess didn't think that she could help Luo Yunyang resolve this matter, she felt like she wanted to share his burden. How arrogant! A battle hall Yuan Venerate said angrily. Even though this Yuan Venerate had lowered his voice, even the softest of sounds wouldn't escape the ears of beings with such a level of cultivation. After a period of silence, the floating butterfly goddess said, "You have the right to be this arrogant if you are able to seize the sixth saint banner. Worry less about others and more about yourself first." These words were actually offending. However, the floating butterfly goddess didn't care. She just announced that Yuan Venerate coldly. The battle hall Yuan Venerate glared at the floating butterfly goddess angrily. Unfortunately, at the moment, he couldn't say anything. He really wasn't able to seize the sixth saint banner. Meanwhile, the six massive suns suddenly glowed even brighter. That intense, fiery white light gathered in the void and formed a massive silhouette that overlooked the four sacred hall masters. "Daqian master, what business do you all have here? Why did you come to the ancient six families' ancestral ground?" A majestic voice reverberated all around. The Daqian hall master glanced at the man speaking and grinned. "Yun Tiansheng, ask your patriarch to come out. You aren't fit to treat me like that." Yun Tiansheng was furious. He had always been a proud person. Even though he wasn't a Taichu Yuan Venerate yet, he wasn't that far off. His status and position meant that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the five sacred hall masters in many aspects. However, he had never expected that the Daqian master's words would embarrass him. He glared lividly at the Daqian master but didn't rush out. Instead, he chuckled. "My patriarch doesn't have the time to bother with you people. I have come this time to pass on the orders of our patriarchs. Hand over the sixth saint banner and this matter will end here. Otherwise, our ancient six families will go to war with your five great sacred halls. You can all stand guard here. We definitely won't come out. However, once you people leave, our various patriarchs can still obliterate your 36 great cosmoses even without the 6th Saint banner. Yun Tiansheng enunciated the word, obliterate, in a very sinister and cold manner. The Da Qian master's anger intensified. Given his cultivation base, he could easily determine the fate of a 9th-level heavenly venerate in an instant. However, even though he was livid, he could only keep this anger to himself. He couldn't kill Yun Tiansheng. At least, he couldn't kill Yun Tiansheng under the circumstances. I will repeat my previous words. If the ancient 6 families want to negotiate, send the Yun family patriarch out. As for you, you don't have the right to speak here, the Da Qian hall master said after he took a deep breath. Yun Tiansheng was extremely proud and absolutely furious with the way the Da Qian master had called his status into question. Therefore, his silence was his reply. He indeed stayed silent, as if he hadn't heard what the Da Qian master had said. Sometimes, this sort of silence would make people more uncomfortable than keen on retaliating. The Da Qian master glared angrily but didn't say anything in the end. During this silence, the Dark Hall master spoke. Yun family patriarch, I know that you are listening. It is still possible for you to get the 6th Saint banner back. However, you have to come out and talk. The Dark Hall master's words didn't receive a reply. The silent Yun Tiansheng finally said, the 6th Saint banner was originally the property of our ancient 6 families. You must return it. Don't assume that you people can just come to the ancestral land of our ancient 6 families just because you have the 6th Saint banner. Let me tell you something. The territory of our ancient 6 families isn't something you people can profane. Now, you all better. Luo Yunyang turned over slowly as Yun Tiansheng was speaking. He eyed Yun Tiansheng and said indifferently, get lost. Yun Tiansheng hated Luo Yunyang. He had never been humiliated in front of so many people before. However, Luo Yunyang's bell had immediately tarnished his reputation back then. If he wasn't the strongest member of the young generation of the Yun family, if his cultivation wasn't close to the Taichu Yuan venerate, the strongest person amongst the ancient 6 families' young generation would have already suffered a great blow. Even though he was very unhappy to hear Luo Yunyang's unbridled words, he still replied icily, Luo Yunyang, you came to our ancient 6 families' ancestral land first. Why, could you want to strike down this 6 sky-sealing sun great array? Come, I welcome you to try. However, I fear that I wouldn't need to lift a finger for you to leave in defeat. Our ancient 6 families' ancestral ground is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Yun Tiansheng's words were vicious. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yun Tiansheng and grinned. His hands quickly formed a seal and a massive bronze bell appeared in the void. Yun Tiansheng's face darkened when he saw this huge bell. He would never forget how he had been routed by Luo Yunyang's huge bell. This reminder was very unbearable for him. Hee, you want to use that bell to break our ancient 6 families' 6 sky-sealing sun great array? Ha, how naive. Come on, I'm looking forward to it. Yun Tiansheng's voice was laced with immense resentment. At that moment, Luo Yunyang's fist struck the bronze bell hard. Chapter 1045. Soundless bell destroying minds beneath the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. The 6 patriarchs of the ancient 6 families all stood separately on a tall mountain peak high in the clouds. Even though this territory was enclosed by the 6 sky-sealing sun great array, this domain wasn't in any way inferior to the great land of a great cosmos. Boundless spiritual chi churned all over. The spiritual chi was actually condensed into a purple and green mist where the 6 patriarchs stood. See, family patriarch, you have really disgraced our ancient 6 families this time. Take a look for yourself. Now, we are even being bullied at our doorstep by them. A short old man was speaking while 3 different colored glows radiated in his eyes. His voice was like thunder as he berated the newly regenerated body of the C family patriarch. Even though the Yun family was considered the head of the ancient 6 families, many conflicts existed between each family. These originally restrained sentiments exploded in situations like this. The C family patriarch glared angrily at the man speaking and replied icily, Lao family patriarch, are you criticizing me? The Lao family had always ranked last amongst the ancient 6 families, which also meant that the Lao family patriarch's status wasn't that high as well. Even though they were all patriarchs, the C family patriarch always felt a sense of superiority over the Lao family patriarch. Therefore, his first reaction upon hearing the Lao family patriarch's criticism was to get angry. He was extremely furious, so his tone naturally became reprimanding. If not you, then who? After all, you lost the sixth saint banner, our ancient six family's ultimate treasure. The Lao family patriarch didn't give way at all. He mockingly continued speaking. I just don't understand why the great sixth saint banner can destroy and obliterate the stars and cosmos in the hands of others, yet it was stolen when it was in the hands of the Xi family patriarch. You should know how big a blow this is to the morale of our ancient six families. The Xi family patriarch's face darkened when he saw the way the Lao family patriarch looked at him. He acted as if he were a sinner. Thus, he lashed out icily. Are you asking me to apologize to you? I wouldn't dare if it was just me. However, you ought to apologize to everyone present, don't you think? After he said that, the Lao family patriarch added, the sixth saint banner doesn't just belong to the Xi family. The Xi family patriarch's hand was shaking. He already couldn't remember how long it had been since someone had mocked him. If possible, he wouldn't hesitate to cut down the Lao family patriarch with a sword. Unfortunately, he could only imagine this scenario and not put it into action. After all, even though the Lao family patriarch's cultivation was weaker than his own, the Xi family patriarch's cultivation had fallen, while the Lao family patriarch hadn't suffered any damage. It could be said that the two of them were already evenly matched. Enough. Stop bickering. The Yun family patriarch rebuked them strongly as the Xi family patriarch was about to say something. Even though he was the leader in name only, he had no choice but to speak up at this critical moment. If the Xi and Lao family patriarchs were allowed to continue their dispute, their entire alliance would just be useless. After all, the Xi family was his staunchest ally and the Lao family had two supporters. Actually, the Lao family patriarch didn't start speaking first, not because he wanted to but because others hoped he would. The Xi family patriarch didn't continue to speak, while the Lao family patriarch looked over calmly as if he wasn't thinking about anything else. Everything he had been doing was for the sake of the ancient six families. Right now, besides thinking about defense, we need to think of ways to oppress the five great sacred halls of the human race and make them thoroughly bow their heads, the Yun family patriarch said grimly. The mysterious underworld race is vile. To think that they are actually having a war at this crucial time. I heard that a division of ancient underworld hall's forces suffered a great loss and was thoroughly destroyed by the joint forces of Sky Moon Underworld Hall and Sky Gold Underworld Hall. The Fei family patriarch said solemnly, I believe that there will be a victor amongst those two sides soon. I believe that we have to change our methods when cooperating with the mysterious underworld race. We have to be on good terms with Sky Martial Underworld Hall's Nulanye beforehand. The Yun family patriarch nodded. However, he eventually said, even though the mysterious underworld race can't be counted on right now, the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race are sworn enemies of the human race. As long as they are willing to lend a hand, they too can give the human race great pressure. Would the human race dare not to return the sixth saint banner to us in the face of this pressure? What a joke, hee hee, I just didn't believe they would have dared to surround our ancestral land before this great war amongst the mysterious underworld race. The Xi family patriarch looked much better now. At this moment, through the sixth sky ceiling sun great array, they saw Luo Yunyang unleashing his huge bronze bell. Does he want to strike our sixth sky ceiling sun great array with that bell? What a great joke! The Lao family patriarch mocked as he watched the huge ancient bell conjured up by Luo Yunyang. In the eyes of the Lao family patriarch, Luo Yunyang's actions were simply ignorant. Even though his massive bell was amazing, it was merely an outstanding ultimate treasure in his opinion. However, the sixth sky ceiling sun great array was an array formation that couldn't be broken without six Tai Yuan venerates. It was one of the foundations of the ancient six families. Regardless of the trials and hardships of many years, this sixth sky ceiling sun great array had always protected the fate of the ancient six families. Even though the Xi family patriarch resented the Lao family patriarch, he had to agree with what the Lao family had said. After all, breaking through this sixth sky ceiling sun great array was something Luo Yunyang simply couldn't do. He was totally going to humiliate himself. Luo Yunyang's fist struck the world-shaking sky bell as the patriarchs were talking. Even though the world-shaking sky bell had been mended by the nine skies divine clay, its interior wasn't stable. However, Luo Yunyang's strikes didn't contain a power that surpassed the peak Taichu Yuan venerate, so there wasn't too much concern. Trying to use this sort of bell wave attack is just amusing. The Xi family patriarch grinned. Even spiritual consciousness can penetrate our sixth sky ceiling sun great array, let alone sound waves. However, The Sea family patriarch had a strange feeling when he said this. After all, he didn't hear any bell waves. Even though the 6 sky-sealing sun great array could block out sound waves, he should be able to clearly hear the bell chimes given the level of his cultivation base. Now, the strange thing was that he actually wasn't able to hear any sound coming from the world-shaking sky bell. Thus, he couldn't help but find it a little strange. Could Luo Yunyang be using some unknown means? The Yun family patriarch also had a serious look on his face. He was the leader of the alliance between these families. If anything were to happen, the first person anyone would think of would be him. He also felt that something wasn't right. Just as he was guessing what could be wrong, he sensed a jolt in his mind. This jolt didn't cause much harm to the Yun family patriarch. Thanks to his cultivation base, it had merely been a jolt. However, when he looked around, he observed that many of the martialists serving the patriarchs were suddenly holding their heads in their hands. Some of them even disintegrated without a squeak. With a mere thought, the Yun family patriarch had already enveloped more than half the ancestral land with his spiritual consciousness. He was stunned to discover that on this very peaceful ancestral land, countless disciples of the ancient 6 families were clutching their heads. Some howled in anguish and some sat on the ground frantically trying to utilize cultivation techniques. Others, who were in unbearable pain, were knocking their heads against mountains. As mountains crumbled, everything was in chaos. At the same time, some of the ancient 6 families' disciples whose bodies shattered disintegrated into dust. As if that was not shocking enough for the Yun family patriarch, what happened next was even worse. As his spiritual consciousness enveloped the ancestral land, countless light flares were rising at the foot of the greatest and largest secret sacred ancestral mountain. These light flares were no ordinary lights. They were the ancestors of the ancient 6 families, who had been buried here many epochs ago. These light flares had been awaiting the day when they could reignite the life in these bodies. This meant that there was no longer any possibility of these ancestors being revived. Luo Yunyang, you damned being! The Yun family patriarch howled furiously. The Sea family patriarch, the Lao family patriarch, and the others roared with anger, as all the light flares that had been turned to ashes were their elders. They had been extremely important to them. Even though they were the masters of the various families, this situation would definitely result in them suffering some criticism from their own clans. Even some clansmen at loggerheads would try to shake them off their perch now. Bell waves continued to transmit throughout this domain. Even though there wasn't any sound, the ancient 6 families' martialists that came into contact with these bell waves experienced tremendous pain. Some heavenly venerate martialists were even turned to ash because they tried to resist the bell waves. Why can't the 6 sky-sealing sun great array block that bell chime? The Yun family patriarch asked the Sea family patriarch furiously. The Sea family patriarch couldn't answer this sort of question either. He glanced at the 6 ardent suns suspended high in the sky and said, "It seems like these 6 sounds are amplifying the might of the bell chimes. Rush out, we must let Luo Yunyang strike it again." In an instant, the Yun family patriarch, who was the leader of the alliance, had already made a decision. Chapter 1046, The Furious Ancient 6 Families. The Daqian master's eyes lit up when Luo Yunyang struck the bell. Even though he wasn't too sure about which cultivation technique he was using, he was able to realize something: these bell chimes were no small matter. Bells without sound were the most damaging. Even though they wouldn't cause too much harm to the ancient 6 families' ancestral land, as long as they affected them, this would make the ancient 6 families apprehensive in the future and they wouldn't make any moves on the human race so casually. This move could actually be really beneficial to the human race. Luo Yunyang appeared to be fully concentrating when he struck the bell. Even though no sounds rang out, Luo Yunyang's mind could still utilize the soundless bell waves to rush into the ancient 6 families' ancestral ground. He was using the minute flaws in the 6 sky-sealing sun great array as well as relying on its power to amplify his traceless bell wave. Such methods sounded simple but simply couldn't be accomplished if the tiny flaws in the 6 sky-sealing sun great array couldn't be seen. Each bell chime was filled with Luo Yunyang's immense fury. He wanted to make the ancient 6 families tremble each time he struck the huge bell. Enough. When Luo Yunyang struck the bell for the 10th time, 6 figures rushed out. The 6 family patriarchs appeared on each of the suspended suns like celestial emperors. However, at this moment, they seemed to have sinister looks on their faces. It could even be said that the murderous aura reeking from them was terrifying. Naturally, Luo Yunyang had heard their furious roars. However, He didn't care in the slightest. He continued striking the world-shaking sky bell. "Didn't I tell you to stop?" The Yun family patriarch howled furiously. His words had been like a decree for many years. The fact that Luo Yunyang was ignoring him made him completely livid. The Yun family patriarch was simply on the verge of exploding from anger. Luo Yunyang remained indifferent as if he hadn't heard the Yun family patriarch at all. The Lao family patriarch didn't need any instructions as he soared into the sky and charged at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's actions had incensed the Lao family patriarch, who really wanted to strike down and kill Luo Yunyang now. After all, he had already sensed the disastrous damages to the Lao family's ancestral land. An ancestor whom they'd had high hopes of reviving had dissipated into a fiery light as Luo Yunyang's bell waves struck. As the leader of the Lao family, he had already become a sinner in the family's eyes. Only by killing off Luo Yunyang would he be able to wash away his sins. Only by killing Luo Yunyang would he be able to be the master of the Lao family once again. Therefore, he struck out at Luo Yunyang mercilessly. However, the moment he made his move, the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master appeared in front of him. The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master stood on a black lotus flower and appeared grand and capable of repelling anything. "You shall not pass." The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master only said these 4 words, but they displayed her resolve. Upon seeing the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master's graceful body, the Lao family patriarch bellowed furiously. "Leave at once, or our ancient 6 families and Zanpin Sacred Hall will be enemies till death." "Enemies till death? Then you should just die." The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master gently palmed the void as she said this. This palm was gentle, as if it was the palm of a lover that was bewitching, relaxing, and the silent palm made the Lao family patriarch shout angrily. His hands quickly formed seals and the projection of a 9-headed dragon appeared above him. A streak of light rushed out above each of the 9 heads of the projection simultaneously and gathered before meeting the Zanpin Sacred Master's onrushing palm. In terms of strength, the Lao family patriarch was also very powerful. However, when the 2 powers clashed in the void, the sacred mark containing the 9 types of lights disintegrated. "You are lacking too much," the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master said gracefully, as expected from the lowest-ranking family patriarch of the ancient 6 families. It was fine to hit people, but not their faces. However, the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master had unceremoniously rubbed salt into the Lao family patriarch's sore spots. What she said was akin to a tight slap to his face. The Lao family patriarch glared sinisterly at the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master like a ravenous wolf. Clearly, the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master's vernal attack had affected him quite strongly. Luo Yunyang's fist struck the world-shaking sky bell once more at that moment. Even though there was still no sound, the Lao family patriarch could imagine how much damage Luo Yunyang's fists had caused. "Attack together!" The Yun family patriarch shouted as Luo Yunyang's fists were striking down on the bell again. The other 5 patriarchs of the ancient 6 families took to the air simultaneously. They were like 5 startling streaks of light hurtling in the direction of Luo Yunyang. "Calm down." The Daqian master flew over to meet the Yun family patriarch. However, the instant he obstructed the Yun family patriarch, another figure of the Daqian master appeared in the void and blocked the Si family patriarch as well. This meant that there were currently 2 Dalton's Qian masters. Not only were these 2 Dalton's Qian masters the same, but their auras seemed to complement each other. It was as if these 2 Dalton's Qian masters could amplify one another's strength. The Battle Hall Master and the Dark Hall Master had joined hands to obstruct the Fei family patriarch as well as the other 2 remaining patriarchs. Even though they were 2 against 3, it seemed like the 2 Hall Masters held the upper hand in this exchange. Especially the Battle Hall Master. His simple armor and helmet made him seem to possess redoubled might. His armor didn't just protect him from the attacks of the Fei family patriarch. It also doubled his strength. This simple and unadorned helmet gave off an aura that didn't seem inferior to the divine creation disc at all. Release. A giant hammer with golden dragons twisting on its handle appeared after the Yun family patriarch exchanged 2 blows with the Daqian master. This huge hammer had a deep fracture on it and seemed as though it had been damaged by something. However, its might was boundless and each hammer strike contained power that seemed capable of making the entire world tremble. The Daqian master didn't meet force with force. His body was like a flash of lightning constantly shifting positions in the void. He would appear and block the Yun family patriarch each time he was about to rush over at Luo Yunyang. The Yun family patriarch, who was stopped time after time, was livid. However, being angry couldn't change the unfavorable situation he was in. Die, the Xi family patriarch bellowed. An 8-edged golden truncheon was dancing around madly in his hands. The divine inscriptions on it glowed brightly as the truncheon was waved around, making it appear majestic and mighty. Even so, the Xi family patriarch found himself at a disadvantage. Although the golden truncheon was an ultimate treasure, it was still lacking in the Daqian sacred realm. Furthermore, the owner of this truncheon had his body destroyed during an exchange with Luo Yunyang. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Yunyang swung his fists frantically. Bell waves continuously passed through the 6 massive intense suns entering the ancient 6 family's ancestral land. Even though the Xi family patriarch and the others had already rushed over, they could still sense the losses they were experiencing. When Luo Yunyang's fist struck the huge bell once again, a majestic bell wave rushed into the ancient 6 family's ancestral land. A scarlet beam of light rose from the most central spot of the ancestral sacred mountain. Even though the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array sheltered it, everyone felt as if a 7th sun had risen in the void. The Yun family patriarch's eyes were bloodshot. That was an ancestor who had been buried many years ago. They were weaker as they got closer to being revived. This was an ancestor of many generations ago. The Yun family would benefit greatly as long as he could awaken. However, this ancestor, who had been entrusted with immeasurable hope, had disintegrated before he could awaken. This was a massive loss for the Yun family. A loss that made their hearts ache tremendously. A loss that made them want to go mad. However, amidst all this madness, the Yun family patriarch saw Luo Yunyang's fist, which was about to land once again. He looked hesitant, yet he still shouted loudly, "Luo Yunyang, stop hitting. We can discuss things." Saying this was practically akin to the ancient 6 families lowering their heads. When dealing with the human race, the ancient 6 families had always acted as if they were superior. To them, the human race was practically no different from their slaves. They were now suing for peace with Luo Yunyang because their ancestral land had suffered a great beating. This was also akin to a massive blow to the dignity of the ancient 6 families. However, they had no other choice but to sue for peace. The 4 hall masters getting in the way already prevented them from stopping Luo Yunyang. Even though there were still some experts in their ancestral land, the experts of the 5 great sacred halls were also flocking over from all directions. At such a time, even if the ancient 6 families went all out, they would still end up being helpless and Luo Yunyang's bell waves would cause even greater damage. The Xi family patriarch and the others stopped when they heard the Yun family patriarch shout. However, they didn't expect that the vile Luo Yunyang would actually strike the world-shaking sky bell once more even after this had been said. Chapter 1047. Today is not like the past. Boom. In the ancient 6 families' ancestral land, hundreds of light flares rose into the void. In just a moment, over 100 predecessors had turned to ashes. The Yun family patriarch and other ancient 6 families' powerhouses all stared at Luo Yunyang with bulging eyes. They really wanted to devour Luo Yunyang as they watched him strike the huge bell. Luo Yunyang, I have already called for a ceasefire. Why are you still striking the bell? What exactly are you trying to do? The Yun family patriarch and the others never found themselves in a situation where they had difficulty speaking. However, right now, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Luo Yunyang totally ignored the anger of the Yun family patriarch as he continued to strike the world-shaking sky bell. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity that the world-shaking sky bell wasn't complete. It looked whole, but in reality, it was held together by the 9 skies' divine clay and simply couldn't unleash the might it ought to possess. If this was a complete and perfect world-shaking sky bell, Luo Yunyang had absolute certainty that he could utilize it to blast a hole in the 6 ancient families' ancestral land. Seeing that Luo Yunyang wasn't speaking, the Yun family patriarch felt as though he had been thoroughly humiliated. It was unbearable to see the cool-headed Luo Yunyang ignoring him. He wanted to make a move, but the Daqian master was already before him and was obstructing the way. This meant that he had no possibility of attacking. He glared furiously at the unperturbed Daqian master. Daqian master, what are you trying to do? Didn't I already say that we called for a ceasefire? Unless the human race really wishes to stake it all in a fight to the end with the ancient 6 families. The moment this happens, it won't be our ancient 6 families that will die. The Daqian master stared at the Yun family patriarch, who was already on the verge of getting hysterical, and replied sternly, the ones who will die will definitely be your ancient 6 families. As long as you dare come out, we will definitely kill every single one of you. The Daqian master's words immediately enraged the Yun family patriarch. However, when he looked at Luo Yunyang, who was striking the huge bell, his anger subsided considerably. He knew very well that if he were to blindly force this issue, the consequences definitely wouldn't be good, as irreversible damage occurred each time Luo Yunyang struck the huge bell. This damage would never be erased. Daqian master, we now wish to have a serious talk with you people. We would like you to stop Luo Yunyang from striking the bell for the time being. The Yun family patriarch pondered for a moment before speaking. After saying this, he had an unsightly look on his face because he felt that he had really disgraced himself. However, he could still endure this no matter how disgraceful it was. Following the middle hall master's fall, the Daqian master's position had started becoming more and more important. He felt a little excited upon seeing the grim face of the Yun family patriarch and thus called out to Luo Yunyang. Yunyang, stop for the time being. Luo Yunyang was rather grateful for the help of the Daqian master and the others. Thus, he released his final strike when he heard the Daqian master's words. This strike basically consumed a large portion of his power. Cracks had already started to appear on the sacred bell that was glued by the 9 skies divine clay. While the sacred bell could still be struck under the circumstances, its effectiveness wouldn't be too great. Therefore, Luo Yunyang had also stopped after striking it this last time. The soundless striking of the bell was also a cultivation technique. The last chime was much more powerful than all the previous ones. Therefore, when Luo Yunyang released this strike, thousands of dazzling light flares appeared above the ancient 6 families' sacred ancestor mountain, which was sheltered by the 9 sky-sealing sun great array. All the family patriarchs were livid. Their eyes burned with a furious fire. If looks could kill, their death stares would have burned Luo Yunyang to the ground right then and there. Luo Yunyang, did you not hear what the Daqian master said? The Si family patriarch felt the most resentment for Luo Yunyang. Therefore, he growled at him. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Si family patriarch indifferently and smirked. Hee, I heard it a little too late. You are clearly doing it on purpose. Do you think we can't see that? The Si family patriarch said bitterly. He even had an impulse to rip Luo Yunyang to shreds. This time, many of the thousands of light flares that rose up were impressive members of the Si family. These beings had already died without getting a chance to be revived, which was a great loss for the ancient 6 families. How about I continue and you guys stop me when you feel like it? Even though he knew that the world-shaking sky bell needed to be restored, Luo Yunyang still spoke disdainfully. The Si family patriarch was unable to reply upon hearing this. Even though he knew this was a threat, he didn't have any ideas about how to deal with this threat. Luo Yunyang wasn't just threatening him. He was threatening him openly. However, the Si family patriarch didn't dare reply. Otherwise, if Luo Yunyang struck the bell to create a soundless wave, their ancient 6 families would be the ones suffering. After taking a deep breath, the Si family patriarch said bitterly, I will definitely settle the score with you someday. You have already said this before, Luo Yunyang replied indifferently, what's the point of repeating yourself? Who are you even trying to scare? The Yun family patriarch coughed. Enough, let's not argue about this. We should be discussing what to do next. The Si family patriarch found a way out of this embarrassing situation when the Yun family patriarch interrupted. He knew that continuing wouldn't do him any good. Thus, he backed down slowly with a snort. The Daqian master didn't say anything. He just watched the Yun family patriarch indifferently and waited for the conditions that would be proposed. Even though the Yun family patriarch was extremely unwilling, he could only keep his temper in check. I say we end our dispute here. However, Luo Yunyang must return our 6 saint banner, which was taken from us. Noticing that the Daqian master was not speaking, the battle hall master spoke out. You propose just calling it off like this. You really put it very simply, Yun family patriarch. You wanted to go to war with us not too long ago. It was also your idea to destroy the Longlan Great Cosmos. Do you think that the human race would let things end just because you asked? The Si family patriarch glanced at the battle hall master and said, your race didn't suffer any losses. However, our ancient 6 families have suffered greatly and will temporarily let things be. Unless you guys still want compensation. We won't let these things be written off so easily even if your side compensates us, the Battle Hall Master said icily, open your eyes and take a proper look. We have the upper hand. The Xi family patriarch wanted to continue, but the Lao family patriarch spoke up first. We are just afraid that the human race won't be able to take it if we continue to fight. The mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race absolutely wouldn't miss this chance if you were in an all-out fight to the end with us. Then, your losses would be even greater. The Battle Hall Master glanced at the Lao family patriarch with disdain. Yes, we would suffer great losses. 10 great cosmoses, 20 great cosmoses, even 30 great cosmoses. However, we can afford to lose them. At worst, all 36 of our great cosmoses will be lost. Still, we can make sure your 6 ancient families will be unable to recover. The patriarchs of the ancient 6 families had seemed to hold victory in their grasp before the Lao family patriarch had spoken. However, they looked angry, surprised and afraid now. If the human race were to really let the 36 great cosmoses be lost to pay the price, then one could imagine how staunch their resolve was. Once the human race made up its mind, how would the ancient 6 families brace themselves? With the 6 sky-sealing sun great array, the human race might not necessarily be able to attack their ancestral land. However, the ancient 6 families could forget about coming out. The huge bell in Luo Yunyang's possession could be struck just once and make them really suffer. The Yun family patriarch gestured towards the Xi family patriarch, who was about to say something, before speaking up himself. The Battle Hall Master shouldn't joke. This sort of situation would make both sides suffer and wouldn't do us all any favors. Is there a need to use such words to scare us? I think that it would be best to have a proper discussion and reduce the misunderstandings as best as we can. The Battle Hall Master scoffed but didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked over at the Daqian Master. If the Middle Hall Master had still been around, his gaze would have naturally turned to the Middle Hall Master. The Daqian Master also knew that this wasn't the time to let emotions affect his decisions. Therefore, he smiled. Yun family patriarch, you picked this fight in the first place, yet you are the ones who want to negotiate now. Negotiating with us is fine. However, you all need to show sufficient sincerity. If there isn't any sincerity, then the human race will not compromise even if it means that both sides will suffer. The Yun family patriarch glared at the spirited Daqian Master. Even though he was really displeased, he understood that he had no choice but to lower his head now. Although what they had said about causing the human race great losses was true, they would have to suffer greatly as well. Ultimately, the Yun family patriarch's gaze landed on Luo Yunyang. His eyes were full of resentment. Still, he had made up his mind. Chapter 1048. The space-breaking sky crystal. The Yun family patriarch knew that coming to a decision wasn't easy. The moment he made this decision, he would essentially become the sinner of the ancient 6 families. However, if Luo Yunyang was allowed to continue striking the bell, the ancient 6 families would suffer even greater losses. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the crisis the ancient 6 families were facing would be even greater if the bell continued to chime. Our ancient 6 families can compensate you all. However, the 6 Saint banner must be returned. The Yun family patriarch felt his mouth going dry when he said this. In all their past conflicts with the human race, the ancient 6 families had always had an attitude of superiority toward the human race. In their opinion, the human race was just dirt they could tread on. After all, even though the human race wasn't weak, it wasn't able to threaten the ancient 6 families much. When the ancient 6 families wanted to deal with the human race, it was basically impossible for the human race to defend itself against them. However, the word compensation must have been said with bitter anguish now. The Daqian Master was misty-eyed. He wasn't incapable of controlling his emotions, but this situation was too moving emotionally. How many years had passed? He had dreamed of this day ever since he had become the master of Daqian's Sacred Hall. Now, the day had come when it had finally come true. The 6 Saint banner. No way, Luo Yunyang said. He didn't even look at the Yun family patriarch after saying that. Luo Yunyang wasn't soliciting opinions, nor was he hesitant. Instead, he made a decision. A decision that nobody could change. Luo Yunyang, the 6 Saint banner is a possession of our ancient 6 families. It is also an important thing to take into consideration for our peace negotiation. If the 6 Saint banner isn't handed over, then we won't negotiate. The Lao family patriarch bellowed. The reason the Lao family patriarch considered the 6 Saint banner so important was because his family also had a share of the 6 Saint banner. If Luo Yunyang didn't return the Six Saint banner, then the Lao family would also suffer considerable losses. When he heard the Lao family patriarch's threats, Luo Yunyang merely replied, "Continue fighting then." These words were swift and simple. However, the Lao family patriarch's face immediately flushed. He didn't know what to say next. After all, Luo Yunyang's words were too hurtful. Luo Yunyang's unyielding attitude made the Lao family patriarch feel like he was stuck in an embarrassing predicament. Given his past tyrannical disposition, the ancient six families would go to war if any human dared speak to him this way. However, even though he burned with rage, all he could do was squash the anger within him. He did not do so because he wanted to, but because he had no other choice. Luo Yunyang, utilizing the Six Saint banner requires a special cultivation technique of our ancient six families. It won't be of much use to you even though you have it. The Fei family patriarch spoke up after a moment of hesitation. Return the Six Saint banner to our ancient six families and we can accord you appropriate compensation. This way, none of us will suffer. The Daqian master and the other three hall masters didn't say anything. They had already placed Luo Yunyang on a similar level as themselves. Therefore, their stance was unanimous. This was something obtained by Luo Yunyang. How it was dealt with would be Luo Yunyang's decision. Although they too were very unwilling to fight until the very end, if things were to reach this stage, as the Battle Hall Master had said, the human race was prepared to sacrifice a great deal to exterminate the ancient six families. All things make gradual progress. I am willing to slowly fumble my way around with the Six Saint banner. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Fei family patriarch as he replied casually. The Fei family patriarch didn't dare issue any further threats after his persuasion proved ineffective. He knew very well that he would be embarrassing himself if he were to issue any more threats. After a terrifying period of silence, the Xi family patriarch stepped forward angrily. He wanted to say that he would continue fighting, but he was stopped by the Yun family patriarch, who was by his side. Our ancient six families will never give up on the Six Saint banner. We can avoid discussing the Six Saint banner for now and discuss a ceasefire. The Yun family patriarch had accepted this fact after mulling over it for a moment. The other five patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief when the Yun family patriarch spoke up. While they weren't willing to lower their heads, they didn't want Luo Yunyang to continue striking the bell. Luo Yunyang didn't have to be the one speaking for the human race when it came to the ancient six families' compensation. The Daqian master and the others were experienced old hands in this aspect. At once, they requested a whole bunch of things from the ancient six families as compensation. Even though the majority were things they would have no use for at their own level, they were items that were necessary for heavenly venerate existences. For example, Taiwuzheng metal, which was amongst the best materials for refining weapons that only 7th level heavenly venerates and higher martialists could use. In the human race territory, at best only a piece of Taiwuzheng metal about the size of a finger could be found in an entire galaxy. The Daqian master had asked for a huge mountain of Taiwuzheng metal spanning thousands of miles. Even though the Yun family patriarch and the other patriarchs frowned at the Daqian master's exorbitant claims, they didn't haggle. They simply agreed. The ancient six families were rather brisk in this aspect. This also meant that the resources possessed by the ancient six families were something that the human race couldn't hope to compete with. Although Luo Yunyang was aware of the majority of the resources mentioned by the Daqian master, there was still a small portion that he had never heard of. For example, the space-breaking sky crystal. This was definitely the first time Luo Yunyang was hearing of this. The reason the space-breaking sky crystal attracted his attention was simple. It was the first item that the Daqian master mentioned. Luo Yunyang knew that the space-breaking sky crystal was definitely very extraordinary if it was mentioned by the Daqian master with such importance. Furthermore, every single one of the ancient six families' patriarchs looked extremely uncomfortable when they heard about the space-breaking sky crystal. Their generosity with Taiwuzheng metal and their unwillingness now naturally showed how important the space-breaking sky crystal was. 100 pieces of space-breaking sky crystal. Why don't you go and rob someone instead? I can tell you that we don't have that much space-breaking sky crystal," said the Xi family patriarch. Amongst the members of the ancient six families present, he was mainly responsible for objecting. The battle hall master chastised him unceremoniously. "Why negotiate when you don't have it? Let us just continue duking it out." These words made the Xi family patriarch's face flush. He absolutely would have moved against the Battle Hall Master if not for the fact that they really didn't dare continue this conflict. The Yun family patriarch was silent for a moment before saying decisively, 10 pieces. 90 pieces. We can't justify ourselves if we return without 90 pieces. The Daqian master answered in an equally unquestionable tone. However, the final figure decided on was 50 pieces. This was squarely in the middle, but even the Dark Hall master seemed really excited when he heard this figure. Clearly, the space-breaking sky crystal wasn't just some good stuff. It was something that could make one excited just thinking about it. After all the conditions were ironed out, 3 of the ancient 6 families' patriarchs returned to their ancestral land to fetch the promised items that would serve as compensation. The remaining 3 patriarchs, with the Sea family patriarch at the helm, didn't continue conversing with the Daqian master and the others. As losers, they clearly didn't want to continue disgracing themselves. However, their gazes were on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, the 6th Saint banner is part of your spoils of war. Our ancient 6 families are willing to solely compensate you. Tell us what you need and we can provide it as long as we have it. The Yun family patriarch approached Luo Yunyang and spoke bluntly. Luo Yunyang shook his head. I am going to learn more about the 6th Saint banner. After all, I feel that this thing is very powerful. Yes, it is very powerful. However, without the secret techniques, you simply won't be able to use the 6th Saint banner. I am also not afraid to let you know that this 6th Saint banner was formed in ancient times by refining the souls of 6 of our family's almighties. It can even be said that the 6th Saint banner cannot be utilized by someone who doesn't have the blood of the ancient 6 families, the Yun family patriarch said. No matter how amazing it is merely a useless item in your hands. In this world, nobody besides our ancient 6 families can wield the 6th Saint banner. You also have no way of obtaining resources you require from others. Therefore, I think that you should seriously consider it. Luo Yunyang had been upset because the whereabouts of his family were unknown. While some of his anger had dissipated after he had struck the world-shaking sky bell, the anger he felt for the ancient 6 families still existed. However, he had already become more rational. What you say seems to be rather reasonable, but I think I won't exchange it. After all, you might use the 6th Saint banner to deal with me in the future, Luo Yunyang said indifferently. The Yun family patriarch gave up upon hearing the unquestionable way in which Luo Yunyang had said this. The situation was already so bad that it couldn't get much worse. However, the Yun family patriarch's angry glare intensified as he stared at Luo Yunyang. This brat was extraordinarily repulsive. Half an hour later, the Sea family patriarch handed a ring over to the Daqian master. After the exchange, both sides left. The Daqian master finally spoke after flying many million miles away from the ancient 6 families' ancestral land. Everyone, make preparations. It might take less than 10 years for us to have a comprehensive war with the ancient 6 families again. The Daqian master said this very gravely. At the same time, the Yun family patriarch, who had once more returned to their ancestral land, said with a crazed look in his eyes, everyone, be prepared to go to war with the human race at any moment. Chapter 1049. The position of the Middle Hall Master in a newly opened void. 5 thrones formed of primal chaotic chi were floating high up in the air. The Daqian Master and the other Hall Masters sat on 4 of the black thrones like immovable mountains. They glanced at the last empty throne before the Daqian Master, who said, Luo Yunyang, take a seat too. Even though your current experiences and qualifications make it difficult for you to succeed the position of the Middle Hall Master, you deserve this seat that represents Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The words, you deserve this seat, meant that the 4 Hall Masters approved of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate much before he sat down in that empty throne slowly. The Battle Hall Master and the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master both nodded at him to show their acknowledgement. Even though the Dark Hall Master didn't say anything, his silence demonstrated his stance. He would not object to Luo Yunyang's appointment. In many cases, not objecting could basically be interpreted by others as approval. The fact that these 3 Hall Masters weren't objecting meant that their stance on this matter was identical. The Daqian Master coughed lightly. Finally, we are considered complete again. Brother Middle Hall Master had great foresight. He indeed selected a successor that can match us. The Dark Hall Master said faintly, what a pity. These words referred to the late Middle Hall Master. After all, the Middle Hall Master's death had been a considerable blow to their alliance. After a short silence, the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master spoke up. Even though the Middle Hall Master's passing was sad, our clash with the ancient six families this time is a great victory we have not had in many years. This is a cause for celebration. The Battle Hall Master said. Even so, the ancient six families absolutely won't let things go. Of course, we won't take things lying down either. Therefore, we have to make preparations. It would be best if we could eliminate the ancient six families with one strike. After saying that, he turned towards Luo Yunyang. Yunyang. No, Hall Master Luo. We will have to rely on your soundless bell the next time we attack the ancient six families. Even if we can't breach the ancient six families' defenses, being able to kill the ancient six families' martialists within the six sky-sealing sun great array is basically the same. Luo Yunyang was aware of the state of his bell the best. The most important reason he had agreed to have a peace talk with the ancient six families was because his world-shaking sky bell had already reached its limits. However, he wasn't going to let anyone know about these limits. This wasn't because he didn't trust the four Hall Masters. However, at this level of cultivation, everyone would basically have their own secrets. Luo Yunyang also had his own secrets. He couldn't let people see through his end game. Therefore, after a brief pause, he replied, I will do my best to increase the might of the soundless bell. The Battle Hall Master nodded. Even though Luo Yunyang's answer was somewhat indifferent, his current position meant that he too ought to accord Luo Yunyang some respect. He had to respect him as an equal. The Daqian Master then spoke. Yunyang's effectiveness is very important. However, we also cannot entrust all our hopes to Yunyang alone. He then continued speaking in a serious tone. We should also prepare our various sacred halls, secret techniques so that we will have a stronger position in battle. Also, the ancient six families will definitely contact the mysterious underworld race and other hostile races. Therefore, we should contact fellow ally races on our side too. After this discussion, the Daqian Hall Master took out the ring he had received from the ancient six families. He didn't take all the things out of the ring, as there was really too much. It wouldn't all be able to fit in this space. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on this spatial ring, so given the level of their cultivation bases, the five of them could check the items within the ring with ease. Yunyang should have the largest share of these items because he did a lot during this recent fight, the Daqian Master said as he watched the ring. However, each sacred hall requires large amounts of treasures and resources to prepare for the upcoming war. Therefore, I've decided to split it 5 ways. Luo Yunyang wasn't angry with the Daqian Hall Master. Even though he had done the most, the Daqian Master and the other 3 had pinned down the 6 patriarchs of the ancient 6 families. Without these 4 helping out, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been able to contribute as much. While the Daqian Master wasn't looking at Luo Yunyang as he spoke, he was still observing Luo Yunyang with his mind. He felt much more at ease when he sensed that Luo Yunyang was his usual unperturbed self. After all, Luo Yunyang would represent Hongmeng's sacred hall in the future. If he was petty, a future cooperation wouldn't be easy. However, we also can't not reward Yunyang for his contribution in this matter. Yunyang is still our most important weapon in the upcoming fight with the ancient 6 families. Therefore, I suggest giving 30 pieces of the space-breaking sky crystal to him. That would also aid him in breaking through to the Yuan Venerate realm even quicker. The Battle Hall Master seemed a little unwilling, but he didn't say anything. The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master echoed her approval. This should be the right way. He's one of the masters of the 5 great sacred halls. Not breaking through to the Yuan Venerate level cannot be justified. Luo Yunyang noticed the slight frowns of the Battle Hall Master and the others. The way they acted let Luo Yunyang know that these space-breaking sky crystals were definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, the 3 Hall Masters wouldn't be behaving like this. Yunyang, according to legend, ancient Tai Yuan Venerate entities attain nirvana results in their bodies and transform into these space-breaking sky crystals. Even though these space-breaking sky crystals only record a small portion of ancient Tai Yuan Venerates' comprehension of martial waste, their value is imaginable. If 9th-level heavenly Venerates that want to break through to the Yuan Venerate were to receive a piece of space-breaking sky crystal, their odds of breaking through would be increased by 50%. While 50% didn't seem like a definite result, compared to having 1 out of 100 people advance to the Yuan Venerate, this space-breaking sky crystal meant that a large proportion of 9th-level heavenly Venerate powerhouses could break through. The value of 1 piece of space-breaking sky crystal was equivalent to a Yuan Venerate. It was no wonder that the ancient six families had been so pissed when the Daqian master had suggested 100 pieces of space-breaking sky crystal as compensation. Breaking through to the Yuan Venerate realm basically wasn't too difficult for Luo Yunyang. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang could break through to the Yuan Venerate realm with 100% certainty if he was willing to. However, breaking through now wouldn't be of much use to him. Once he accumulated enough experience, his breakthrough would be even smoother and his might would increase much more. Comprehension of Tai Yuan Venerate entities was amongst the greatest accumulations he could get. Therefore, without any further ado, Luo Yunyang expressed his gratitude for the Daqian master's allotment. An hour later, after all matters had been discussed, the Daqian master and the others got up from their thrones. As they stood up, the Daqian master said, "Now, the last thing we must do is send Yunyang back to Hongmeng's sacred hall." While the word, send, was used, even ordinary people could guess what the Daqian master meant. The battle hall master and the others didn't object to the Daqian master's notion. They were all very aware that, as the strongest power, Hongmeng's sacred hall absolutely had to be further divided. They had already acknowledged Luo Yunyang. Therefore, Luo Yunyang should become the master and top authority of Hongmeng's sacred hall. "Alright, I will contact the right hall master and tell him to make preparations." The battle hall master was on rather friendly terms with the right hall master. He also hoped that the right hall master would become the top person in Hongmeng's sacred hall someday. However, this didn't mean that the battle hall master would definitely support the right hall master all the way. Under the current circumstances, the battle hall master no longer had any other choice. A while later, Luo Yunyang and the four hall masters arrived together at Hongmeng's sacred hall while all the emissaries and disciples watched. Even though the Daqian master and the others didn't say anything, they were standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Yunyang, which already illustrated the problem. Furthermore, if it hadn't been for Luo Yunyang's sudden intervention in Longlan Great Cosmos, the entire Longlan Great Cosmos and the human race's dignity would have been wiped out by the ancient six families' six saint banner. Naturally, the objective of their collective arrival was obvious. "Greetings, Middle Hall Master." Even though the right Hall Master looked reluctant, he still understood that nothing could be done. Without the support of the four Hall Masters, he basically wouldn't have been able to succeed the position of the Middle Hall Master. Furthermore, the Battle Hall Master had contacted him, so the right Hall Master had very quickly made the choice he ought to. As the right Hall Master bowed, Yuan Venerate White Crane and the other emissaries paid their respects as well. Immediately, half of the disciples of Hongmeng's sacred hall paid their respects to the new Middle Hall Master, Luo Yunyang. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was feeling apprehensive. His gaze was firmly fixed on the left Hall Master. He hoped that the left Hall Master would step forward and oppose this. However, as he watched the left Hall Master, he suddenly discovered that more and more of Hongmeng's sacred hall's emissaries were lowering their heads. In the end, only he, the left Hall Master, and a small handful remained upright. Finally, the left Hall Master, who had always been like a tall and immovable mountain to him, also lowered his head slowly. Chapter 1050. Unrivaled War Goddess. The human race was preparing for war, and so were the ancient six families. Luo Yunyang's soundless bell had caused the ancient six families to suffer significant losses, especially many of those buried in the sacred ancestor mountain, who had been awaiting resurrection. If these beings could be resurrected, they would allow the power of the ancient six families to increase considerably. Unfortunately, they were turned to nothingness by Luo Yunyang's bell chimes. Even though the current patriarchs of the ancient six families were no longer very familiar with these beings, their deaths were still like a crushing weight on their hearts. They felt unbearably sullen. "I will kill Luo Yunyang no matter what," the Si family patriarch roared with bloodshot eyes. Even though the Lao family patriarch liked to butt heads with the Si family patriarch, he didn't say anything now. The Yun family patriarch was also furious as he glanced at his angry brethren. However, as leaders, the six of them needed to remain calm. This confrontation with the human race is the most stifling thing we have ever experienced. If we don't reclaim our lost face, our ancient six families will just become a laughing stock amongst all the various races. Once the various family ancestors return and see that we have thoroughly disgraced ourselves, you can all imagine the consequences. The Yun family patriarch's words immediately made this angry bunch of people calm down as fear crept onto their faces. Even though they each wielded great authority over the various families, this authority wasn't firm and unbreakable. If just the buried beings in the sacred ancestor mountain could climb out, even the Yun family patriarch would have to give way. However, these people seemed to believe that it wasn't their time yet. Not a single one had climbed out. Yun family patriarch, what do you say we do next? The Si family patriarch was most afraid of what the Yun family had said, not because he was afraid of the Yun family patriarch but because he had lost the Sixth Saint banner. The Sixth Saint banner was hailed as the ultimate treasure of the ancient six families and was of great importance. They were very restless while knowing that it was in the hands of the human race. The Luo family patriarch and the others turned their attention to the Yun family patriarch. The Yun family patriarch said, "We should prepare to go to war with the human race in the 5 great sacred halls at any moment. We can split this process into 2 steps. The first step will happen within our ancient 6 families." The Yun family patriarch then added, "In 1 year, it will be time for us to reinforce the seal of the war goddess." Based on what has been passed down, this ancestor was temperamental and killed to her liking. However, according to the records of the ancient 6 families, she was the strongest person beneath the Tai Yuan venerate. It was said that in the great era she existed in, both the human race and mysterious underworld race powerhouses were experiencing a period of unprecedented prosperity. However, the war goddess dazzled and remained undefeated throughout thousands of races. It can be imagined how powerful she was. My intention is to lend her strength to kill Luo Yunyang, retrieve the Sixth Saint banner, and if possible destroy the 5 great sacred halls. The Yun family patriarch's words elicited a period of silence. Even though the Yun family patriarch had spoken very vehemently, the various patriarchs still had their misgivings. After all, this war goddess was supposed to be very unstable according to the records of the various families. The reason she was hibernating wasn't because her era had been destroyed but rather because the ancestral master that had awakened at the time had forcibly suppressed her. Even though there was no record of the reason she had been suppressed, it was clear that she was difficult to keep in check. The first person to break this silence was the Si family patriarch, who said icily, "Look at you all. The human race has already forced us into this state, yet you people are still hesitating. No matter how unyielding the war goddess is, one thing is certain. She is our ancestor, so she would definitely stand by our side. Will you perhaps only reflect after the human race wipes us out?" These words made the other patriarchs make a decision. The Fei family patriarch said, "Yes, bringing the war goddess back is better than being destroyed by the human race. However, we have to discuss this with the war god ancestor first. Given the current strength of the human race, just relying on the esteemed war goddess might not be enough to smash them. Should we make other preparations as well?" The Yun family patriarch exhaled. Even he had no answer when this suggestion was made. Right now, the patriarchs agreed on what was already a great accomplishment. Naturally, besides increasing the various powers on our side, one other preparation we can make is to contact the other races. The divine incarcerate race and the star sky race will definitely take part in a fight against humans. The Yun family's tone was solemn now. However, the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race are weaker than the mysterious underworld race. Our focus still has to be on the mysterious underworld race. The Luo family patriarch jested when he heard the Yun family patriarch mention the mysterious underworld race. The 6 great underworld halls are having an internal strife. Damn it, they won't be able to send out any forces. Wouldn't it be better to rely on ourselves than to seek them out? The Si family patriarch and the Fei family patriarch nodded as well. Yes, our channels within the mysterious underworld race have reported that over 100 heavenly venerate powerhouses have fallen. Their losses are tremendous. If the mysterious underworld race continues fighting this way, it will become a weak race one of these days. Forget about helping us fight the human race. I fear that they won't even dare go up against the human race in the future. The Yun family patriarch said, "I know that the entire mysterious underworld race cannot possibly come to help us. However, I think that as long as the mysterious underworld race's sacred underworld city can lend a hand, we will be able to intimidate the human race. After all, Sacred Underworld Hall is the heart of the resistance against the human race's sealed sky city. They definitely possess great strength that is sufficient to deal with the human race. Plus, based on what I know, the Sacred Underworld City currently has many experts." The other patriarchs frowned and contemplated this before the Fei family patriarch said, "In that case, we can try to do that. I heard that Nalanye, who is guarding the Sacred Underworld City, defeated Jiuzi Xuanming and is hailed as a rare generation genius. If we can get this Nalanye to act, I think that we will surely lessen a lot of the pressure. It would be best if he had a match with Luo Yunyang and decided who is the strongest genius of this era. The other patriarchs nodded approvingly at the Fei family patriarch's words. The Si family patriarch, who had personally observed the fight, was really excited about it. After discussing some more matters, it was ultimately decided that the Si family patriarch, Si Yun, would represent the ancient six families and meet with the sacred underworld city lord, Nalanye. After all, the strength the mysterious underworld race could offer to help the ancient six families was the only remaining power at the hands of the sacred underworld city lord. Si Yun knew the mysterious underworld race very well, and the ancient six families had a channel directly to the mysterious underworld race's sacred underworld city. Thus, in no time, he had already arrived at the sacred underworld city. Even though the sacred underworld city was under the control of Sky Marshal Underworld Hall, the lower military officers hadn't been changed, so the news reached Ouyang Tengfei rather quickly. As a human and someone Nalanye trusted, Ouyang Tengfei had already become a mighty figure in the sacred underworld city that no one dared provoke. Even though he didn't have any authority, by being a trusted aide of Nalanye, he was able to rise to greater heights. Si Yun, Ouyang Tengfei furrowed his brows when he saw these words. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Si Yun from meeting City Lord Nalanye. After all, he knew that nothing he did could be kept from Nalanye. Since he couldn't hide it, there was no need to try. After playing out the forecasted situation with Si Yun, he said softly, "Let Sir Si Yun come over." Si Yun didn't dare not take Nalanye seriously, not just because Nalanye's cultivation base was greater than his but also because Nalanye's status had made him need to tread lightly. Therefore, after walking into the large hall, he kept bowing even though he couldn't sense the pressure from above. When he got up, he heard someone chuckle. "Aiya, long time no see, third patriarch. You are really polite. How could a junior like me dare ask you to bow?" Even though this was said rather playfully, Si Yun could clearly hear the sarcasm in his words. He felt that this voice was familiar but couldn't recall who it was right away. However, he soon looked over coldly. Ouyang Tengfei, what was this fellow doing here? Why did I just bow before him? Si Yun nearly went out of control when he realized he had bowed. He was the Si family's third patriarch. How could he actually bow to an insignificant being? This was repulsive. If he hadn't been in the sacred underworld city, Si Yun would definitely have slain Ouyang Tengfei immediately. However, this wasn't a place where he could act recklessly. "Ouyang Tengfei, why are you here?" Si Yun inhaled deeply as he asked. "Ha ha ha, it's thanks to your kindness years ago that I get to serve Sir Nalanye here. Now, I am a servant of Nalanye that helps him deal with trivial matters." Ouyang Tengfei heaved a huge sigh of relief upon seeing that Si Yun didn't dare make a move. The smile on his face widened slightly. "I was extremely pleased to hear that the third patriarch had come. Thus, I invited you over to see me." Si Yun was going crazy. Extremely pleased. He had just gotten lucky and acquired a position of power, yet he was throwing his weight around right now. As he scoffed and got ready to leave, Ouyang Tengfei said, "Third patriarch, I have already received your message and reported it to Sir Nalanye. However, he is currently in seclusion." "Ha ha, how unlucky. You just have to wait a few more days." Chapter 1051. Delivering a message. Si Yun finally met Nalanye 3 days later. This wasn't the first time Si Yun was meeting Nalanye. Back then, Nalanye had merely been a junior in the eyes of Si Yun. Now, Nalanye had completely changed and become an entity that needed to be respected. "Greetings, Hall Master Nalanye." Even though the ancient six families were very proud, Si Yun still had to lower his head in this case. Luo Yunyang felt like viciously beating the fellow who was groveling before him. This fellow had always acted high and mighty in front of the human race, yet he was lowering his head before Luo Yunyang's mysterious underworld clone embodiment. He glanced at Ouyang Tengfei, who was standing behind him, and noticed a look of slight disdain on his face. "No need for formalities. Take a seat, Si family's third patriarch," Luo Yunyang said casually. As the Si family's third patriarch, Si Yun was used to this kind of thing. He frequently interacted with hall masters of the mysterious underworld race. However, in the face of Nalanye's pressure, his whole body actually felt like shuddering. This was a feeling of oppression caused by Nalanye. Even though this feeling made him very uncomfortable, all he could do now was endure it. Deep down, his awe and fear for Nalanye grew stronger. I wonder what the Sea family's third patriarch wanted to see me about. Luo Yunyang, who didn't have any friendly ties with Si Yun, asked bluntly. The Sea family's third patriarch had been waiting for this to be said, so his smile brightened at once. I have come today to discuss a matter with Hall Master Nalanye. The human race's middle Hall Master has fallen. Now, the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race are eager to attack the human race. Hall Master Nalanye is at the helm of Sacred Underworld City, and now is a good time to render meritorious service. Therefore, I wish to invite Hall Master Nalanye to act alongside us and corner the human race. Not only would this boost your reputation, but it would also bring you unimaginable benefits. As the Sea family patriarch spoke, he looked like he was totally nagging Nalanye to think about it. Ouyang Tengfei knew that the Sea family patriarch wasn't up to any good by coming there. This was an attack on the human race. Did the human race's strength really suffer considerably? Luo Yunyang's voice was sinister. The Sea family patriarch couldn't help but shudder. He really couldn't understand how Nalanye had become so terrifying. He had absolutely no ability to resist in the face of Nalanye. He actually felt that this top powerhouse of the mysterious underworld race could make him shatter if he wanted to. Could you perhaps think that the mysterious underworld race won't have sufficient understanding of the human race without the golden mysterious lord? Si Yun's heart jumped up to his throat the moment he heard this. Even though the ancient six families each had their resources, he would have rendered great merit if he could get the mysterious underworld race to lend a hand without proposing any conditions. He had never imagined that new city lord Nalanye would actually be aware of the human race's situation. He hurriedly bowed. Sir Nalanye, I definitely wouldn't dare fool you about the human race's situation. It's just that our ancient six families just suffered a great loss and we aren't very willing to mention it. This can't be considered a great loss. You all just lost a sixth saint banner and the humans came knocking on your door, that's all. Nalanya's voice was calm yet laced with sarcasm. Si Yun rarely faced this sort of sarcasm. However, right now, he could only take it in his stride. After all, this person was really someone he couldn't afford to offend. Sir Nalanye, it is because the human race has gone overboard that we are preparing to duke it out with them. The ancient six families will acquire the main strength of the human race, while the mysterious underworld race, the divine incarcerate race, and the other races can use this opportunity to destroy some of the human race's great cosmoses. Si Yun's tone was filled with malice. The human race's great cosmoses are its foundations. Once the foundations are destroyed, I believe that the human race won't be able to sustain itself for long against the powerful attack of the mysterious underworld race. Ouyang Tengfei couldn't listen to this any longer. He would surely rush over to give Si Yun a few slaps if he continued listening to this. Colluding with the mysterious underworld race and making everything sound so righteous was simply vile. However, all he could do was bear with it. His cultivation was way too inferior compared to the Si family patriarch. Furthermore, his current status wasn't stable yet. Even though he had the favor of Deputy Hall Master Nalanye, he was still from the human race and did most things here with trepidation. There were many times when Ouyang Tengfei even felt that quite a lot of mysterious underworld martialists had an intent to kill when he noticed them looking at him. This made him even more afraid. Even though his foresight showed that Nalanye would always shelter him, he already believed less in this foresight and didn't dare entrust everything just on his ability to predict the future. Your six ancient families will acquire the main strength of the human race. Are you really that capable? Nalanya's voice rang out again. Hall, Master Nalanye, besides what we exhibit on the surface, our ancient six families still have a lot of hidden power. In order to convince Nalanye, Si Yun didn't try to hide anything. I believe that you will definitely get a pleasant surprise when our ancient six families make a move. Luo Yunyang replied. Sky Martial Underworld Hall hasn't yet come out on top against the traitors of Ancient Underworld Hall. Helping you might be more harmful than helpful to us. After all, we have to guard against those Ancient Underworld fellows. Si Yun immediately spoke up anxiously. Sir Nalanye, the human race is a common enemy of the mysterious underworld race. If you help us deal with the human race, I believe that the Ancient Underworld Hall Master definitely won't try anything against you. Oh, speaking of that, aren't you on rather good terms with the Ancient Underworld Hall Master? In that case, why don't you seek the Ancient Underworld Hall Master's help? Nalanya's voice was stern. Could you and the Ancient Underworld Hall Master have made some sort of agreement that you are holding back from me? Perhaps you wish to help the Ancient Underworld Hall Master lure me out of my domain. Ouyang Tengfei's eyes lit up as this was said. Even though he knew that speaking rashly wouldn't be beneficial for him, he also knew that he would be missing the huge opportunity Sir Nalanye had given him. My lord, I have something to report. I just sense that if my lord does what the third patriarch of the Sea family says, it will definitely result in massive losses for Sky Martial Underworld Hall. Ouyang Tengfei clenched his teeth and spoke firmly. Si Yun glared at Ouyang Tengfei and had an impulse to strangle him. He would have killed him all those years ago if he had known that this fellow would ruin his big plans. Sir Nalanye, our ancient six families have absolutely no intention of getting involved in the internal disputes of the mysterious underworld race. We have come this time with great sincerity and hope that Sir Nalanye will join hands with us to deal with the human race. After he said that, Si Yun said in a totally serious manner, Sir Nalanye, please believe we are sincere and trust our ancient six families. Ha ha ha, I naturally believe in the sincerity of the ancient six families. Luo Yunyang gestured to Ouyang Tengfei as he said that. Back off, you have no right to speak here. If I hear you utter such rubbish again in the future, you will be beheaded. Ouyang Tengfei heaved a huge sigh of relief. Even though Nalanye spoke strictly, he hadn't punished Ouyang Tengfei. Not suffering any punishment was a good thing for him. After all, punishment usually meant death for the people at Nalanye's side. Si Yun, didn't you say you will show me the ancient six families' sincerity? Let me see how much sincerity the ancient six families have. Luo Yunyang chuckled. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation recently. I know that the ancient six families have a lot of good stuff, including space-breaking sky stones, which are rare ultimate treasures. I wonder if the ancient six families can give me 300 pieces of space-breaking sky crystals to help me advance in my cultivation. Si Yun was left dumbfounded by Luo Yunyang's words. He had never imagined that Nalanye would ask for such an exorbitant thing right off the bat, 300 pieces of space-breaking sky crystal. How could he say this so casually? Did he not know that the quantity of space-breaking sky crystal was also very limited in the ancient six families? 300 pieces were practically the limit that the ancient six families could take out. Hall Master Nalanye, the condition you proposed is a little too demanding. I don't have the authority to decide about this. Plus, based on what I know, our ancient six families store doesn't have that many space-breaking sky crystals. The Sea family patriarch sighed after he said that. However, before he was even done, Nalanye looked at Ouyang Tengfei. Ouyang Tengfei, help me check if the Sea family patriarch has a problem with his memory, will you? My lord, the Sea family patriarch is lying. The ancient six families have at least 1,000 pieces of space-breaking sky crystal. They are just unwilling to give them to you, my lord. Ouyang Tengfei wasn't lying when he said this, as he had seen it for himself. Nalanye nodded his head and glanced at the Sea family patriarch sinisterly. Si Yun had been exposed in front of everybody and beads of perspiration had started forming on his forehead. Chapter 1052. All paths return to one. In a secret hall in the center of Hongmeng's sacred hall, Luo Yunyang sat in a lotus position. Black and yellow qi surged all around him, making the whole scene look hallowed. At the moment, 330 pieces of space-breaking sky crystals were placed around him. Even though Si Yun had expressed some unwillingness, Nalanya's staunch resolve had caused the ancient six families to make the decision. 300 pieces of space-breaking sky crystal had been delivered by Si Yun. Of course, in the end, these space-breaking sky crystals had been sent to Luo Yunyang via the chaotic four-origin beast's clone embodiment. Luo Yunyang, who already had control of half the divine creation disc, knew very well that the reason he hadn't completely gained ownership of the divine creation disc was because his body's cultivation hadn't yet broken through. Once he broke through to the Yuan Venerate, the divine creation disc would recognize him as its master. Even though his own fighting strength wasn't inferior to an ordinary Taichu Yuan Venerates, there was still an issue of prestige. Without the prestige of being a Yuan Venerate, it was very difficult to fully control the divine creation disc. Through his accumulated experiences with the mysterious underworld race, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th level Heavenly Venerate. If he slowly continued to accumulate and gain experiences, he would absolutely be able to break through to the Yuan Venerate in 100 years. However, with such a large amount of space-breaking sky crystals, Luo Yunyang didn't have to slowly wait for 100 years to pass. He had already learned how to utilize the space-breaking sky crystal thanks to the Daqian master. He felt a sense of eager anticipation as he looked at the sparkling space-breaking sky crystals. These space-breaking sky crystals were the fragments of supreme laws controlled by Tai Yuan venerates, so some fragments were suitable and others weren't. Some 9th-level heavenly venerates that obtained a space-breaking sky crystal might find that it wasn't suitable for them and they couldn't break through to the Yuan venerate in the end. Space-breaking sky crystals were memory fragments of Tai Yuan venerates. Even though these fragments weren't complete, the more fragments available, the better it would be for Luo Yunyang and other martialists that needed to break through. Luo Yunyang picked up a purple space-breaking sky crystal and gently urged the power in his body. The space-breaking sky crystal flickered and Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness entered a sea of purple light. In this purple light, Luo Yunyang sensed that he had seen a finger. A finger that gently descended from above the 9 heavens. The finger wasn't big, but as it descended, many things that were beneath this finger were completely shattered. Sky, land, suns, moons, stars. Everything and anything was completely shattered by this finger. Luo Yunyang didn't see the finger's owner. He also didn't see this owner's opponent. All he saw was the descending finger. However, just witnessing this scene allowed Luo Yunyang to benefit greatly. Some aspects he hadn't been too clear about before were now totally clear. To put it bluntly, everything crumbled and the cosmos shattered just because of this one finger. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang didn't see the finger land, which made him feel some pity. As the purple light quickly flowed into Luo Yunyang's mind, the space-breaking sky crystal in Luo Yunyang's hand disintegrated. If a 9th-level heavenly venerate used the laws contained within this space-breaking sky crystal as a foundation to create a new law unique to oneself, then that person would be able to immediately ascend to the Yuan venerate. After all, the law power contained within this space-breaking sky crystal would actually incorporate itself into the mind of the user. This was why the ancient 6 families and the 5 great sacred halls considered the space-breaking sky crystal so important. Practically every piece of this crystal could create a Yuan venerate. Even though a Yuan venerate that was created this way would be massively flawed and forever stay a Taishi Yuan venerate without exceptional opportunities, this was still a shortcut to massive progress for an ordinary 9th-level heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang didn't immediately pick up the second piece of sky crystal. Instead, he slowly tried to gain insight into the nomological law power contained in this finger. After a period of comprehension, some nomological law fragments that weren't used were expelled from his mind. Even though these fragments of nomological law would be seen as extremely valuable by many people, they would cause Luo Yunyang's cultivation to be less pure and effective. Although he had expelled a large portion of nomological law fragments, Luo Yunyang's gaze was more incisive now. He inhaled slowly and picked up a second piece of space-breaking sky crystal. As his spiritual consciousness entered the second piece of space-breaking sky crystal, Luo Yunyang saw endless flames. These blazes burned everything and turned the endless sky and earth into smoldering ashes. The blazes were white and everything, including the void, was turned into ashes amid these surging blazes. Even though the might of these flames was very strong, it didn't seem to help much Luo Yunyang's cultivation and destruction of nomological laws. However, upon seeing this intense flame burn an entire void, Luo Yunyang was also able to sense a shattering nomological law power. This nomological law power was contained in the surging flames in the endless void. Compared to the previous space-breaking sky crystal, Luo Yunyang expelled even more nomological law fragments this time. However, he gained more from the surging flames as well. Third piece of space-breaking sky crystal, fourth piece of space-breaking sky crystal, fifth piece of space-breaking sky crystal. Every piece of space-breaking sky crystal contained all sorts of different nomological law fragments. In these fragments, Luo Yunyang saw massive axe cleaving primal chaos, a sacred banner jolting the 9 skies, a massive tail sweeping the heavens, shattering galaxies. Of course, Luo Yunyang also came across fragments that seemed to be of no use to him. 130 crystals were the most useful to Luo Yunyang. This was barely a third, but this situation allowed Luo Yunyang's comprehension to increase considerably. Because of this comprehension, Luo Yunyang's cultivation reached a high level. When the last space-breaking sky crystal shattered, Luo Yunyang shut his eyes slowly. There weren't any signs of life or reaction from him. Even the aura on his body had become very tranquil. However, in Luo Yunyang's mind, the sacred images of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques of the past, present and future were constantly fluctuating. These separate sacred images were slowly being combined. Break the present, shatter the past, rip the future. The three cultivation techniques that seemed somewhat separate were like streams joining back at the ocean and slowly fusing in Luo Yunyang's body. During this process, Luo Yunyang didn't speak or move. It seemed as if his entire self had entered a deathly stillness. After an indefinite amount of time, the three-faced sacred image appeared above Luo Yunyang. This time, the three-faced sacred image didn't seem much different from before, but the faces were slowly being combined. At first, the faces were on three sides that were facing all directions. Now, the three faces were combined into one. During this process, the three-faced sacred image seemed strange, as though there were overlapping images. However, as the three overlapping images were slowly combined, the overlapping was reduced. The 9-level universe in Luo Yunyang's body revolved even quicker, and waves of power scattered throughout the endless void before quickly flowing into his internal universe via the sacred image. Yuan venerates surpassed heavenly venerates in terms of reversing laws and creating laws, but more importantly, a Yuan venerates internal universe underwent massive changes. Most notably, the nomological laws at work in a heavenly venerates internal universe took reference from the nomological laws of an external great cosmos. On the other hand, the nomological laws a Yuan venerates internal universe contained were made of a Yuan venerates controlled laws. A Yuan universe. Boom. As the power flowing into Luo Yunyang's body became stronger and stronger, the rotation of his 9 internal universes became much faster. The moment the universes overlapped, they started to crumble. As the 9 internal universes crumbled, the three-faced sacred images combined into one form. This combination made Luo Yunyang's sacred image look just like him. However, Luo Yunyang's aura seemed to have undergone a massive change. Even though his body had been in Hongmeng's sacred hall, there was no link to Hongmeng's sacred hall now. He was currently situated in a Yuan universe of his own created nomological laws. Even though there was only one sort of law, it was one that he completely controlled. The sacred image and Luo Yunyang's own body had fused into one. Luo Yunyang opened his eyes slowly and muttered, "All paths return to one." Countless people in Hongmeng's sacred hall were aroused when the Yuan universe was formed by Luo Yunyang. They could feel the devastating power contained within. Some had gratified looks on their faces, while others looked afraid and envious. However, no matter what other people thought, they had to accept the truth. Their hall master had already become a Yuan venerate. Chapter 1053. No turning back. In a secret realm in Hongmeng's sacred hall, Xuantian Zhaoshan rapidly made the power in his body rotate. Even though this wouldn't be of much use to Xuantian Zhaoshan's level of cultivation, he still persisted. He couldn't let go of any opportunity that would allow his cultivation base to rise. Luo Yunyang had progressed greatly in a single step. Not only had he become the hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall, but his combat strength was now comparable to a Taichu Yuan venerates. Xuantian Zhaoshan had originally thought that he and Luo Yunyang were on the same track. However, he now realized that the disparity between him and Luo Yunyang was very difficult to bridge. Xuantian Zhaoshan had known very well that he was very far from Luo Yunyang in terms of power, but he had always harbored an obsession in his heart that one day, he would become a Yuan venerate before Luo Yunyang did. However, this obsession had stayed in his heart. He had never voiced it out loud. After all, people would consider it a joke if he were to say it. Furthermore, he would be laughed at for overestimating his capabilities. Even if this was a joke, Xuantian Zhaoshan still persisted. After all, this was Xuantian Zhaoshan's last hope of standing tall. In any case, he had to protect his pride. Therefore, he wouldn't give up a chance to increase his strength, even if it was minute. He was at the peak 9th level heavenly venerate. Just one more step and he could become a Yuan venerate. Even though this step was really difficult to take, Xuantian Zhaoshan had confidence that he would definitely get through it. Just as he was slowly experiencing the change in his own power, he sensed a nomological law power suddenly enveloping his body. This nomological law power had come really suddenly. However, as it enveloped him, Xuantian Zhaoshan felt as though his body was going to fall apart. This feeling was extremely unbearable. This nomological law power left just moments later, but Xuantian Zhaoshan could sense how powerful and magnificent it had been. Someone had broken through to the Yuan venerate. A thought that Xuantian Zhaoshan hadn't hoped for sprang up in his mind. The person who had broken through to the Yuan venerate. Only Luo Yunyang's breakthrough could have produced such impetus. Luo Yunyang had already broken through. How could he have broken through? Xuantian Zhaoshan felt dispirited. As he felt his emotions churning, he received a call from Li Juyu. Is this Hall Master Luo? It's Hall Master Luo. Xuantian Zhaoshan had subconsciously changed Luo Yunyang's name to Hall Master Luo while replying to Li Juyu. Li Juyu was silent. Xuantian Zhaoshan thought that Li Juyu would end this call but was surprised to hear her reply. He was never on the same path as us. Xuantian Zhaoshan looked slightly lost when Li Juyu said this. Even though he wasn't willing to admit it, it was definitely true. Some stuff he had been stuck on was instantly resolved. He even felt that his cultivation had experienced some improvement. The right Hall Master was having a game of chess with Yuan Venerate White Crane when he sensed Luo Yunyang's advancement. As their life expectancy stretched and their cultivation progress became difficult, many Yuan Venerates would spend time on leisure activities. He broke through. How swift! The right Hall Master tossed a white chess piece onto the board as he lamented. Yuan Venerate White Crane clutched the black piece in his hand and said, Right Hall Master Luo's breakthrough is actually a very good thing for Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. After all, his breakthrough to the Yuan Venerate means that he will be able to inhibit those unconvinced by him and there won't be more of those incidents in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The right Hall Master glanced at Yuan Venerate White Crane and nodded his head. The left Hall Master, the Divine Elder, and the others also sensed Luo Yunyang's breakthrough. However, they all had different expressions on their faces. As the Hongmeng Sacred Hall powerhouses were discussing Luo Yunyang's breakthrough, a sound started to reverberate within Hongmeng Sacred Hall. It was a bell that summoned all Hongmeng Sacred Hall disciples. Only the Hall Master had the authority to ring this bell in Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Even though some people were still unconvinced with Luo Yunyang's appointment as Hall Master, they still quickly rushed over to Hongmeng Sacred Hall's main hall when they heard the bell. In just a few moments, practically the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall had already gathered in the main hall. Luo Yunyang was sitting in the seat reserved for the middle Hall Master. He currently didn't conceal his own cultivation base. His destructive intent shrouded his surroundings. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, who had been one of the people against Luo Yunyang, felt displeased with Luo Yunyang's breakthrough. Now, he felt apprehensive when he walked into the main hall. No, he actually felt fear. A fear that welled from the depths of his heart. Hall Master, congratulations on advancing to the Yuan Venerate. The right Hall Master looked at Luo Yunyang, who was seated in his throne, and paid his respects. Even though the right Hall Master could be considered to be on the same level as the middle Hall Master, he knew that Luo Yunyang's foundation wasn't stable and thus showed the greatest respect possible to Luo Yunyang at this crucial time. This show of respect surprised Luo Yunyang. Even though he had already firmed his resolve to gain control of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the right Hall Master's actions shocked him. Hall Master, congratulations on advancing to the Yuan Venerate. Yuan Venerate White Crane and a handful of other Yuan Venerates followed the right Hall Master and knelt down. This was different from the time they had knelt when the Daqian Master and the other Hall Masters had come back with Luo Yunyang. Their kneeling now represented total subservience from the bottom of their hearts. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and some others couldn't help but glance at the left Hall Master. They belonged to the left Hall Master's camp and they naturally needed to see the left Hall Master's reaction. A flash of fury flickered across the left Hall Master's eyes. The right Hall Master's sudden actions had practically destroyed his plans and put him in a tough spot. He was definitely very unwilling to bow down as the right Hall Master had. However, if he didn't do so, it would be akin to falling out with Hall Master Luo Yunyang. Even though falling out didn't seem to be that great of a deal, he still wasn't willing to butt heads with Luo Yunyang. After mulling this over for a moment, the left Hall Master came up with his own idea. He knew that once he lowered his head, his power within Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would fall so drastically that it might even collapse. Therefore, he laughed heartily. The Hall Master's breakthrough to the Yuan Venerate is really worth celebrating. We must announce it to everyone and let the other 4 great sacred halls and 36 great cosmoses congratulate us. He chortled in a very unperturbed fashion as he said all this. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, who had been waiting for the left Hall Master to speak, let out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing the left Hall Master's words. It looked like the displeasure between him and Luo Yunyang wouldn't be easy to reconcile. If the left Hall Master leaned toward Luo Yunyang, then Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow would have nowhere to go. However, the left Hall Master's way of dealing with Luo Yunyang becoming a Yuan Venerate made Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow feel that he could still survive here. The right Hall Master appeared disappointed. He had pushed aside his pride to make this move, but it had been easily countered by the left hall master, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The left hall master was an old opponent who had striven against him for a long time. He wasn't just an ordinary wily old fox. As he was silently cursing the left hall master, Luo Yunyang spoke. Becoming a Yuan Venerate is indeed worth celebrating. However, there is something I need the left hall master to answer. The left hall master's face fell when this was said. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. The left hall master still tried his hardest to maintain his smile. Feel free to ask anything, middle hall master. Good. I remember that during the reveal of the late middle hall master's decree, the ancient 6 families' patriarchs were also present. They had been invited by the left hall master. Now, shouldn't the left hall master give Hongmeng's sacred hall and all the human race's powerhouses an explanation for this? Luo Yunyang's tone was overbearing. Nearly all the Hongmeng sacred hall disciples felt that this wasn't going to be a small issue. An explanation? How does the middle hall master want me to explain? Those people are so forceful. If they wanted to come, I had no way of stopping them. There was a hint of anger in the left hall master's voice. Clearly, he felt some hostility towards Luo Yunyang. The left hall master wasn't going to shrink back this time. In fact, he still wanted to display his strength. Only this way would he be able to gather the strength of the people supporting him. Luo Yunyang glared at the unyielding left hall master and said icily, "You have phrased this rather casually. But how do you explain that the ancient 6 families were supporting your bid to become Hongmeng's sacred hall's master? Could you be about to tell me that your character is so great that the ancient 6 families' patriarchs could only choose to support you?" Luo Yunyang's tone was laced with sarcasm. The left hall master's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent when he heard this. Indeed, it was killing intent. He hissed in reply, "Then what does the middle hall master think the real reason was? Could the middle hall master be trying to find me guilty of colluding with the ancient 6 families to punish me?" The entire main hall fell deathly silent when he said this. Chapter 1054. Capturing the left hall master. In the entire Hongmeng sacred hall, the left hall master had always been famed for being emphatic. Even the previous middle hall master had always respected the left hall master. There had even been many times when the previous middle hall master would give way to the left hall master for many matters. The 3 hall masters that existed side by side was an aspect of the past Hongmeng sacred hall. Now, Luo Yunyang, who was a newly ascended Yuan Venerate, had used incisive methods to open fire against the left hall master, making many people wonder if he was being too impatient. However, what was even more shocking was the left hall master's counterattack. The moment this was said, there was practically no turning back. If the new middle hall master didn't give way, there would very possibly be an internal conflict within Hongmeng's sacred hall. This was very bad. Many people even felt that this would cause Hongmeng's sacred hall to split thoroughly. After all, the left hall master's cultivation base wasn't weak. The scheming left hall master had also groomed a lot of power to support his cause. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was feeling inexplicable excitement. He didn't fear Luo Yunyang opening fire on the left hall master. What he feared the most was the left hall master compromising with Luo Yunyang's demands. Once the left hall master compromised, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow would be susceptible to Luo Yunyang's attacks. Right, I want to blame you for colluding with the ancient 6 families. Luo Yunyang's tone was calm and emotionless. The right hall master was very anxious. He had already shown his support for Luo Yunyang, so what he least wanted to see was a division in Hongmeng's sacred hall. After all, nothing good would come out of Hongmeng's sacred hall being divided. It could even be said that Hongmeng's sacred hall's power and position would change greatly the moment Hongmeng's sacred hall split. This would be extremely disadvantageous for Hongmeng's sacred hall. He hurriedly shot a look at Luo Yunyang when the left hall master spoke to make Luo Yunyang exercise restraint. It would be best if the 2 of them could jointly keep the left hall master in check, just like he and the previous middle hall master had done. However, Luo Yunyang had deliberately pretended not to see and immediately responded. Luo Yunyang's attitude hurt the right hall master. His kind intentions had actually been ignored, which made him feel a little upset. However, this unhappiness disappeared very quickly, as the right hall master knew that his priority right now was to help Luo Yunyang inhibit the left hall master. The left hall master's face had turned ashen. He was considered an elder in Hongmeng's sacred hall, and even the previous middle hall master would still accord him some form of respect. However, Luo Yunyang had just come and acted in this manner. He actually didn't care about the solidarity of Hongmeng's sacred hall. Middle hall master, perhaps you aren't fully clear-headed. After all, you just came out of seclusion. The left hall master slowly stood up. I suggest that we wait for the middle hall master to sober up before we discuss the future of Hongmeng's sacred hall. The left hall master had a haughty, unbridled look on his face as he said that. The surroundings became extremely silent, and even Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others didn't know what to say. You colluded with the ancient six families, nearly caused the destruction of the Longlan Great Cosmos, did not confess your crimes, and you are now talking all this drivel. You are seriously unforgivable. Luo Yunyang threw a punch at the left hall master as he said that. This punch wasn't the self-created tyrannical fist, but the Thousand-Era imperial purposes. However, while Luo Yunyang's previous use of the Thousand-Era imperial purposes had contained the might of ancient almighties, the Thousand-Era imperial purposes Luo Yunyang used right now seemed full of his own style. It could even be said that the current Thousand-Era imperial purposes radiated Luo Yunyang's personal aura. Even though there were differences between the two, and it couldn't be said that Luo Yunyang's aura was superior to the ancient almighty that had created the cultivation technique over a long time, the technique used by Luo Yunyang was the most suitable for him. It even allowed Luo Yunyang to best display his combat strength. The sky, the earth, and everything else shattered as that fist struck out. The left hall master's defensive techniques were also broken by this fist strike. The left hall master retreated, but as the void was shattered, Luo Yunyang's fist drew closer and closer to him. In the end, the left hall master felt that he wouldn't be able to avoid this fist no matter how hard he tried. Boom! A five-edged halberd had appeared in the left hall master's hands and it danced wildly as it met Luo Yunyang's fist. However, many people felt that the left hall master had already lost. Cracks appeared on the five-edged halberd, and the left hall master's body was sent flying out of the main hall. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow and the other supporters of the left hall master had been ready to act at any moment. If the left hall master's circumstances didn't look good, they could react and provide assistance quickly. However, the exchange between Luo Yunyang and the left hall master was too quick. It was so fast that none of them could react in time before the fight ended. The left hall master was thoroughly crushed by Luo Yunyang's fist strike. Even though everyone present felt that it would be difficult for them to take Luo Yunyang's majestic strike, they all knew the left hall master had really been routed. Naturally, the left hall master wasn't used to being the number 2 individual in Hongmeng's sacred hall. Thus, he prepared to escape as he was falling to the ground. Even though he had been defeated by Luo Yunyang, he wasn't willing to admit his failure. As long as he could leave Hongmeng's sacred hall, his long relationships would definitely be a huge blow to Hongmeng's sacred hall's power. It could even be said that Hongmeng's sacred hall's strength would drop by half. Therefore, his body turned into a purple streak of light in an instant as it prepared to escape Hongmeng's sacred hall. He believed that if he was able to leave, Luo Yunyang would be helpless no matter how powerful he was. Unfortunately, the left hall master's calculations were wrong. Just as he was about to escape, Luo Yunyang formed some hand seals and a giant millstone enclosed the surrounding void. The huge millstone revolved slowly and a shadow shot out of the magnificent inscriptions. This shadow, which was wearing black robes, possessed a destructive aura. However, it was a Yuan Venerate. While its cultivation was inferior to the left hall master's cultivation, the shadow rushing out immediately caused the left hall master to get stuck within the huge millstone. The left hall master found it difficult to extricate himself. He was immediately astonished when he saw that silhouette. Long family patriarch. However, the silhouette didn't make a sound. Instead, its attacks against the left hall master became even more frantic. The slowly revolving millstone instantly sealed up the surrounding void, and the Long family patriarch, who was within the giant millstone, doubled his cultivation base. The left hall master felt as if he was being bound up by something unknown. Even unleashing an attack towards the weaker Long family patriarch was very difficult. He was simply unable to counter the Long family patriarch's attacks, despite trying many times. The left hall master was actually being suppressed by a Yuan Venerate like the Long family patriarch. This made the left hall master both furious and anxious. However, as the millstone pressed down, his advantage shrank. At the very end, he felt unable to even release any bit of power, let alone escape from the great obliteration millstone. Left Hall Master, if you don't surrender, I will immediately ground you inside the Great Obliteration Millstone. Luo Yunyang's tone was calm yet unquestionable. The Left Hall Master appeared sorrowful and pathetic when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. He had never expected to find himself in this situation. How could he, the Left Hall Master, actually suffer such a crushing defeat? Even though he had many other cards up his sleeve, he believed that it was impossible to escape the slowly revolving giant millstone. In the end, the Left Hall Master halted, glared at Luo Yunyang, and shouted at the Divine Elder. Divine Elder, are you really going to let Luo Yunyang run amok so rampantly? Hongmeng's sacred hall will one day be destroyed by Luo Yunyang's hands. The Divine Elder had been calm all this time, as if everything that had happened had nothing to do with him. However, as the Left Hall Master shouted, many people looked at the Divine Elder expectantly. Although a lot of people weren't aware of the origins of the Divine Elder, his status in the entire Hongmeng's sacred hall was unquestionable. It could even be said that he was more trusted than the Left or Right Hall Master. The Divine Elder glanced at the Left Hall Master and said, "You should indeed give the entire Hongmeng's sacred hall a justification for the ancient 6 families showing up." At this point, he turned to Luo Yunyang and said, "I completely support the Hall Master's decision." The Left Hall Master and his compatriots lost their last hope when these 2 sentences were uttered. The Left Hall Master scoffed. "Very well, Luo Yunyang, I want to see how you will deal with the ancient 6 families' counterattack in the future. As Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's Left Hall Master, I will give you a piece of information for free. The ancient 6 families aren't as simple as you think. The 6 Saint banner isn't the only treasure they possess." Luo Yunyang smirked at the Left Hall Master. His hands came together and the Great Obliteration Millstone started to fold up. In an instant, the millstone had already shrunk to the size of a palm and returned to Luo Yunyang's hands. Chapter 1055. Dazzling luminescence. The Left Hall Master's suppression shocked all the Hongmeng's Sacred Hall martialists. Even though Xuantian Zhaoxin and the other Shungjis weren't very affected by this, many of them felt nervous as well. After all, an entity like the Left Hall Master had been suppressed just like this. Who knew how many future similar incidents would occur due to Luo Yunyang's intent? While many people were still processing what had happened, Luo Yunyang had already left the Hall Master's throne and concluded this meeting. Even though Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was a Yuan Venerate, he felt the most uneasy. He didn't know how he was going to leave this great hall. After all, everything that had happened already had exceeded his expectations by far, and the path that awaited him was dark and murky. "Sir Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, Sir Middle Hall Master invites you to have a meeting with him," someone informed Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow respectfully, just as he tried to brace himself for what would come next. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was alarmed when he heard this and felt his knees going soft. Even though one's spirit had to go through endless tempering before one became a Yuan Venerate, not everyone was able to keep calm in this sort of situation. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow had always been high and mighty, but he didn't hope to be quelled or suppressed either. Even though he put on a faint smile, this forced smile was even uglier than he would have looked if he had been crying. "Greetings, Hall Master." Even though he resented Luo Yunyang, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow absolutely couldn't come across as though he was trying to provoke Luo Yunyang right now. This wouldn't benefit him. Instead, it would put him in a dangerous spot. Luo Yunyang was calm as he watched Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow pay his respects. He was sitting in a chair made of black jade and speaking unhurriedly. "Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, in your opinion, what do you think I should do with you?" Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was startled. At the same time, he looked pleasantly surprised. He had attained his current status because of his cultivation base and his brains. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang, he immediately sensed that a way out had appeared. He wasn't someone who wouldn't submit. Even selling out his loyalties in order to continue enjoying his current status wasn't that big of a deal. "Hall Master, your subordinate is stupid. Please state what you mean explicitly." Even though he acted like he didn't know anything, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrows was now even more respectful and careful. Luo Yunyang smiled when he saw Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow behaving so cautiously. "I believe that there is no need for me to mention your relationship with the Left Hall Master. As for your punishment, I think that nobody would object even if I were to kill you." Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow felt his heart jump to his throat when he heard this. He didn't wish to die, neither was he willing to. However, as Luo Yunyang had said, he would have no chance of making a comeback if Luo Yunyang really wanted to kill him right then and there. Based on what he knew, not many people in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would really fight for justice. If Luo Yunyang really wanted to sentence him to death, perhaps there wouldn't even be a single protester. Sir Hall Master, I have always been devoted to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. I plead you to pardon me this once for the many years of service and loyalty I've rendered to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's stance dropped even lower. Right now, he understood why Luo Yunyang had called him over and he felt scared. He knew that Luo Yunyang needed a subordinate of the left hall master to rely on and calm everyone down. However, he wasn't his first choice. If he didn't perform well and lost this opportunity presented by Luo Yunyang, then Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow would really be finished. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't like people like him, he needed to make use of such a person. The entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall couldn't fall into a state of disunity with him at the helm. In any case, Hongmeng Sacred Hall's strength was still very decent. Alright, since you are so devoted to Hongmeng Sacred Hall, I shall give you a chance. As long as you are able to testify and provide evidence of the left hall master's collusion with the ancient 6 families, I will let you become the head of the 7 great emissaries. Luo Yunyang didn't mention what would happen if Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow couldn't do this. After all, he felt that there was no need to mention it. Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow only hesitated for a moment before quickly making a decision. He had supported the left hall master for the sake of his own status. Now, there would be no price to pay for selling out the left hall master. In just a day, huge changes happened in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The original right hall master became the left hall master, Yuan Venerate White Crane became the new right hall master, and Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow became the head of the 7 great emissaries. Many people couldn't understand Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow's promotion. However, when Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow was promoted, some powerhouses that belonged to the left hall master's faction were no longer that disgruntled. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was once again peaceful. However, the majority of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's power was in Luo Yunyang's hands. The previous right hall master, who was now the left hall master, told Yuan Venerate White Crane while lamenting, "Even though I don't want to admit it, the middle hall master's methods are indeed extraordinary." The middle hall master was Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't think that these tricks were anything to brag about. The reason he had been able to overcome the disorder within Hongmeng's Sacred Hall in one fell swoop wasn't because his methods were wise. It was because he was strong enough. He had used his strength to imprison the indignant left hall master. The others were slowly dealt with afterward. However, what Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and the human race were going to face was something none of these methods would help solve. His priority was to raise his cultivation base. Only by raising one's cultivation base could everything be settled. Otherwise, everything would be just idle talk. Therefore, 3 days after dealing with the left hall master, Luo Yunyang once again entered seclusion. This time, he wanted to use the methods left behind by Yuan Emperor Shaking Sky to restore the World Shaking Sky Bell. Even if the World Shaking Sky Bell couldn't be restored to its ordinary condition, Luo Yunyang wanted to increase the World Shaking Sky Bell's might by any level compared to when he had used it with the 6 Sky Sealing Sun Great Array. When Luo Yunyang entered seclusion, he left behind a clone embodiment to search the human race's territories for information about his family. He also utilized the God Sky conversion technique to search in the mysterious underworld race. Unfortunately, there were no traces there either. Their communication devices couldn't be contacted, and there weren't any traces left behind. It was as if his family had vanished from this world without a trace. Even though Luo Yunyang had a vague feeling that his family was still alive and well, he couldn't sense where they were at all. During this period, he returned to the Da Alliance to investigate everything regarding his father but was unable to get any useful information. This made Luo Yunyang feel extremely disappointed. Mountain peaks shrouded by clouds spread out in the hundreds of miles of the ancient 6 families' sacred ancestor mountain. The whole scene was vast and endless. The top ancient 6 families' powerhouses were buried within each mountain peak. These buried people had left behind seals within their bodies that would protect the area they were buried in from damage. However, the 6 patriarchs of the ancient 6 families currently stood in this area and 365 black massive pillars were erected all around them. These massive pillars didn't have any inscriptions, yet they formed an array formation on a mountain peak. Fine cracks were appearing on these lofty pillars. Even though the cracks weren't large, they started to increase continuously. The Sea family patriarch observed a pillar that looked like it could shatter at any moment and said anxiously, "Even though we have already spoken with the Fei family elder, what happens if she doesn't do what we requested? We would have no other option but to suppress her once again." The Fei family patriarch frowned. "Don't ask me. This decision wasn't made by me." Another word of warning: when meeting that ancestor of ours, it would be best not to use the Sea family's name to address her. She said she wanted another family name amongst the ancient 6 families before she was sealed. The disciples of the ancient 6 families were very proud of their origins. Hearing that there was actually someone with this sort of attitude towards the ancient 6 families' names, which had lasted for so many eras, surprised the patriarchs. "Alright, there's no use continuing." The Yun family patriarch glanced at the worried Sea family patriarch and said, "Despite this ancestor's temperament, we have to do what we agreed on. All we need is for her to help us deal with Luo Yunyang." The Sea family patriarch didn't continue. The Lao family patriarch was about to speak but was stopped. "Awakening soon. Don't say anything else." As this was said, an extremely dazzling light suddenly rushed forth from the 365 massive pillars. Furious energy was reflected on the massive pillars for an instant before all the pillars vanished. Not a single remnant was left. Countless booms echoed in this domain within the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. Meanwhile, paths of nomological laws descended from the sky and gathered along with the dazzling lights in the void. All sorts of shapes formed within this dazzling luminescence that enveloped the surroundings. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the dazzling glow. Chapter 1056. A great era is arriving. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. A godly figure was born in that huge area. The 6 patriarchs looked envious as they glanced at the golden figure radiating with light. Even though they were patriarchs of the various families, all the streaks representing the different attributes of nomological laws made them jealous. However, they knew that they could only be jealous of this. The golden lights ultimately formed a chain of golden droplets that was floating above the figure. As the golden sea of lotuses dissipated, a slender lady in golden armor appeared in the void. Even though she wasn't wielding a weapon, the various patriarchs didn't dare meet her gaze. "Greetings, Ancestor Feng." The Fei family patriarch bent forward and paid his respects. However, his voice seemed somewhat shaky when he said the words, "Ancestor Feng." The woman glanced at the Fei family patriarch and said indifferently, "You are that Fei fellow's descendant in this great era." The Fei family patriarch wanted to reply that he was, but the woman scoffed. Getting worse with each generation. As the Fei family's top authority, his words had always been the law and practically nobody ever dared disobey him. However, someone had just insulted him. This was simply a massive humiliation for him. While the others smiled and smirked, the Fei family patriarch couldn't flare up. All he could do was swallow his anger and speak cautiously. "Ancestor Feng loves to joke. As descendants are actually still capable of knowing yourselves." The woman everyone addressed as Ancestor Feng said with a hint of praise. However, the Yun family patriarch and the others found this praise somewhat unbearable. They exchanged a glance with one another before the Yun family patriarch took a step forward. "Fei family senior." The Yun family patriarch had used this appellation instinctively. However, he had merely said this when a palm came flying at his face. At first, this palm was so delicate that it even felt cute. However, when the Yun family patriarch saw the palm, he tried to avoid it frantically. He didn't want to let this slap land on his face. Unfortunately, even though he felt this way, the slap still struck him. This slap seemed to contain some sort of nomological law. Thus, despite the Yu family patriarch's excellent cultivation base, he couldn't get rid of the palm mark. "Don't lump me together with this bunch of filthy fellows." The woman glanced at the surrounding sacred ancestor mountain in disdain. How disgusting. The Yun family patriarch only remembered the Fei family patriarch's warning now. Even though he was feeling bitter, he could only keep this in his heart. Ancestor Feng's words have enormous weight. We have taken great risks to let Ancestor Feng out, so Ancestor Feng should do what she has promised us. The Yun family patriarch knew that he would be the one to suffer if there was a dispute over this aspect. However, he quickly tossed aside the fact that he had been slapped and brought up the most important matter at hand. Golden-armored Ancestor Feng smiled gently and, for a moment, the Yun family patriarch felt as if he was blissfully surrounded by blooming flowers. Even though his mental cultivation was very high, this smile still made him feel as if he had been caught in an inescapable state of perception. He bit down on his tongue hard and finally freed himself from these circumstances. However, he now looked at Ancestor Feng more fearfully than before. I will naturally do what I promised and help you all deal with Luo Yunyang. Ancestor Feng then continued speaking with a hint of curiosity. You said that this genius has already gained this cultivation base despite not even cultivating for 10,000 years yet. How intriguing. I really want to see whether a certain old friend from the human race has re-emerged. Ancestor Feng seemed to be muttering to herself, but everyone present tensed up when they heard what she said. Especially the Yun family patriarch. As the leader of the ancient 6 families, he knew slightly more than the other 5. Weren't only our ancient 6 families able to avoid being buried along with the Great Era? How can the human race have an almighty from ancient times re-emerge? The Yun family patriarch felt somewhat nervous when he asked this. Even though he wasn't ordinary, discovering that others also possessed his own advantages gave rise to these thoughts. The lady addressed as Ancestor Feng replied flatly, during the fall of a great era, all things get buried along with it. Even the souls of ancient Taiyu Yuan venerates fly away and scatter. However, you have to know that, no matter how comprehensive the fall, someone will always get away. Naturally, during this great burial, some people inexorably had a small opportunity to survive. The ancient 6 families, in fact, had a portion of a small opportunity. However, the one who buried everything, as if suddenly recalling something, Ancestor Feng no longer continued to speak. There was even a flicker of fear in her eyes. After coughing lightly, Ancestor Feng continued. There were people he permitted to survive, and also people he didn't permit to survive. The most elite almighties naturally couldn't escape easily. The Xi family patriarch looked curious as he asked, Ancestor Feng, shouldn't the hope of escaping be greater the higher one's cultivation base is? You are from the Xi family, so your intelligence is worrying indeed. Ancestor Feng glanced at the Xi family patriarch while speaking. This was simply akin to a slap in the face. The Xi family patriarch had an impulse to go pick a fight with Ancestor Feng. However, even if he went all out, he wouldn't be a match for Ancestor Feng. The Lao family patriarch, who wouldn't let an opportunity to annoy the Xi family patriarch slip by, said rather bluntly, don't spout bullshit if you don't know anything. Let me ask you this. When all the water in a pond is removed, will the big fish or the small fish ultimately be able to survive? Ancestor Feng ignored the Xi family patriarch and posed this question to everyone present. The Xi family patriarch understood and answered sheepishly. Should be the small fish because they aren't conspicuous. You really have a worrying intelligence. Big fish can't survive without water, but small fish wouldn't be able to survive either. Without any water, small fish would have no protection, so how would they survive? Let me tell you something. The only ones that could survive are the loaches. Ancestor Feng continued speaking solemnly. To my knowledge, the human race's almighties used unparalleled means to send top Taichu Yuan venerates into an unknown dimension when the apocalyptic battle started. Even though this was very dangerous and a lack of attention could result in those Taichu Yuan venerates dying immediately. However, for the person chosen, this was a chance of survival. The eyes of the ancient 6 families' patriarchs all widened. The endless danger of an unknown dimension could even cause a Tai Yuan venerate to die within that dimension if he wasn't careful. The Taichu Yuan venerate selected in this great era was naturally excessively powerful. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to get through the dangers of this dimension. What exactly were those human race almighties trying to do? The Lao family patriarch said even though he was a little afraid of Ancestor Feng. His curiosity got the better of him and made him blurt this question out. This was a final gambit, of course. Ancestor Feng chuckled. I have come to this era to see how great that last gambit of this great era is. Otherwise, do you think I would be that willing to be inhibited here by that vile fellow? Even though the patriarchs all knew that the vile fellow Ancestor Feng referred to was probably her own master, they didn't dare say a thing. After all, the ancestor that had emerged before them couldn't be offended. All right, all of you get out of my sight. I will first enter seclusion for some time. I will naturally lend you a hand when you make a move on Luo Yunyang. After she said that, Ancestor Feng waved her arms gently and vanished without a trace. Even though the patriarchs of the ancient 6 families were supposed to be in control of this ancestral land, they couldn't sense where the ancestor had gone. When they were unable to discover anything after checking, they all stopped, exchanged a glance, and quickly left Sacred Ancestor Mountain. The human race actually still has means. The Xi family patriarch trailed off gravely. The Yun family patriarch smiled. Don't worry, even though Ancestor Feng said that the human race has means, they didn't leave behind the top existences. But what about us? The ancestors in slumber within Sacred Ancestor Mountain were all Tai Yuan venerate existences back then. When they appear, our ancient 6 families will definitely rout them all. Right now, what we have to do is kill Luo Yunyang and wipe away the humiliation inflicted by him on the ancient 6 families. Even though the various patriarchs had their own plans, they all agreed wholeheartedly with what the Yun family patriarch had said they had to do. However, the Fei family patriarch, who should be the happiest, frowned. When the Lao family patriarch looked over in his direction, he said gravely, "I'm not worried about anything else, but I believe that this ancestor of ours might do something unimaginable." Chapter 1057. The Finger That Breaks the Sky and Earth. The Yin-Yang Circle inside Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, Luo Yunyang was currently using his chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique. Even though his main nomological law contained boundless destructive intent, the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique's intent contained quite some chaotic essence, so the two never mixed much. However, following Luo Yunyang's refinement of the shattered world-shaking Sky Bell, it now had an extra penetrative intent. For example, as long as Luo Yunyang wished, striking that world-shaking Sky Bell would create an incisive bell chime in all directions that could shatter anything. The 9 divine skies had already been washed away by Luo Yunyang, but these fragments of the world-shaking Sky Bell were slowly growing. That's right, they were growing. A trace of Luo Yunyang's shattering nomological law had already trodden through all the fragments of this giant bell and connected them once again. The laws that Luo Yunyang used were a portion of the world-shaking Sky Bell's nomological laws. However, they were only a small portion. During this mending process, Luo Yunyang slowly sensed the miraculousness of the world-shaking Sky Bell. He sensed that the supreme laws contained in the world-shaking Sky Bell were just like the many paths of time immemorial laws he had sensed within the divine creation disk, which had encompassed everything. Luo Yunyang didn't know how much time had elapsed before he finally withdrew the chaotic Yuan Sky Bell technique. He smiled faintly as he stared at the now penetrative world-shaking Sky Bell. Even though only a small portion of the restoration of the world-shaking Sky Bell was done, Luo Yunyang felt that the might of the world-shaking Sky Bell had at least increased tenfold. It was probably time to settle the debt with the ancient 6 families. Even though it would probably still be difficult for the soundless bell chimes to kill off all the ancient 6 families' powerhouses, Luo Yunyang believed that he would slowly be able to cause the ancient 6 families hidden within the 6 sky-sealing sun great array to suffer disastrous losses. Perhaps he could even cause a large portion of entities from the ancient 6 families to never have a chance of reappearing. Luo Yunyang waved his hand to withdraw the giant bronze bell and started to slowly walk out of his palace. However, he had merely stepped out when he sensed someone beckoning. This sort of beckoning made Luo Yunyang freeze up for a moment. It could be said that Luo Yunyang was under the shelter of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall when he was within it, so most entities simply would have no way of locating him. However, something actually had the power to go through Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and beckon to him. This alarmed him thoroughly. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yunyang summoned the clone embodiments of Blue Lotus Daozi and the 5-element World Tree. Even though these two were clone embodiments of the chaotic 4-origin beast, they also had a Yuan Venerate cultivation base and the special attributes of his main body. It could be said that these clone embodiments wouldn't be very inferior to Yuan Venerate White Crane and other entities of this level. Even the clone embodiment of the primeval underworld monarch had been left behind by Luo Yunyang in the Longland Great Cosmos to ensure the safety of that cosmos. The clone embodiment of Blue Lotus Daozi wielded the 5-element World Tree like a weapon. However, in reality, it was 2 Yuan Venerates. Luo Yunyang had no choice but to be careful, as the person that had beckoned spiritually was really mysterious. Because Luo Yunyang had already gained full control of the divine creation disk, basically nothing could stop his pace within Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. In just a moment, the clone embodiment of Blue Lotus Daozi had already appeared a million miles away from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Take this. As Luo Yunyang was searching for the person who had beckoned, a voice rang out above him. Then, Luo Yunyang saw a flawlessly white finger that contained immeasurable might ripping through the void toward him. This finger stifled the sky and earth. Everything instantly crumbled in the face of the finger. Luo Yunyang's eyes widened the moment he saw this. He had seen this finger before. When he had comprehended the 130 space-breaking sky crystals, one of the unleashed techniques he had viewed had been this extremely destructive finger. However, the finger had been extremely vast and mighty, whereas it now appeared as if it was full of spirituality. Even though this finger didn't have the imperiousness of the finger he had witnessed, Luo Yunyang still felt that it would be difficult to evade it. Without any hesitation, he transferred his main body's power attributes to the Blue Lotus Daozi clone embodiment. If the Blue Lotus Daozi's cultivation base had already been extraordinary before, his Blue Lotus Daozi clone embodiment was comparable to a Taichu Yuan venerate now. Blue lotus flowers rapidly formed in the hands of the Blue Lotus Daozi clone embodiment. These lotuses floated upwards and got in the way of the descending finger. The flawlessly white finger and the blue lotus formed an absolutely beautiful scene. However, as the two collided, many blue lotuses instantly turned into nothingness. Even though these blue lotuses were an impressive technique by themselves, there was still some disparity compared to cultivation techniques like the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes. Because of the added power attributes of his main body, the finger that was filled with spiritual energy was slowed down by the many blue lotuses. As the finger once again closed in on Blue Lotus Daozi, the five-element world tree that was wielded was swung towards it. Although there weren't any drastic changes, the power of the five elements created a shockwave that spread in all directions. Cracks appeared on the five-element world tree as it collided with the flawlessly white finger. However, the flawlessly white finger had also started to slow down rapidly. Even though he had only dispatched 2 clone embodiments, this exchange left a solemn look on Luo Yunyang's face. He firmly believed in his own cultivation base, but using 2 different powers to deal with this being's single attack made him take this extremely seriously. This person was no small fry. Are you Luo Yunyang? Why do I feel that you seem like a human? Light laughter rang out through the void. Then, a golden silhouette appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. It was a lady completely covered from head to toe in golden armor. Upon seeing the golden armor, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that this armor wasn't from this world. The woman's face was shrouded by some form of energy, so Luo Yunyang couldn't really see it. However, judging by the aura emanating from this woman's body, he sensed that this person wasn't weaker than the previous middle hall master. And who might you be? Luo Yunyang glanced at the lady as he spoke. We probably have never met before. How were you able to pass through Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's defenses and pass me a message? Hee, you call this Sacred Hall Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? Sounds like it really isn't bad. However, in the past, it wasn't called Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the lady said with some lament. These words made Luo Yunyang have even more doubts. He was currently the master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, so he naturally knew a lot about the origins of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was the name given by the first middle hall master, who had discovered this sacred hall. In so many years, nobody had discovered that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had ever had another name. This extremely mysterious golden-armored lady had actually said that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had another name right off the bat and caused Luo Yunyang to suspect her even more. Who exactly are you? Luo Yunyang eyed the lady, who was shrouded in golden light. I heard that you were the human race's most outstanding genius in this great era. Come, I shall give you a chance. As long as you defeat me, I will tell you who I am. The lady's hands moved as she said this and streaks of golden light furiously converged in front of her. Luo Yunyang tensed up when he saw these sacred lights converging. When the lady's hand seals were formed, he sensed a cultivation technique of the Dauphin Sky Mark. Luo Yunyang's Dauphin Sky Mark was a technique he had obtained from the Sky Marshal Sacred Bowl. In his opinion, nobody else but him and other people who had entered the Sky Marshal Sacred Bowl could learn this cultivation technique. However, this woman actually knew about the Dauphin Sky Mark too. Instantly, Luo Yunyang no longer used any techniques belonging to Blue Lotus Daozi. Instead, he put together his fists and blasted out the first form of the tyrannical fist. Even though the tyrannical fist would be even more potent if it was unleashed by his main body, the Blue Lotus Daozi clone embodiment had the aid of the attribute regulator and could produce an intent capable of shattering anything. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang's main body had ascended to the Yuan Venerate and his destructive nomological laws had resulted in his comprehension of the tyrannical fist giving rise to a whole new level. Tyrannical fist, all things turn to dust. A flicker of excitement flashed across the eyes of the lady that was shrouded in golden light when she saw Luo Yunyang's imposing tyrannical fist. However, she didn't say anything else as she once again formed hand seals that caused the power of the Dauphin Sky Mark to soar as well. Boom, boom, boom. The Dauphin Sky Mark and Luo Yunyang's fist collided in the void. Following this furious collision, fractures appeared in the surrounding void. Even though Luo Yunyang's Blue Lotus Daozi had the strongest defense, he was still pushed back over 10 steps following that clash. Similarly, the Dauphin Sky Mark that was glimmering with boundless golden light was shattered by the clash with Luo Yunyang's fist. No wonder you are the human race's most powerful genius in this great era. However, with just this much ability, you are still far away from being able to destroy the ancient 6 families. Come on, take another move of mine. The lady's hands moved once again. This time, her hands drew circles and a black and white yin-yang circle took shape in the void. At first, this yin-yang circle didn't seem to contain much power. However, as the circle formed, an extremely devastating intent was derived from it. Luo Yunyang tensed up even more when he saw the yin-yang circle. He knew that the time to go all out had come. Chapter 1058. Paramount Entity Luo Yunyang's hands rapidly formed hand seals as the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes technique was blasted out. The fists, which contained boundless destructive might, struck the yin-yang circle. Time seemed to come to a standstill at this collision. The destructive nomological law that Luo Yunyang cultivated contained vast destructive intent already. With the utilization of the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes technique, it became even more ferocious. Cracks started to appear on the yin-yang circle before it began to shatter in no time. Even though he had managed to break the yin-yang circle, Luo Yunyang's Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes had already been unleashed to its limits. He was a spent force, so it would be difficult to cause much damage to his opponent now. Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes, I never imagined that this sort of cultivation technique would actually still exist in this era. She lamented in a flat voice. It was at this moment that Luo Yunyang finally got a clear look at the golden-armored lady's face. As his cultivation had increased, none of the women Luo Yunyang had encountered had been ugly. After all, as the cultivation of the ladies got higher, the control of their own bodies got increasingly effortless. Just like men like to maintain their own past appearance, most women like to beautify themselves. Based on this lady's looks, she wasn't just a dashing beauty. The first thought Luo Yunyang had when he saw her was that she had an acute drive. An acute drive that forged forward and never looked back. Who are you? Luo Yunyang's mind rapidly went to work as he was trying to remember experts. However, he realized he had no recollection of this woman. Take a guess. The lady flashed Luo Yunyang a mischievous smile and slowly stepped forward. At this very moment, she seemed like a sacred phoenix in the sky. If this lady was very famous, Luo Yunyang would have definitely known her. Amongst the reputable women of the human race, the most famous one was definitely the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master. However, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that if this lady faced the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master, the one losing would definitely be the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master. Even though this was just a guess, Luo Yunyang was very certain about his gut feeling. You are from the ancient 6 families. Luo Yunyang pondered for a moment before speaking decisively. That can only be considered half correct. The lady smiled. Even though I was born in the ancient 6 families, I actually do not have much of a relationship with them. Oh right, they have invited me out this time for the sake of dealing with you. Luo Yunyang felt more solemn about the fact that the ancient 6 families could call on an entity with this level of cultivation. Even though he had absolute confidence in himself, their previous exchange made him deeply aware that this lady wasn't easy to deal with. As a host, shouldn't you properly receive a friend that has come from afar? The lady glanced all around before smiling craftily. I do know that there are countless derived pockets of space in the huge area around Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't know this lady's purpose for coming, as long as she didn't reveal any intent to fight to the death, he could still have a chat with her. Thus, after some hesitation, he waved his hands lightly and a palace appeared in the void. This palace was many times more stately and dignified than Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. However, in reality, it was just the most ordinary of palaces for entities at Luo Yunyang's level. After they took their seats as host and guest, Luo Yunyang asked, since you have called for me, shouldn't you at least give me a name? What a crafty fellow you are. You clearly wish to investigate my origins through my name, yet you actually phrased it in such a righteous way. There is nothing shameful about my name, so I shall just tell it to you. I am Feng Feifei, the lady said with lament. I'm also not afraid to tell you that my name in the ancient 6 families was Fei Fenger. I found it too unpleasant, so I changed it to my current name. The rules and established customs of the ancient 6 families were very great. Luo Yunyang had learned a lot about the ancient 6 families through Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's resources. A woman casually changing her family name was unacceptable within the ancient 6 families. The fact that this woman was saying this so easily implied that she possessed considerable authority within the ancient 6 families. Furthermore, there might be even more secrets he didn't know about. However, Luo Yunyang unfortunately had no way of digging out these secrets. Lady Feng, you have not asked me to come here because you just wish to talk to me about these things, right? Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before he got straight to the point. How straightforward. I just love dealing with straightforward people. I have come to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall this time because I wanted to see exactly what sort of person those fools invited me out here for. However, more importantly, I wanted to see Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's strength. After she said this, Feng Feifei shook her head. Upon seeing this, I really find it too disappointing. During my great era, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall stood above all. There were as many as 4 Tai Yuan venerate entities back then. Now, there isn't much left in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. While you aren't too bad, you would have been nothing more than a 3rd-generation disciple if you had been in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall then. Even though Feng Feifei's words were unkind, Luo Yunyang understood some more about Feng Feifei's origins. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had actually been really powerful in her era. Even though Luo Yunyang knew that the absolute peak of the Yuan Venerate were Tai Yuan Venerates, who could control supreme nomological laws, he had never seen a single Tai Yuan Venerate in the human race or the mysterious underworld race. The reason the Middle Hall Master had gone missing was because he'd wanted to break through to the Tai Yuan Venerate and had therefore entered the mysterious land where he had lost his life. Which era did you exist in? Luo Yunyang asked Feng Feifei with curiosity. To be honest, I am not too sure how far ago the era I existed in is from yours. After I was buried by these fellows, I was constantly suppressed, even though I wanted to come out during every era. Feng Feifei appeared slightly melancholic. What I want to say is that the great era I was in should probably have been the strongest great era in many eons. The 1000-era imperial purposes you unleashed, as well as the Yin-Yang Taiji Circle, were all created by top powerhouses of that time. A great era when Hongmeng's Sacred Hall had 4 Tai Yuan Venerates. A great era when supreme techniques like the 1000-era imperial purposes had been created. How powerful was such a great era? And why had such a powerful great era been ultimately buried? This made Luo Yunyang feel an unspeakable fear deep down. If that great era of yours was so impressive, why was it still buried? Luo Yunyang really wanted to know the answer to this question. Simple. Because the entity that exterminated everything was even more powerful and even more terrifying. Feng Feifei suddenly seemed slightly dispirited as she looked straight into Luo Yunyang's eyes. A scene was etched in Luo Yunyang's mind. A scene of inexhaustible blazes everywhere. Flames of all colors covered the land and filled up the endless space. As these blazes appeared, a giant net descended from the sky and some figures were immediately caught by it. Even though the figures in the nets were struggling frantically and the bodies glowed with brilliant lights, these figures still vanished without a trace. Although this was merely a scene that Feng Feifei had passed on, Luo Yunyang could feel how powerful that entity had been based on these scenes. Tai Yuan Venerates. Those who had been captured in one fell swoop had all been Tai Yuan Venerates. Even though they'd struggled and made their fullest effort, they had still been unable to escape the giant net without an edge in sight. Actually, I didn't see this scene clearly. Feng Feifei sighed ruefully. While I could still see the sky at the time, I was basically already sealed up in the ancient 6 families' sacred ancestor mountain. After Luo Yunyang sobered up from the shock, he asked, what about the mysterious underworld race back then? It was exterminated. The top Tai Yuan Venerates of the 5 great sacred halls moved together and completely exterminated the mysterious underworld race, the divine incarcerate race, and any other races that could fight with the human race. Feng Feifei lamented. Therefore, that was the one time the human race was closest to success. How extraordinarily powerful had the human race of that era been to be able to wipe out the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race of that era? Even though the mysterious underworld race was having an internal strife, Luo Yunyang still felt that the mysterious underworld race was stronger than the human race. After all, the ancient Yuan underworld lords of the 6 great underworld halls had never appeared all this time. The 12 Yuan underworldings of the mysterious underworld race hadn't yet appeared either. Do you know who it was that cast the net? Even though Luo Yunyang felt like this was the worst question to ask, he couldn't help but do so. I don't know, Feng Feifei said. I'm afraid nobody in this world will know his name. Then what exactly is he playing at by burying great eras and letting great eras spring up? Luo Yunyang took a deep breath as he asked this. Feng Feifei was silent before she finally answered. I really have no way of answering this question of yours. However, what I am saying is that the ancestral master of Hongmeng's sacred hall said that paramount existences require the power of life and death to practice supreme sacred arts. Paramount existences required the power of life and death to practice supreme sacred arts. Luo Yunyang felt a shiver go down his spine as he repeated this phrase in his mind. He didn't really understand. Did you come over this time to discuss these matters with me? Luo Yunyang asked after calming down. Chapter 1059. Battling the 6 suns once again. Of course, I didn't come to see you this time just to tell you this, Feng Feifei said with a bewitching smile. Even though I haven't really talked in many years, it isn't so bad. That I would run over to Hongmeng's sacred hall to find someone to chat with. I came over just because I wanted to see exactly how great the most talented person in this era was. This will also give me a more accurate estimation of the current situation. Luo Yunyang felt that he could believe Feng Feifei when she said this. He pondered it for a moment before saying, if we make a move against the ancient 6 families, will you help us or the ancient 6 families? Your current strength can't break the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. Therefore, it wouldn't be of much use even if you caused great harm to the current disciples of the ancient 6 families. Feng Feifei said bluntly, the basis of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array are 6 ultimate treasures. Trying to break them is really difficult. You aren't able to do so yet. However, from the bottom of my heart, I still hope that you guys can break the ancient 6 families' 6 sky-sealing sun great array and wipe out the mysterious underworld race, the divine incarcerate race, and the other races as quickly as possible. Only this way would you all have a glimmer of a chance to survive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any chance if the time came and you were still tangled up with the mysterious underworld race. Alright, that is all I have to say to you all. I'm leaving. Feng Feifei stood up from her seat. There seemed to be a slightly sorry look on her face. Naturally, she felt sorry for Luo Yunyang and the others because they didn't have sufficient strength. Oh right, I'm not sure whether this inheritance I have here can still be used. You can take a look if you are interested. Feng Feifei suddenly halted as she walked out of the large hall. She glanced at Luo Yunyang and said solemnly, that Paramount Senior knew he couldn't escape the calamity. Therefore, he left behind some words in hopes that someone would succeed his life's comprehension. Back then, he said himself that leaving behind inherited knowledge under such circumstances would be very difficult. Therefore, I do not know whether this inheritance can still be used. If you are willing, you can give it a try. However, I can't guarantee that you will succeed. Feng Feifei's hands cut the void as she spoke and an ordinary-looking stone appeared in her hand. According to that senior, if you head into the endless abyss holding this during a full moon, you should be able to gain something. Also, the 6th Saint Banner is crucial to breaking the 6th sky-sealing sun great array. You better guard the 6th Saint Banner well. Don't let the ancient 6 families take it away. Feng Feifei walked away and vanished completely the moment she stepped out of the large palace. Even though Luo Yunyang had a high cultivation base, he couldn't perceive anything about Feng Feifei's departure. While holding onto the stone, which didn't look any different from an ordinary one, Luo Yunyang thought about Feng Feifei, who had suddenly come out of the ground. The feeling this woman gave him wasn't ordinary. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang felt that what Feng Feifei had told him was the truth. However, he didn't agree with Feng Feifei that trying to break the 6 sky-sealing sun great array would be a waste of effort. While the ancient 6 family's 6 sky-sealing sun great array was extremely powerful and he currently wasn't certain about breaking the array formation, Luo Yunyang wasn't prepared to back off either. He knew very well that the enemy he would face in the future wouldn't be the ancient 6 families but the entity that had destroyed many eras. If he didn't want to be obliterated, then he would need to kill off this paramount entity as early as possible. Furthermore, Even if the human race didn't wish to attack, the ancient six families and the other races had already formed an offensive force. This battle could be considered inevitable. Rather than sit and wait to be attacked, why not take the initiative and attack first? As these thoughts went through his mind, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Even though Feng Feifei wasn't a very stable being, the attack on the ancient six families definitely couldn't be stopped. Could he break the six sky-sealing sun great array? Perhaps all he could do was give it a try. According to the consensus he, the Daqian master, and the others had come to, once news that Luo Yunyang's world-shaking sky bell was more or less restored spread, the Daqian master and the others would already be prepared to go to war with the ancient six families. They hoped to topple the ancient six families in one swoop, so the 5 sacred halls that were usually suspended high up were controlled by the hall masters. They traversed through the void before arriving at the ancient six families' ancestral land. Even though the 5 great sacred halls didn't attack immediately, they didn't hide anything. A surging killing intent pervaded the surroundings. The patriarchs of the ancient six families received the news as soon as Hongmeng's sacred hall appeared on their ancestral land. They weren't the least bit shocked by this news, as they knew the ceasefire agreement they had come to had been only temporary. After all, the saying was true. The winner indeed took it all. 6 giant suns sealed up the ancient six families' ancestral lands just like before. Each of the 6 patriarchs was also individually seated on a sun. Right now, everyone was holding on to what seemed like a meter-long jeweled flag. These jeweled flags didn't seem any different in appearance. However, when the flags were waved, the inscriptions on each flag were different. Ha ha ha, Daqian master, the 2 of us decided on the ceasefire back then. Aren't you a little too impatient to visit our ancient six families now? The Yun family patriarch said sarcastically as he watched the Daqian master, who was standing atop a sacred hall radiating with starlight. The Daqian master didn't get angry at all. He actually smiled while replying. The agreement was decided by us back then. However, you should know that nobody took it seriously. You guys just wanted to prepare your ancestral land defenses, whereas we just wanted to find other means to break your 6 sky-sealing sun great array. The straightforward Daqian master added, you can't have thought that we would be oblivious regarding your contact with the divine incarcerate race, the star sky race, and the mysterious underworld race. The Yun family patriarch laughed heartily. You know, of course, you know. Since you have already said this much, just come at us. I can also tell you that the powerhouses of the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race have already set off. It will take them at most an hour to arrive in the human race's territory. When they arrive, it won't just be a couple of great cosmoses that will get destroyed. The Daqian master was already prepared for this. Thus, he didn't seem worried at all. He looked at Luo Yunyang and the others around him and said, the strongest part of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array are those 6 burning suns. Our 5 sacred halls are already here, so let us use the accumulated power within the sacred halls to blast these suns. As the Daqian master said that, the glowing lights of Daqian's sacred hall beneath him radiated even brighter. In an instant, the vast glow had transformed into a massive, mighty spear of light that hurtled towards those suns. This streak of light ripped through the sky and barreled towards one of the suns suspended high in the sky. The void started to seem warped and distorted as this attack flew through. The massive spear also seemed as if it contained the power of countless stars within it. This attack had definitely reached the peak of the Taichu Yuan venerate level. The Lao family patriarch, who stood on the sun that was being targeted, didn't show any signs of panic as he faced this attack. He smiled and unfurled the jeweled flag in his hand. The surging sunlight intensified 100-fold, forming a giant shield of light that went to meet the hurtling spear. Shield and spear collided in the void and the extensive energy caused cracks and tears to appear throughout the void. However, both the spear of starlight and the shield of sunlight seemed unable to get the better of the other. Meanwhile, the Daqian master didn't seem worried. He knew that if the 6 sky-sealing sun great array could be so easily broken, then the ancient 6 families wouldn't have remained unbridled for so long. Therefore, when he utilized Daqian's sacred hall to attack, he looked at the battle hall master. The towering, magnificent battle hall master also shot out a streak of light. This light was golden and it congealed to form a giant blade that swept forward like thunder towards the sun before it. The Sea family patriarch stood on this sun. He smirked and similarly waved his jeweled flag, forming a shield as well. This shield seemed exactly the same as the one the Lao family patriarch had summoned above his own son. The two shields blocked off the attacks of the two sacred halls. At that moment, Hongmeng's sacred hall and the other three sacred halls made their moves simultaneously. Hongmeng's sacred hall formed a giant black and yellow mark that smashed downward, causing cracks to continuously appear on the shield that obstructed it. However, these powerful attacks couldn't break the 6 sky-sealing sun great array easily. The 6 light shields burning brightly expanded thousands of times in the void to form a massive transparent barrier of light above the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. Luo Yunyang suddenly discovered that the gaps hidden in the 6 sky-sealing sun great array had completely vanished. Chapter 1060. The Divine Incarcerate Race Moves Out. Crisis all around. The Daqian master frowned. He knew that defeating the ancient 6 families wouldn't be easy, but the fact that the circumstances had turned out this way when this battle had merely begun left him with an unpleasant taste in his mouth. Even though Daqian's sacred hall still had quite some strength in reserve, the same could be said for the ancient 6 families. Breaking the 6 sky-sealing sun great array would be a great victory, but the human race would suffer miserable losses if they couldn't break it. While these thoughts went through his mind, he turned his gaze to Luo Yunyang. If they weren't able to break the 6 sky-sealing sun great array this time, then all their hopes of making the ancient 6 families lower their heads would rest on Luo Yunyang. Yunyang, can the divine creation disc deduce the flaws of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array? Luo Yunyang glanced at the ancient 6 families' patriarchs above the suspended suns and said, "The 6 flags they are wielding have already completely sealed up their weaknesses. While my bell chimes can pass through, the effect might be much weaker than the previous time." There was a slightly worried look in the Daqian master's eyes. The 6 sky-sealing sun mark was like a turtle's shell that made their efforts futile. If this continued to drag on, then, as he pondered this, he received some news. The Daqian master furrowed his brows even tighter when he heard this. The divine incarcerate race had moved out already. In Zhenyu City, the fortress bordering with the divine incarcerate race's territory, the vast and mighty divine incarcerate military had not only appeared but had also started to prepare its attack. Even though Zhenyu City had already begun preparing long ago, the Yuan Venerate at the helm of Zhenyu City had sent news that the strength of the divine incarcerate race's forces was too powerful and they could at most hold out for 3 days. 3 days might seem very short to ordinary people, but to top powerhouses, 3 days was simply not enough, especially in a deadlock like this. The Battle Hall Master also walked over and said, "The Star Sky race has already been mobilized." Luo Yunyang knew the situation in the mysterious underworld race like the back of his hand, so it could be said that everything was under his control. However, even though he had a certain degree of control, this didn't mean that he could stop the armies of the mysterious underworld race from moving out. After all, the clone embodiment of Nalei was still very important to him. The mysterious underworld race has also moved out. While they haven't sent out too much manpower due to the internal conflict between the 6 great underworld halls, they are still very powerful even if Nalanye doesn't personally make a move. Although Luo Yunyang trusted the Daqian master and the others, his clone embodiment was too important. Therefore, he wasn't prepared to reveal the truth about this clone embodiment yet. The sealed Sky City can be defended, but we have no means of sending assistance elsewhere. At that moment, a huge image appeared in the void. Many giant divine incarcerate powerhouses stood like demonic entities overlooking a massive city in front of them. The word, Zhenyu, above the city was awe-inspiring. This was what was happening in Zhenyu City. The Daqian master was an extraordinary person considering that he was able to helm Daqian's sacred hall. When he saw this scene, he knew what would happen right away. Unfortunately, it was too late to call out and make it stop. The human race's virtual realms were already filled with scenes of the various invasions. The image of the giant divine incarcerate powerhouses, who were thousands of meters tall, smashing their giant battle axes in their hands was a spine-chilling sight. Even though these battle axes didn't split the great arrays of Zhenyu City, they created countless shockwaves. The 9 stars shining brightly above Zhenyu City fell from the sky and the area around Zhenyu City was turned to ruins. Everything was terrifying. While the invasion of the Star Sky race and the mysterious underworld race wasn't as severe as the divine incarcerate races, they all seemed somewhat unstoppable. All this added together was bone-chilling indeed. On the forums of the virtual realm, some people had already posted footage of the human race's 5 sacred halls attacking the ancient 6 families as well as a denunciation that must have originated from the ancient 6 families. According to it, the 5 sacred halls didn't care about the safety of the human race and had caused internal strife by attacking the ancient 6 families but had never considered resisting the invasion of the divine incarcerate race and the other races. Once Jiuzi City and the other fortresses were lost, the human race's 36 great cosmoses would face massive calamities. Even though these discussions didn't really describe what sort of attack the 5 sacred halls had launched, there was a tenfold increase in the discussions about the divine incarcerate race and star sky race's invasions. Lastly, there were calls for the 5 sacred halls to join forces with the ancient 6 families to maintain the safety of the human race. Human race martialists that simply didn't know much about the situation with. The ancient 6 families realized that the outrage people felt for the 5 great sacred halls had increased many times. Naturally, people had started criticizing the decision-makers of the 5 great sacred halls for their actions. Others expressed themselves in an unquestionable manner and requested that the 5 great sacred halls immediately end their battle with the ancient 6 families. The higher-ups of the 5 great sacred halls were well aware of the innate character of the ancient 6 families. However, some disciples that had come along for the battle already had thoughts of withdrawing. The Daqian master watched the scenes displayed in the void sternly. Even though he didn't care about the discussions of ordinary martialists in the virtual realms, the opinions of Yuan venerates in the various great cosmoses were important. In just mere moments, he had received messages from dozens of Yuan venerates. Naturally, these Taishi Yuan venerates didn't dare criticize the Daqian master, but they also expressed their worries. Some of the Yuan venerates in a great cosmos close to Jiuzi City even expressed their dissatisfaction. Although they didn't go against the opinions of the Daqian master, their ability to show dissatisfaction already caused the Daqian master's resolve to sway slightly. Yunyang, they just don't believe that they would still be attacked even if we stopped the fight with the ancient 6 families. The Daqian master said as he looked into the sky, even though these great cosmoses aren't very important to us, too much dissent is not good. Luo Yunyang glanced at the ancient 6 families' patriarchs beneath them and said, "We don't have to care about these petty tricks of theirs. Using our strongest methods in breaking this 6 sky-sealing sun great array or giving the ancient 6 families a lesson they never forget is the only way we can achieve our goal." The Daqian master glanced at the dazzling light barrier beneath them and immediately made up his mind. He rose and landed on top of Daqian's sacred hall. As he formed hand seals, a small treasured mirror illuminating with starlight appeared in the void. The mirror flickered and illuminated the sky. The light faded, but stars formed everywhere as the light passed. Countless stars formed through the void. Even a single speck of water would have become a star if the light had passed through it. It was turning everything into stars. These stars were the scope of control of the treasured mirror. This sort of nomological law power exceeded the category of the Taichu Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang felt that if he was faced with such a situation, the best way to deal with it would be to hide within the newly restored world-shaking sky bell. Only then would he be able to resist the assimilation of the Daqian divine boundary. The Yun family patriarch and the others appeared really calm in the face of this mirror light. It could be said that they were already prepared for this sort of technique. As the mirror light descended upon the light barrier covering the top of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array, the 6 intense suns emitted a blinding brilliance simultaneously. That barrier of light, which looked like glass, instantly solidified into miles and miles of crystal. Immediately, the mirror light that had turned into stars turned back. The instant the Daqian master made his move, a set of armor appeared on the battle hall master's body. This armor seemed primordial and the battle god seemed to have become a god of war. His body had expanded to the size of an entire land. He then threw a punch. When his fist pummeled down, everything started to crumble. Clearly, the power it contained wasn't inferior to the essence light of the Daqian master's divine boundary. The divine creation disc didn't need to be used by Luo Yunyang to attack. The divine elder made seals within Hong Meng's sacred hall and the surrounding domain started to turn into primordial chaos. Even so, everything that transformed was outside the barrier of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. Not a single hole had appeared in this barrier. Even though bits of the light barrier below were turned into primordial chaos, they were quickly replaced with a dazzling glow. Although the collisions became extremely frenetic during this intertwining process, Luo Yunyang realized how difficult it was to deal with the ancient 6 families' 6 sky-sealing sun great array given the circumstances of the constant transformation of the light barrier. Zanpin's Sacred Hall and Dark Hall's ultimate treasures also launched their respective attacks. However, Despite the 5 attacks of similar power to the Tai Yuan Venerate level, this still wasn't enough to break the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. The massive light barrier rapidly transformed. Unfortunately, regardless of how it transformed, it didn't show any indication that it was going to crumble. The Da Qian master's eyes glowed brighter and brighter. Amongst the leaders of the 5 sacred halls, he was under the greatest pressure. Looks like the 6 sky-sealing sun great array is really difficult to break, the Da Qian master said firmly. However, we need to break it in 3 days. Otherwise, the operation our 5 sacred halls undertook this time will become a laughing stock. We might even be routed. Chapter 1061. Urgent. Feng Feifei had been silently watching the battle. Even though the Yun family patriarch had asked her to make a move on Luo Yunyang multiple times, she had turned a deaf ear. She simply didn't care. Although her cultivation base was much stronger than the cultivation bases of the 6 patriarchs, Feng Feifei knew that this sort of large-scale battle would ultimately come down to the comprehensive strength of both sides. How great a person's impact was would depend on whether they possessed an overwhelming superiority. During her previous probing bout with Luo Yunyang, Feng Feifei had felt that even though this person was young, his cultivation base wasn't much weaker than her own. Young. Feng Feifei felt aggrieved when she thought of this. After all, the time she had really spent on the outside wasn't much. Even though she had lived for such a long time, most of it had been spent in slumber in the ancient 6 families' ancestral land. I have already told you, the attack on the ancient 6 families' ancestral land can't succeed. The 6 sky-sealing sun great array isn't as simple as you all imagine it is. As she mumbled to herself, Feng Feifei glanced up at the battle happening overhead. Many thoughts went through her mind as her eyes flashed with a hint of resolve. Ultimately, this resolve quickly turned to dust. Ancestor Feng, isn't it time you made a move? A clone of the Fei family patriarch appeared before Feng Feifei. Feng Feifei replied icily to the clone's question. It wouldn't be of any use. From what I see, his cultivation base isn't lower than mine. These words nearly made the Fei family patriarch choke. He inhaled and said, "This was what you promised when you came out, Ancestor Feng." Feng Feifei glanced at the Fei family patriarch and chuckled. So what if I promised? I can just not keep my word. Upon saying that, she put out a hand and a giant palm swatted the Fei family patriarch's clone to the ground. There was a limit to the power contained within this clone. The Fei family patriarch had used it mainly to ask Feng Feifei to take action. However, he had never imagined that Feng Feifei wouldn't do so and would instead attack his clone. This astonished him and made him furious. Ancestor, even though you are a senior of the Fei family, you mustn't forget that we left some backup methods when we released you. If you don't wish to return to Sacred Ancestor Mountain, it would be best to. The Fei family patriarch's clone reformed its body once again and spoke with slightly more menace. However, these threats made Feng Feifei's face turn colder. She didn't say a thing. She simply swatted the Fei family patriarch to the ground. This time, she used even more power and the clone of the Fei family patriarch was turned into nothing. Is that a threat? You actually dare threaten me? Do you not know that my fate isn't decided by the heavens? It lies in my own hands now that I came out. Feng Feifei said with mockery as she drifted towards Sacred Ancestor Mountain like a breeze. The Fei family patriarch was livid, but he knew very well that being angry wouldn't help the situation at all. Even though they had methods to deal with Feng Feifei, these methods came at a hefty price as well. Under the circumstances, they could not suppress Feng Feifei. The other 5 patriarchs were also aware of the current situation and thus didn't blame the Fei family patriarch. After all, they had all unanimously approved of releasing Feng Feifei. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, the leaders of the 5 sacred halls won't be able to deal with 2 fronts simultaneously. Then, not only will their losses be immense, but they will ultimately have to sue for peace with us, the Yun family patriarch said. When that time comes, I will definitely make them pay. The Xi family patriarch chuckled. Too many almighties of the human race have tried to break the 6 sky-sealing sun great array in many great eras. However, in the end, not a single one succeeded. This time, those hall masters will thoroughly meet a dead end. The Lao family patriarch said leisurely, everyone that meets a dead end will have to pay a price. I believe they will pay a bigger price for the sake of the 36 great cosmoses. 2 other patriarchs exchanged a glance before one of them said, we should press the divine incarcerate race to hasten its onslaught. The Fei family patriarch nodded. Our people on the outside have already started to contact the human race Yuan venerates within those great cosmoses. Even though they know some stuff about our ancient 6 families, this can't be compared to the protection we offer from the threat of the divine incarcerate race. 10 Yuan venerates have already stated that they would cooperate with the ancient 6 families. I believe that this is our chance. The Fei family patriarch spoke up. As long as we emerge victorious from this battle, I believe the 5 sacred halls will have to split the human race's territory equally with us. That way, implementing our mission would become much easier. The Yun family patriarch nodded. According to the records of the ancestral book, the destiny of this world hasn't yet reached its peak. Only when it reaches the peak will the greatest power be produced. The stronger the power that collapses, the easier it will be to obtain the favor of the Supreme Master. The human race can't be obliterated now. It is one of the important races of this realm. If it is wiped out, then the destiny of this realm will be severely damaged. That wouldn't favor the bigger picture. If we controlled half the human race, it wouldn't be affected too much. In the past, we came to this realization too late and weren't able to do so because of the 5 sacred halls. Now, we can make this a reality. The 6 patriarchs gazed at the light barrier above them. They all sensed that victory was right before them. The Daqian master's eyes had already started to become bloodshot. Luo Yunyang had forced the ancient 6 families into submission some time ago, which had made the Daqian master confident that they would definitely win this battle. However, the current circumstances were not the perfect scenario he had imagined. At the very least, the current situation made him feel flustered. 2 days had already passed just like that. Continuing to waste time here wouldn't be of any use. However, if they left, the Daqian master also knew that the ancient 6 families definitely wouldn't let them off so easily. Internal worries inside, external trouble outside. Based on the general situation, they had found themselves at a disadvantage from the get-go. Luo Yunyang stood above Hong Meng's sacred hall, watching the dazzling glow covering the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. His mind was going over what Feng Feifei had said. The 6 saint banner was crucial to breaking the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. He had already studied it for a very long time, yet he was unable to break the primordial spirit of the 6 saint banner and gain control of it. Using the great obliteration millstone to slowly grind the 6 saint banner's primordial spirit was not a bad choice, but this would require a very long time as well. Exactly how could the 6 sky-sealing sun great array be broken? Before making his move, Luo Yunyang had an idea. However, this idea might not necessarily be successful. It might even cause Luo Yunyang's greatest secret to be revealed. As the deadlock dragged on, Luo Yunyang knew that he couldn't let this continue. If this went on, their 5 great sacred halls would lose this battle. The instant he made up his mind, his gaze fell on the Si family patriarch. Out of all the members of the ancient 6 families, the one he disliked the most was the Si family patriarch. "Brother Si, we can't continue like this." Luo Yunyang shouted at the Si family patriarch suddenly. The Si family patriarch was currently smiling widely as he observed the stalemate. The longer the deadlock lasted, the worse things would get for the human race. On the contrary, if the deadlock lasted longer, it would mean more advantages for the ancient 6 families. For a moment, he couldn't understand what Luo Yunyang meant. Had Luo Yunyang gone crazy? Why was he calling him Brother Si? Since when did they have any sort of relationship? It took an instant for the Si family patriarch to understand what Luo Yunyang was thinking. This fellow was clearly trying to disrupt their morale. "Luo Yunyang, you are even using such petty little tricks now. Looks like the human race is really at its wit's end. I think you should just surrender. Even though irreconcilable differences exist between you and our ancient 6 families, I can give you some better terms considering that you called me Brother Si." The Si family patriarch's words made the Lao family patriarch's smile widen. He said sarcastically, "What a really good method. Unfortunately, this sort of method sounds too disgraceful. Luo Yunyang, if the human race is only left with such methods, then stop disgracing yourself here." The Daqian master and the other hall masters also glanced at Luo Yunyang with puzzled looks on their faces. Even though they didn't criticize Luo Yunyang's actions, they couldn't really understand why he was doing this. Luo Yunyang ignored the smiles of the ancient 6 families' patriarchs. Instead, he replied properly, "Brother Si, didn't you always tell me that you can't stand people who forget their ancestors and that the actions of the ancient 6 families cause you a lot of grief? I know that this is what you think deep down. Even though you aren't willing to betray them now, I have to say that we really can't wait any longer. Brother C, make your move. Open a hole in the 6 sky ceiling sun grade array and let us charge in. The grin on the C family patriarch's face grew. He felt that Luo Yunyang had absolutely gone nuts at this moment. Otherwise, how could he utter such lowly words? These could even be considered the lunatic ravings of a madman. Luo Yunyang, stop dreaming. Chapter 1062. 6 Suns Collapse. Feng Feifei, who had been watching from beneath, now watched Luo Yunyang with a doubtful look on her face. Even though she didn't believe that Luo Yunyang was really crazy, she also knew that this petty trick wouldn't be of any use. Who was the C family patriarch? How could he betray the ancient 6 families? He was in the upper echelons of the ancient 6 families and the greatest benefits were just about to be theirs. Considering that he had reached these levels of cultivation, his heart would basically be as hard as rock. They simply didn't have a conscience. Therefore, upon hearing Luo Yunyang shout such a thing, Feng Feifei realized that Luo Yunyang had already reached his limits. How could such a simple ploy to instigate disharmony succeed? Luo Yunyang didn't say anything at the moment. His eyes were fixed on the figures of his own attribute regulator. Right now, his main body's attributes had already improved tremendously because his cultivation had already reached the Yuan Venerate. Even though he was the most basic Taichu Yuan Venerate, this had allowed his attributes to rise greatly. Luo Yunyang. Power, 5321, Speed, 5253, Constitution, 5345, Mind, 5248, Bloodline, 9.8 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, Power, 1021, Speed, 1243, Mind, 1312, Constitution, 1624. The Chaotic 4 Origin Beast's attributes seemed considerably lower compared to his main body's attributes. The main reason was that the body of the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast still hadn't ascended to the Yuan Venerate. While the God Sky conversion technique was rather wonderful, it was a power that the clone embodiment of Nalanye controlled and not a power that his Chaotic 4 Origin Beast's main body possessed. Although this power wasn't weak and it allowed the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast to exhibit Yuan Venerate levels of power, it still couldn't change the fact that the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast's main body was in the Heavenly Venerate realm. It was possible to use the God Sky conversion technique to allow the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast to ascend, but Luo Yunyang felt that if he ascended this way, it would really be a waste for the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. He absolutely wasn't willing to let this clone of his waste away its strongest aspect. Luo Yunyang didn't spend too much time thinking about the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. What he wanted to do now was view the attributes of the C family patriarch. C family patriarch. Power, 6584, Speed, 5694, Mind, 6245, Constitution, 5621. Luo Yunyang felt a little rueful when he saw the various attributes of the C family patriarch. Although his current combat strength was stronger than the C family patriarch's, his main body's attributes were actually inferior to the C family patriarch's attributes. This was also the difference between an initial Taishi Yuan Venerate and a mid-Taichu Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang started to adjust the C family patriarch's attributes. The main focus of his adjustments were the C family patriarch's power and mind. With the support of the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast's power, Luo Yunyang wasn't afraid to lower the attributes of his main body, as this wouldn't affect him that much. However, things were different for the C family patriarch. In just an instant, Luo Yunyang's mind and power attributes were deducted to an all-time low. In terms of power, Luo Yunyang had decreased the C family patriarch's power to less than 10. The C family patriarch's mind was also left with 2. A mind attribute of 2 was still considered extremely powerful for some galaxy-grade martialists. However, when it came to a Yuan Venerate, especially a Taichu Yuan Venerate like the C family patriarch, this would be an extremely huge test. It could even be said that it would make the C family patriarch feel like he couldn't control himself. This meant that the C family patriarch felt like he didn't know what to do now. He wanted to wave that jeweled flag, but the flag in his hands currently felt thousands of tons heavier. These thousands of tons wouldn't have been considered much for him in the past. However, at this moment, he couldn't even wave the flag one bit. The mirror light of the Daqian divine boundary had originally been endlessly interchanging with that light barrier. Now, 1/10 of that light barrier had turned into endless stars. The Lao family patriarch, who was furiously waving the jeweled flag in his hands, asked impatiently, "Old C family head, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make your move. Or do you really want everything to be destroyed before you do something?" It wasn't just the Lao family patriarch. The attention of the other 4 patriarchs was also on the C family patriarch at this moment. This battle was very important to them. They couldn't fail no matter what. The consequences would be simply unimaginable if there was a problem with the C family patriarch. While various thoughts ran through everyone's minds, the C family patriarch looked exasperated. "I do know what is happening to me, but I just can't wave this sky-sealing flag. Ha ha ha, Brother C, is there a need to continue feigning civility with these defeated losers? Just tell them straight away that you don't wish to be in cahoots with them and you are not the same as them. Why continue wasting time here?" Luo Yunyang said in a righteous way. Although the C family patriarch hadn't taken Luo Yunyang's instigation to heart previously, he now flinched when Luo Yunyang said this. Even though the ancient 6 families were purportedly a whole, they had internal squabbles that only the various families knew. The current situation with the C family patriarch made everyone present a little apprehensive. Even though this seemed impossible, if the C family patriarch suddenly wasn't pulling his weight in a situation that would decide the fate of the ancient 6 families, people's imagination would run wild. "Luo Yunyang, don't give me any bullshit. Tell me, what exactly have you done to me? Why am I suddenly unable to unleash my power?" The C family patriarch was livid. He felt as if he was going to go crazy. He couldn't assume such a responsibility. Once the other 5 families started to suspect him, his position would be under great threat even if the C family wasn't wiped out. "What did I do to you? Brother C, you really know how to dawdle. Since you have already done it, why can't you just admit it? Could you not have gotten a kick out of it yet? Do you want to see how long you can play around with the few of them?" Luo Yunyang went on. "Brother C, I don't wish to comment, but you have already betrayed them for your family's benefit. You shouldn't keep cheating these honest people all the way. We should be genuine sometimes." At this moment, what the C family patriarch wanted to do most was smash Luo Yunyang to pieces. This fellow's mouth was just too vicious. Be genuine sometimes. When was he ever not genuine? The C family patriarch had absolutely not betrayed the ancient 6 families. He had never done that. Luo Yunyang was causing trouble. He had painted him in such a light that he wouldn't be able to clear his name no matter how hard he tried. Most importantly, this had created a flaw in the defense of the 6 sky-sealing sun array. The Daqian divine boundary, the ultimate nomological law powers of the divine creation disk, and the other ultimate treasures had already occupied 40% of the light barrier surrounding the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. As long as they occupied half, the 6 sky-sealing sun great array would start to collapse. Therefore, he tried his best to wave the jeweled flag. He knew that saying anything now would be of no use. His best choice was to use actions to prove that he wasn't colluding with the 5 sacred halls or Luo Yunyang. Everything would be fine as long as he could patch up the flaw and stop the Daqian divine boundary and the other ultimate treasures from corroding the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. However, if he couldn't do anything, then nothing he said would be of any use. Nobody would believe him after all. Unfortunately, he couldn't wave it. Even though the jeweled flag was in his hands, he still couldn't make the jeweled flag budge no matter how much strength he mustered. His connection with the bright sun he was on that allowed him to utilize the strongest powers of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array was also broken. This made the C family patriarch's hands and feet feel cold. "Brother C, hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? Don't you know that the ancient 6 families and the human race cannot have common interests? You wouldn't be given an important position if you relied on the human race. On the contrary, if you don't take a stand and raise suspicions, there is a possibility that you will be killed immediately." The Yun family patriarch's words were a bitter warning. In the past, the C family patriarch would definitely have been furious if he had been on the receiving end of that fate. However, he wasn't the slightest bit angry now. He only felt sorrow, absolute sorrow that welled from the bottom of his heart. He really wanted to tell the Yun family patriarch that this was all a ruse caused by Luo Yunyang. He wanted to tell the Yun family patriarch that he would never betray the ancient 6 families even if he was never a person of standing again. After all, the ancient 6 families were his roots and his priority. Unfortunately, right now, he simply had no way of explaining himself. "Brother Yun, do you think that I would betray us? How could I betray the ancient 6 families at such a time, The Xi family patriarch howled with fury. However, the Yun family patriarch's brows furrowed even more. Even though the Xi family patriarch's words were passionate, why was he not doing anything to stop the six sky-sealing sun great array from collapsing? Didn't he know that the ancient six families would be thoroughly finished if the six sky-sealing sun great array collapsed? The lights of the Daqian divine boundary had already started to penetrate the barrier, and one of the suns was already being encased by stars. If this bright sun was completely enveloped, then the six sky-sealing sun great array would completely collapse. Brother C, hurry up and wave your flag, I can't support it any longer. The Fei family patriarch's voice was thoroughly hysterical. He couldn't support it any longer. The Fei family patriarch felt that he really couldn't support it any longer. The originally relaxed defense's power dropped massively because one of the supports was missing. This also disrupted the equilibrium of the six sky-sealing sun great array, causing the others to consume extra power in order to withstand this ripping force. When the Battle Hall Master's attack was added to the mix, the Xi family patriarch couldn't withstand it much longer. His cries made the Xi family patriarch's face turn even more unsightly. Chapter 1063. Breaking the Six Suns, Sacking the Ancestral Land. Yun Tiansheng stood on a high platform. Around him were powerhouses from the ancient six families' young generation. These people currently had doubtful looks on their faces. Some young members of the ancient six families were even glaring furiously at a portion of the people by Yun Tiansheng's side. The majority of these people were Xi family disciples. Even though a number of them had lowered their heads, there were still a few that met the unconvinced gazes of those staring at them. They weren't willing to accept this. It could be said that they were all extremely furious. They absolutely didn't believe that their clan would do such a thing. Even though the actions of their own clan's patriarch had left them with no way of explaining, they still had full confidence in their family's patriarch. After all, that was their patriarch, so they believed in him. Even though the Xi family patriarch's actions were somewhat inconceivable, they absolutely believed that their family's patriarch wouldn't betray the ancient six families. The glory of the ancient six families could not be tarnished. The same could be said about the Xi family's honor. Even if the people tarnishing their honor belonged to the ancient six families too, they absolutely couldn't allow this. The patriarch can't support it much longer. A Fei family young powerhouse glared furiously at a Xi family youngster and growled. The Xi family has betrayed us. The Xi family patriarch is a traitor amongst us. The young members of the Xi family scowled. Some of them even returned their death stares. In their opinion, their patriarch was sacred, and the fact that these people were being rude to their clan's patriarch was intolerable. What did you just say? I dare you to say it once more. The youngster who had spoken previously glanced at the Xi family's young martialist and said coldly, would he be afraid of people talking about it if he dared to do it? Why would the Xi family just stand idly by if not because of some secret dealings the Xi family had with the human race? What is he waiting for? Perhaps he wants to wait until we are all exhausted before making a move. Over 100 young Xi family martialists had the impulse to rip the person speaking to shreds. However, deep down they also knew that attacking this person wouldn't be of much use. What that youngster had said wasn't totally devoid of sense. The Xi family patriarch still hadn't made his move. This was already such a critical moment, yet the Xi family patriarch still wasn't doing anything. Nobody could explain this at all. The more this went on, the harder they found it to lower their heads. Fei Yundi, if you don't take back these insulting words you said about our family and apologize to us, I will never let you off. The youngster leading the Xi family said firmly. The young man called Fei Yundi smirked when he heard this. If you are showing your anger at a time like this, why don't you channel your anger towards Luo Yunyang? He, never let me off. Do you think I am afraid of the Xi family? Never let you off. These words were quite common amongst youngsters like them. The youngster from the Xi family had already said this. Furthermore, others were giving him strange looks. Thus, he felt that he couldn't back down now. In an instant, he strode towards Fei Yundi. His raging killing intent had already pervaded the area all around. All of you stop. Yun Tiansheng's voice rang out icily. He glanced at the two sides that were about to come to blows and lambasted them. Get lost. Who was Yun Tiansheng? He wasn't just the number one person in the Yun family. He was also the number member of the ancient six family's young generation. His cultivation base was already at the Yuan Venerate. Even though these youngsters weren't weak, the majority of them were at the Heavenly Venerate, and the strongest ones among them were merely at the 9th level Heavenly Venerate. The disparity that existed between them and Yun Tiansheng was just too great. The Xi family youngster had always followed Yun Tiansheng tightly. Upon hearing Yun Tiansheng now, he said gravely, "Brother Yun, this matter is really disgracing our family too." Enough. I don't know exactly what sort of circumstances the Xi family patriarch is experiencing right now. However, I believe that he absolutely wouldn't betray our ancient 6 families. After all, it wouldn't benefit the Xi family to betray us. This is definitely Luo Yunyang's plot. You should all take note. We are already at a really crucial juncture. If we have internal strife and mutual killings now, wouldn't you just be playing into his hands? At this point, Yun Tiansheng's gaze turned to Fei Yundi. Fei Yundi, the Xi family patriarch's circumstances aren't something you are qualified to discuss. Even though he didn't approve of Yun Tiansheng's stance, Fei Yundi knew that he wasn't a match for Yun Tiansheng, and opposing Yun Tiansheng would amount to nothing good. Therefore, he replied solemnly, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Yun. However, we should still prepare for such a situation." Yun Tiansheng looked up at the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array that gradually seemed like it would collapse. He then said softly, "The defense of our ancient 6 families definitely isn't only reliant on this 6 sky-ceiling sun great array. Don't you all worry, our ancestors definitely left behind other defensive methods. The human race will return in defeat." Yun Tiansheng had a great prestige amongst the people there. Therefore, the hostile atmosphere lessened considerably. However, Luo Yunyang's voice suddenly rang out once again. "Brother C, you are doing a great service. Why are you still wasting time over there? After this, the ancient 6 families' ancestral land will belong solely to the Xi family. Furthermore, you won't get the 10 great cosmoses we have promised you. Bring down the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array and all of this will belong to the Xi family." The Xi family patriarch was going crazy. If going crazy could solve problems, he definitely wouldn't have minded becoming a lunatic. However, this situation was making him really sullen. Everything had been going well and according to the plan at first. Unfortunately, just as victory had been within the ancient 6 families' grasp, the Xi family patriarch had felt his power fade all of a sudden. The jeweled flag couldn't be waved, and even the connection between his mind and the flag had weakened greatly. This strange situation made him both bitter and sullen. There was even a trace of fear in his heart. Even if the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array didn't break this time, he would also need to give a reasonable explanation to the patriarchs of the other families. However, he really couldn't come up with such an explanation, as he really didn't know what to tell the other patriarchs. "Luo Yunyang, what sort of methods are you using? Explain yourself. Explain if you have the guts." The Xi family patriarch bellowed. Right now, the only thing he could do was ask what Luo Yunyang had done. As the Xi family patriarch was howling, the Da Qian master suddenly shouted, "1,000 cosmoses, everlasting heavens, break!" Following this furious shout, the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master rapidly formed hand seals and a surging black mist enveloped the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array. The Battle Hall Master, the Dark Hall Master, and the others also unleashed attacks. Their attacks were extremely fast and powerful. Immense power that seemed like a rising tide surged and shrouded the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks appeared on the barrier around the 6 sky-ceiling sun great array. Actually, they were huge holes. These holes no longer had any defensive ability. The powerhouses of the 5 sacred halls could already invade through these holes. The Yun family patriarch had maintained an unperturbed demeanor all this time, as he was in charge. However, when he saw this situation, he shouted out a furious warning. "Xi family patriarch, what are you doing?" His tone already left no room for negotiation. It was more of a reprimand. The reprimand of a superior to a subordinate. In the past, the Xi family patriarch would definitely have been furious and taken offense at the Yun family patriarch's rudeness. However, he didn't dare retort now. "Brother Yun, you know me. I absolutely would never cooperate with the human race. Luo Yunyang is framing me. He must have used some sort of unknown secret art to take advantage of me." The Xi family patriarch howled. "I have never thought of harming our ancient 6 families. Ha ha ha, Brother C, this is really too much effort. Why are you even bothering? As long as you are willing, just say the word and our 5 sacred halls will immediately help you wipe them out." Luo Yunyang looked at the Xi family patriarch and said earnestly, "Then, only the Xi family will be left of the ancient 6 families." Luo Yunyang's instigations weren't of any use. However, Given the Xi family patriarch's abnormal display, even the Yun family patriarch, who trusted him the most, couldn't believe the Xi family patriarch anymore. Although he felt that things definitely weren't so simple, he was left with no choice but to doubt his own compatriot. It was also at that moment that the 6 suspended suns in the void suddenly dimmed. The starry sky, which was endless and dark, occupied most of the defensive barrier. Without the support of those 6 array points, the 6 sky-sealing sun great array collapsed. The faces of the 6 patriarchs were riddled with fear. Their greatest weapon for fighting with the human race's 5 sacred halls had been their impenetrable 6 sky-sealing sun great array. Now, this great array had been smashed. Attack! A flicker of excitement flashed across the Daqian master's eyes. As he shouted, the 5 sacred halls descended towards the ancient 6 families' ancestral land. Chapter 1064, Killing Till Sacred Ancestor Mountain Breached. The 6 sky-sealing sun great array had been breached. Many people started going crazy when they discovered the breach of the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. This was too darn important for the human race. Breaching the 6 sky-sealing sun great array was akin to shattering the ancient 6 families' defense. The human race could finally reach the bases of the ancient 6 families. The 5 sacred halls descended onto the ancient 6 families' ancestral land. The hall masters of the 5 sacred halls had never even dreamed of accomplishing such a thing. However, they finally achieved it now. Yuan Venerate White Crane and the newly appointed left hall master were both equally excited. Especially the left hall master, who knew the most about the dangers of the ancient 6 families and was the one who had suffered the most because of them as well. They had always been the punching bags when dealing with the ancient 6 families, and they could do nothing about it even though they hated the ancient 6 families to the core. Now, everything was different. Although the ancient 6 females remained as strong as ever, they had breached the ancient 6 families' greatest defense. Now, they just had to destroy the ancient 6 families' base and they would be able to eradicate this cancerous threat that had struck fear into the human race for such a long time. Dang, dang, dang. Luo Yunyang conjured his world-shaking sky bell but did not unleash the soundless bell waves. Instead, he directly manipulated the bell wave and unleashed a full-force attack on the ancient 6 families' ancestral land. The ancestral land was extremely important to the ancient 6 families, and Luo Yunyang's bell wave was simply wrecking their bases to pieces. However, this wasn't the greatest danger. The greatest danger was the Daqian sacred mirror that the Daqian master held. Everything illuminated by the mirror light coming from his hand had turned into stars. While utilizing the Daqian sacred mirror, the Daqian master instructed his companions, announce immediately on the virtual realms that we have breached the 6 sky-sealing sun great array. I believe many people will make the right decision for themselves. In fact, there was no need for the Daqian master to make an announcement. The ancient 6 families had not even shut down the broadcast that was showing the 5 great sacred halls bombarding the ancient 6 families' ancestral land. Hence, many powerhouses that were following the broadcast were able to receive first-hand news. Although most of the Yuan Venerates belonged to their respective sacred halls, there were also many free Yuan Venerates with no relations to anyone. While many such Yuan Venerates had chosen to stand with the 5 sacred halls at the beginning of the crisis, there were equally as many who had wavered. Some had even made under-the-table dealings with the ancient 6 families in secret. However, upon seeing that the 6 sky-sealing sun great array had been breached, those people also began to quieten down. The situation that unfolded before them had totally exceeded their expectations. They were unwilling to accompany the ancient 6 families down the path of destruction. Some even rushed towards the ancient 6 families' ancestral land in a bid to show their loyalty to the 5 great sacred halls and also take advantage of the chaos to obtain some personal benefits during the destruction of the ancient 6 families. Although they knew clearly that it would be impossible for them to obtain the greatest benefits, there were still plenty of benefits available. After all, the ancient 6 families were very established. Daqian Master, leave immediately and I will act as if nothing has happened. If you all decide to destroy the ancient 6 families' ancestral land, we will definitely fight you to our last breath. The Yun family patriarch bellowed in a rage. This situation was utterly disastrous in the Yun family patriarch's opinion. The tables had turned when their 6 sky-sealing sun great array had been breached, so the situation was extremely unfavorable for them now. It could even be said that the ancient 6 families were on the brink of complete annihilation. Mountains upon sacred mountains that were the pillars of the ancient six families' foundation had turned into stardust as the Daqian's sacred mirror illuminated them. Boundless amounts of spirit essence were also absorbed by the black qi transformed by Zanping Gate. Although this land had been created carefully by the ancient six families and contained extremely dense spirit essence, it would still cause the land to collapse if the Zanping Gate was allowed to continue absorbing the spirit essence. The divine creation disk of Hongmeng's sacred hall did not display any significant powers, nor did it destroy the ancestral land. However, it could pinpoint the exact location of the core and foundation. Destroying these locations would cause the complete destruction of the land. Thus, the Yun family patriarch roared in an out-of-character manner at the Daqian master. The Daqian master looked cold and expressionless. After all, he did not give a hoot about the Yun family patriarch's questioning. In his opinion, the Yun family patriarch would gain nothing from this rage. He glared back at the Yun family patriarch as he controlled his Daqian sacred mirror and shone the mirror light towards the Yun family patriarch. The Yun family patriarch brandished the jeweled flag in his hands fanatically and managed to defend himself against the force of the stars. Unfortunately, he was left in a completely battered and exhausted state. When was the last time he, the patriarch of the Yun family, had suffered such a brutal humiliation? A frenzied look began to develop in his eyes. Daqian master, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this. The ancient six families are not for you to trample on. Wait and see. This time, we'll definitely make you humans pay an unimaginable price. The Yun family patriarch glared at the bunch of humans that were rushing over at them aimlessly like headless flies as he started to look even more crazed. The patriarchs of the ancient six families did not think that the human race could breach the Great Array, so they did not come up with any arrangements for their powerhouses. In fact, some defenses were not even activated. Thus, they finally tasted the consequences of their miscalculations. Many of their disciples dashed forward in a bid to stop the five sacred halls but were completely crushed by their might. Heavenly venerates were simply powerless against such formidable attacks. Hundreds of heavenly venerates perished in just a short while. Return to Sacred Ancestor Mountain. All disciples of the ancient six families must return to Sacred Ancestral Mountain with me now. The Yun family patriarch howled. The patriarchs of the other families also began to command their elite powerhouse to retreat into the Sacred Ancestor Mountain. Although there were still plenty of hidden means left in this land, they knew clearly that such means and defenses were not going to achieve anything. Hence, they could only move their disciples into the Sacred Ancestral Mountain, which was their most important place and where their last hope lay. However, the Si family patriarch decided to make a mad dash towards Luo Yunyang now that his power and spiritual consciousness had recovered. Luo Yunyang was no longer interested in using his attribute regulator to manipulate the Si family patriarch's attributes. Thus, he immediately struck at the world-shaking sky bell wildly. Luo Yunyang, I am going to kill you. The Si family patriarch hated Luo Yunyang to the core and was absolutely mad. Luo Yunyang could see the Si family patriarch's expression as he smirked coldly. How could he not know what the Si family patriarch was thinking? Hence, he chuckled when he saw the Si family patriarch coming over. Brother Si, I'm elated that you're back. Everyone, do not attack Brother Si's family. They are our friends. The Si family patriarch's eyes were burning with anger. Luo Yunyang was so despicable that he had even set him up at a time like this. Disciples of the Si family, listen up. Attack with everything you got and kill the enemies of our ancient six families. In order to prove his innocence, the Si family patriarch immediately took out a treasured cudgel that entrapped 5 different mythical beasts and struck ruthlessly at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang did not retaliate. Instead, he struck his world-shaking sky bell again, sending a deafening blast of bell waves that surged forward like an uncontrolled current before smashing into the Si family patriarch. Although the Si family patriarch's attacking posture was impressive, he was still suppressed by the engulfing current. Brother Si, this land will belong to the Si family from now on. Why are you wasting your effort here? You must know that it's too late to regret it now. I will always remember your kind deed. After all, you helped us breach the 6th sky ceiling sun Great Array. Luo Yunyang rang his sky bell while raising his voice as he spoke to the Si family patriarch, sending his voice far and wide. Although the Si family patriarch was trying to prove his innocence as best as he could, Luo Yunyang's words still made the Si family patriarch face a lot of censure. So much so that some disciples of the other families even started to become wary of the Si family. This sort of wariness infuriated the disciples of the Sea family. However, being infuriated wouldn't solve anything. All they could do now was face it up front. They had no choice but to do so. The Sea family patriarch was still raining attacks, but Luo Yunyang's mockery was unceasing as well. This sort of mockery made the expression of the Sea family patriarch extremely unsightly. In a quarter of an hour, the 6 ancient families' ancestral land, which looked like a paradise, had turned into ruins. At the same time, the Yun family patriarch and the rest had also retreated back into Sacred Ancestor Mountain. Sacred Ancestor Mountain, which stood tall and aloof, made the Daqian master and the rest look solemn. Although they could not see the threat that Sacred Ancestor Mountain posed, they still felt a brief chill running down their spines when they saw it. Break. After remaining silent for a moment, the Daqian master, who knew that there was no backing down, conjured his Daqian sacred mirror and directed it towards Sacred Ancestral Mountain. The Daqian sacred mirror was a treasure that was on the same level as the divine creation disk. Thus, anything illuminated by it would become a part of the endless starry sky. Even the 6 sky-sealing sun great array could only defend itself when facing the Daqian sacred mirror. It could be said that the attack of the Daqian sacred mirror was already at the Tai Yuan venerate level. However, the towering Sacred Ancestor Mountain did not budge at all when it was illuminated by the sacred mirror. Everything remained as incomparably calm as ever. Chapter 1065. 10 arrays gathered. Engulfment. The Daqian sacred mirror contained supreme nomological laws and could turn anything into endless stars that were in control of the Daqian divine boundary. The Daqian sacred mirror was considered an ultimate treasure. Its power of nomological laws had already reached the level of the Tai Yuan venerate. However, the gleaming radiance of the Daqian sacred mirror wasn't doing anything. This made many faces fall. The Zanpin sacred hall master soared above her sacred hall and brandished her arms. Streaks of black light gathered, forming a huge gateway in the void. A jet-black gateway. The gateway opened and engulfed everything. Martialists, as well as any spiritual consciousnesses that were enveloped by the energy of this black gateway, would immediately be absorbed into it and turn into the purest of essences. The Zanpin gate, which could absorb anything, converted it into power. In terms of grade, it could even be considered above the Daqian sacred mirror. However, as the energies of the Zanping gate fell onto Sacred Ancestor Mountain, these energies similarly disappeared without a trace. It didn't absorb the power of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. Instead, its power was absorbed. After trying a few more times, the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master stopped using the Zanpin gate. The Battle Hall Master and the Dark Hall Master didn't immediately utilize the nomological law powers of their ultimate treasures. Instead, they looked at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's eyes were fixed on the gathered peaks of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. Right now, his mind had already linked with the divine creation disk and he was trying to determine exactly what mysteries lay within Sacred Ancestor Mountain. The divine creation disk contained the power of creation and could point out a person's cultivation as well as find one's cultivation path. Similarly, when used in a battle, the divine creation disk could be used to help Luo Yunyang find his opponent's flaws. However, as Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on Sacred Ancestor Mountain, the image that came into his head first was that of thousands of snarling dragons appearing. Afterward, the dragons turned into a sun and moon in an instant before turning into an expanse of primal chaos. Luo Yunyang sensed that each change was a type of extremely high-level array formation. When this array formation assumed its final form, Luo Yunyang saw an expanse of primal chaos. An expanse of primal chaos that hadn't been established. 10 supreme great arrays, each containing supreme laws that had reached the level of the Tai Yuan venerate, were contained within Sacred Ancestor Mountain, making it capable of absorbing the power of anything. No laws or mystic abilities could break Sacred Ancestor Mountain. Luo Yunyang had already determined this in an instant. It was only at this moment that he realized that the ancient 6 families didn't have an underserved reputation. Sacred Ancestor Mountain was really extraordinary. Yunyang, how is it going? The Daqian master was simply anxious. They had already reached Sacred Ancestor Mountain, but if they couldn't break it, their whole operation would fail at the final step. Luo Yunyang sighed. Contained within this mountain are 10 supreme laws. Given our current methods, any attacks would have a hard time breaking the defense of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. The Daqian master had already realized things weren't looking good when the Daqian sacred mirror had illuminated the mountain. After all, he had always believed in the power of the Daqian sacred mountain. Unfortunately, it was now unable to pose any threat to Sacred Ancestor Mountain. "Don't we have any other ideas?" he said indignantly. It wasn't just the Daqian master. Everyone was very unwilling to turn back now. "I only said that it would be difficult for our attacks to break Sacred Ancestor Mountain. However, I didn't say that it would be difficult for us to cause harm to the ancient 6 families. Sacred Ancestor Mountain has 10 supreme great arrays protecting it. We can't break it, but the martialists of the ancient 6 families and those slumbering beneath the earth can't endure my bell chimes. These great arrays protect their bodies but can't protect their mind and spirit." Luo Yunyang then said, "We can now attack the ancient 6 families' martialists directly. After these powerhouses have been slain, I will strike the sacred bell to kill off the ancient 6 families' seniors that could emerge in the future." Luo Yunyang's last sentence delighted the Daqian master. It was fine if Sacred Ancestor Mountain couldn't be wrecked. This would be the greatest victory of the human race as long as the buried ancient 6 families' powerhouses were wiped out. "Now, we will wipe out the ancient 6 families. Attack!" The Daqian master gestured with his palms and figures charged forth from the 5 sacred halls. Sacred Ancestor Mountain could absorb the attacks of the sacred hall's ultimate weapons, but it didn't provide any other benefits to the ancient 6 families' martialists. This meant that when human race martialists and martialists of the ancient 6 families were on Sacred Ancestor Mountain, they were basically the same. While the ancient 6 families had a powerful foundation, their strength still slightly paled in comparison to the elites of the 5 great sacred halls. When the fight started, some heavenly venerate powerhouses were immediately slain. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang had already taken to the sky and charged towards the Sea family patriarch. The Sea family patriarch simply hated Luo Yunyang to the core and would love to ground this scheming person's bones to dust to quell the fire of rage burning in his heart. Even though the Yun family patriarch and the other 4 hadn't said that he was a traitor of the ancient 6 families, the looks they gave him made the Sea family patriarch find it really unbearable. Indeed, it was really unbearable. "Luo Yunyang, I will make you die here today." The Sea family patriarch shouted furiously as he swung his weapon at Luo Yunyang. The 5 mythical beasts etched on his weapon transformed into 5 types of laws, each containing a power capable of shattering anything. As the Sea family patriarch made his move, Luo Yunyang immediately threw a punch. This was the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes, which contained boundless destructive intent. A fist clashed with the Sea family patriarch's weapon and sent it flying. What made the Sea family patriarch feel even worse was that while his weapon had just been knocked away and hadn't been affected much, his body and mind had been damaged and clear cracks had started to appear on his body and spiritual consciousness. "I really am not a match for Luo Yunyang." The Sea family patriarch felt like he was going crazy when he had this thought. Even though he felt that this wasn't a normal situation, what was happening to him was very displeasing. "Luo Yunyang, either you shall die or I will." The Sea family patriarch snarled and once again waved his weapon, turning it a shade of blood red. With a wave, everything faded away. Luo Yunyang had already realized how strong the Sea family patriarch was. Furthermore, since the divine creation disk and his spiritual consciousness were linked, he could easily determine the Sea family patriarch's weaknesses. Although this move was several times stronger than the previous ones, it also caused a more than tenfold increase of the Sea family patriarch's flaws. At that moment, Luo Yunyang discovered that there were flaws in the Sea family patriarch's spiritual consciousness. He formed a hand seal and the Great Obliteration Millstone appeared above his head. The Long family patriarch's soul, which was contained within the Great Obliteration Millstone, came out to meet the Sea family patriarch. At that moment, a blood-colored blade light collided with the Long family patriarch. The soul of the Long family patriarch was severed by the blood-colored blade light. However, as the Long family patriarch's primordial spirit was cut down, the Sea family patriarch's attack was a spent force. Meanwhile, the world-shaking sky bell, which had already been largely restored, was blasted toward the Sea family patriarch. The Sea family patriarch frantically utilized his body's defensive treasure. A hallowed glow appeared around him, but this sacred light was instantly shattered by Luo Yunyang's startling attack. Boom! The Sea family patriarch's body was like a tattered cloth bag falling to the ground. The soundless bell waves reverberated through the void. Without the 6 sky-sealing sun great array getting in its way, the newly restored world-shaking sky bell made countless disciples of the ancient 6 families crumble. The sacred ancestor mountain could engulf all laws but simply didn't resist the power of the traceless bell waves. Dazzling streaks of flares rose from the ground into the void. The Sea family patriarch's reformed body watched these flares with burning anger. Ancestor, I have let you down. The Sea family patriarch roared. The other family's patriarchs, who were locked in combat with the sacred hall masters, had the same reaction. The Yun family patriarch frantically released a barrage of attacks against the Daqian master before retreating to the highest peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. All the other patriarchs understood what the Yun family patriarch wanted to do when they saw this, and they all attacked their opponents furiously. At the same time, they each threw a talisman in the direction of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. A talisman that seemed like a streamer. Stop them. Luo Yunyang sensed that the talismans couldn't be anything good the moment he saw them. The Zonpin Sacred Hall Master was like a streak of lightning blocking off one of these talismans. However, that talisman appeared behind the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master mysteriously. This talisman seemed to have passed through the Zonpin Sacred Hall Master as if she wasn't there. Protector slumbering beneath the 9 earths, your unfilial descendants have to report that the most critical juncture for our ancestral land has arrived. In the name of the leaders of the ancient 6 families, please adhere to the ancient agreement. The Sea family patriarch's voice was mild, yet it contained a power that would make anyone feel afraid. After he said this, Sacred Ancestor Mountain, where a lot of fighting was taking place, suddenly went completely silent. This was a deathly silence. Chapter 1066. The Three-Eyed Stone Being. Even though Luo Yunyang was already sufficiently prepared for the assault on the ancient 6 families, the current situation still sent chills down his spine. His black-colored mind attributes had already exceeded 5,000. This sort of mind power could instantly cover a great cosmos. However, right now, his mind power was stifled within his body, so it couldn't leave. Exactly at what sort of level was this ancient protector the ancient 6 families had summoned? How was it actually so powerful? The first thought Luo Yunyang had was to stop it. Unfortunately, this suppression made it extremely difficult to move his body. It was powerful and stifling. While many thoughts were going through Luo Yunyang's mind, a light rumble was heard from the core of Sacred Ancestor Mountain. It was the sound of the ground splitting open. When the ground opened up, Luo Yunyang first saw a head. A head made of stone. The head was mottled so its features couldn't be seen clearly. When this stone head emerged, Luo Yunyang clearly saw that there were 3 eyes on it. Luo Yunyang had seen many creatures and beings with 3 eyes. However, when he saw this 3-eyed stone being, he felt an impulse to get on his knees and worship the thing. This impulse made him feel as if he had seen the master of the world or the ruler of the universe. This was the master of the world. This was the ruler of the universe. With the authority it possessed, this world was under its control. The Daqian master and the others didn't seem pleased. The Daqian sacred mirror in his hands actually let out a wail. Clearly, this treasure, which could turn anything its light touched into stars, was currently shaking. This was an instinctive tremor. The shiver of an inferior encountering a superior. The stone head was slowly rising. As it rose, the various nomological laws all around seemed as if they had found a source and converged towards that stone figure. Hongmeng Sacred Hall, Daqian Sacred Hall, and the other sacred halls appeared as though they were tottering on the verge of collapse. Surging yellow and black mist enveloped Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Meanwhile, an endless starry sky had risen around Daqian Sacred Hall. Each of the other sacred halls had its own form of protection. However, even the full-force defense of the 5 sacred halls didn't hide the sacred halls' fear of that stone being. The 6 patriarchs of the ancient 6 families gazed at the stone being in a peculiar manner. Their looks were a mixture of astonishment, fear, reverence, and slight reluctance. Slight. I just knew that the ancient 6 families weren't that simple. Feng Feifei muttered to herself as she watched the stone being slowly rise from far away. Her eyes were filled with apprehension. Sparkling, translucent violet lights shrouded her, making her look as though she wasn't within this world. At that moment, the Yun family patriarch's voice rang out in the void. Protector hidden in the 9 earths, please exterminate anyone who doesn't possess the blood of the ancient 6 families. These words sounded ordinary, but his tone was sort of maniacal and decisive. Use the 5 great sacred weapons. We don't have any other choice now. Luo Yunyang heard the Daqian master say. The hall masters didn't even need the Daqian master to say so. Under the circumstances, they all knew what to do. The possibility of one person escaping alone now was slim. Furthermore, the strength of the 5 sacred halls had already been deployed. Abandoning them here would basically mean that the 5 sacred halls would be wiped out. Ha ha ha, Luo Yunyang, aren't you very good with words? Come on, let's hear you talk some more. Although the Sea family patriarch appeared somewhat feeble now, he was still in good spirits. Summoning the protector hidden beneath their 9 earths was a great loss for the ancient 6 families. After all, this protector was one of their last trump cards. Once this trump card was lost, the ancient 6 families would basically lose their greatest reliance. Their ancestors had also left them a decree. They were to never summon the protector hidden beneath their 9 earths unless there was a crisis that might cause the ancient 6 families to be wiped out. This protector would be of great use in a future battle when their era would be buried. Using this trump card now was causing the majority of them heartache. The Sea family patriarch didn't feel as pained compared to the other patriarchs. After all, this method had cleared away any suspicions that he was a traitor, and it would allow him to resolve the hatred in his heart. Luo Yunyang had to die. What a fickle and cheap person. After relying on us, he's betraying us. In the future, we won't trust a fence-sitter like you, and I believe the other members of the ancient 6 families won't believe you either. Even though he knew he didn't have much time to waste bickering with the Sea family patriarch, Luo Yunyang still didn't hold back. The Sea family patriarch had actually asked for it himself. The Sea family patriarch wanted to go berserk when he heard this. He had originally thought that Luo Yunyang would be speechless, yet he had never imagined that this unstable fellow would actually have no sense of shame. He had spoken with conviction to paint the Sea family patriarch as a vile character. This made the Sea family patriarch really glum. Luo Yunyang definitely had to be killed. As the Sea family patriarch burned with rage, a beam of light shot forth from the stone being's eyes. This beam of light appeared mild, yet when it emerged, everything around seemed to fade away. Some martialists who were unable to rush into the 5 sacred halls immediately disappeared as this light passed by them. There was no struggle, pain, or resistance. However, those clearly living beings had already disappeared without a trace. The 5 sacred halls glowed brightly as they utilized this power to shroud themselves. When that indescribable light shone on the 5 sacred halls, the black and yellow chi surged forward but ultimately disappeared as it came in contact with the lights. Open! The Daqian master frantically brandished the Daqian sacred mirror to split the glowing sacred light coming from the stone being. However, when the glow of the Daqian divine boundary surged towards that glowing sacred light, it vanished completely. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the massive Hongmeng sacred hall. These cracks made the towering, lofty sacred hall sway vigorously. Hongmeng's sacred hall won't hold for 15 minutes. The divine elder was shaking. He was Hongmeng's sacred hall's soul and had similarly suffered serious injuries now that Hongmeng's sacred hall had sustained damage. Yuan Venerate White Crane and the others all looked at Luo Yunyang. At this time, they naturally placed all their hopes on him. Even though he had taken over as Hongmeng's sacred hall's hall master, he really had no ideas under the current circumstances. After all, even though he was the hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall, he didn't know too much about the secrets of Hongmeng's sacred hall. Left Hall Master, are there any other hidden methods our sacred hall can use? Luo Yunyang asked as he watched the stone being standing on Sacred Ancestor Mountain. The new Left Hall Master had a grave look on his face as well. He grimaced as he said, I don't know. All this time, I only knew that Hongmeng's sacred hall's greatest reliance was the Divine Creation Disc. However, the Divine Creation Disc is no good for this battle. Middle Hall Master, you should ask the Divine Elder. He should know more than us. The only thing Luo Yunyang felt was helplessness as they faced the lights that enveloped everything. Right now, he felt like he couldn't even muster up any strength to resist that furious onslaught. He had largely scanned everything before him. Even though he couldn't be considered invincible, he had never really found himself in a very serious predicament. Even the human race's greatest enemy, the mysterious underworld race, was involved in internal strife thanks to a play he'd made. Unfortunately, in the face of this impending calamity, what Luo Yunyang felt most was helplessness. He simply had no ideas about going up against this 3-eyed stone being. Although he wouldn't completely fall because he possessed the clone embodiment of Nalanye, losing his main body would make future progress much more difficult. More importantly, the human race's strength would collapse. The accumulated essence of the human race would be destroyed completely. As Luo Yunyang felt aggrieved, a kacha sound rang out in the void. Daqian's sacred hall, which was situated some distance away, seemed like it was starting to collapse. Even though Luo Yunyang had never been to Daqian's sacred hall to observe, he could tell from the exterior that Daqian's sacred hall wasn't inferior to Hongmeng's sacred hall. The fact that the sacred hall was starting to disintegrate showed exactly how powerful this glowing light was. The Daqian master formed hand seals frantically. As the hall master of Daqian's sacred hall, the Daqian master absolutely couldn't allow Daqian's sacred hall to collapse. The moment it collapsed, he would become a sinner in Daqian's sacred hall. Furthermore, without the protection of Daqian's sacred hall, all the powerhouses within Daqian's sacred hall would just be like fish without water and would be engulfed by that nameless radiance. What a great everlasting breath! An indistinct voice echoed within Daqian's sacred hall as a figure appeared in the sky above Daqian's sacred hall. Even though this person had only taken a step to appear here, Luo Yunyang felt as though he had traversed through millions of voids to arrive. Chapter 1067, The Human Races. Divine Ancestor. The stone being was as unmoving as a mountain, but its everlasting breath continued to engulf everything. The old man who had appeared in the void had an unperturbed expression. It was as if he didn't think anything of the everlasting breath that was obliterating powerhouses from the 5 great sacred halls. He glanced at the Daqian sacred mirror in the Daqian master's hands and shook his head gently. The Daqian sacred mirror isn't meant to be used this way. He made a slight gesture towards the Daqian master as he said that. The Daqian sacred mirror was basically the Daqian master's lifeblood. However, even this ultimate treasure flew into the old man's hands without any resistance. Although the Daqian master was really unwilling to let this ultimate treasure fall into the hands of a stranger, he really had no choice at that moment. In just an instant, the Daqian sacred mirror had already landed in that old man's hands. As an ultimate treasure of the human race, the Daqian sacred mirror had its own consciousness. Unfortunately, the Daqian master didn't show any intention of resisting. The radiant glow emanating from it displayed its closeness to that old man. This was the sort of happiness a pet felt when it saw its master. Even though the Daqian master had controlled the Daqian sacred mirror for so many years, he had never seen the Daqian sacred mirror react this way. He had to admit that the way the Daqian sacred mirror reacted at this moment left him sort of dumbfounded. Who was this person? Why was the Daqian sacred mirror treating him this way? These thoughts revolved in the Daqian master's mind. The old man blew lightly on it and a mild radiance emanated from the Daqian sacred mirror. A mild radiance that illuminated the universe. As this radiance extended, it clashed with the everlasting breath in an instant. Previously, the 5 great ultimate treasures put together had already had difficulty dealing with the everlasting breath. However, when the mild radiance met it, the two were deadlocked in the void. They were evenly matched. The Daqian master thought of something when he saw this insipid radiance and couldn't help but blurt out, the heavenly cycle star boundary. This is the heavenly cycle star boundary. You are the supreme divine ancestor. The supreme divine ancestor. The left hall master looked visibly shocked when he heard these words. He looked at the figure of the old man in disbelief. The supreme divine ancestor had imparted the various great laws to the human race. According to the legends, it was said that he'd passed on his teachings to 6 disciples. The supreme divine ancestor had created 6 sacred halls. The left hall master had always thought that these records were a myth. A myth that the 5 great sacred halls had created so that there would be solidarity amongst them. After all, an entity able to create the 5 great sacred halls in one move would definitely at least have reached the Tai Yuan Venerate level, and Tai Yuan Venerates didn't die out. The supreme divine ancestor hadn't appeared all these years and hadn't even shown himself when the 6th sacred hall of the human race had been destroyed. Following the destruction of the 6th sacred hall, legends concerning this person had decreased greatly. The newly appointed left hall master wasn't sure what the heavenly cycle star boundary was. However, he could tell this technique was very important for Daqian's sacred hall given how excited the Daqian master seemed. Humph! A humph rang out. Luo Yunyang and the ordinary martialists of the 5 sacred halls didn't react much to this sound. They acted as if it was completely ordinary. However, when Luo Yunyang saw the source, he knew that this humph absolutely wasn't ordinary. The one who had humphed was the 3-eyed stone being. The 3-eyed stone being hadn't made a single sound ever since it had appeared or while it faced everyone's attacks. This sound was sort of disdainful. As the 3-eyed stone being humphed, cracks started to appear on the heavenly cycle star boundary. The might of that humph could actually make the heavenly cycle star boundary capable of stopping the everlasting breath's crumbling process. The three-eyed stone being's cultivation was unimaginable. As Luo Yunyang started feeling even more afraid of this three-eyed stone being, the supreme divine ancestor smiled faintly. His palm moved towards the void as he said, "I have already arrived. Why don't you all hurry up and come over?" The supreme divine ancestor's voice wasn't loud. However, following his beckoning, other figures of light rapidly shot over. In the blink of an eye, a pure white disk appeared above the old man's head. As it rotated, countless images appeared. There were miles of starry sky, desolate cosmoses, displays of awesome power. On the old man's body, a set of golden battle robes dazzled. A black gate appeared behind him, linking the endless sky and earth. Luo Yunyang wasn't unfamiliar with this gate. This gate was the Zanping Gate. He had seen the Zanping Gate used more than once. The glowing lights of various top-notch ultimate treasures instantly formed colorless halos of light as the supreme divine ancestor used them. The heavenly cycle star boundary that had started to crack following the three-eyed stone being's attack had started to stabilize as the various lights shone on it. It even seemed like it possessed the momentum to inhibit the everlasting breath technique. Who is this? There was a hint of fear in the Sea family patriarch's eyes. He understood very well that this three-eyed stone being was already their strongest hidden trump card. Their ancient six families would be in danger the moment this three-eyed stone being was defeated. Their ancient six families actually hadn't known that the human race had such a powerful existence. The Yun family patriarch only shook his head at the Sea family patriarch's question but didn't say anything. He shook his head to show everyone present that he hadn't known that the human race had such a powerful existence either. "You are very impressive," the stone being said stiffly. It could even be said that this voice could make people subconsciously fearful. "However, in my opinion, you are merely a stray dog running away. Take this move of mine." As the stone being said that, a bracelet the size of a palm appeared in his hand. Before the stone bracelet was drawn out, many people thought that this stone bracelet was carved onto the stone being's hand. When the stone being took out the bracelet, a desolate intent filled the atmosphere. There wasn't any destructive power in this desolate intent, yet many people felt no desire to fight when they felt it. Luo Yunyang was continuously adjusting his attributes. Even though he didn't know exactly what was going on with this stone being, he definitely couldn't allow himself to be defenseless just because of that desolate intent. The Supreme Divine Ancestor had also become solemn when he said faintly, "You are right to say that I am someone who runs away in all directions. However, you aren't much better than me. You are merely a slave of others. A slave that has lost his own reputation and hides all over the place." Everyone else around felt a little lost upon hearing this conversation. However, they all knew that this conversation actually contained a huge secret. Even though I am a slave, I can still survive. Those stronger, more powerful people have all died." While the stone being's voice was still raspy and stiff, it was more unhindered than when he had spoken previously. Clearly, after the previous exchange, the stone being was much stronger. "Take this." The Supreme Divine Ancestor didn't wait for the stone being. The various glowing lights seemed to gather behind his back to form a massive palm. The palm descended and seemed to engulf everything within it. In just an instant, that palm had nearly reached the three-eyed stone being's head. 5 differently colored halos of light, each containing a supreme power, were formed. Even though Luo Yunyang's cultivation was extraordinary, he felt that there was a considerable disparity between him and this power. The stone being's face twitched slightly as though he was suddenly trying to laugh. The stone bracelet on his hand had also smashed towards the giant palm of the Supreme Divine Ancestor. In just a moment, the void instantly shattered. Cracks started to appear on the 5-colored palm even before the stone bracelet got close. However, the 5-colored palm that seemed on the verge of crumbling at any moment still firmly grabbed at the stone bracelet. In just an instant, the 5-colored palm grabbed the stone bracelet, stopping it in midair. However, the cracks on the palm continued to increase. The three-eyed stone being and the Supreme Divine Ancestor gazed at each other calmly. It seemed as if this battle that would decide many fates didn't matter at all. The air all around was still. Nobody, including the ancient 6 families' powerhouses and the human race's martialists, said anything or had any intention of making a move. They all knew very well that there was already no meaning in fighting. The victory of either side would depend on the Supreme Divine Ancestor and the three-eyed stone being. The one who came out on top would win an overwhelming victory, but the one that lost would be thoroughly wiped out. The patriarchs of the ancient six families were somewhat regretting provoking the human race and having to endure this. While this stifling silence was going on, the three-eyed stone being, whose mouth was tightly shut, suddenly opened its mouth and said, "Break." Chapter 1068. Bringing away the mountain. Even though just the word, "break," was spoken, it sounded like the beginning of everything. When the word, "break," was heard, the five-colored palm that was grabbing the stone bracelet instantly shattered. The stone bracelet was like a streak of lightning shooting strongly at the supreme divine ancestor, who was shrouded in countless glowing lights. Even though the speed of this stone bracelet was level, it contained a might that seemed difficult to resist. "Condense," the supreme divine ancestor shouted just as the stone bracelet was about to close in on him. As he shouted, a five-colored palm once again condensed in the void. While it appeared slow, it still grabbed onto the stone bracelet once more. Luo Yunyang fixed his gaze on that stone being as he quickly used the attribute regulator in his mind. In just a moment, the stone being's digits were displayed on Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator. However, Luo Yunyang frowned even more when he saw the stone being's parameters. The attribute figures of the stone being were not overwhelming, but everything was blank when Luo Yunyang tried to view the stone being's attributes via the attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang immediately glanced over at the supreme divine ancestor of the five sacred halls. He hoped that he would be able to see the attribute figures of this being. However, the attributes of the human race's supreme divine ancestor were filled with a bunch of question marks too. Luo Yunyang had experienced such circumstances before. This was a scenario that would happen when the disparity in strength was too great. Even though the disparity between him and the stone being was huge, Luo Yunyang had never imagined that he wouldn't be able to see his attribute figures. This meant that it would be basically impossible to use the attribute regulator when he faced such a being. As Luo Yunyang was speculating about the situation with the stone being and the human race's supreme divine ancestor, a crack suddenly appeared on the stone being's face. There hadn't been any prelude or sign before this crack had appeared on the stone being's face. The stone being didn't seem too concerned about this crack, but the ancient six families' patriarchs all appeared worried. "It is a disadvantage to have an exchange with you when this land hasn't yet reached its end." The stone being's voice rang out. Then, the three-eyed stone being's stiff arm made a cutting motion as he said, "I will redress today's humiliation in the future." The stone being's cutting motion had been performed very calmly. However, during this cutting motion, the huge sacred ancestor mountain was split open. Sacred ancestor mountain, which had stood tall and lofty for so many millennia, shrank rapidly. In the end, it was about the size of a palm. Afterward, it landed in the hands of the stone being. The stone being held sacred ancestor mountain in his hands and took a step. This step made it seem as though he was appearing in another dimension. Even though the stone being didn't seem like it had left, in reality, it was no longer in this time and space. "Protector, have mercy. Please bring us with you," the Yun family patriarch yelled out frantically when he saw the stone being taking this stem. He was already aware of what the stone being was going to do. If the three-eyed stone being left at will, then all the disciples of the ancient six families would be completely wiped out. No matter what, the human race's five sacred halls wouldn't let them live. The stone being replied faintly when it heard what the Yun family patriarch had said. "Fine, since you guys have invited me over, bringing all of you along will be alright. You are just pieces of trash after all. Anyone would be displeased about being called trash, let alone someone of the Yun family patriarch's stature." However, right now, the Yun family patriarch's priority was his own escape. He simply didn't care about anything else. When he relaxed after hearing what the three-eyed stone being had said, a wave of suctioning power surged towards the disciples of the ancient six families. The patriarchs of the ancient six families were all peak Taichu Yuan venerate entities. However, each of them couldn't resist one bit in the face of this suctioning power. As a result, they flew towards Sacred Ancestor Mountain in the stone being's hand. As they landed on Sacred Ancestor Mountain, each of them looked even smaller than a mosquito. They couldn't be seen at all after entering Sacred Ancestor Mountain. After the last ancient six families' disciple had entered Sacred Ancestor Mountain, the stone being once again took a step and thoroughly disappeared from this void. The stone bracelet that was being grabbed by the five-colored palm suddenly glowed brightly the instant the three-eyed stone being left. As the five-colored palm crumbled, the human race's supreme divine ancestor didn't react, thus allowing the bracelet to instantly rip the void and disappear. The ancient six families were currently in complete disarray, not only because of the invasion of the five sacred halls but because of Sacred Ancestor Mountain's disappearance. In reality, this domain, which was larger than some great cosmoses, had already become a wasteland. Mountains crumbled and spiritual energy dissipated. Everything seemed as if it had gone through a massive calamity. However, this battle wasn't considered a complete victory for the five great sacred halls. At the very least, the elites of the ancient six halls were still alive. Sacred Ancestor Mountain existed. The Protector too. The Da Qian master exchanged a glance with the others. He could see looks of joy on their faces. No matter what, they had obtained victory. They had already made a rough estimation of what the ancient six families were capable of. However, they realized that their estimations had been severely off when the three-eyed stone being had appeared. If the human race's supreme divine ancestor that had been missing for so long hadn't suddenly appeared, they wouldn't have been able to live. Greetings, divine ancestor. With the Da Qian master taking the lead, everyone paid their respects to the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor said, "No need for such formalities. You have all contributed considerably this time." At this point, the human race's divine ancestor added, "Even though the ancient six families' foundation couldn't be wiped out, breaching and invading the ancestral land where they have encamped for so long can also be considered to have dealt great harm to them. The other supreme entities of their clans will need a much longer time if they wish to once again descend in this great era. You have all done well." The human race's divine ancestor then said, "Unfortunately, my main body is cultivating a great technique, so I can't come personally. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for that person to take away the ancient six families' sacred ancestor mountain." This sentence thoroughly shocked the top brass of the five great sacred halls. They had never imagined that this divine ancestor would actually be just a clone embodiment. Divine ancestor, the ancient six families have left but they have always caused major trouble within the human race. Could you guide us on how we should completely exterminate the ancient six families? The Da Qian master had become their leader after the previous middle hall master had disappeared. While his status wasn't publicly recognized by all the sacred halls, he absolutely wasn't going to pass off this chance to speak with the human race's divine ancestor. The divine ancestor replied casually, "Even I would find it tough to determine exactly where they have gone. After all, that person's cultivation base isn't weaker than mine." The Da Qian master felt a little disappointed. Just as he was about to say something, the battle hall master spoke first. "May I ask the divine ancestor who that person is? I have only seen that entity in ancient records. I have no idea what his name is either. The only thing I know is that he was one of the most unparalleled existences of the human race back then. However, he relied on the ancient six families to survive and exterminate eras." The human race's divine ancestor spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Clearly, he felt somewhat aggrieved by this being's betrayal of the human race. "All right, let's not talk about this. Come with me." The human race's divine ancestor shot a glance at Luo Yunyang and the others. Even though Luo Yunyang was Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's master, he was still a junior compared to the Da Qian master and the others. Therefore, he didn't have many opportunities to speak with the human race's divine ancestor. "Divine ancestor, the divine incarcerate race and the star sky race are invading the boundaries of our race. Shouldn't we send assistance as soon as possible?" The Da Qian master spoke up worriedly. "You don't have to worry. The divine incarcerate race and the star sky race won't bring out all their hidden powers until the very end." The human race's divine ancestor waved his sleeves and immediately brought Luo Yunyang and the others into another void. Upon entering this void, Luo Yunyang felt that the energy all around was abundant. Although there were surging mists and an energy similar to what could be found in the five sacred halls, they were much stronger here. "You must be all curious about why I suddenly appeared here and why there was no news about me all these years, right?" The human race's divine ancestor sat down on a green jade throne and spoke nonchalantly. Even though Luo Yunyang and the others were all extremely curious about the divine ancestor's experiences over all these years, nobody had dared to ask. After all, this was the human race's divine ancestor, a being who had created the five great sacred halls. Every single one of them was a junior compared to this being. Who would dare speak rashly in front of such a being? "Please enlighten us, divine ancestor," the Da Qian master said respectfully. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at Luo Yunyang and then finally said, "All right. You have broken the 6 family's 6 sky-sealing sun great array today, which is a great merit. There isn't too much time left for us, so I think it is time I explain this matter to all of you." Then, the human race's divine ancestor said with a slight cough, "Actually, the space we are in isn't within the 36 great cosmoses. One could even say that you are no longer in the dimension you are from." Chapter 1069. Tianding Realm, Old Foes. They were not within the 36 great cosmoses. The 5 sacred hall masters present could understand that rather well. After all, an existence could easily open a space. However, not being in the dimension they were from made them feel as if this was something completely beyond their grasp. "This is a realm I established. I call it Tianding Realm." After sobering up from the shock of the divine ancestor's appearance, Luo Yunyang started to observe the human race's divine ancestor. He discovered that the divine ancestor was rather proud when he mentioned Tianding Realm. Evidently, the human race's divine ancestor felt a sense of accomplishment about opening Tianding Realm. Even though the Daqian master and the others were considerable figures, they all behaved very deferentially towards the human race's divine ancestor, whose cultivation base surpassed theirs by far. None of them said anything. They just waited for the human race's divine ancestor to speak. Although the 36 great cosmoses of the human race aren't too bad, people are fighting all around. Furthermore, it is difficult to keep many matters a secret. To give our human race an opportunity to increase its strength stably, I created Tianding Realm. The people that can live in Tianding Realm are the top powerhouses of the human race and their families. Their families naturally possess the top bloodlines. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work. Right now, he had already started to have a clearer understanding of the nature of Tianding Realm. If one used a common analogy to describe it, the 36 great cosmoses were an ordinary realm, whereas Tianding Realm was the fabled heaven. Those that lived in the ordinary realm were naturally ordinary people. Those who lived in heaven were deities and gods of legends. The Daqian master was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "Divine Ancestor, are past seniors of Daqian's sacred hall here?" Many predecessors of the Daqian master had formerly been in the 5 sacred halls. Some had faded away naturally, while others had disappeared without a trace when they weren't supposed to. For example, the previous Daqian master. You are right, they are also cultivating here. Even though the spiritual energy within the 5 sacred halls isn't too bad, it is still difficult for them to advance to the next step, the human race's divine ancestor said, sounding content. The Daqian master immediately got excited. "Can we see them? I'm afraid they do not have the time to meet you all now. Because of the impending great calamity, they all need to be in seclusion to refine a great technique." The human race patriarch added, "Actually, you are seeing just my clone embodiment." The Zanpin sacred hall master expressed herself calmly. "Divine ancestor, does your appearance and the fact that you are telling us about the secret of Tianding Realm mean that the great catastrophe isn't far off?" "Yes, it already isn't far off." The human race's divine ancestor nodded his head at the Zanpin sacred hall master in approval. "Although you guys aren't the main players of this great catastrophe, your power is also very vital." The battle hall master and the dark hall master exchanged a glance. The battle hall master seemed a tad unconvinced, while the dark hall master was as calm as a mountain. Luo Yunyang frowned. Even though he felt that the human race's divine ancestor had been preparing for many years, he wouldn't say all this for no rhyme or reason. However, to be honest, he felt a little worked up by the human race's divine ancestor's words. He didn't feel very comfortable hearing this. Even though our human race has Tianding Realm, the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race also have several methods. The human race's divine ancestor continued speaking. For example, there is a place in the mysterious underworld race where a number of ancient Yuan underworld lords lay in slumber. If 10% of them were able to climb out, the mysterious underworld race would possess a very powerful force. There are also ancient entities in slumber within the 64 levels of the sacred hall in the divine incarcerate race. Even though these entities have been suppressed all this time, they too will move out when the great catastrophe arrives. Therefore, we must work together as one. The human race's divine ancestor changed the topic. Your cultivation bases aren't weak. However, progressing has already become very difficult. Before this battle, you should place most of your focus on maintaining the present circumstances. Of course, if the human race has any top geniuses in the future, they can be sent to Tianding Realm. Unfortunately, in all these years, the progress of the ordinary realm has been too slow. While speaking ruefully, the human race's divine ancestor waved his sleeves and a tall man with porcelain-like features walked in slowly. While this man was also a Taichu Yuan venerate, the Daqian master and the others all felt some pressure coming from his body. This is my disciple, Long Fanshan. Long Fanshan, come over and meet the hall masters of the 5 great sacred halls. The human race's divine ancestor regarded this disciple with great importance. However, he seemed to be smiling slightly as he said this. Long Fanshan seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth when he walked. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Luo Yunyang and the others. I am Long Fanshan. Greetings, hall masters. Please guide me in the future. The Daqian master replied respectfully, Sir Long Fanshan is too kind. Even though we are hall masters, you are the divine ancestor's disciple and our senior. We should be the ones paying our respects. While Long Fanshan spoke warmly, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that even though this man appeared warm on the surface, deep down there was an instinctive arrogance about him. There was a sense of superiority where he looked down on the others. The way he glanced at Luo Yunyang seemed to contain a hint of hostility. Even though this hostility was very subtle, Luo Yunyang could still sense its existence. This was the first time he had come to Tianding realm and also the first time he had seen this Long Fanshan fellow. Why was he treating him with so much hostility? This thought went through Luo Yunyang's mind while he maintained his calm poise. Master, you have always said how wonderful the divine creation disc is. Recently, I have been experiencing some bottlenecks, so I hope that Master could lend me the divine creation disc's disciple. Long Fanshan spoke to the human race's divine ancestor respectfully. However, the Daqian master and the others all tensed up when he said this. What was the divine creation disc? It was the ultimate treasure of the whole Hongmeng Sacred Hall. It was the credential behind Luo Yunyang's appointment as Middle Hall Master and a symbol of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. This person wanted to use the divine creation disc right off the bat. This simply meant that he didn't think much of the Hall Master of Hongmeng Sacred Hall, Luo Yunyang. More importantly, the person he had tried borrowing the divine creation disc from wasn't Luo Yunyang but the human race's divine ancestor. Although the 5 great sacred halls had all been established by the human race's divine ancestor and the ultimate treasures had been left behind by him, the way he treated Luo Yunyang wasn't right. The Daqian master and the others frowned but nobody dared say much. After all, right now, it was more important that they maintain their own status under the circumstances before speaking. The disciple of the human race's divine ancestor wasn't someone they could offend as they pleased. Furthermore, Long Fanshan seemed like a rather favored disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at Long Fanshan and chuckled. Your cultivation requires the divine creation disc indeed. Very well, you can use the divine creation disc for the time being. The human race's divine ancestor nodded at Long Fanshan and the divine creation disc appeared in Long Fanshan's hands. At that moment, Luo Yunyang discovered that his connection with the divine creation disc had already completely vanished. Clearly, the human race's divine ancestor had erased Luo Yunyang's imprint on the divine creation disc. Even though his spirit wasn't hurt, Luo Yunyang still felt unhappy. While the divine creation disc wasn't too important to him, the fact that it had been seized without a word of warning made Luo Yunyang very uncomfortable. Even though he was uncomfortable, Luo Yunyang had no intention of falling out with the man. Firstly, there was a vast disparity in cultivation base between him and the human race's divine ancestor. Secondly, the divine ancestor had established the 5 great sacred halls. The divine creation disc had also been left behind by this being. Luo Yunyang couldn't really complain if the divine ancestor took it back. However, he sensed that Long Fanshan's hostility towards him hadn't been a misjudgment. It definitely existed. Even though Luo Yunyang had no idea when he had offended Long Fanshan had already started provoking him. In the future, any communication between Tianding Realm and your 5 sacred halls will be handled jointly by you guys and Fanshan. I hope that you will be able to let the strength of the human race reach new heights while I am in seclusion. The human race's divine ancestor ignored the slight friction between Luo Yunyang and Long Fanshan. It seemed as if he hadn't seen this friction at all. However, if an entity like the human race's divine ancestor couldn't see Long Fanshan's hostility toward Luo Yunyang, then who would believe it? We comply, Luo Yunyang replied respectfully along with the Daqian master and the others. After the 5 hall masters said that, Long Fanshan said respectfully, I definitely wouldn't let master down. The human race's divine ancestor smiled. Good. As soon as he said that, the figure of the human race's divine ancestor vanished completely. Following his disappearance, all traces of his aura in the surroundings disappeared as well. At that moment, Luo Yunyang heard someone say, you can't have forgotten the Long family of the Longland Great Cosmos, right? Chapter 1070. A great era of change. The Long family of the Longland Great Cosmos. Luo Yunyang understood immediately when he heard Long Fanshan's words. It was no wonder that Long Fanshan had been so hostile to him when they'd met. No wonder. It seemed like Long Fanshan and the Long family of the Longland Great Cosmos had a rather deep relation. It was because of this relation that Long Fanshan was so hostile to him. Luo Yunyang had a cold look in his eyes as these thoughts went through his mind. However, he couldn't allow any mistakes to happen now. Of course, he couldn't appear to be weak. How could I forget the traitors of the human race? Luo Yunyang glanced at Long Fanshan and said insipidly, could Mr. Long Fanshan share the same origins as the Long family of the Longland Great Cosmos? In that case, I want to remind Mr. Long Fanshan to absolutely not learn anything from that family. Regardless of status, all traitors of the human race have to be eradicated. Long Fanshan's face darkened. He had relied on the human race's divine ancestor's strength to strip the divine creation disc from Luo Yunyang when he had appeared. Now, he had spoken to intimidate Luo Yunyang and make him feel anxious and frightened before slowly eradicating this fellow, who had dared to wipe out his family. However, he had never imagined that this Luo Yunyang fellow wouldn't be afraid of him. He had actually declared that the members of the Long family were traitors of the human race without the slightest scruple. These words immediately made the imposing air he had created seem like it was on the verge of crumbling. After all, calling people human race traitors was a very strong insult regardless of whether they were in Tianding realm or elsewhere. Immediately, Long Fanshan replied icily, naturally, traitors of the human race cannot be spared. However, if certain people use the authority or power they possess to make a deliberate misrepresentation, I absolutely wouldn't agree to it either. Long Fanshan said this resolutely and firmly. Luo Yunyang, who already had no chance of reconciling with Long Fanshan, said flatly, the truth can't be falsified and lies can't be made true. I heard a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Looks like we'll really have to pay attention in the future. Long Fanshan's expression remained unchanging. It even seemed as if he had been wearing a warm smile all this time. However, deep down, his intention to kill Luo Yunyang was becoming even more resolved. Upon stepping out of that huge palace, Luo Yunyang discovered that the area around him looked like a sacred realm. Not only was it vast, but the spiritual essence here was high and the opportunities were enormous. Cultivating here was very beneficial, regardless of which techniques would yield more for less effort. Everyone, the divine ancestor has put great thought into increasing the strength of the human race. Newborns in Tianding realm have already reached the nebula grade. As he said that, Long Fanshan gestured and several dozen children flew over from all around. Every single one of them greeted Long Fanshan respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. Even though they knew this was a demonstration made by Long Fanshan, the Daqian master and the others were still astonished upon seeing all these kids who had reached the universe grade. They couldn't help being stunned. After all, the oldest of these kids had to only be 11 or 12. However, the highest cultivation base amongst them was already at the universe 3 grade. They could see limitless potential in these children. No need for formalities. Come greet the various patriarchs of the 36 great cosmoses. Long Fanshan said warmly as he pointed at Luo Yunyang and the other 5 hall masters. These children showed a deep reverence for Long Fanshan. However, they had faint looks of reluctance and unwillingness on their faces when they heard about the statuses of Luo Yunyang and the others. Nevertheless, they still paid their respects to Luo Yunyang and the others. Although their greeting was respectful and cautious, it felt sort of perfunctory. I heard that many members of the human race are born extremely weak in the 36 great cosmoses. They might even be weaker than the bugs here. A rather good-looking youth with the air of a blazing sun spoke. He didn't lower his voice, as though he intended to provoke them. Luo Yunyang, the Daqian master, and the others exchanged a glance. They seemed slightly hard-pressed. While they had already been mentally prepared, the fact that a kid was asking such a question made them somewhat uncomfortable. Step down. Long Fanshan chided the youth. Is this how you talk to seniors? 10 days of confinement after you return. Although Long Fanshan seemed like he was berating the kid, he was actually protecting him. The youngster, who didn't seem afraid of Long Fanshan's chiding, even argued with him. Patriarch Long, I only said the truth. The human race is really weak and feeble. How could they even compare to us? They couldn't stand on the same level even if we helped them. The youth had a look of resolve in his eyes as he said the word, level. He acted as if things ought to be this way. Humph, you didn't listen to anything I told you previously. Now, all of you go back and face the wall. Long Fanshan rebuked them. He waved his sleeves and a magnificent power sent the youths flying into the distance. Patriarch Long, I only stated the truth. How can the human race's 36 cosmoses be on the same level as us? Even though the youth had been sent away, his voice still lingered with resolution. After the children had all completely disappeared, Long Fanshan said, children are ignorant, hall masters, don't take offense. I won't spare him if he acts this way in the future. After he said that, Long Fanshan said solemnly, according to the divine ancestors' arrangement, Tianding realm will help the human race's 36 great cosmoses increase their strength. However, some necessary trouble will occur during this process. After returning, you will have to make preparations to reduce this trouble. Long Fanshan's voice contained a sinister hint as he said this. Although you are the hall masters of the various sacred halls, I won't show any mercy to anyone that interferes with the divine ancestors' matters. I hope all of you can understand. Alright, you are naturally all welcome to rest here for some time if you wish. I can also send you all back to the 36 great cosmoses right away if you wish to return. Long Fanshan seemed a tad impatient. Clearly, he wasn't willing to continue talking to Luo Yunyang and the others. Even though Tianding realm was rather decent and there were many aspects that tempted them, this wasn't a place where they could stay for a long time. Therefore, after exchanging some formalities, the Daqian master, Luo Yunyang, and the others left Tianding realm in an instant. Long Fanshan had a cold look in his eyes as he watched them leave. Junior brother, aren't the people of the 36 great cosmoses still rather obedient? A faint voice spoke. Before a black-clothed, middle-aged man appeared by Long Fanshan's side. While Long Fanshan was prideful, he was all smiles as he faced this middle-aged man. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. You must have seen people like this before. Humph, they really are so full of themselves. Long Fanshan's words were sharp and unkind. If we hadn't left, how could these people have had the opportunity to rise? Now, they all consider themselves high and mighty, as though they are really important beings. They don't even take the time to consider the great disparity between them and Tianding realm. There was a cold glimmer in the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. Junior brother, your opinion is right. These people need a lesson. You must be fast and decisive in incorporating the 36 great cosmoses. Even though the divine ancestor wants to treat them well, they still ought to know that they aren't at the same level as the people of Tianding realm. When associating with Tianding realm, they need to learn to show respect. Respect for our entire realm. Long Fanshan looked like he understood. On the surface, he replied respectfully, I will definitely obey senior brother's instructions and make no mistakes on this matter. As Long Fanshan surged with killing intent, the Daqian master and the other hall masters had already arrived at a secret space where they were going to discuss this matter. However, this time, the 5 of them were experiencing a bout of silence. Nobody had any intention of speaking first. In the end, it was the Daqian master who spoke up. Is everyone feeling pleasantly surprised? Luo Yunyang chuckled, whereas the Zanpin Sacred Hall master said icily, pleasantly surprised indeed. This was totally unexpected. Other than the period when Luo Yunyang had assumed the position of the middle hall master, the other 4 had always been racking their brains for the sake of the human race. All this time, even though they'd believed that the human race wasn't weaker than the other tribes, they had been vulnerable. The reason for this vulnerability was that they didn't have the mysterious underworld race's burial underworld earth or the divine incarcerates 100 levels of sacred hell. They did not have the star sky race's starry heaven either. Even though the entities of these domains basically didn't make any moves, just the existence of these domains allowed these races to feel confident. Many times, the human race had felt extremely insecure about not having something like that. Now, the emergence of Tianding realm had patched up this weakness of the human race. However, this didn't give them peace of mind. Could so many years of estrangement be made up so easily? Chapter 1071. Joining forces. how should we deal with the appearance of Tianding realm? The Battle Hall Master asked. Even though the human race's divine ancestor had returned the ultimate treasures of Battle Hall and the others, the fact that he had casually lent the divine creation disc to Long Fanshan made the top powerhouses of the sacred halls feel a little threatened. Furthermore, although they had all believed that the fate of the human race was based on their own struggles, the emergence of Tianding realm had completely thrown their plans into disarray. Despite the fact that they had all really welcomed the reappearance of this divine ancestor, they also felt some instinctive apprehension towards the martialists of Tianding realm. After all, Long Fanshan had seized the divine creation disc that belonged to Hong Meng's sacred hall right off the bat. Even though it was temporary, everyone knew that once this sort of treasure was lent out, it would basically be difficult to get it back. I feel that even though the divine ancestor is somewhat biased, he definitely wouldn't strike against us because of them. The Dark Hall Master spoke up rather leisurely. After all, we are also the divine ancestor's disciples. The Zanpin Sacred Hall Master coughed lightly. Even though we are also considered the divine ancestor's disciples in name, in reality, we have never even seen the divine ancestor before. If we have a conflict with those people, I really don't believe that the divine ancestor will help us. Does everyone remember how the 36 great cosmoses treated the martialists of the voids and ordinary cosmoses? In the opinion of the martialists of the great cosmoses, they live in an upper realm, whereas the human race martialists of the voids and ordinary cosmoses are of a lower class. From what I see, even though Tianding realm is also a human race realm, I fear that they wouldn't consider themselves part of the human race. Or perhaps, they consider themselves the human race from heaven. The other hall masters fell silent when the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master said this. The people present were the strongest individuals in the human race. Although they loved to use strength to solve problems, this didn't mean that they were inadequate when it came to strategy. Most ordinary matters of the human race basically didn't require the use of any strategies. Hundreds of plans and thousands of schemes would just be jokes in the face of their overwhelming power. However, things were different now. The emergence of Tianding realm had made the strength they were so proud of seem much weaker. Yunyang, what's your view on this matter? The Da Qian master glanced at Luo Yunyang. Hong Meng's sacred hall had suffered the greatest loss this time. After all, Luo Yunyang had lost the divine creation disc. Nevertheless, Luo Yunyang's performance in the battle against the ancient six families had made everyone acknowledge him. It was also because of this recognition that they valued Luo Yunyang's opinion. Luo Yunyang looked up. While the divine ancestor is inclined towards them, as long as we don't overstep our boundaries, Sir Divine Ancestor won't do anything to us. Therefore, right now, our priority is to increase our strength. The people of Tianding realm are an assistance the divine ancestor relies on. The divine ancestor will also rely on us. Of course, if we can help the divine ancestor even more, then I believe that the divine ancestor will trust us the most. Luo Yunyang's words seemed a little vague, but everyone present understood what Luo Yunyang meant. They just had to increase their power. It would be best if they could raise it to a level that would make the divine ancestor apprehensive. Of course, nobody said this last thought aloud. The Da Qian master and the others nodded. They were naturally aware that they had to strive to improve their strength right now. If strength wasn't sufficient, even 1,000 plans ultimately wouldn't be of much use. However, at this level of cultivation, improving one's strength was very difficult. It could even be said that the hall masters basically had no possibility of raising the level of their strength. They exchanged looks, but the first to speak up was the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master, who said, "Given our aptitude, trying to raise our cultivation base is practically impossible. I believe that amongst us, the only one capable of increasing his strength is Luo Yunyang. If Yunyang's strength can be raised from the Taishi Yuan Venerate to the Taichu Yuan Venerate, we will definitely be able to fight for greater rights. I remember that I owe you a cultivation chance within the Zanping Gate for saving my disciple back then. How about we take advantage of the current circumstances and you let me pay you back?" The eyes of the Da Qian master and the others lit up when the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master said this. They all knew their own cultivation base the best. While they had some room to advance, making progress was very difficult. However, Luo Yunyang was different. Unlike them, he had just become a Taishi Yuan Venerate and he possessed an inestimable room to grow. As long as they were willing to provide Luo Yunyang with these opportunities, Luo Yunyang would definitely make rapid progress. It could even be said that as long as they were happy to provide Luo Yunyang with these opportunities, Luo Yunyang's cultivation base would make rapid progress. After that short silence, the Daqian master said, I too hope that Yunyang can experience Daqian's sacred mirror's Daqian realm. At the very least, it should be able to give Yunyang some pointers about space. The Battle Hall master roared with laughter. Since you have all said this much, Battle Hall cannot be selfish either. Yunyang, Battle Hall similarly hopes that you can come over and provide some guidance. My unworthy disciple has recently returned from the mysterious underworld race. I am prepared to open up the Battle Yuan realm for her and I hope you can take a look as well. Thank you for your kind intentions, everyone. Even though Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's divine creation disc has been taken, there are still other things that can be used. Recently, I prepared some newly established secret realms and I would like to invite you to send over some outstanding disciples to take part. Naturally, Luo Yunyang wouldn't give up an opportunity to raise his cultivation base. Long Fanshan had come ferociously, so if Luo Yunyang didn't make preparations, he would definitely suffer considerably. The best preparation was to increase one's ability. Although the secret realms of the 4 sacred halls would have considerable limitations given his current cultivation, this still beat cultivating on his own. After various discussions, Luo Yunyang and the others left this small space. Although the 5 sacred halls had already undergone discussions regarding this matter, they still had to deal with their individual issues. The atmosphere within Hongmeng's sacred hall was stifling. After all, most Yuan venerates could sense that the divine creation disc was gone. Hall Master, the divine creation disc is an important part of Hongmeng's sacred hall. We must definitely think of ways to get it back. The new left hall master exclaimed. The divine creation disc was really important to Hongmeng's sacred hall. Even though the left hall master knew that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be in a good mood, he still couldn't just not mention it. Luo Yunyang nodded and said, I have my plans regarding this. I will get the divine creation disc back soon. If you have any instructions, hall master, feel free to let us know. We will definitely accomplish what you need as best as we can. The new left hall master, who also knew that things weren't easy, told Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang thanked the new left hall master and entered his seclusion chambers once again before falling into deep thought. Luo Yunyang didn't have any regrets regarding this confrontation with the ancient 6 families. After all, even if the 5 sacred halls hadn't attacked the ancient 6 families, the ancient 6 families would have invaded the human race anyway. What made him feel somewhat uncomfortable was the human race's divine ancestor. Even though he was the creator of the 5 great sacred halls and he had an unrivaled status within the 5 halls, deep down, Luo Yunyang still felt somewhat displeased with him. The divine ancestor had taken the divine creation disc that belonged to Hongmeng's sacred hall and passed it to Long Fanshan. This really showed a sort of bias. Even though the divine creation disc had been left behind by the human race's divine ancestor many years ago, he hadn't returned in a long time and his relationship with the 5 great sacred halls was no longer that close. He had now meddled in the affairs of the 5 great sacred halls and taken away the divine creation disc without even seeking out Luo Yunyang's opinion. From a certain aspect, this didn't seem that friendly. Luo Yunyang had wanted to resist, but his cultivation base wasn't strong enough for him to move against the human race's divine ancestor. While Luo Yunyang had been very satisfied with his cultivation base previously, his urgency to improve his cultivation had gotten stronger. Unfortunately, after reaching this sort of level, raising one's ability was a very tough task. Divine Elder, do you have any guidance for me if I want to ascend to the Taichu Yuan Venerate? Luo Yunyang sought out the Divine Elder after pondering something. If there was anyone within Hongmeng's sacred hall that could give Luo Yunyang guidance, it would be the Divine Elder. Even though the Divine Elder's power was mostly focused in Hongmeng's sacred hall, he had still been around for a long time and had abundant experiences. If anybody could give Luo Yunyang some guidance, it would naturally be him. Even though going from the Taishi to the Taichu Yuan Venerate is only one step away, there aren't many people that can cross that distance in the entire human race. It can even be said that many Taichu Yuan Venerates would never accomplish that in their lives. The Divine Elder said unhurriedly, given your aptitude, you can definitely achieve this if you cultivate slowly. But we can't wait so long. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Divine Elder as he spoke. There is a way, but it is too dangerous, the Divine Elder said softly. There is absolutely no need for this given your aptitude. Chapter 1072, Origin Source Grounds, Tianding Elite's origin source grounds. Luo Yunyang's hands were currently holding on to a small token. A token that would lead to the origin source grounds. This token was only about the size of a palm, but a stifling feeling was emanating from it. According to what the Divine Elder had said, these origin source grounds had been left behind by the human race's Divine Elder. Hongmeng Sacred Hall's previous Middle Hall Master had entered these origin source grounds to break through to his current cultivation grade. The previous Middle Hall Master hadn't talked about the situation in the origin source grounds. However, according to the Divine Elder, a number of entities had entered these origin source grounds because they weren't able to advance in many years or because of a variety of other reasons. However, only a scarce few had returned. As long as one returned from the origin source grounds, that person's cultivation would experience a massive increase. Given Luo Yunyang's aptitude, breaking through to the Taichu Yuan Venerate wasn't too big of a problem. Thus, there really wasn't much of a necessity to enter the origin source grounds. After all, entering the origin source grounds was too risky. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate much before deciding whether or not to go. He basically wasn't an indecisive person. Furthermore, he felt that he had no choice but to go under the circumstances. Although his own cultivation base wasn't too bad, wanting to advance further either required many years of grinding or entering a place with endless opportunities. The origin source grounds was such a place. As Luo Yunyang pondered this, a jade talisman appeared in his hands. Luo Yunyang frowned when he saw this jade talisman. This talisman had been sent by Yuan Venerate White Crane. There was a single line contained within that said that a few young Yuan Venerates from Tianding Realm had come. A few Yuan Venerates from Tianding Realm. Because of Long Fanshan, Luo Yunyang didn't have a favorable impression of Tianding Realm. However, he still had to meet with them. Before he entered the main hall of Hongmeng Sacred Hall, a sarcastic voice hit Luo Yunyang's ears. What? Luo Yunyang still hasn't come out. Does he really think of himself as Hongmeng Sacred Hall's master? Luo Yunyang frowned. His position as hall master had already been established for some time. The fact that this person was uttering such unbridled words here was simply a provocation targeted at him. Immediately, the smile of the person speaking caught his eye. It was a young man who looked like he was in his 20s. There was a sacred imprint in the middle of his forehead that made him give off an air of royalty. A Taishi Yuan Venerate. This young man was actually a Taishi Yuan Venerate. Even though young children in Tianding Realm could already be born at the peak of the Nebula grade or even up to the Universe grade, becoming a Yuan Venerate was still a very difficult task. This person wasn't too old. At the very least, Luo Yunyang sensed that this person's cultivation period shouldn't be longer than his own. Actually, becoming a Yuan Venerate at such a young age gave him the right to be arrogant regardless of where he was. Zongming, be more polite when you speak. We have come this time to seek Hall Master Luo's help. Another young and honest-looking man spoke. He didn't radiate the same sharp vibe as the previous young man, but he seemed stable yet imposing. When Luo Yunyang sensed this person, that person also seemed to sense him and looked over in Luo Yunyang's direction. Greetings, Hall Master. While Yuan Venerate White Crane was already the right Hall Master, he basically would still address Luo Yunyang as Hall Master. He greeted Luo Yunyang with the utmost respect. Luo Yunyang smiled at Yuan Venerate White Crane and walked over to the seat in the middle. That was the seat of Hongmeng Sacred Hall's Middle Hall Master. Luo Yunyang, did you see us? The eyes of the young man known as Zhongming flushed with fury and embarrassment when he saw Luo Yunyang ignoring them. The most important thing for these youngsters was face. Seeing Luo Yunyang act this haughty immediately made them feel somewhat displeased. Luo Yunyang totally ignored Zhongming and sat down on the middle seat before finally saying nonchalantly, "Right Hall Master, who are these people?" Luo Yunyang, don't you put on the air of a Hall Master. Let me tell you something. I am much higher than you in terms of seniority and status. I also want to remind you to open your eyes and take a proper look. He is a disciple of Hongmeng Sacred Hall's first Hall Master. As Zhongming spoke, he pointed at the young man who had just talked to him. Based on seniority, you should address him as Ancestral Master. Even though the 5 great sacred halls had been established by the human race's Divine Master, the Hall Master of each sacred hall was his disciple. This was a disciple of the first Hall Master of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. No wonder even Yuan Venerate White Crane had to inform Luo Yunyang about it. Luo Yunyang glanced at the forbidding young man seated beneath him and said with a smile, may I know how to address you? I am Lu Xinlong. I have come to Hongmeng's sacred hall this time because I have to trouble the hall master with some matters. The honest-looking man said with a faint smile. Even though he had said the word, trouble, very politely, Luo Yunyang could sense that this was something he couldn't refuse to do easily. This ungiving imperiousness made Luo Yunyang feel extremely displeased. However, regardless of whether he was happy or not, Luo Yunyang still asked calmly, feel free to speak of whatever this is. As long as Hongmeng's sacred hall can help, we will definitely do so. In that case, I shall not hold back. My cultivation technique, which is named Fate Heaven Calamity, is mainly a great killing path. Lu Xinlong's tone was as calm as if he was mentioning something very ordinary. However, Luo Yunyang didn't have a good feeling when he heard Lu Xinlong's words. He had already vaguely sensed his reason for coming. Even though I am currently already a Yuan Venerate, I have found it difficult to ascend because I don't have a suitable treasure to use as a weapon. At this point, Lu Xinlong eyed Luo Yunyang and said, some time ago, a senior told me that I have an affinity for the great obliteration millstone Hall Master Luo possesses. Thus, I would like to borrow it for a bit. Borrow the great obliteration millstone. This had been said very easily, as if it was common sense. However, a glimmer of fury sprouted in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he heard it. He glanced at Lu Xinlong and replied bluntly, the great obliteration millstone is a beloved item of mine that concerns my cultivation considerably. Therefore, I can't loan it out. Damn it, Luo Yunyang. Do you think that you are really a hall master just because people call you one? Let me tell you something. The position of the hall master was yours before Tianding realm emerged. Now that we have returned, the position of the hall master isn't something that you can hold. Zhang Ming pointed at Luo Yunyang and said disdainfully, even the position of the hall master is Brother Lu's. Although he doesn't want your position, he sought you out to borrow a treasure. However, you came here and started using all sorts of excuses. This is simply repulsive. At this point, he also said furiously, do you really think that you are a big shot? Why don't you take a good long look at yourself? Yuan Venerate White Crane's face darkened when this was said. He had originally harbored many fantasies regarding Tianding realm. After all, Tianding realm and the human race had some sort of relation. Unfortunately, he had never imagined that the disciple of the first middle hall master would come and demand such a treasure. On top of this demand, he had even used venomous slander. Just as Yuan Venerate White Crane was wondering how Luo Yunyang would react, he heard the sound of a slap. Then, he saw the man known as Zhang Ming clutch the left side of his face. Although the left side of his face hadn't crumbled, it had clearly swollen up. You actually dared to hit me. You actually dared to hit me. Zhang Ming howled in disbelief. He had never imagined that someone in this dirt-like realm would actually dare hit him. Furthermore, he had never imagined that he would be struck on the face. This slap had thoroughly incensed him. His eyes were fixed on Luo Yunyang as though he wanted to devour Luo Yunyang at any possible moment. However, Luo Yunyang, who had been sitting quietly, remained as still as a mountain. Lu Xinlong's face darkened as well. Even though he didn't like Zhang Ming's noisy blabbering attitude, he still approved of Zhang Ming's sense of superiority. Who was Luo Yunyang? In his eyes, this was merely a junior. Lu Xinlong was a disciple of the first middle hall master and a grand disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. Even though Luo Yunyang wouldn't be too happy, he should still hand over the treasure Lu Xinlong demanded. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would give Zhang Ming a tight slap. Even though this slap had struck Zhang Ming, it was also an attack against him. If he didn't stand up for Zhang Ming, then his future reputation would be ruined. Luo Yunyang, do you know what kind of offense it is to strike a senior? Lu Xinlong stood up as he spoke coldly. Senior? Whose senior are you guys? Luo Yunyang eyed Lu Xinlong while speaking indifferently. Even though your master was once the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall, he no longer has any relationship with Hongmeng's sacred hall after leaving this realm and entering Tianding realm. So many heroes have died during the fight between the human race and the mysterious underworld race in all these years. These are the true seniors of Hongmeng's sacred hall. As for you guys, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to run here and proclaim yourselves to be seniors? Now, I am giving you a chance. Get lost. The moment Luo Yunyang spoke, Lu Xinlong, Zhang Ming, and their party tensed up in shock. They all stood up and waves of majestic auras rushed forth from their bodies. Chapter 1073. Endless thunder tribulation. A gray and white aura coming from Lu Xinlong's body began to congregate into a massive chessboard. This chessboard was conjured by his cultivation technique and could produce an endless calamity. It was considered so powerful that an entity of a similar level could be sucked into the midst of this endless calamity if he wasn't paying attention. It was also this cultivation technique that had allowed Lu Xinlong to gain the respect of his own master and also be considered valuable by the human race's divine ancestor. Because he was valuable, he could carry himself confidently as though he looked down on everyone else. Although Lu Xinlong did not discriminate against the human race, which was beneath Tianding realm, he still felt that the members of the human race were a caste lower than those residing in Tianding realm. After all, they were humans brought into Tianding realm by the human race's divine ancestor, and they were considered the most talented and gifted descendants. Thus, they were already much more prestigious than the human race, which had been left behind in the 36 great cosmoses. Luo Yunyang hadn't just rejected their request for the Great Obliteration Millstone. He had also gone overboard by hitting Zhang Ming and berating them. This infuriated Lu Xinlong extremely. Luo Yunyang, I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize. Lu Xinlong took a deep breath as he muttered emotionlessly. However, Zhang Ming took flight at the same moment and blasted a punch forcefully towards Luo Yunyang. The crazy fist intent transformed into 5 massive divine mountains in the void, each one seemingly overwhelming. Most importantly, the 5 divine mountains displayed different colors as they formed a boundary when they gathered into one. Lu Xinlong knew clearly the extent of Zhang Ming's powers. Thus, he stopped right away when he saw Zhang Ming bring out his best technique, the 5-element boundary. Although Luo Yunyang was also a Taishi Yuan Venerate, Lu Xinlong believed that a Taishi Yuan Venerate like Luo Yunyang wouldn't compare to the likes of them. They had cultivated the most powerful techniques handed down by the human race's divine ancestor, and their cultivation journey had been personally guided by the most supreme of existences. They had always thought that the human race in the 36 great cosmoses was a lower caste compared to them. Thus, he'd also looked down on Taishi Yuan Venerates that came from the 36 great cosmoses, even though they were also Taishi Yuan Venerates. In their words, these were Taishi Yuan Venerates that came from a lower realm. The newly appointed Left Hall Master, Yuan Venerate Blue Sparrow, and the others rushed over from all directions and gathered inside Hongmeng's sacred hall. They could sense the tremor of the fight, so they naturally wouldn't just sit by and watch. Just as they arrived, the boundary, formed by the 5 divine mountains, was blasted towards Luo Yunyang. As they sprang into action at the same time, Luo Yunyang also threw a punch. Luo Yunyang's fist was utterly ordinary compared to the 5 divine mountains, but it was shrouded by some sort of tyrannical power. Tyrannical fist first form. As the first form of the tyrannical fist was executed, the 5 divine mountains that came crashing over at Luo Yunyang also collapsed instantly. Zhang Ming couldn't believe what he was seeing, as he had never even considered the Hongmeng Sacred Hall Master capable of matching his power. In his opinion, a Hall Master of the lower realm was merely a junior compared to them. They could simply control the entire lower realm if they wished, let alone become the Hall Master of the lower realm. However, Luo Yunyang's punch had immediately shattered this thought of his. Fear began to develop when he was overwhelmed by Luo Yunyang's fist intent. He felt as though he was in a life and death situation and was on the brink of falling apart. Hall Master, please have mercy. The new Left Hall Master hurriedly reminded Luo Yunyang as he saw that Luo Yunyang's fist intent was about to strike Zhang Ming. Unfortunately, he was a tad too late. Luo Yunyang's fist had landed heavily on Zhang Ming. Boom! Zhang Ming's body shattered in the void. As Luo Yunyang's fist intent continued to envelop his spiritual consciousness while also wanting to destroy it, an aura that was faint yet brimming with sacred intent shrouded his entire spirit consciousness. The light resurrected Zhang Ming's physical body in the void, but his aura was a little dimmer than before. Luo Yunyang saw the light that resurrected Zhang Ming's body and gradually retracted his fist intent. He didn't do so because he did not want to kick somebody that was down, but because the origin of this power came from the human race's divine ancestor. While he had exceptional cultivation, it was still difficult for him to break the power of the human race's divine ancestor. Thus, it would be better to wait for the power to dissipate rather than waste his own strength. Lu Xinlong saw Luo Yunyang's dissipating fist intent and quickly thought to himself. He felt that although there were some flaws in that punch, such a tyrannical aura still wasn't something he could compete against. It could even be said that such an aura was exactly the thing he was lacking. Although he felt that his techniques were way more superior than Luo Yunyang's, he was still inferior when it came to the might of their techniques. Lu Xinlong was extremely vexed that he was inferior to Luo Yunyang in this aspect. Luo Yunyang, do not think that you can belittle everyone just by defeating Zhang Ming. Today, I'll make you experience the vast difference between your lower realm and Tianding realm. Lu Xinlong made a tapping motion as he spoke, sending the massive chessboard towards the void. In an instant, Luo Yunyang realized that his surrounding space had undergone tremendous changes. He wasn't in Hongmeng's sacred hall anymore, but in a land that was filled with chaotic qi. Before Luo Yunyang could make a move, a purple dragon that looked like a long streak of thunder came crashing down on him. The thunder was made up entirely of nomological laws and contained a frightening level of power. Luo Yunyang disregarded the thunder strike and allowed it to strike his body. However, when the streak of thunder landed on him, another streak of thunder that felt 10 times stronger came crashing down. Luo Yunyang remained calm and unperturbed while facing the thunder strikes. In his opinion, this thunder was very powerful, but it wasn't enough to threaten him. Unfortunately, as the streaks of thunder came raining down one after another, with their magnitude of power increasing 10 times every time, Luo Yunyang finally realized the power of this space. He had initially thought that these thunder strikes were rather interesting, but he gradually sensed that the energy of the thunder strikes corresponded with the power of his great obliteration millstone. Although Luo Yunyang had nearly explored all the methods of using his great obliteration millstone, he still managed to gain many insights while experiencing the streaks of thunder. His urgency to cultivate had intensified with the appearance of Long Fanshan. Thus, he immediately dropped the idea of shattering this space after sensing the surging destructive force in it. He did not retaliate. Instead, he allowed the destructive force to land on him continuously. Luo Yunyang felt calm initially. However, when the 100th streak of thunder was about to come crashing down, he finally felt that he was unable to withstand this any longer. This wasn't because the thunder tribulation summoned by Lu Xinlong was stronger than him, but because he wanted to comprehend the energy of the thunder. Thus, he did not defend himself against it. Lu Xinzheng, who was aware of Luo Yunyang's situation, felt his resentment for Luo Yunyang grow when he sensed that Luo Yunyang was not resisting his attacks. Although he wasn't a disciple of the divine ancestor, he still felt that he was much stronger than someone like Luo Yunyang. Still, Luo Yunyang did not retaliate despite his furious attacks. This meant that there was a sizable gap in strength between him and Luo Yunyang. This gap made Lu Xinlong feel frustrated. Hence, he continuously increased the power of the tribulation in space, wanting to make that aggravating, unyielding Luo Yunyang pay a hefty price. 100th streak of thunder, 200th streak of thunder, 300th streak of thunder. The attribute regulator within Luo Yunyang continuously adjusted his constitution attributes at the same moment that each additional streak of thunder struck him. As his constitution attributes increased, the effect of the thunder strikes on Luo Yunyang decreased. Lu Xinlong's face became very ugly when the 490th streak of thunder landed. After all, he understood that he was already at the limit of what he was capable of executing. Despite reaching his limit, Luo Yunyang still seemed so undisturbed that his strongest attack was nullified by him without even moving an inch. Although people from the outside were unable to see what was going on, he still felt extremely disheartened. Just as Lu Xinlong's expression started to change, Luo Yunyang muttered, "If that's all you have, then take this punch from me." Lu Xinlong felt uneasy after hearing this. However, just as he was pondering how he should defend himself, Luo Yunyang blasted out his fist. The punch unleashed by Luo Yunyang was the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes. A boundless annihilation intent accompanied the Thousand-Era Imperial Purposes unleashed by Luo Yunyang. Lu Xinlong watched the godly Luo Yunyang, who was shrouded by countless destructive intent, blast a punch at him. He felt extremely insignificant while facing this punch. Extremely. Endless void. Release. Lu Xinlong knew that this was going to be a dead end if he took it head-on. Thus, he hurriedly formed hand seals and executed the most important move of his technique. This was meant to expand the void that his opponent was in and in turn reduce the power of his opponent that was sealed in the void. In the past, Lu Xinlong had managed to make many opponents that were at a higher level than him suffer considerable defeat by using this move. However, this time, he felt uncertain. He wasn't confident at all. Chapter 1074. the first hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall Xianming completely reformed his physical body as he glared grudgingly at Yuan Venerate White Crane and the rest, appearing very eager to kill. Although they did not attack him, he still felt that they were as abominable as Luo Yunyang. He had disgraced himself and he now looked like a joke in front of them. He would definitely make them pay for this one day. Or rather, he would make them pay for their vile deeds with their lives. He'd never had any opinion on Hongmeng's sacred hall, as he'd never considered the beings residing in the lower realm significant. However, his perception had changed greatly, especially after seeing the appearance of the left hall master and the others. He'd then started to think of pushing his good friend to become the hall master of Hongmeng's sacred hall. Although the lower realm was rural and poor, it was superior number-wise. Thus, it wasn't a bad idea to be at the helm of a sacred hall. Most importantly, he would be able to vent his grievances once his good friend controlled Hongmeng's sacred hall. When that happened, he would be able to do anything he wished. He was fully confident in Lu Xinlong's endless tribulation technique, especially as Luo Yunyang hadn't emerged from it yet. Due to the nature of the technique, it would take some time for the impact to surface. However, in the end, the power of the technique would be very evident. Even he could only hold out for about 15 minutes against such a strange technique, while Luo Yunyang had already been inside the Great Tribulation for more than an hour. It would be impossible for him to return after spending an hour inside. He was a mere hall master of the lower realm. Did he really think that he was some supreme existence? Xianming subconsciously looked at Yuan Venerate White Crane and the rest, appearing much colder than before. After the existence of the 36 great cosmoses was announced by their own patriarch, Xianming and the other younger generations began to develop the impression that they were lofty and supreme. They believed that Tianding realm had been chosen by the divine ancestor and was made up of the best disciples, while the 36 great cosmoses were a lower realm that had once been abandoned. Now that the divine ancestor had decided to act out of kindness by allowing these lower realm beings to submit to their prowess again, it did not mean that these lower realm beings had the same status as them. They even thought that although they were all members of the human race, they were the lofty heavenly race, while the people in the 36 great cosmoses were just ordinary mortals. While this way of thinking wasn't acknowledged by the powerhouses of Tianding realm, it was widely accepted by the younger powerhouses of Tiandiang realm. This was also the reason Xianming and Lu Xinlong had decided to come and retrieve the Great Obligation Millstone after learning that it was in Luo Yunyang's possession. They simply did not care about anything else. They did not even expect Luo Yunyang to attack them because they felt that mortals should worship them. After all, they were supreme beings of the heavenly race. Those that dare lay a hand on us, heavenly humans, will face the wrath of heaven. Xianming said icily as the grievances accumulating in his heart became greater. His words were naturally directed at Yuan Venerate White Crane and his party. The two words, heavenly humans, angered White Crane and the others. If they were heavenly humans, then what were they? The new left hall master quickly gestured to Yuan Venerate White Crane, who was pissed off and was about to speak his mind. The new left hall master glared at Xianming before saying, "Sir, although I respect Tianding realm a lot, I also hope that we can receive the same amount of respect in kind. Furthermore, the 36 great cosmoses in Tianding realm are followers of the divine ancestor. Why does Sir want to distinguish us into heavenly humans and the human race?" Xianming had suffered greatly from Luo Yunyang's slap, so why would he be willing to let go of such a good opportunity to vent his anger that easily? He glanced at the new left hall master and replied coldly, "Hee hee. All of you want to be mentioned in the same sentence as us. Why not take a piss and look at yourselves to see if you're worthy or not? Do you think that pieces of trash like you are qualified to become the followers of Lord Divine Ancestor?" The new left hall master was fuming, while a few other younger Yuan venerates that followed Xianming added, "We are already giving the Divine Ancestor face by allowing you humans to follow us. Don't even mention that we are on equal terms just because we have some sort of relationship. There's nothing comparable between us. Otherwise, Lord Divine Ancestor wouldn't have kept all of you here while bringing us with him to establish Tianding realm. To put it in simpler terms, it's simply because the Divine Ancestor did not think that all of you were suitable that Tianding realm came into fruition." Although this statement made the disciples of Hongmeng's sacred hall extremely unhappy, it also left them speechless. It was a fact that the human race's divine ancestor had not brought them away. When the human race's divine ancestor had left, he had made the human race go through a long period of dark time. If it hadn't been for the innate problems hindering both the divine incarcerate race and the mysterious underworld race, the human race in the 36 great cosmoses might have lost a large portion of its territories even if it managed to escape complete annihilation. Fortunately, heroes had emerged during that period of time. While some people wanted to get into a debate with Zhang Ming, Lu Xinlong, who stood in the void looking like a deity that had everything under control, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. After he did so, the boundless destructive force began to surge towards him, wrapping around Lu Xinlong completely. Cracks began to develop on Lu Xinlong's physical body as he looked like a jade stone that was going to shatter. However, just as Lu Xinlong's body was about to shatter, a mark emerged between his brows. The mark was a Taiji symbol. Although it looked extremely simple, after it appeared, a figure that stood in the middle of the symbol suddenly appeared in the void. He glanced at Lu Xinlong's situation sternly while his hands moved, conjuring a wave of black and white aura that completely surrounded Lu Xinlong. "Who is so bold as to lay a finger on my disciple?" Even though this sentence was spoken mildly, it felt extremely imperious. The new left hall master was shocked when he saw the figure, which had a body full of Taoist symbols. After all, this person was rather familiar. Although it was the first time he was seeing this person, he could recall that the person's portrait had hung high in the most central position of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall when he'd first joined. This was Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's first hall master and the first disciple of the human race's divine ancestor. In the past, many people had revered this hall master greatly. Luo Yunyang did not have any impression of the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. However, he didn't hesitate at all even though he knew that this was the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. He struck at the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall almost as soon as the boundless destructive force contained in the fist intent of the 1,000 imperial era purposes smashed towards the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Ferociously, this fist contained almost all of Luo Yunyang's strongest power to date. Although the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall had a strong spirit consciousness, he had only left an embodiment with his disciples. The first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall immediately felt the looming danger when he sensed Luo Yunyang's fist intent. He snorted angrily before making a series of hand seals, wanting to stop Luo Yunyang's attack. Unfortunately, although his execution was fast, it was severely lacking in power compared to Luo Yunyang's attack. The fist mark that encompassed yin and yang qi developed cracks at once after colliding with Luo Yunyang's 1,000-era imperial purposes. "This is Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Who the hell are you? How dare you attack my disciple? Don't you know who I am? I'm the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. You better stop now." Although the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall had left a long time ago, he still felt an awareness when it came to Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Thus, he berated Luo Yunyang right away after sensing that he was in Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Luo Yunyang simply ignored him. He had already attacked Lu Xinlong, so there wasn't any need for him to be courteous with the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. After all, the enmity between them had already been established. Retreating now would be useless and would only make the other party climb all over him. Hence, Luo Yunyang did not hesitate at all as he used his attribute regulator and increased his power by 30% before striking at the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall again. In a matter of seconds, the fist intent of the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall had vanished completely in the void while his expression had turned extremely solemn. "Who are you?" This time, the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall sounded very indifferent. However, an extreme fury could be felt from his words. "I'm Luo Yunyang, hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall." Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the battered figure of the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall as he spoke proudly. The eyes of the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall flickered for a moment when he heard Luo Yunyang's answer. However, before he could say a word, his figure had disappeared completely from the void. Even though the first hall master of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall had shielded most of the impact of the fist intent away from Lu Xinlong, the destructive force in Luo Yunyang's 1,000-era imperial purposes were so overwhelming that even the aftershock was too much for Lu Xinlong to handle. Boom! Lu Xinlong's body was destroyed instantly in the void. Chapter 1075. The ruler of the human race, wretched. Even though this was said very calmly, the surrounding environment started to tremble when it was said. Black and white light gathered to form huge yin-yang fish. Within these yin-yang fish was a figure sitting in a lotus position. Within this realm, this person was the sky, This person was the law, this person was everything. Whatever he said was sacred and carried great weight. However, the instant he said the word, wretched, the figure's open eyes slowly closed. Even though this matter made him really uncomfortable deep down, he had more important things to attend to currently. Therefore, even though this matter made him furious, he couldn't spare the time for it. Senior brother, junior brother Long Fanshan requests an audience. A faint voice traveled through the black realm. The eyes of the man sitting between the two yin-yang fishes flashed with anger. Clearly, he didn't really like the owner of that voice. However, he replied dully, "Oh, it is young junior brother. What is the matter?" The surrounding environment then started to change. The originally vast and spacious realm turned into a massive palace where a pagoda stood, tall and imposing. Long Fanshan looked at the man sitting in a lotus position at the top of the black and white pagoda with admiration. "Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations. Senior brother's cultivation is just one step away from reaching a perfected state of the Taichu Yuan Venerate and attaining the second Tai Yuan Venerate after master." Long Fanshan cupped his hands and spoke respectfully. The second Tai Yuan Venerate. This title made the sitting figure appear a tad pleased. After all, the Taiyu Yuan Venerate was something he had been chasing all these years. Even though he hadn't yet achieved it, he was already a half-step Taiyu Yuan Venerate. Just another step and he would reach this level. Thus, he naturally felt really happy deep down. "Junior brother, you didn't just come over because you wished to congratulate senior brother, right?" Long Fanshan could hear a hint of delight in his tone, while the slight worry he had felt had completely disappeared. "Senior brother's eyes are sharp and naturally won't be deceived by my little tricks," Long Fanshan said softly. "I should probably apologize to senior brother this time. I am also somewhat responsible for apprentice nephew Lu Xinlong's incident." Long Fanshan made a sorrowful face and said, "If I hadn't asked for the divine creation disc, apprentice nephew Lu Xinlong wouldn't have come up with the idea of getting the great obliteration millstone." The old man sitting within the void eyed Long Fanshan icily. The surrounding atmosphere immediately became stifling. "Do you think that I do not know what you are trying to do?" The figure, which was as still as a mountain, said frostily. Long Fanshan sensed the pressure on his body increasing. However, he didn't feel it, so his eyes sparkled with delight. He knew he couldn't keep the fact that he had made Lu Xinlong snatch the great obliteration disc from his senior brother. The reason the senior brother hadn't stopped this was because he too hoped Lu Xinlong could obtain the great obliteration millstone. However, the senior brother had never accounted for Luo Yunyang actually being this strong. From this aspect, the senior brother should be rather supportive of what he was going to say today. "Senior brother, I actually had the intention of borrowing Xinlong to teach Luo Yunyang a lesson." Long Fanshan said, "Luo Yunyang exterminated all descendants of the Long family in the Longlan Great Cosmos. Wouldn't I, Long Fanshan, be a huge joke if he was allowed to go on living peacefully? However, I always felt that Xinlong and his companions wouldn't be defeated by Luo Yunyang based on his strength. Furthermore, I never thought that Luo Yunyang would have the gall to disobey Tianding Realm and your status as the first hall master of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall." The figure seated at the top of the black and white pagoda said coldly, "Then how about you tell me what we should do about the current situation?" "Senior brother, while most of the 36 great cosmoses of the lower realm are inclined towards Tianding Realm, there are also some who harbor doubts." Long Fanshan continued speaking sternly. "We absolutely have to be merciless with such people. I absolutely won't permit you to cleanse the 36 great cosmoses now," the figure on top of the black and white pagoda said icily. "Don't bother speaking if you want me to support you on this. I am definitely not that silly." Long Fanshan chuckled. "I came to look for senior brother because I have a plan and want senior brother's help." "Oh, all this time you have been the youngest amongst us, but I did know that your ambition was the greatest." The figure of Hongmeng, Sacred Hall's first master, said sarcastically, "Let's hear what sort of plan you have." "I am prepared to ask the master to integrate all humans, install a ruler, strengthen the sacred halls, and unify the entire human race." Long Fanshan appeared stirred up when he finished speaking. Clearly, he was determined to become the ruler of the human race. Ruler of the human race. The figure surrounded by a black and white glow shuddered for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't imagined that Long Fanshan would be so ambitious. That was the ruler of all humans. "You want to become the ruler of all humans?" Long Fanshan answered this question confidently. "Besides my few senior brothers, I feel that I wouldn't be able to give up this role to anyone else." However, the various senior brothers are inclined towards cultivation and don't have any intention of assuming the role of the ruler of the human race. I can promise that once I become the ruler of the human race, I will split up the power of the imperial court. You can control a quarter of this power. A quarter of the power of the imperial court didn't sound like much. However, the old man knew that this was much more than the current strength he possessed. Don't you want to control the strength of the entire human race? Although he was tempted, the old man's voice was stern and unwavering. Long Fanshan appeared even more delighted. He had been worried his senior brother wouldn't approve of it. However, it seemed like he was a little tempted. Senior brother, while being the ruler of the human race might sound illustrious, I would still have to listen to the decisions of my master and the various senior brothers for all matters, regardless of how large or small. At this point, Long Fanshan chuckled. Of course, I also have to admit that this would give me huge benefits. At least you are honest. The man sitting on the black and white pagoda pondered this for a moment before adding, what are you prepared to do with regards to Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses if you become ruler of the human race? Senior brother, while the human race of Tianding realm and the 36 great cosmoses look alike on the surface, there already exists a huge difference between us. I heard that in ancient times, legend spoke of a heavenly realm and a mortal realm. I believe that Tianding realm should become the high and lofty heavenly realm, while the 36 great cosmoses are mortal and ordinary and should offer their greatest strength as a tribute to Tianding realm. The figure in the black and white glow nodded lightly. The human race of the 36 great cosmoses definitely wouldn't agree to this. After all, it concerns their foundation. Senior brother, consolidating all power requires exterminating some people who aren't orderly. However, I can be certain that as long as we get rid of these dissidents, the human race's unified power will have an even greater fighting strength under a ruler. I believe that Master would also approve of consolidating all the power. The old man in the black and white glow nodded. Indeed, I shall support you, junior brother Fanshan. Thank you, senior brother. Long Fanshan bowed respectfully towards the old man. As long as I become the ruler of the human race, I will definitely give you what you should receive, he said resolutely. After Long Fanshan left, a projection appeared within the black and white light and spoke to the old man seated within. He is covetous and he conspires greatly. My lord, aren't you afraid that he will bite back at you after becoming the ruler of the human race if you agree with him now? How can there not be a ruler if Tianding realm wants to unite the human race? The old man said, if I assumed the role of the ruler of the human race, it wouldn't concern him. However, do you think I ought to undertake such a role? Since I can't do it, then why not let him have a go? Furthermore, only with the support of everyone else in Tianding realm can he firmly assume the role of the human race's ruler. As for the 36 great cosmoses, they already separated from us far too long ago. I am unable to show them any respect based on the way they are now. It is also time to establish rules so that they won't split up and each start doing their own thing. The 36 great cosmoses wouldn't be of any use to us like this. The projection pondered this for an instant before saying, I am just afraid that the 36 great cosmoses will rebel, which would. We can let Long Fanshan worry about that. We should only care about the benefits he will grant us. Desiring a crown is not at all important. After saying that, the old man waved his arms and the black and white aura engulfed him and the tall pagoda disappeared into a faintly discernible realm. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.